Happy Click is your 2016 Pokemon video game world champion in the Masters division. Just look at him.
Drink it in.
So happy.
Drink it in.
If you want to win the World Championships, it's really difficult.
And Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
You need basically a day where your preparation has been immaculate, your play is incredible, and really everything has to go right.
In my opinion, it's a fantastic game. There's so much depth with strategies, and it's just so much fun to play.
In Pokemon, there's so much freedom in the Pokemon you use and the way you use those Pokemon and how you train them and the moves you give them. There's no one right way to play.
The community has definitely evolved since I've been involved with Pokemon. I mean, even when you look back in kind of the earlier years, it's amazing how it has kind of developed into this phenomenon, really.
I remember at 2014 when I was overwhelmed at my first event, I think it was 200 people. But now we're seeing events on the scale of thousands, and we're hitting record numbers every single event.
Most players qualify for the World Championships not by winning an event, but by attending many events over the course of the season and gradually accruing championship points. There are entry-level local events, regional events, international level events, and then of course the Pokemon World Championships.
Winning Worlds, that would mean a lot to me. It's something that I tried in 15 years of playing. I don't know if I will ever be able to win Worlds.
Hi, my name is Rosemary Kelly, and I am a caster for Pokemon.
It's so good. I can't believe we're on the same train.
I can't believe that either. We want to go like here.
That's right, why don't we just head out east exit and then go from there?
Yeah.
My name is Lou Outrush Cromie. I live in Frankfurt, Germany, and I'm one of the video game commentators for Pokemon.
Being a caster for Pokemon is kind of like being a sportscaster for something like football or baseball, but instead you're casting over the video game and you're providing commentary for those that are watching at home or are watching in the venue so that they can understand and hear what's going on in the game.
Urshifu is going to take so much damage, and when the one-hit knockout and a critical hit, that's it. Fabian wins.
The player from Germany has done it. Congratulations, Fabian.
The pink Gastrodon. So I just shoved them all to the back and put a green one in front of it. And I was like, there's nothing to see here. There's no pink Gastrodon. It doesn't exist. I'm so gutted about this dress. I don't get the Gastrodon dress. Hey! Long time no see.
What's up, man?
What's up, dude?
Down to like -3°C.
Aaron!
How's it going?
So good, how are you?
Doing well, doing well. I think I might actually be ditching the suits and just wearing some shorts.
Yeah?
I think for these,
Okay.
I'll show you the pictures.
Hey, everybody! Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship in Yokohama! This is such a huge moment for all of our players that are going to be here. This is the first time that the World Championship has ever been to Japan. Look at it from the players' perspective. They've put in years and years of hard work to make it here. This is all for them. So let's make it the best possible event that we can.
Okay, so then there's two options for giraffe spread. I'm going to use Trey's. You guys can use whichever you feel better about.
I'm just gonna do 252 HP in attack.
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am a professional Pokemon player.
And what does that mean?
I guess there isn't one set definition of being a professional Pokemon player, but for me what it means is that I'm able to support myself and have a career basically just playing Pokemon, between competing in tournaments and making content around Pokemon. The remaining time we have before Worlds is we have 2 hours right now, and then we don't know how long like check-in plus Pokemon Center will take, but I think we probably should budget that like we're not gonna get more time tonight. Like we can probably do some small tasks. For me personally, that's gonna be laundry for the sake of everyone else. Since I became a competitive Pokemon player, I have won 9 regional championships, 2 national championships, an international championship, the Players' Cup 2, the World Championships, and many other lower level events as well. My friends and I work together to build the best team that we can. We test out different strategies, we battle against each other, and we all kind of chase this dream of becoming the best in the world together. Like the thing is that we are gonna have probably at least 2 hours standing in line, which feels like a waste to not utilize.
I would like to do matchups, leads, and game plans.
The reason why I tend to be the one who builds the teams is because I have the most experience with it, but it's also, at least for me, I want to give my friends a team and have them come to me and be like, oh dude, like this thing rocks, like I can beat anybody with this, right? That's a lot of my motivation. Of course, I want to do well as well, but I think it adds a lot of extra pressure.
My name is Marcus. I am 28 years old and I'm from Germany. In my VGC career, I've become a 3-time regional champion, a 2-time national champion, and 3rd place at Worlds in 2016. In my opinion, Wolf is the single most scary opponent to go up in for anyone because of how good he is at the game. It is scary to me sometimes. I would consider myself a good player, or maybe even one of the stronger players, but even in my prime, like Wolf was always one step ahead of me.
Both of these are incredibly accomplished players, like you mentioned. This is the experience side of the bracket. Just look at Marcus's resume here. He was still able to battle through day 1, through day 2, make it here to the top cut, just 1 match away from the finals.
Yeah. He's going against his, probably literally, I think these guys are actually best friends, right? Like, they worked together for so long. Kyogre's gonna get that Ice Beam off, outspeeding Marcus's Kyogre. That's gonna be a knockout there on Super Quals. Then Wolf is gonna be able to take this first game pretty handedly.
We are into game 2 now, potentially the final game for Marcus's tournament here, potentially sending Wolf on to the finals. Really, the most important match here for Marcus at Worlds so far. The first Pokemon goes down on Marcus's side again, and it's that Raichu.
It's not looking good for Marcus. It's still doable, but Wolf has outmaneuvered Marcus consistently the first couple of turns.
Gonna come up with that Rayquaza, gonna target down that Kyogre. That should pick up the knockout. Wolfie Glick is back in the finals. Congratulations to Wolfie, and congratulations to Marcus for an incredible run.
Yeah, top 4 finish, nothing to sneeze at, and Wolf now has a chance.
After the match, we were both so exhausted. It was such a long day, but having one of us play in the finals the next day, like that was just the best feeling.
This was one of the best Master Division finals I've ever seen.
Jonathan just hanging in there by a sliver of health.
And here's the water spout. Wolfie Glick is your 2016 Pokemon Video Game World Champion in the Masters Division.
Finally, Wolf Glick gets to lift the first place trophy.
Just look at him.
Drink it in.
Oh, happy.
Drink it in.
It was really meaningful to me to not only win the World Championships, but do it with like one of my closest friends in the entire world. The way that I feel about it is that we are the 2016 World Champions.
I think after the win, Wolf's life definitely changed. Wolf is very smart, and I think he's not only smart in Pokemon, but also kind of in a business sense. He made such a good job to translate that win into what would later become his career. He started to really work on his YouTube channel and to grow it to over 1 million subscribers.
Now that I have 2 Pokemon, we're finally ready to head to Striaton City and challenge the very first gym. A lot of my initial success on YouTube came from kind of branding myself as this expert because I was the world champion. I never intended to do YouTube full time. It was only kind of because the stars aligned. It's hard to be both a competitor and a content creator at the same time, like at the same space, because there's a lot of fan interaction. So I really want to make sure that when I talk to people that they have a good experience, but that means that I have to be very selfless, very aware of what other people are kind of going through or what expectations they have for the interaction. And so it's hard to do both.
So I think like if you ask like the players participating in this event to name world champions, I think everyone who's playing in Masters Worlds, they could name at least like 5, maybe even more, and there just isn't that many. So it's this very elite club that everyone wants to be a part of. If you go further down, like second places, maybe some players will remember the finals, but then third places, it's like, sure, there's not that many of us, but it's like, yeah, like the champions' names are the ones that will be remembered. Having another like really, really deep run in the tournament, maybe even winning it all, is still a dream that I have. So yeah, I want to show what I still can do even today. So that's something that I'm still working on.
I normally like hair and makeup because it's that time early in the morning, just zone out, don't have to talk to too many people, and just have my hair and makeup done. It's something you don't have to worry about in a day that you're on camera a lot and you do have to worry about everything you do because people are watching you, they're watching what you say, they're watching how you react. So this is like a nice moment where the pressure's off you a little bit.
I've always been a perfectionist, and I think something that is a really unique aspect of commentating is that it's really subjective. Not everyone is gonna like you. It could be your voice, it could be things that are intangible that you can't change. It could just be your style. Maybe it's just not for everyone. I think there's always been an understanding that doing the Masters Finals is one of the biggest responsibilities as well as honors in terms of casting for an event. And so, after all the work that I put in over the 2023 season, I was really hopeful that I had done enough in order to earn that Masters Finals spot. But wasn't the case to be this year, which means I just gotta try hard again for 2024.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Woo! Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I'm so nervous. It feels like a lot of pressure is on you to perform well. It's the biggest event of the year, and you just kind of don't want to mess it up.
Welcome, trainers, to the 2023 Pokémon World Championships
in Yokohama, Japan. I know this has been a coveted location for the Pokémon World Championships, and our players are so excited to be here, and we are as well. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara!
Pokémon is something that we all enjoy together, and the World Championships are one of the most exciting moments for us. The event is about to begin, and I can't wait to see who will be crowned our new World Champions. Wish you all the best of luck in your battles. Thank you.
Competitors here in Yokohama, get ready to report to your tournament area right after this. I hope you have a great event. Let's kick off the first day of the 2023 Pokémon World Championships.
Oh no. Oh, that is, wait, that is the guy, that's Hoei. That's the guy that you lost to in the tournament with Scream, Squirmsnarl, and Goldango and Esticot with Landorus. They've been running the Speed Booster, Fluttermane, Urshifu, Amoonguss, No, not Amogus. Hands, and then Cress Ursaluna.
So we know the round one pairings, and Marcus is aware of the team that my opponent used in like an online tournament. Then I'm just kind of looking and trying to see start visualizing the matchup.
You've got, Wolf Glick here, previous world champion in 2016. He has actually said, the last time he played day one was when he won the world championships. He's playing day one again. Let's see what's going to happen.
Nice to meet you, I'm Wolf. Are you enjoying it so far?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, right?
Definitely.
I think I've been to Denmark just briefly.
In Copenhagen?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right, yeah, for like 2 days. It's really nice.
Yeah.
And all the people I've met from there have been really nice as well. Is this your first time in Japan?
Yeah.
Me too.
So please be nice on me on YouTube. Of course. Man, this guy, he's so bad.
No. Yeah, I'm looking forward to our set.
Good morning, Pokemon video game trainers, and welcome to your Video Game World Championships.
Pokemon VGC is the name of the in-person tournament series that leads up to the World Championships every year. At each tournament, you'll bring a team of 6 Pokemon, and in each battle you play, you can only bring 4 of them to counter what your opponent might use. You have to think about how the types match up against each other, abilities, held items, and of course, what moves can you and your opponent use. Each battle uses a 2v2 format, which means you have 2 Pokemon on the field at the same time, and you win when you're able to knock out all 4 of your opponent's Pokemon. Every VGC match is a best of 3 games. At this World Championship, if you lose more than 2 matches, you will be eliminated.
Good games. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Things are really heating up here at the World Championships, and it's honestly a surprise to see where some of our top players are falling at the moment.
This Worlds is just so intense. Like, there's so many good players that are at 1-1 and 0-2. Wolf Glick, 2016 World Champion, also 0-2. But at the end of the day, it's about getting to those 5 wins. So even if you've lost your first 2 games, if you win your next 5, you're still good.
Games. Kelly, would you mind taking a picture of us? Yes. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you for the games. Thank you.
I feel like each win is more of a sigh of relief. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm still in it. But each loss, you're like, oh my goodness, like I'm just getting closer and closer to elimination. And once it gets to that second loss in this format, that's when things are so stressful, because you're like, if anything goes wrong, I'm out, and that's it.
Autograph? Yes. We're here?
Yeah.
Sure. There you go.
Can you enjoy?
Thank you, Marcus. Oh, he wants you.
Sorry. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. I won. He was so gracious. I had lost game 2, and then I got like...
You want to go?
Give me 1 sec, sorry. Hey, yes.
I started just this year seeing your videos.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, and I made it here too.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Of course, it's so nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Enjoy the weekend.
So our group isn't doing that well collectively, so I'm not feeling like so good about our performance overall, but I'm 3-1 right now, so I need to win 2 more out of the last 3 rounds, and I would play tomorrow, which would be really great.
Oh, look, he's got a match slip. Let's go, dog.
Dude, good stuff.
I won by PP stalling his Extreme Speed Dragonite.
That's awesome. I think we all won this round. Yeah, Carson lost. Yeah.
Brendan lost 2.
Brendan lost 2. Yeah.
Marcus 3-1.
Marcus 3-1.
Let's go.
We all won. Oh, Billa lost 2. So Billa lost. Yumi, Yuki, Aaron, and I are 2-2. Marcus is 3-1. Billa's 3-1 as well. Good games. And I got like. Sorry about that. We're hanging in there.
luck.
Thanks for all. Thank you.
I don't know, it's a little awkward to see, but I was your fan since 2016, so.
Oh, I'm glad to hear. No, I'm your fan.
I still remember seeing the sandcastle video.
Yes. Oh, good times. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for mentioning that.
Oh my god, dude. That was a close one.
Yeah, I really thought I had you with the Chiefs swing.
What did you do?
I'm doing junior finals, which is always incredibly exciting because juniors just have a completely different metagame to seniors and masters, and they're so adorable in the way they play the game, and they're amazing. You know, even as someone in your 30s, you can learn so much from watching these kids play. In Pokemon, there are 3 different age divisions. You've got the juniors, who are 11 and under, the senior division, who are 12 to 15 years old, and then the masters division for everybody over 16.
Tell me about your young people that are going to compete today.
Alex and Annabelle are siblings from a lovely family in Germany, and they got into Pokemon from this after-school Pokemon club that I run, and it's really just taken off from there. Alex just has this incredible instinct with the game, and Annabelle, his younger sister's only really got into competitive Pokemon this year, I think. Seeing her playing Pokemon and enjoying it in a way that I never did as a kid because I didn't know VGC or I didn't have someone to look up to, I think it's a really, it's a privileged position to be in. It's not something I appreciated at the beginning. I didn't really acknowledge the weight or potential that I could have with it. And when that finally kind of clicked in with me and I realized the influence that you can have and the change that you can create, that's when you really start thinking a lot more about what it is you want to represent and, as a female in the workspace, who you do want to inspire.
Hi, well done.
I'm rooting for both of them. I'm really hoping they get some good results and most of all come away feeling proud of themselves and that they enjoyed it. If we get a Pikachu trophy, then that's just the cherry on top, you know?
I think there's a non-zero chance that they put Wolf on stream.
Yes.
Why?
Because it's the last round, and he's still in.
Being called as the stream game is always something very special because there's only so many games that they can broadcast. So being selected for that, it usually means that your opponent is very strong as well, that it will be a very close game.
Are you the stream judge for this?
Webbers. Yeah.
I'm gonna need water. If it's okay, I'm gonna need like bottled water to have on the stage.
I think I'll put a bottle of water for you. Just let me know.
Sure, thanks very much.
Walking backstage, you have to drop off all your stuff. You have to get ready to be on camera, of course.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the video game here at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. Aaron and I are back on the desk to bring you through the 7th and final Swiss round of the day, where this is players' last chance to be able to win that one game to secure a Day 2 invite.
Then, of course, when walking on the stage, there's a crowd sitting down there looking up to you. There's people at home watching. That's just like the highest pressure game that you could find because, you know, if you win, you make it to the next stage, but if you lose, you're out.
We are down to the final round, and it doesn't get any more intense than this.
No.
This is your season on the line. This is your dream of becoming a world champion on the line. And oh my goodness, it's gonna be intense.
You cannot really get distracted by all the attention that is on you, and instead you have to focus, lock in, and just play good Pokemon.
We have a match between two titans, Wolf Glick and Xilang Tang, both regional champions from this season alone.
But this is the final best of 3 for day 1 of the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. And for Xilang Tang, we will see the Double Genies with the Landorus and the Tornadus with Wolf bringing the Iron Hands and the Amoonguss.
I think the Tornadus Landorus lead here is really well positioned. You pressure with Tauntaun's Leamungus immediately. Landorus pressures with an Earthquake. Oh,
That's
just weak wind. Oh my goodness.
That does over half to the Amoonguss. That's a lot of damage with the U-turn to follow up. So no Terra. Let's see what it's gonna be. It is going to be the Golden Goal.
Yeah, wow, what a lights out turn 1 play there. Immune to Spore.
Oh my gosh! Wolf has completely locked down Xilyang's Tornadus with paralysis. There's Flamethrower coming out from Wolf's Chiyu, and that's a huge one-hit knockout on the Golden Go.
Game-changing paralysis there as Wild Charge is also going to come out. Might just be a double knockout. It is.
This is why Wolf is one of the greatest players of all time.
And now it's up to Xilang to come up with a response.
So heading into this game number 2, Wolf Glick is up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Okay, which is going to be Bleak Wind. Wow, so no protects, no switches, nothing.
Okay, Gyarados is just going to get knocked out here, which leaves this Chiyu pretty vulnerable looking at what this Landorus could go for next. Xilyang just wanting to go for some damage in there with a stomping tantrum, and Chiyu's just going to get knocked out.
Chiyu! I think Wolf is expecting to survive that, otherwise you don't make that play. We're going to a game 3.
Tied.
Oh my gosh, this is so intense right now.
Another Rock Slide. Another flinch could be a disaster here for Wolf.
Here's Rock Slide though coming out. Oh my gosh, so much damage, yeah.
As you do see the Iron Hands get knocked out. What a big turn for Xilyang.
He's gotten the Urshifu back out, and now that Iron Hands is eliminated, Urshifu definitely in a better position than previous. And another flinch!
Are you kidding me? This Gyarados is just not getting a chance to move right now.
That's bad. I don't want to call it quite yet, but yeah, just not being able to attack turn after turn is so difficult.
You need to miss the Rock Slide.
Oh, he didn't even go for Sucker Punch. He went for Wicked Blow.
It's just going to go right into the protected Flutter Mane to get the knockout. No way.
That's it.
That knockout is going to seal the deal of this game. Hisuian Arcanine is still going to be able to get a chance to the Rock Slide. It doesn't miss. So Gyarados also gets knocked out.
It's over. Hisuian Arcanine here is going to be able to take it. In what was an absolutely wild set, the number of adjustments that we saw.
Good luck in day 2.
Thank you.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks. Like, all of the wins are shared, so when Marcus succeeds or Aaron succeeds, it would have been nice to say, well, we didn't do as well as we wanted, but at least Wolf, at least Wolf made day 2, at least there was something that we could say, like, there was no bright spot, and that's when you have the most self-doubt. That's when you start to think, maybe I can't do it. Maybe I had my prime,
It looked close.
It was really close. Like I think I was in a winning position both times, but
I think it's like not a good matchup.
it wasn't so bad.
You feel okay about it?
No, unfortunately not. It's like a really lame way to go out. Did Billy make it?
I don't know.
Billy made it?
Yeah.
That's good. All right, thanks for all the support. Yeah, sorry about that. Good to see you, man. It's been a while.
Hey, 0-2 to 4-2 is pretty impressive.
Yeah, 0-2 to 4-3. Yeah, sure, real quick.
I'm so sorry.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, have a good weekend. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Have a good weekend.
struggling this morning to try to get myself ready for the day. I think it's easy to get in your head when you know that it's the final day or like the pressure is on you. It's the last cast of the season and you just want to make sure that you're going out on a really good note. So I'm trying not to psych myself out because I do feel like I've done a fairly good job this year. Like I know I still have things that I will always want to improve on, but it means a lot to me to be able to celebrate the players. I think Worlds even more so than any other event.
What would be your hopes and dreams for next season?
I'm able to earn the honor of calling the Masters Finals at Worlds next year. That is a cast that has eluded me thus far, and I think we all look at that on the casting team as the big one. That wasn't meant to be this year, but I hope that with this next season, I can prove that I might be in a spot to be able to do that myself.
That Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
Going on the first day of a 3-day tournament, like, yeah, you want to be there until the very end, and if you're not, it's just, yeah, not the best. Next year, I want to win Worlds, definitely. That's the goal. Always has been. Winning Worlds is just something that in our community, it just puts you on the peak of the mountain, right? And there's only a couple of other people, and yeah, they're just like the superstars.
The 2023 Pokemon World Championships have come to a close. Now I know everyone is eager to hear about what's coming next in the world of Pokemon.
We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here.
I'm feeling okay. I think I'm tired. A part of me still feels like, if I could have just built a better team, then, you know, my friends would have done better as well, you know, or like my friend's doing badly. I am in part responsible. It's not a rational thought, but it is a thought that I have sometimes, you know. It's a little bit tough to talk about next season accurately, but what I would say is that, yes, I will be trying to win Worlds again next season, but the first step is to rest.
Back out, and now that Iron Hands is eliminated, Urshifu definitely in a better position than previously, and another flinch!
I just don't see how Wolf comes back from this. That's going to seal the deal for this game.
I think that after a big point of failure, it's important to kind of take a step back. In order to actually be the best in the world at something, you have to care very deeply, but in doing so, you open yourself up to like making it much harder when you don't achieve that goal, right? So it's like in order to have a chance to do what you want to do, you have to also open yourself up to a much greater like risk for failing.
It all comes down to this. He took 3 months off this game and came back. The king is back, ladies and gentlemen.
It's
It's just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GS
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wishcast where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon fans, and welcome to our coverage of the Vancouver Regional Championships here in beautiful Canada. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Sierra Dawn and Jake Muller to be able to bring you through our very top of the show. Top of the morning to ya. Rainy day we got here today.
It's every day like this in Canada, honestly. Anyone who's grown up near or in the Vancouver area knows it rains every single day. This is absolutely no exception. I warned them. They still wanted to try and walk this morning until they actually saw the weather outside. And yeah, Kyogre has definitely made an effect here.
I wonder if we'll get to see any Koraidons come in and give us some sunny weather the rest of the weekend.
Gosh, save us.
Yeah, hopefully.
No, but it's going to be an amazing weekend ahead filled with Pokemon action. And hopefully that video got you so hyped, you know? We got our sights set on Victory Road here, and so we'll have to see how our trainers do get the job done. What are some of your expectations just with, we heard Kyogre, Koraidon, what else you got cooking up there?
I think we got a pretty open field here in Vancouver. We're right after a big international championship where people are going to be looking to either, maybe use some of the strategies that saw success over in London, or maybe try and come up with their own to kind of counter those strategies. And so it's going to be a nice mix of strategies here.
Well, that's a really great segue to show everybody about the schedule that we have here for the 2025 competitive Pokemon season. Because you're right, just 2 weeks ago, we were in London for the Europe International Championships, and we've just about passed the halfway point for the season now. We only have 4 North America regionals left, and then we've got the NAIC Championships over in New Orleans before we get to Anaheim for the World Championships. So not too many events left.
It's the same thing, I feel like, every season where we start off a season and it's like, wow, there's so many events. Then we get about halfway through and it's like, oh my goodness, how are we already halfway through?
The time flies.
And then we're going to get to the World Championships and we're like, wow, how did that season just go by? Like, it's crazy.
And then all of a sudden we'll be in 2026. And be like, oh my gosh, Worlds was just like a week ago? That's crazy.
No, we can't already start talking like that, Rose. We can't do it. My heart.
Well, we've got our trainers that are still fighting for those invites to the World Championships. So let's take a look at the qualification. Qualification looks a little bit different this season than it did last time, where last time our trainers needed to hit a certain championship point bar in order to actually get their invite, but now it's a constant competition. You need to be in those top 75 spots in North America or Europe just to be able to get an invite this year.
The great part about it, too, is that you're actually never out of the running for an invitation to the World Championships, because if you do manage to win a regional championship or make the top 4 at an international championship, you automatically qualify regardless of how many championship points you have. So it is never too late to try and make it to Anaheim.
Well, we also just had San Antonio, and now I know this was a couple weeks ago, but let's go ahead and actually take a look back at what happened at that San Antonio Regional Championships.
It was a Tang takeover in Texas. The San Antonio Regional Championships were a return to glory for VGC, as the tournament format was Regulation G, the same format used during the World Championships in Honolulu. The dynamic duo known as the Tang Gang led the Calyrex Ice Rider Brigade. Justin and Shiliang Tang are team-building partners who each made it to top 4. Shiliang Tang would make the finals thanks to clutch KOs from Landorus Incarnate and Calyrex Ice Rider. Justin Tang would have to face his fears against Dawei's Dondozo, landing fissures and one-hit KOing his Pokemon. But Justin played perfectly, preserving Tailwind for the right time to outspeed Dawei's Calyrex Shadow Rider and punch his ticket to the finals. Now it was time for an exact 6 Pokemon mirror match between team-building partners, great friends, and titans of the game, Tang versus Tang. This final showdown would turn friendship into rivalry. In previous matches, Shiliang would consistently come out on top, but now it was Justin's time to become the leader of the Tang gang. Speed ties are crucial in mirror matches, and Justin was fortunate to win pivotal speed ties in both games, allowing his Pokemon to claim the championship knockouts.
And with a third Surging Strikes, Ice Rider Calyrex goes down, and Justin Tang winning the San Antonio Regional Championships.
Think you've got what it takes to keep up with the Tang gang? Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for the latest news and updates on how you can compete in the 2025 Regional Championship Series events.
Now it really does feel like the San Antonio Regional Championships were so long ago.
Truly.
Like, oh my goodness. So I'm glad we had that recap to be able to remind us about just how wild this regional actually was.
It really was. When we're looking at that entire top cut, seeing that there is, first off, this team, but then a couple of the other more unconventional teams. I mean, Dawei's team was just incredible. But to then finally have these two in that grand finals, Justin Tang and Shiliang Tang, two team builders, a perfect mirror to see who would come out on top. And then so storied with Justin finally breaking through to get his 3rd regional title.
I love that the finally gets his 3rd regional title, as if anyone else is, everyone else just has so many regionals. It's funny though, because Justin had such a crazy start to his career with those first 2 regional wins and was still performing very well, but again, just managed to make it through to this final with his very good friend Shiliang next to him. Really fun story there.
And it was by far the most successful team we have seen from a team building group ever. Like getting 1st and 2nd, and I think another top cut at that event as well, alongside a couple other day 2s. I don't know if we're ever gonna see dominance from a team building group quite like this. But, you know, maybe if it's Justin Tang and Shiliang Tang again, it could very well happen. But let's now take a look at what happened just a couple of weeks ago at the Europe International Championships. And for the first time, we saw Koraidon win an international championship, let alone just a title.
And not just the Koraidon, but being able to see this Perish Strap mode of a team was incredible. And it's so interesting to see that at San Antonio, it was these 2 really strong teams, and maybe not like 100% traditional, but more so leaning towards that way. To then go into the international championships and really see what techs people are going for. Wolf Blake with the Screamtail Koraidon, Gothitelle, Dill Yeomans on the other end, said they're going for this Iron Trends, a great adaptation into all these Miraidon teams. So to have this as the grand finals was incredible, and honestly such a historic event too.
Just a statement to both of these players' team buildings, because obviously Wolf, we know, 10-time regional champion, multi-time international champion, loves that Perish Trap mode with the Screamtail and Gothitelle, but if you look at the other 4 Pokemon, that's also just a really threatening team offensively in its own right, and Dill making a really cool call with that Iron Treads.
Oh my goodness. So many Iron Pokemon, like the Future Paradox Pokemon, actually making an appearance. I feel bad for Iron Thorns all the time. But let's take a look now at all of our regional champions so far in North America. And you're going to see some familiar faces. I mean, Wolf not only winning at EUIC, but also has a regional title from Toronto just at the end of the last calendar year.
That was his 10th regional win. He's collecting titles this season, like Gauntlet over here, winning that. There's also the Global Challenge, the first one that he also won that we didn't find out until EUIC. But even just across the list, you have some really stacked names, and then also people that broke through that we never really got to hear of before, talking about Nicholas Morales. But it's interesting to me to see how this kind of goes into people that we've seen more accomplishments on as the season goes on. And then I'm curious for Vancouver, are we going to see another breakout star, or are we going to follow the trend of these more seasoned players being able to get these accomplishments time and time again?
I saw a social post from Chupa Cross that I highly resonate with, which is, I don't know, I've got this gut feeling that maybe Vancouver is going to be one of those regionals where we get a chance to see another breakout star. And so I don't know, I think my gut really does go in that direction, but only time will tell as we have 2 incredible days of action ahead of us. And there's still some pretty heavy hitters that are going to be in attendance here that might be able to add another regional championship title to their cabinet. And these are going to be our top 12 for championship points on the leaderboard for North America.
Some really, really strong names on that list. Of course, Joe Ugarte, one of the best players in North America, if not the world. It's always a threat to win any event that he shows up to, and he is here with us in Vancouver this weekend. Justin Tang and Wolf Glick already won regionals this season, but in the running for some of those travel awards as well, which are always very important. And of course, people like Junshi Zhu hasn't won a regional just yet, but is still very, very successful at any tournament they are at.
And this is an opportunity as well, since we are West Coast, and of course not everyone can attend these events. I know Junshi isn't here, for example. This is a really good opportunity for players that are maybe a little bit more lower on this list to try and climb up a spot or two. I'm looking at someone like Marcus Dion in that 6th place spot. A good finish here could start getting him a little closer up that list. And I'm assuming like anyone on this list is going to be safe for those the World's invites, but again, you're talking about travel awards, all that other stuff. Also, just being able to say that you're the best at the end of the season is also really nice. Like, I was the best player in North America going into the World Championships, no big deal.
Gives you a lot of confidence when you head towards the end of the season, that's for sure. But what about what's been happening over in the Europe region? Here are your EU regional champions so far, and they're also just about past the halfway point. They only have 4 regionals remaining.
I loved Eden's run in particular. Watching them do so well at Stuttgart was great because I know they've been around in the scene for a long time. Very well respected and beloved community member, finally getting their first regional win, which was really exciting. And the team they won it with too, I believe they took a modified version of it to EUIC and a completely different regulation and did pretty well there too. So kind of fun to see a player like Eden have that success and then carry it forward throughout the different regulation sets.
This EU region, like every year, is absolutely so strong, and having a couple of their really strong players as well actually making the journey all the way out to Vancouver. Taryn Birdie, who topped at EUIC here as well, so an opportunity that instead of finding themselves on this list of champions, they're trying to get on the NA list. They're trying to make their stamp there.
Well, I mean, what about Marco Silva? Came over to play at the Toronto Regional Championships. Unfortunately, fell to Wolf, but still got 2nd place at the event. So it's pretty awesome that we do have this kind of merging of the regions almost, it feels like, where let's see, is it going to be a European that maybe actually wins the North American regional this weekend?
I could see it.
I could too. Anything can happen when there's Pokemon involved. But here is your leaderboard for Europe as well as you look at the top 16 in terms of championship points.
Marco Silva cracking over 2,000 points. I mean, considering, the 2nd place, Toronto, there was a 2nd place at another EU event as well. You know, just a casual LAIC victory, no big deal or anything. But then to see a couple of these other names and how many points they have, Victor Medina has been somebody, especially more near the beginning of the season, was getting a lot of Top Gun events, so just very safely securing spot, really nice.
Of course, Michael Kelsch, too, a regional winner last season, 2-time Worlds top 4. I believe the first Worlds he attended made it all the way to the finals, so cool to see him having even more success. And like we've already talked about, Taryn Birdie, already doing very well this season, but looking to add some points to his total and climb up that leaderboard this weekend.
It's already locked for the World Championships, too, after a top 4 at EUIC. So everything past this point, just gravy. We're going to take a look now as just kind of a mid-season check-in. Let's take a stock of what has happened so far. We are looking at the events and the winners from January and February because while we have been able to show you what's been going on in North America as well as Europe, there's been a ton of events that have happened in Latin America as well.
Yeah, looking back at February, we've talked about Marcus Dion, that event that he got 2nd at. Well, who got 1st, right? Daniel Nunez, huge congratulations to him. Being able to keep the title there as well, seeing back on the video, they're all so proud and love to see that, being able to secure invite in that sort of way. And then call out back to Rio de Janeiro. Juan Salerno is someone that we've highlighted a lot once we do get to these international events or do get to see him come out. So not necessarily surprising for that title. And we got to make sure everyone else knows it too.
Exactly. I mean, Juan literally won the very first Regulation G event that happened because it was simultaneously in Latin America as well as North America, and now wins the very first Latin America Regulation G event again. So I feel like it's just going to be another tale as old as time here. But let's talk a little bit about these top 4 restricted Pokemon, because I think maybe something that might come as a bit of a surprise to people is that we've got Koraidon up on this list alongside Calyrex Ice Rider, 2 Pokemon that I feel like have either not found quite the success maybe we would have hoped to see, because you look at Miraidon and its counterpart, versus a Pokemon that also has kind of fallen out of popularity in the Calyrex Ice.
Koraidon especially, I think, is a really cool case because it was always kind of around in the first time that we played this Regulation G rule set last season, but it wasn't super great. It wasn't usually near the top of the usage stats or, you know, making runs to the finals or even winning major events. But now we've just seen it win EUIC under Wolf's control, and with a really cool set too. A lot of times people are opting for Clear Amulet using Collision Course, its signature move, but Wolf opted for a much more offensive Life Orb close combat set. I think that might catch on a little bit more because people realize that that extra power can get you over the finish line a lot quicker.
Yeah, Jamie Boyd, our EU counterpart, was someone that called that out super early, so I know he's happy about that. But I think that's really interesting that a Pokemon that thought was kind of more so figured out and figured that it wasn't maybe that great, actually did have alternative modes that could really find success. And I think a true testament too, as we return to this format, these little innovations, these little changes that we can see that, I don't know, we didn't think of going into the World Championships.
Maybe Vancouver will be another one of those where we get to see some of that innovation come to the forefront. Already, looking across the field, we've seen some pretty interesting teams, so hopefully we get a chance to show you a couple of those. But before we get to that, let's talk a little bit about what we might expect this weekend. So we saw that top 4, Calyrex Ice, Koraidon, Kyogre, Miraidon, but when we actually think about what is going to be more of like a tried and true and tested strategy, seeing a lot of Calyrex Shadow actually making an appearance at this event, which was a restricted early on. People looked at and said, well, it's got a 100% accurate spread move. Why are people not using it a little more?
It was just so well respected, honestly. It was the first Pokemon that was really talked about as being the threat heading into the format. So everyone had a counter, everyone knew kind of how to play around it, and yeah, from there, that's when we started seeing the other restricteds like kind of pop up a little bit more. But it's always been a solid pick, especially in this format where people are kind of like, oh, well, now I have to respect Koraidon and I have to respect all these other things. Maybe dropping a little bit more of those answers, and a couple of those texts that you got to see, those changes along the way. We've seen the Terra Fairy, we've seen the Draining Kiss, the things that make sure you're not just going to get walled by a Wide Guard or a Terra Normal Pokemon.
And as people shifted to, you know, the Terra Fairy, Calyrex Shadow, the people running their own Calyrex Shadow thought, okay, I'll go Terra Normal so I don't take any damage from Astral Barrage. Maybe they start running more Psychic type attacks like Psychic or Expanding Force with maybe an DD next to it. It's all a matter of capitalizing on, okay, I think these are what people are going to use to answer my Calyrex Shadow, and here's how I'm actually going to flip that on its head. So if you're relying on spread moves, Wide Guard can shut you down, and then you just switch to using Psychic instead, and all of a sudden you're still doing a lot of damage.
Really good. So then, Calyrex Shadow Rider, people still have to respect it, but then you talk about all of these other restricted Pokemon that you need to kind of keep a tech or check in mind for, and all of a sudden you can't actually cover for everything under the sun. So where do you go from here when you know, oh my gosh, Miraidon's still a huge threat, and you also have to make sure that you have great resists for gosh knows what else.
That's the part of it.
Trapagos even maybe.
Oh, there'll be Trapagos. There is a good amount of Trapagos, especially by the European players, specifically some of the top Italian players in the scene. So there is going to be some Trapagos out there. And I think that's what makes this really interesting when you look at the team building and those little differences to have on your team to then make sure you can come out ahead when you're up against a field where you can go up against realistically any restricted. And I love that you're talking about Miraidon, because that is one that we're going to see this weekend when you're looking at the couple of different modes that that we see it. I mean, there's obviously Luca Cherabelli's version. There is also Joe Ugarte's version that actually won EUIC in the seniors division, right? So there's a couple of different modes of Miraidon that are really strong and need to be respected, and that's definitely one you cannot be disrespecting going into the weekend.
It's cool to see how players are adapting their team building strategies from this first round of Regulation G to now as well. I'd love to, an example from the Justin and Sheila Yang Tang team from San Antonio is that a lot of times with Calyrex Ice Rider, players were opting for Pelipper as their kind of flying type, Tailwind, got some utility in Wide Guard, but they shifted over to Roaring Moon, which is, different defensive typing can help out a lot against something like the Calyrex Shadows with that ghost resistance. You also get that speed boost with the Photosynthesis. You also get your own Tailwind, but Knockoff is a really nice utility move as well. If you can get rid of some of these utility items like Clear Amulet, that can make a lot of your victory paths a lot smoother. So it's a cool way to see players identifying different ways to accomplish similar goals, but with different Pokemon.
Gets me so excited to see what we're going to have in store for us for the Vancouver Regional Championships, and we're almost there to be able to show you our very first round of the day. So make sure that you follow the channels in case you can't stay tuned for the entirety of the day. You can check us out on Twitch as well as YouTube, all of our different social channels as well. In terms of Instagram, just use @Pokemon. We're everywhere. Go find us. And make sure that you also take a look at our brand new webpage for the Pokemon broadcasts. Pokemon.com/broadcast is going to be your central hub for you to get all of the information that you need for not just the Vancouver stream, but all of the other upcoming streams and special events we have for the Pokemon broadcast. So now that that's all out of the way, we're going to throw it over to our casters, Gabby and Scott, to get this party started.
Thank you so much, Rosemary. Like she just said, I'm Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Scott Glaza, and we are ready to kick off this incredible regional championship weekend here in Vancouver.
I'm really excited. We've never seen a tournament so deep into a format before. Not like we've seen it before, but after EUIC, where I feel like a lot of players probably brought their best ideas. I'm really excited what we'll see this weekend, right? What's still left in the tank?
Well, what's left right now is the format video. So if it's your first time joining us this weekend, here's what you can expect to see as the tournament progresses.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Of course, you could punch your ticket to Worlds this weekend, but you could also punch your ticket to a very nice prize, $6,000 to the winner here this weekend, in addition to 108 booster packs. Surging Sparks is pretty cool right now, I gotta say, so.
Yeah, it's tough to find, so just win a tournament, easy.
Win a tournament, pull one of those Pikachu cards, and then you are golden. But we have some incredible players competing here this weekend, so I do want to take a moment before we jump into battle to touch on them, as Marcus Dion, our first player to the left of the screen, just got second place in the Merida Regionals, like everybody was talking about earlier, top 4 in Sacramento, working with his friend Carson Confer. Also, just want to mention that last time we were in Vancouver, maybe 2 times ago, he had roses with him, and he was quite a nice suitor to his opponents, so we'll have to see if we get an update on that storyline.
Yeah, super excited to see how well he's doing this year. I think kind of been one of the most fun players to watch on stream. I think he's really made these events more fun for a long time, and I was surprised. I didn't realize he was so high in the championship point rankings. 6th place, like probably should have won that special event, got a little unlucky in the finals. So just having a fantastic season.
For sure, and James Evans as well, having a fantastic season, just off top 16 at EUIC. Won Vancouver here last year and is one of the only people to achieve the triple crown of being a world champion in the seniors division, alongside of a international champion and a regional champion.
Yeah, one of the best ever. Just a really impressive player every time we watch him battle on stream. Makes great decisions, rarely makes bad mistakes. Always like really invested and excited about the matches. Excited to see him potentially later in the event.
All right, and finally, we have Abdullah Muhayuddin, who is going to be one of our competitors actually in this round 2 of Swiss coming up. You may recall we were introduced to Abdullah back in 2023 here in Vancouver. It was his first tournament ever, and he walked away with that champion title. It's so great to see him here competing again. Does have some other accomplishments to the names now that he's back once again. Got top 4 in the first Grand Challenge of the year. That was back in Regulation H, and of course top 8 at Worlds in 2023.
Yeah, excellent player there. I'd kind of been preparing the bit, like, oh, I think my biggest criticism of him, I wish he competed more, right? I wish we get to see him battle more. Did not look like a first-time player when we first saw him with that regional championship win, and my wish was already granted because here he is right in front of us.
His opponent, though, William Yee, this is actually, I believe, one of his first ever tournaments. We were told that this is his 2nd round of best of 3, so first tournament, probably hasn't had a chance to hit those locals yet, but, running a team like he is with that Calyrex Ice Rider and DD Smeargle, a little bit Trick Room heavy, those teams can be very unpredictable, which could be a challenge for Abdullah.
Yeah, I think if you're in a situation like William here, I guess the first thing to keep in mind is like Abdullah's basically in the same spot when he won this event, right? So
yeah.
It can happen. We've seen it happen. But also, yeah, I mean, you kind of want to be a little bit more like high variance offense maybe on your team. If you do feel like maybe you're at an experience disadvantage where it's something where, hey, if you get a couple turns really right, you can kind of quickly win a game. But on this other field, you kind of see Abdullah's team, which is a little bit more methodical.
You say a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and say a lot of it, as this is one of the best Terrapagos teams, I think, to have been built in the Regulation G format. You have Fluttermane with speed control and taunt, which can really mess up Trick Room teams. You have Heatran with Magma Storm, which we'll probably have a chance to talk about a little bit later. Incineroar, this is more of a support set with Knockoff and Will-O-Wisp, really tough for Calyrex Ice Rider players. And of course, Rillaboom, Ogrepon, great Pokemon, but that Terrapagos itself, it's that slower variant with Substitute and Calm Mind, wants to stay on the field, wants to get those boosts, wants to heal its health, and really just be a thorn in Williams' side, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really neat, too, as we've seen this format in its 2nd go-around here. I felt like Terrapagos is kind of in a bad spot as we left the World Championships, or even though it had gotten 2nd place at last year's NAIC, it just kind of felt like they kind of hit like a dead end in Terrapagos planning, and this version of team is very different, right? We did not see the Heatran on that team or the Cornerstone Ogrepon way back when, and it merely makes the team play differently, so excited to see that a little bit once we get into the match.
I mean, talking about teams playing differently, you do have the Calyrex Ice Rider alongside of Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is a core that's kind of been around since the start of Regulation G, but you have all of these different support options for it. Ogrepon Heartflame, I think, is the most unique pick here, as typically it is also Cornerstone that likes to hang out with the Calyrex Ice Rider, so you have the sturdy ability, you can redirect and then hopefully keep it around for an Ivy Cudgel or two after Trick Room has been set up. And DD has Heal Pulse, that's a little bit of a unique adaptation, and of course Decorate Smeargle. It can just boost up the Urshifu, boost up the Blood Moon Ursaluna, Calyrex Ice Rider, even the Ogrepon. This is a team that's very unpredictable, and I feel like Abdullah is really going to have to feel out how William wants to play this team before he's going to be able to respond like a player who runs a more balanced type archetype would like to play.
Yeah, I mean, I do really feel like the teams kind of reflect the relative tournament experience of the players here, where this one's a little bit all gas, no brakes, and that does sometimes work, right? I think you probably don't want to get caught in a long, drawn-out game with a player who's had potentially a lot more experience than you have. I think Smeargle in particular is a lot of fun here. There are some options on the other side, especially the taunt from that Fluttermane that could be a problem for, but Spore is always really scary, and Decorate, one of the most fun moves in the game. Able to boost up a Pokemon's stats through Protect.
And really, as long as you're able to go for that turn 1 follow me and then Trick Room, maybe turn 2 if we see a fake out in the lead, you don't necessarily worry about your follow me user getting taunted, as you can always switch the following turn. And chances are, once speed is on Calyrex's side, it's going to be able to underspeed and just KO. And with a lead of the Smeargle and the Calyrex Ice Rider for William versus the Terapagos and the Rillaboom, that might be what we see. Turn 1, take it a little slow. Turn 2, twist the dimensions.
Won't imminently have to worry about any taunts, but there is the fake out option from this Rillaboom, and we see the Terapagos on the field as well. As you mentioned before, this is the slower version of Terapagos, so likely looking to set up a substitute at some point, which would help it avoid that Spore, and then boost up with some Calm Minds to really dish out a lot of damage. Should be a lot of fun in that regard. And then with the Rillaboom here, you'd assume with a Trick Room team here, decent chance that perhaps Incineroar is also in the back, so maybe a little slower style here from Medulla with 2 potential fake out users.
Yeah, but that's exactly what you want to do against a Trick Room player like William. You want to be able to slow the pace of the game down so you can fit in those Calm Minds. So then once the Twisted Dimensions are back to normal, you just terrestrialize Starstorm and take everything out. Interestingly enough, though, no follow me's, no protects. We just get a double fake out here from both the Rillaboom into the Calyrex and now the Smeargle into the Terapagos. I would say most importantly breaking the Terra Shell ability, but with leftovers and with the grassy terrain active, it's going to get those 2 health points back quite quickly.
Yeah, I talked a little bit earlier about kind of how you team build around Terapagos, and I feel like Rillaboom is almost a mandatory inclusion for exactly this reason. That Terra Shell ability helping out kind of like Dragon Eyes Multiscale to reduce damage when you are fully healthy, and very helpful here with Grassy Terrain to negate things like that fake out.
And we have U-turn now from Rillaboom, allowing Abdullah to switch it out into their second fake out user. It is going to be the Incineroar now. Intimidate won't be too helpful right now because the Clear Amulet is still equipped to that Calyrex Ice Rider, but that's something that could change very quickly. Terapagos goes for the substitute now, will be able to defend itself from Spore on the Smeargle, which is exactly what comes into play. It fails. And now Calyrex Ice Rider does get the benefit of Trick Room on the field, but with Abdullah having substitute up and fake out available to them, it's going to be a pretty tough ride for that Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, it is. Kind of potentially another tournament could get handshaken a little bit here with neither side really being able to progress too much, and that's mostly to Abdullah's advantage. You do want to still, start weakening these Pokemon that enable the Trick Room setup so it doesn't just happen again once it expires, but that's always what you want to see if you're facing against Trick Room, right? Trying to get them in a situation where even though they have the speed advantage, it's difficult to actually press it, and with Terapagos and that substitute up, kind of going to need, maybe an attack both from the Calyrex as well as a Spore to really slow it down, and lots of options on Abdullah's side not to let that happen.
Yeah, to be fair, Incineroar is not holding a safety goggle, so that could have been a target for Spore. We could have also seen William try to decorate that Calyrex Ice Rider, but instead will switch out into the Choice Band Urshifu, which can attack through protects moving forward. So a good Pokemon to have on the field later. For now, though, Terapagos goes for its first Calm Mind of the match, going to be boosting up its special attack and special defense by 1 stage.
Yeah, so the Urshifu getting out here is, I think, a really nice switch. Kind of as I mentioned, you don't want to just get your Trick Room stalled out. It now becomes much more challenging just to, play passively. We do see the Terra Shell reactivating for the Terapagos there. Just enough healing with the leftovers in the Grassy Terrain to, I think, get exactly enough HP. And I think that can make a big difference here where that will potentially help protect the substitute. Really want to be able to break that in one shot.
Yeah, and I think the other dangerous thing that William has to watch out for this turn is Abdullah does run Will-O-Wisp on this Incineroar as it's not holding an Assault Vest, so it can go for those supportive moves. And if Will-O-Wisp connects here with either the Calyrex Ice Rider or that Urshifu, that's going to be huge damage mitigation in favor of that Terapagos. So very safe for Abdullah to keep using Calm Mind, go for those burns, try to connect him against William's 2 main attackers. The big question for me is how does William get around that threat?
Yeah, it's a tough spot, right? But something's going to have to get burned here.
Yeah.
I think double targeting Incineroar is super viable. It looks like we tried and perhaps didn't succeed.
Yeah, unfortunately for Calyrex, that high horsepower did not connect with the Incineroar, but depending on how it was trained, that might have not even been a knockout. Will-O-Wisp will connect, reducing its attack power moving forwards. Wicked Blow into that Incineroar as well. Is guaranteed a critical hit, but it's not going to do a lot of damage and will be hurt by Rocky Helmet in return. Now this Terra Star Starstorm is single target, will attack into that Urshifu, and that is a clean KO.
Ooh, that's a great turn from Abdullah and really tough for William there. And as you mentioned, they miss on the high horsepower. Unfortunate there. I think there probably would not have been a one-hit knockout, and I guess even if it had, it's still a pretty good trade from the Abdullah side of the field. But the way it played out is just wonderful for him. Gets the knockout, gets the burn on the opposing restricted Pokemon. Really seeing the value of this version of Incineroar as well, where typically tends to be a little bit more passive. And I think on this team where, it's hard to think of Will-O-Wisp as like being like an aggressive attack exactly, but it does cause the Incineroar to pull a little bit more pressure, a little more attention toward it, where ignoring it, you get punished a lot harder than you do with the average Incineroar moveset.
Yeah, and that's exactly why Terapagos is benefiting from this field position right now, is that there is so much pressure to focus on that Incineroar to stop the burn. Terapagos is free to, as we saw, go for a knockout. With the Ursaluna Blood Moon on the field now, this does shift the damage from physical to special, so certainly don't have to worry about getting burned. Unfortunately, though, with Terra Shell still active on the Terapagos and that +1 special defense boost from the Calm Mind, it hardly does any damage, even though it can attack through the substitute. Knockoff onto the Smeargle will remove the Focus Sash, and now a second Terra Starstorm from this Terapagos connects with the Ursaluna. It's able to hold on, but it is still a very uphill battle for William.
Yeah, it's a tough spot here where all the Pokemon on Williams side of the field now in some way have been really encumbered. The Calyrex still nearly at full HP, but burned, and now these Pokemon are both greatly weakened. Trick Room nearly expiring, and Terapagos is continuing to go the wrong direction here as it just barely avoids getting its Terra Shell active once again with the grassy terrain expiring.
And now as well that all of Williams' Pokemon are at that critical less than half health point. We see that Abdullah is considering terastallizing. Being able to switch from a single target to a double target attack here would ensure a double knockout this turn, regardless of Trick Room, which I think is the most impressive thing for me in this matchup, is that the speeds haven't really affected any of this match at all.
Yeah, I guess this is a great thing about a team that's as bulky as Abdullah is, right?
Yeah.
If none of the Pokemon are going to get knocked out anyway, it doesn't matter what order they act in typically, other than, the effect of something like a burn. And even there, it, just dodge the attacks, and then it doesn't matter if the Pokemon's burned or not.
Yeah, for sure. So Incineroar will be leaving the field for now, as it has honestly done more than enough in this matchup, and it will be the return of that Rillaboom in its place, resetting the grassy terrain for Terapagos' benefit. And we will see the Terapagos now go for a terastallization. I had to pause there a moment because I forgot that apparently you cannot terastallize when you are behind the substitute.
Yeah, gotta get it out of the way there. The pretty much larger, I guess, in this form, so you don't want to break the first substitute.
I was going to say, is it going to swap out into a larger substitute now?
No, same size substitute, so substitute might have to be a little bit mobile here to block the entirety of this now much larger body. And we do see the Decorate come in. Okay, so this could be a lot of damage going the other direction, and Williams' last hurrah here, going to need to do some serious damage to stay in this one.
Also, good thing to note as well, with Trick Room up on the field, that Smeargle is going to be slower than the Ursaluna, so that it can go for that Decorate boost prior to it attacking. Terra Starstorm, though, it is now a spread move. It is now going to get a double KO, and it will just be that turn Calyrex Ice Rider in the back for William.
Yeah, a really tough spot there. Decent damage to the Hyper Voice, I think certainly quite a bit less than perhaps you're hoping for in this particular situation, but maybe doubly so here now because that substitute is not broken, right? So not only is this Terapagos have a Calm Mind and still reasonably healthy to face down a burned restricted Pokemon, but also the first hit at best is just going to break that substitute, looking very over here in game one.
It does make me think just how William will adapt to the strategy going into game number 2, because I feel like Abdullah played this very by the book. You have your 2 fake out users, you prioritize Rillaboom first, so you have the terrain set for Terapagos, you have the leftovers there, you ensure that you get your Calm Mind in addition to the substitute when needed. I feel like if William has played this type of team before, that would kind of be okay. I'm going to assume this, I'm going to react to this. And just seeing how this game 1 played out, I wonder if the adaptation is just maybe play the Smeargle a little bit differently. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see him go for those Decorates earlier on, especially since he was avoiding Follow Me. He was avoiding Fake Out.
Yeah, I really agree. And I think it's kind of a fun matchup for us to analyze. I think William's team is sort of the sort of team that you tend to like to play, and Will's team is the sort of team that I like to play. So we're kind of like both putting ourselves, I feel like, in the position of one trainer or the other. To me, I felt like William played a little bit too slow.
Yeah,
where
that's fair.
I kind of like... Abdullah needs to get knocked out of his pattern in order to lose a matchup here where, like, if you can just play conservatively, that's what you want to do with a team like this, right? You want to try to avoid taking too many risks, and I think, to me, it kind of just feels like William probably hasn't played a whole lot against players of Abdullah's skill level, and I think to do that, you've got to take a little more risk, you got to play a little quicker, you can't just do your flow chart because your opponent knows that and is going to react appropriately, where, like you mentioned, I think I'd like to see decorate quicker, I'd like to see riskier scores, where I think you just got to have to roll the dice a little bit to try to get a bigger advantage, because just trying to, like, trade conservatively isn't going to work.
I think that, honestly, that's something about this Terrapagos team that applies universally. I feel like if you try and trade with a Terrapagos team that is focused on protecting the Terrapagos, giving it time, you're always going to be trading for not the Terrapagos, which then Terrapagos is still there. You can't necessarily terrestrialize in front of it. I do like to call out the fact that this Calyrex Ice Rider is a water Terra type, so it couldn't have terrestrialized to get to avoid the burn, as I know some people like to run fire there for that particular reason. But overall, I agree. A little bit riskier play from William, focusing on those harder hitters a little bit more aggressively. We also didn't see the Indeedee at all, which would have been great to take away the grassy terrain, just seeing how much that allowed the Terrapagos to stay on the field even more.
Yeah, I think I want to see Indeedee, because I think it's both that and then also the ability to follow me that burns away. Winding up that situation where, like, well, both these Pokemon can't get burned, so we're in trouble now, was not like a great position to wind up in. I think having that option. The downside is Indeedee is, you're thinking like, all right, more offense. Indeedee is not exactly the right fit for that situation, but maybe a better option potentially than just going, bring the same 4 Pokemon and just hoping you can aggressive your way out of it. I think if I think about it from Abdullah's side, when I'm playing that sort of team, to me, usually it's the first few turns that are really important, where once you get set up, it's really tough to break what Terrapagos is trying to do. And I think, you've got to break the positioning early, especially as you mentioned with the terrain there, right? Where, like, if Terra Shell's going to activate, 3 or 4 times over the course of the match, you're simply not going to win, right? Unless you're taking a knockout every turn, which is just not super viable against this sort of team. So yeah, I'm hoping for something just like a little more aggressive here with William. Like, hey, it's a tough draw. You don't want to play against a former regional champion in the second round. Being on stream is scary. So I'm definitely empathetic in that regard. But yeah, I think if you want to try to pull this one out, it got a little bit crazy here.
I gotta say, just to kind of look at things through a bit of a larger picture as we wait for these players to lock in their teams for Game 2, I'm honestly surprised to see Abdullah lock into this particular team. I do think it's the best Terrapagos team in the format right now. I think that having Magmastorm on Heatran so you can trap your opponent's Pokemon on the field so they can't switch is really a cool tech that Terrapagos can take advantage of. But I know I was personally expecting it to see a little bit more of it at EUIC a couple weeks ago, and the fact that we didn't and the fact that we're seeing it here now is just something interesting I wanted to note.
Yeah, it's weird. I kind of wonder if it's like Terrapagos is kind of just like a player preference thing, maybe. It's really hard to predict turn over tournament. I think we didn't see a whole lot of it at Worlds either, despite like doing so well at NEIC. And just see that there's kind of ups and downs that don't necessarily reflect its strength or like current tournament performance. I guess I'd be curious to hear what many of our competitors have to say about that. But for now, Terrapagos has entered the field, trying to prove once again why it should be used more frequently in the video game championships.
Lead style. We're seeing the same exact teams that we saw in game number 1, which means there's probably going to be a playstyle difference here.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a lot of fun, right? Where, again, I just don't think playing it out the same way as the previous time is likely to work out for William, but he does have some neat options here. We see the fake out coming out here first, so likely going to see, no fake out this time. So what's the switch up?
So it could be Spore or it could be Decorate. So that's a 50-50. And 50% of the time, it's going to be Decorate.
Yeah, because I would have gone for the Decorate here because you're expecting potentially a substitute from Terrapagos. And I think if you Spore into the substitute, then that's just a complete disaster.
Yeah, I agree.
This is still not like awesome. Like if you're Williams side there, we're giving up the 3 Calm Mind isn't great, but it does give you a much more interesting situation potentially than last time, where I think Smeargle likely going to need to sacrifice itself here, but potentially, with the combination of a Follow Me and a Trick Room, this time you get Trick Room up maybe with a boosted Calyrex instead of a neutral one, and then also Smeargle getting knocked out, maybe not the worst thing in the world either, because that would lead to a free switch, and you'd get the full 5 turns of Trick Room with 2 offensive Pokemon out and ready to go.
Yeah, Smeargle, even though it does have Decorate and Spore and could find find utility on the field for longer than just the first couple turns of a match, I do think that William wants it to get KO'd this turn. And fortunately, it's a very easy adjustment for him to just click follow me now and just accept that it's going to go down. But instead, it looks like no follow me here. We do get another U-turn, so Abdullah following the same exact procedure that we saw him follow in game number 1, sending in the Incineroar now, going to be able to threaten those Will-O-Wisps and those knockoffs once again once we get through this turn. But what I find, again, really interesting here is that he did double target the Smeargle, but I want to know what William tried to go for. Was it another Decorate? Because that would have been insane.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. With,
yeah.
It was either Glacial
no
Lance or no Trick Room. So Terra Shell going to protect the Terapagos here, and it should still deal pretty good damage.
This changes things, though, because now the Incineroar is going to be slower than a potential Urshifu coming out on the field. And this single strike Urshifu does have close combat. It is choice banned, so I think you have to play around the fake out pressure this turn, but you could potentially stop Calyrex from getting burned.
Yeah, I wonder if I like this better.
I think I do.
You do avoid the burn that way, as you mentioned, where Smeargle would have, if it survived, would have had to find some means of dealing with this Incineroar anyway. And yeah, now Urshifu, a very scary Pokemon to face down for both of these Pokemon, going to kind of require the full attention of Abdullah now, potentially. But also, there's a +2 Calyrex sitting right next to it, right? So again, we have the two big threats next to one another. The speed control is a little bit different than we expected, but maybe having the two Pokemon sandwich in the middle on William's side either way, where I think maybe Incineroar last is probably better than Incineroar first, given the problems with the burn. So not quite the adjustment I was expecting, but thinking about this more, I really like it.
Yeah, we get our first terrestrialization of the set here from William. We'll be locking in that dark typing for the Urshifu single strike. A little bit scary.
Go for the Sucker Punch, probably in the Tropico's, trying to try to knock it out before it can be hit and return.
Just missing out on that KO. Terra Starstorm now will connect with the opposing Urshifu. Is able to hold on with 1 HP. Unfortunately, though, Will-O-Wisp will find its mark against the opposing Calyrex. It is a little bit better off than it was last game, as it does already have +2 in attack from Decorate, but that is still going to weaken the Glacial Lance, but it is going to do enough to pick up the knockout on the Terapagos now. So Calyrex Ice Rider does get an attack boost for its trouble, thanks to the Chilling Neigh ability. And honestly, with this Incineroar so low, I think as long as you can land a high horsepower against it, that's going to be a KO.
Yeah, and I think kind of an interesting way to get to this position, right? But in the end, Calyrex does have boosted attack still, right? +3 levels of attack, but more like +1 because of the burn, reducing its base attack stat. And, it's definitely a better spot for William, right? We'll have to see if it's a winning position, but one of the downsides of this team is you do not have a lot of offense outside of the Terapagos. It's very important, as we mentioned, to get rid of that Terapagos early. And unlike that first game, this time William does disrupt the defensive synergy, the Abdullah side of the team. And now we have two supportive Pokemon aiming to support one another. But, with how weakened this Urshifu is, both Rillaboom's fake out potentially, as well as a Grassy Glide looking to threaten a knockout.
Well, here's the interesting thing here. William did switch out that Urshifu for the Ursaluna, so he brought the same 4 Pokemon in Game 1 that he brought in Game 2. And we do see Abdullah predict the switch and go for the fake out into the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider, and the Incineroar is able to knock off Life Orb. And normally I would say, well, that's unfortunate for that Ursaluna, as it's going to be doing less damage, but it's also not going to be taking recoil damage. And I feel like because of that, and just given this board position, I almost feel like that works out well for William.
Yeah, I guess one of the nice things about William, too, is with spread attacks of both these Pokemon, he may not have to do a whole lot of predicting for the rest of his game. It's like, he kind of could just hit buttons. I do think the Rillaboom is pretty scary. You're not going to want to take too many attacks from this Calyrex, which does have super effective damage available and is sort of kind of a boosted attack. But, Ursaluna definitely not going to want to get caught at the end with this Rillaboom. And on William's side, it's going to be pretty difficult to try to get a cheeky Trick Room off here. But Abdullah's going to go for the Terastallization here. Rillaboom not afraid of this Calyrex, going to go on the offense.
I was going to say Terra Grass Woodhammer is probably Abdullah's second most powerful attack behind that Terapagos. Does miss out on the knockout for this Calyrex. However, it does look like it's in position to be KO'd by knockoff, as it is still holding its held item, which means that is the full base power. And that's exactly what we see happen. Ursaluna, though, still free to go on the attack here, has Blood Moon, and that is the attack it picks to pick up the KO onto that Incineroar. So now both of these trainers are down to their final 2 Pokemon, and I think the big thing to keep an eye out is how many turns of grassy terrain are left.
Yeah, I mean, that helps.
Yeah, it's
so that
gone.
could be a big deal.
I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, because I was going to say, the problem with this is like, okay, well, but you still have to knock out this Rillaboom, right? I think still a somewhat huge problem. We cannot see a Blood Moon on this turn because it was used on the previous turn, and I think we like to see a situation now where the Ogrepon goes for a follow me. Rillaboom knocks out Urshifu and then gets caught with this with this Ursaluna on the following turn with it, where it can press its type advantage. But this game's going to come down to a close one. After that first game was a blowout, this is going to be a pretty tight finish.
It's all going to come down to predictions here.
So it doesn't matter. Never mind.
Yeah,
Easy.
So
no sucker punch, just easy knockout.
No sucker punch. Ogrepon is able to pick up the KO on to the opposing Urshifu. That is going to mean that the opposing Ursaluna will be the target of this Woodhammer, and even without grassy terrain, potentially even without that terrestrialization, that will be enough to pick up the KO there. And even though it got a little bit dicey towards the end, Abdullah was able to find a way to win this set 2-0 against William Yee, our defending Vancouver 2023 champion, already making his mark in today's tournament.
Yeah, great set there. I kind of missed how easy the hit buttons endgame was there, so a little cleaner than maybe it looked at first, but yeah, great set there. And yeah, I mean, I think it was a good adjustment by William, where it certainly made the second game quite a bit more interesting than the first, but just a little bit behind where it needed to be in order to, kind of like really make that one a game. Hey, if Calyrex is able to get an attack or more likely a Trick Room off on that turn where it gets knocked out, we're looking at a very different end game and perhaps talking about an exciting game 3 here. But Abdullah proving why he's a regional champion, very well put together set by him.
Yeah, I wish we could have seen the sucker punch as well onto that Rillaboom in that final turn. I would be very curious how much damage that would have done, because had that Woodhammer not connected, then we would also be looking at a bit of a different end game. But so it goes. I think William showed that he has a lot of potential with this team. His adaptations were very on point compared to what we saw in game number 1. It's just sometimes you're playing against a former regional champion who's playing with a lot of tools at their disposal, and that really does give them the flexibility to play around some of your adjustments.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, I do think it was a good adjustment, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Abdullah gets to adjust too, right? It's not like, he didn't do anything different in game 2. I thought the Coal Mine was pretty nice there, where there's a bunch of other options, right? I think so the substitute on Tropicos would have been tempting there. I think having the Coal Mine instead for the offensive pressure kind of put him in a somewhat significantly better spot. And yeah, I mean, I think it was a fun set there where, William seems like a smart player. I think I did, especially for someone who hasn't had a whole lot of tournament experience, I do like the way that he kind of played throughout the course of that set. We didn't talk about what was happening because we were analyzing the matchup, but I loved how long he took to close out the first game too, even though the game was obviously over, only had the one Pokemon remaining. Spent all the time that he could to think about how to play the second game, right? I think that's a very veteran move from a newer trainer, and I'll be very excited to see kind of how Williams' tournament finishes.
Me too, and I do want to also take a moment to go back to one of the points we were talking about when we were trying to, give the players enough time to think, which is like Terapagos' position in the metagame. And, I hope that when we talk to Abdullah, back here later on, we'll be able to ask him this question, but I do want to get your full thoughts on that, because I feel like we kind of just rushed through it, and it was like, well, it did well at NAIC, and then, So what are the full Terapagos, Scott?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty interesting, because I think like when the format was first released, right, I think the big advantage of Terapagos, at the time, like Shadow Rider Calyrex seems like it's probably the best restricted in the format, which I think has become a lot more debatable over the following months, but it seems like Terapagos is a really positive matchup into that, and then we got to a point where, like, it's not that positive, right? I think it's still like advantageous for the Terapagos side, but I think the Calyrex Shadow Rider teams had developed pretty well to make that harder, and then I feel like the counter development on the Terapagos side just kind of hadn't happened there, right? Where it's like I think it either needed to get really good back in that matchup again, or kind of improve its matchup spreads with the rest of the field in order to be worth it enough, because I felt like at least at the time both Terapagos had kind of a lot of negative matchups against other teams, and then also it's just hard to play, right? I think in a format where almost all the restricted Pokemon dealing these huge knockouts, Terapagos being like, all right, in just 17 turns, I'm going to be ready to win the game. There's a lot more you can screw up over the course of that build-up compared to a team where you get that one big attack off and it's kind of just over. And I really liked kind of, we've seen almost all of the more successful recent teams with this Ogrepon and with this Heatran on them. Sometimes with a variety of other supportive Pokemon depending on what the trainers are trying to do. And it just seems like it works more reliably now, right? I think that's a really cool adjustment. I'm a little more curious again. I wonder if it's just a taste thing that's leading to kind of like the variance at specific tournaments, but I like where they've come with this. I think if Tropicus is ever going to win a regional championship, it probably has to be this weekend, so excited to see if it happens.
For sure, and I hope we get to see some more Heatran as well. I mean, that's a Pokemon that has been very historical in terms of his impact in VGC, but hasn't really been seen in the Scarlet and Violet era. And, you know, I think that with terrestrialization, sometimes it can be a little bit of a weird typing. You know, there are other fire-type Pokemon that you get more utility out of. I'm looking at Incineroar, of course. But the synergy with Magma Storm, being able to trap your opponent's Pokemon on the field, you know, trapping something that is advantageous for Terapagos to be in front of is so important in this team. And I just hope we get to see that mode play out a little bit more, because, I mean, look at Wolf Glick. I mean, everybody does, but he's been able to do so well in recent tournaments with, you know, Perish Trap, with the Shadow Tag ability, making sure your opponents can't switch. Heatran and Magma Storm is just one other variant of that that allows you to take away one of your opponent's options to your advantage.
Yeah, I mean, trapping's broken, right? I think this kind of like as a high-level thought, you know, not being able to switch command really limits what your opponent can do. I was thinking, you know, speaking of like Wolf's team, Joe, I think sometimes he Screamtail on this Terapagos team as well. I kind of just think the disruptive support, I think, in general is really powerful, especially in this one restricted Pokemon format where, you know, the restricted Pokemon's offensive power is just kind of so much better than everything else, where you're kind of like trying to influence the game board as much as you can. Like something like Urshifu or Fluttermane, you know, you can do it by dealing damage, but other Pokemon have to find different ways of being effective. And Heatran, despite being legendary Pokemon, doesn't have that level of offense, so it contributes in other ways.
Yep, that is correct. I think my favorite Heatran moment, I just got to give the shout out. When it had Flash Fire and everybody was running Hidden Power Fire back when Hidden Power was still a move that we used in VGC. That was pretty great, not gonna lie. Those were the days.
Yeah, you know, I once, you mentioned Wolf. Yeah, I definitely lost to Wolf at Worlds styling on me with the skill swap Heatran, so I'd be happy to never see this Pokemon again.
So it goes.
Yeah, let's see. You know, it feels like a high skill Pokemon every format, so yeah, I'll respect the Heatran players.
All right, well, we certainly also respect Abdullah, who is a former Vancouver Regional Champion and who is in the lounge ready for an interview. So Rosemary, please take it away.
Thank you so much. I am here with the winner of our very first round on stream. Abdullah, how are you doing? It's been a while since we've seen you.
Yeah, it's been a bit. I'm doing pretty good.
Have you been busy with just like school life?
Yeah, school life. I think I talked about it at Worlds, but I was a little bit down. I'm really happy to be here though. Like really, really happy to be here. So I'm here now.
It's really great to have you back and playing Pokemon.
I appreciate it.
And you're playing Terapagos. So talk to me a little bit about the inspiration bringing this particular team to the event.
Oh man, so I love fast teams. I love hyper offensive teams. I hate when rounds go forever. I felt like this was the call though. Pagos takes forever to set up, takes forever to play. I just feel like it's super, super good right now. I think the matchup spread is just really strong for it. The meta always changes, right? The best mon is, it's always undecided until the tour. I feel like Pagos is really, really good for this tour though. Like you saw in that matchup, I really like Cali Ice. I think in general it's just a great mon, so inspiration came from being boring for once, and otherwise I think the mon's great. I think the mon's really strong. That's the only reason I ever play. It's so boring. It's so boring.
That is very fair. And the Terapagos, I mean, even though it did take a while, I think you have a little bit of a nice break ahead of you after a nice 2-0.
Excited.
So how did you actually approach this particular matchup, knowing like, okay, you've got this substitute as well in the Terapagos. Once you get that set up, you can really get ready to rock.
Yeah, so I think the nice thing about the team is, I think a lot of restricted teams kind of spread their partners pretty thin. They're kind of forced to, with only 5 partners, they're kind of forced to do quite a bit with those 5 Pokemon. The thing I like about this team is the roles are super condensed. Like, the only way I can explain it is I brought the same 4 mons and did the same game plan every time. It's kind of on your opponent to respond. It's kind of on you to play a little bit better. But just because of the fact that, you know, I'm playing with like 3 really strong supports, a couple matchup mons and a Pagos, I feel like my approach to the game is nearly always the same, especially with Cali Ice. It's you know, get set up. The substitutes that come in like as needed. I had to dodge a spore and things like that. Otherwise, I think it's a good matchup in general. I think that's the matchup. I think how I played it is pretty much how I'd approach it. I think almost always like calm mind turn 1, go from there. So.
Yeah, after the setup, that Terapagos was dishing out some pretty good damage there. And knowing that you are, okay, Ice Rider Calyrex is certainly one of the threats you're going to have to see in this tournament, but
Can you give us a little bit of insight on, is it kind of still such a clear-cut game plan? If you see Miraidon or Calyrex Shadow Rider, any of those matchups are you worried about?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think when you first approach a matchup, as long as it isn't something super hard to beat, like wide guard triple fighting type, I want to bring Pagos there. I think most of the time my plan is to get Pagos set up. I think it's just too strong of a mon. I think with everyone running super bulky in defense, you get one Calm Mind up and you have an AV, you have super defense, and now you have a Specs with the boost. So I really like the mon. Yeah, I think Calm Mind is just really, it's just too good to pass up, I think. I think there's a reason that everyone's playing it now over Specs and all that stuff.
It makes sense. It seems like you get a little bit more consistency as well in terms of the bulk. You also get a chance to really set the pace of these games.
Exactly. That's actually a really good way to put it. I don't know the word for it. Pace is really good. Pagos sets the pace, and you kind of force your opponent to play around your pace. You set the pace pretty much, so you put it really well. So yeah, a lot of pace, a lot of just fake out spam, fake out Calm Mind spam. So.
Got the right rotation of things going, yeah. Well, it has been a while since we've seen you at an event, and I know we talked a lot about like the fact that you're back. Do you have any expectations actually for this weekend, or are you just here to have a good time?
I'm here to have a good time. I think the issue I have with my past events, it's funny, I kept saying it to myself over and over again. I don't know why I didn't pick up on it, but when I went to Vancouver the first time, when I went to Worlds, I had no expectations for myself, and I think that's what kind of pushed me, right? When every round is, I don't want to say it's the same, but if it's similar to playing at home, when your nerves are that calm, you play much better. And I think I want to go back to that mindset because I definitely had expectations for myself in previous events. I think I'm going to try to make it so that, if every round goes downhill from here, I'm going to be happy anyway.
Okay. I like that mentality because when we did see you at that high peak, it's so hard to top that. You won a regional, and then you went and you got a top cut at the World Championships. And so do you feel like, in a way, that's maybe where you started to put those expectations on yourself?
Absolutely, yeah. I think I learned this about gambling. It's kind of a weird analogy, but if you win the first time you gamble, you're going to be hooked just because of the fact that it feels so good to win the first time. You didn't have none of that trouble ahead, There's no losses, no bumpy road. I think I kind of got spoiled. I kind of expected it to come to me, right? I didn't play the game as much. I didn't put as much time into it. And like I said, even then I put expectations on myself. So I think it's definitely a much better approach to just take the rounds as they go. Enjoy the game, actually enjoy the game that you're playing. And then it'll come naturally.
Well, you're already off to a great start, Abdullah. 2-0 so far on the day, and hopefully a lot more great matches ahead where you get to showcase that prep. So we're going to let you go, at least get some rest now, but are there any shout-outs that you'd like to make before you do that?
Shout-outs. My parents, I love my parents. I said it last time, my parents are the greatest. I barely came here. I was pretty sick before. My parents, without them, I would not be here. They helped me out so much. My sisters and Momo Nation. I'll leave it at that.
I love it. Short and sweet, but family always in your heart. Yes. Abdullah, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on the round win, and hope we get a chance to talk to you later.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and when we come back, we will have more action here at the Vancouver Regional Championships.
Yeah. This guy is the main. No pressure.
The 2025 European International Championships was the largest VG event to date. Let's take a look back at what went down during this historic event. It was a champion showdown to start off the day in the juniors division, with previous LASC champions Fabian Musicant and Ismail Ogi taking the stage. This was the 8th time these two have faced off at a major event, and everything was on the line. Calyrex Shadow Rider for Fabian was a strong pick across divisions, and it would prove to reign supreme once again as it took down Ismail's Calyrex Ice Rider in 2-0 fashion, earning Fabian his 2nd international title. In the seniors division, Louis Fonvier was on a tear, winning 3 regionals back-to-back and looking to earn another title. On the opposing end was Ian Larson, who had beaten Louis in Swiss and was looking to defeat him once again. Miraidon for Ian, Calyrex Ice Rider for Louis, and an exciting 3-match series ahead. Draco Meteor from Ian was key, taking massive KOs in games 1 and 3 and brought Ian to victory. In the Masters Division Finals, history would be made either way, After 6 years, Wolf Glick was in the finals of an international yet again, and was coming off not one but 2 major title wins, having revealed himself to be the Global Challenge 1 champion. Dill Yeomans was the hometown hero, the underdog looking to keep the trophy in the UK, with the crowd standing firmly behind them. Electric duo Maridon and Furgraf paved a path of victory in the first game of the set, and Wolf was down but not out, utilizing Maridon to great effect to even the score. In the final game, Maridon was taken out early for Wolf, and the match was closer than ever. In the end, Dill brought Wolf down to his final Pokemon, Incineroar, but it was just the perfect piece, being able to 1v2 the endgame and make Wolf Glick your EUIC champion.
1,400 people showed up to this tournament hoping and dreaming to win the entire thing. But it wasn't enough!
With history made and new stories always emerging, you could be next. Check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information and see if it could be you as our next Pokemon champion.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with the reigning and defending Vancouver Regional Champion, James Evans. James, how are you feeling heading into this event? Do you feel like there's any expectation or weight on your shoulders because you're coming in as a defending champion?
First off, it's really great to be back in Vancouver. I would say this was a regional that I kind of went to on a whim last year, and now it's the complete opposite. I have to go now. It's title defense. I'm not really expecting too much. I feel like the first time I wasn't expecting too much, like to keep the same energy about it, just have a good time in general with it. But obviously I would love to win again. Mostly like that's something that's kind of looming over it, but I'm just trying to take it as simple as I possibly can like I did before.
That sounds like you have a very level head, and I'm glad that you ended up coming here on a whim because before you got here to the Vancouver Regional Championships last year, you were on a tear. What did you get? Top 32, you got a second in Knoxville, and then you come here with the exact same team and you win. So was that sort of why you thought about the whim? Just that recent success?
Definitely. I would say I originally was supposed to go to the European International Championships last year, and I didn't get in. So I kind of had all this prize money lying around from Knoxville, and I figured, you know, go to something with it, you know, have a good time. I really like this team. I think it can win if I play my cards right. And then I did win with it. So I would say, funnily enough, the scripts kind of flipped this year again. Like, not only was this a completely planned trip from the beginning, but I actually did get into UIC this year. So it's kind of like the complete opposite of what's happening, but I'm hoping it leads to the same result in the end.
Well, that EUIC event ended up being amazing for you. Just a couple of weeks ago, you got top 16 at the largest Pokemon tournament we have ever had. So do you feel more confidence just after a result like that heading into this weekend?
100%, because I think before this, my season wasn't shaping up to be very good. I felt like I wasn't putting in enough prep, and I just didn't have enough time with just, you know, school and everything. But getting cut at the European International Championship, biggest event ever, it felt really good. Like, it just felt like everything that I had worked for. I would say whether or not the prep was good or not, whether or not I was running the same team like for most of my prep, because I was not. I literally made the team at like 4 a.m. the day of the tournament. It just felt really great to be back and playing Pokemon like I feel like I usually do.
That's so interesting that you say that you built a team and locked it in at 4 a.m. before the tournament even started. And I think what's really unique about that is not only because last-minute choices like that can be really nerve-wracking, but you're also a player that has been rewarded for mastery of a team. Going all the way back to your win in Vancouver in 2024, you were using the same team for 4 events leading up to that. And so how nervous were you with a last-second lock-in, and that was what was going to be defining your EUIC run?
The best way to put it is, because I would say I've done that a lot of times before. I would say I did it for Worlds when I won. I made the team at 2 a.m. the day of the tournament. And to me, I would say it's kind of a weird thing where it kind of both like very opposite ends of the same spectrum, but kind of meet in the same thing where I feel like there's not a lot of pressure because I either lock the same thing that I've always been good with, and I know I don't regret any of the choices I make at the end of the day, or I didn't really have a choice. I basically made the decisions with my back up against the wall, and I can't regret what I did at the end of the day because I had no choice. I had to lock a team. I had to play something. I mean, it's all built from like similar experience. Like, I played a lot of Calyrex Shadow Rider leading up to the event, but I didn't play with the exact build that I play. Like, I didn't have any practice with like half of the team. Like, it was very much improv, but it was still based off experience and like mastery of something that I was already practicing. It just so happened to come together very much at the last minute. And regardless of whether I lock something last minute for this tournament or I run the same thing back again, I'm probably not going to regret it. I just think that at the end of the day, as a player, the best thing I can do is play the best I can. And if whether or not, again, locking the team over and over and over again and I master it, or I just lock something at the very end and we ball and we just see what happens, I'm just going to be happy with it.
Well, are you confident locking the same team for Vancouver, or is that to be decided?
I would like to say yes. I think my team at Europe was really, really fun, and I had a lot of fun with it. So, sorry for those of you who play me tomorrow. Just expect the same thing, probably.
Well, that team was awesome. I think one of the key Pokemon that I was looking at is Ogrepon Cornerstone. That is a Pokemon that has found its way onto a lot of Calyrex Ice teams, but just in general, I feel like it's provided a lot of stability. So how did you come to put that Pokemon on your team?
So funnily enough, that was one of the original Pokemon that I had in mind when I was building around Calyrex Shadow Rider, and I was really, really shocked at just how effective it was, because you get redirection, you get sturdy, which is an amazing ability for such an aggressive Pokemon. It's weird, people like to play Ogrepon in this very defensive role. We see more of them remove a grass type attack for something supportive like Helping Hand or Taunt or something like that, or Encore. And I think Ogrepon Cornerstone is a really, really great offensive Pokemon. I think a lot of people they focus more on Ogrepon for support. I like focusing more on attack, and you play very aggressive with it, and you use Follow Me more so as a tool to obviously you get things off your back with it, but it's so much more pinning things down, where I'm like, okay, well, you have to deal with a Calyrex Shadow Rider and an Ogrepon Cornerstone. You're scared to Follow Me, or you could just be scared I'm gonna just Rock Cudgel your face in. It's just a really, really strong Pokemon right now. I think Rock is an excellent typing. It forces a lot of pins onto things that Calyrex Shadow Rider really likes clicking Astral Barrage into, because there are things like Ice Rider or Incineroar that love tearing the Ghost, or I would say Ice Rider just loves tearing into something like Water in general, and you can pin that with a Grass move and stay with Astral Barrage. I think Ogrepon, just Cornerstone in general, really, really good Pokemon. I loved using it at EUIC. I'm hoping to really enjoy using it here again.
The rest of that team is also going to include the Urshifu Rapid Strike, Tornadus, Amoonguss, and Qianpao. Were any of those Pokemon last-minute additions that you are surprised worked out at EUIC?
So really funny story. Qianpao was the last-minute addition, because usually I'm not big on Qianpao. I really don't like Pokemon that drop your own stats. It kind of feels like I'm playing at disadvantage. And generally, even as an aggressive player, I don't like that. I'd rather have just kind of brute honesty in my team, where it's, I'm not going to risk anything. I'm not going to compromise anything. Pal was very, very last minute, but even funnily enough, EUIC 23, I ran a team with Qianpao. I brought it to 0 games. It did absolutely nothing. It was basically a 5-mon team, and he was just there for the ride. This EUIC, Qianpao was basically the MVP of my run. It was so good. I would say it's really good when it works. Most of the time it didn't work prior, but this team has kind of proved to myself, I'm like, you know what, maybe this guy deserves a second chance. We can run it back with him. But obviously that was a really great Pokemon. Amoonguss was another Pokemon that was last minute. Of the two that I added last minute, that and Amoonguss were the last two. And Amoonguss, I haven't played since I was 15 years old in 2019, before that event. Amazing Pokemon. It proved me wrong at every single angle, where I was like, usually it's too slow. Nah, it was just amazing. It fit right into the aggressive play style of the team. And I would say it was just a really, really fun thing. It felt like kind of meeting, using old friends again. And I was really happy I got to use them again.
Wow, that's awesome. Sounds like you're going to have a lot of fun this weekend. So, James, I'm going to let you go do that. So thank you so much for your time, and best of luck this weekend.
I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to see this weekend goes. So,
me too. More Pokemon action after this. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Vancouver Regional Championships, where we are going to discuss the events that just happened in the Global Challenge. Because that's right, not only do we have these amazing in-person events that you can go to at the regional and international level, we also have some tournaments that you can play online from the comfort of your own home that also count for championship points. So I'm here with Sierra and Jake to break down what just happened in our most recent Global Challenge.
I mean, yeah, every single regional, it's like all these players have traveled for so long to then get here, to then spend their week on here. I want to not leave my bed and then earn some valuable championship points. I don't know about you guys. And it's interesting too with the global challenges, because first off, it's a great opportunity to be earning those points. It's also great practice. You do have that different format, but we've got to see the implications of the global challenges within the metagame for these events, which I think is really cool, especially with these being players from around the globe.
Especially considering, like we kind of hinted at earlier on in the broadcast, Wolf Glick just won the European International Championships on the heels of winning the prior Global Challenge 1, with I believe the same team. And he got to reveal that it was on a account that we didn't know it was him until he got to tell us on stage in London, which is really fun. But you see Marco Silva there in third place. Like, if you are doing very well these in-person tournaments, you're going to be playing those same players, but also the fun aspect of these global challenges, you get to play a lot of players from the Asia region that we don't get to play a lot of our in-person events with.
That's actually great context, I think, for viewers at home, or maybe those that are unfamiliar with the Global Challenge, is that Global Challenges, including the Japanese players that you see on the graphic here, they actually utilize these Global Challenges in order to qualify to play at the Japan National Championships that qualify them then to the World Championships based on how they do. So this is just the first step in the process for them to be able to get to that national championship level. And so you do have to kind of separate out how the Japanese players did and then the players that actually do qualify for championship points. So in that situation, Marco Silva actually got first for the championship point leaderboard at this event.
I want to look a little bit at the Pokemon because, I mean, looking at Marco's team, this is something that we got to see at UIC, and then making the run back, whether there is move changes, I'm not 100% positive, but bringing the same 6 Pokemon. Then you look at Wolf Glick after the Global Challenge 1, bringing the exact same 6 into EUIC. So obviously there is some teams that can work within that best of 1 or best of 3 environment. So looking at that first place team, I'm kind of curious about this in particular, because we have to see the success of like Ting Lu, Dondozo at our regional events in this best of 3. It is slow, it is stally. You know, like whoever you ask will tell you whether they think it's fun or not. But I think that's something to look at, even potentially heading into this weekend, because that is definitely a strategy that can be played and paired up with something like that Glamora too. Like, that is really difficult for some teams to go up against.
Well, not only is it best of 1, it's also a closed team sheet. You do still get to see the team preview, so you know what 6 Pokemon your opponent has. You don't have the nice, added bonus of knowing their Terra types, their abilities, their attacks, their held items. And so you have to figure that all out on the fly, which is how we used to play VGC. I think it's one of all the other fun aspects of these international challenges, the global challenges, is that people who started playing, during this era of open team sheets haven't really experienced that. So they get a little bit of a taste of old VGC there too.
Conversation has certainly opened up what type of skill set, if any differences, are required to be able to compete well at a global challenge versus competing well at a regional or an international championship. And I think what's so interesting, not just about what you bring out about the teams and the closed team sheet environment that the global challenge provides, most of these teams, when you actually take a look at them deeper, from players actually sharing their team on their socials, that's how we actually have 2 that are missing. Sorry about that. But they don't look very different than a team that you would actually see being brought to a regional championship.
And that's the interesting part of it. So there has been a couple of players. There was somebody at EUIC that had talked about those challenges of playing in these global challenges with just having that closed team sheet in comparison to what adjustments need to be made for those IRL events. So there's definitely a lot more than just 8 people that registered, but I'm be curious then going down where we start to see those kind of quirky sort of text, because that's the conversation when we look at that closed team sheet open that versus that open with what can be viable. And I believe too, even that first place team, we're looking at something like that Calyrex Ice Rider. If you're talking about quirky text that maybe exists in the best of 1, that's definitely a Pokemon that, they're giving you little tricks up its sleeve.
Have you ever had something get seed bombed by a Calyrex Ice Rider? It's not very fun.
Have you?
Yes.
Sounds like you have some maybe trauma to unpack there from the bad Calyrex Ice Rider experience.
No, looking at the 8th place team too, Kimitake's, the mouse hold set, like that's something you have to play very differently against if you know it's like the Technician Population Bomb set or more of a Friend Guard Follow Me support set. And just looking at that team, it really reasonably could be either. You know, it could be a more supportive set to clear some space for Kyogre, let it get off some water spouts, but also you've got Tailwind on Roaring Moon, you've got like Fake Out support with Rillaboom. It could just be Technician Population Bomb, and it's actually one of the big damage dealers too.
Yeah, what's interesting about this list to me too is looking at all of the different restricted options that we have with the talk of, well, any of them could kind of be viable right now if we're looking at anything above the power level of maybe, a Lugia or something, and everything else higher than that on our list state is maybe valuable. But you get to see that Calyrex Ice Rider, but then it goes into the Calyrex Shadow Rider. We get this Terapagos and Miraidon. Like, it really is just a collection of everything else. Even with this Kyogre team in that 8th place spot, having this Urshifu, having something like that Mousehold, and Roaring Moon, a Pokemon that you were talking about earlier, Jake, with like these different capabilities. And there's a lot of different modes for these Kyogre teams. And it's one of those Pokemon that we're definitely anticipating to see a decent amount of going into this weekend, especially in comparison with how much we've seen versus different events. So yeah, restricted, cool Pokemon.
I like to think that the teams that we didn't actually find the information for to show us even 2 different restricted Pokemon. Like maybe we've got Koraidon and Groudon hiding in there, and then we've really got the variety under the sun. That was bad. I didn't mean to do that, and then it came out, and then I couldn't stop it.
Next
so
time,
bad pun.
own it.
Yeah, right. Cringe. Anyway, I love the variety as well, because I think you can also see that in a lot of the supporting Pokemon. You already discussed the Dondozo, the Tinglu, the Glamora, and the Tatsugiri that really separate out this first place team from a lot of what follows behind it. But what about Dragonite? That's not a Pokemon that we've seen super often as of late, but still finds itself in that 2nd place position.
I mean, it's a Dragonite and Qian Pao. That is the quintessential, like, as soon as Qian Pao was legal, that has been a duo. And I think one that you especially have to be respecting in these best of ones, because that is a lead that if you disrespect it, well, you can just get extreme speeded, sucker punched, well, right back down to the loading screen, right? So I do like that. I think that's one of the pairings that maybe sometimes in these best of 3s, especially with our current power level format, finds itself in a little bit more of troubled times. But I think that's where we can see that this is an environment more so where it can thrive.
It's especially because it is that best of 1. Like, if you're able to cheese a knockout or 2 with something like the Terra Normal Extreme Speed that people aren't really prepping for anymore, that sets you so much further behind than if it was a best of 3 with open team sheets where you can kind of prepare yourself, maybe use game 1 to gain info if you need to, and then move on and win games 2 and 3. But that just doesn't exist. If you lose game 1, your rating drops and you just got to move on to the next one.
I think that's also what makes the Pokemon that we see at the top even more interesting. They all have basically 100% accurate signature moves. Like the Ice Rider Calyrex, you've got Glacial Lance. The Shadow Rider Calyrex, you've got Astral Barrage. Terapagos, Stellar Terra, Starstorm. Miraidon also doesn't miss Electro Drifts. And then you've got Kyogre down there, which honestly, taking a look at this, I'm like, oh, you wonder, maybe do you have Water Spout? Just so you actually have an option that doesn't rely on you having to hit Origin Pulses alone. That was something else that stood out to me.
I think that's a trend we've gotten to see with the more successful restricteds around here too, just with especially that long-term consistency in a game where there already is a lot of different variables happening. The Global Challenge especially, when you're looking at a regional and you have these best of 3s, well, you get unlucky one game, you can kind of bounce back during the next 2. But the Global Challenge is very unforgiving in how many games that you're able to play. You can play 45, you get 15 each day, and those losses, especially as you get higher up in the ELOs, those will drop your ELO down very, very quickly. So to see the accuracy come out on top, I think is really good call out, and I think something that's really important to, if you're considering the next Global Challenge, to even consider that yourself, because you don't want to be missing sleep powders out here and find yourself back in the 1500s.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the theory of a Global Challenge. Okay, we've got another one that's going to be coming up next month, so make sure you keep your eyes out in-game as well as on the socials for when that's actually going to be going live. But then, if you had to start to create a team, where do you start actually for when you're theorying what to bring to a global challenge?
I think consistency is something that if you can, find. Train of thought there went way off the rails. If you can find a way to be more consistent within these global challenges in a format where a lot of things can happen, you have to take into account a lot of different things compared to especially playing in an in-person, best of 3 open team sheet tournament. If you can find these ways to, I know that the games are going to go one of 3 different ways, but that's way better than trying to account for 15 different options at the same time. And so if you can find these lines or these teams that can kind of handle multiple things being thrown at you at once, you're going to find a lot of success.
I like the linear game plan. I like just knowing I have one thing to do, and that's click Tailwind Water Spout. And if you don't respect it, you just get double KO'd, and then I get to reap the benefit of it. So maybe
was it you under a different name that got that 8th place spot in the global challenge? Did you pull a Wolf Blick?
Definitely not. I wish I could take credit for that, but unfortunately, wasn't me. Maybe next time, though. Who knows? Maybe you'll see me up there in the top ranks with the rest of us. But we are going to go back to our casters because we've got another round of Swiss coming at you for the Vancouver Regional Championships, so we're going to get ready for that.
After that surprise at EUIC, I don't necessarily trust anybody who says, oh, that's not me. I think Rose is preparing for her comeback, and yeah, I'm scared. I'm also Gabby Snyder, joined by Scott Glaza here for our next round of Swiss here in Vancouver. We have some really exciting, notable matchups coming up. All these players will be playing under their actual names, so that's always important to note.
That we know of.
And we also have some longtime players on this slide, so shout outs to Randy Kwa, Aaron Traylor, and Trista Medine.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure if I can remember a time where we've had a matchup on this before where I played against both of the competitors while I was a player, given my last event was about a decade ago. What a time to be alive.
Though. Randy Kwa has been playing for years, and I remember he used to compete wearing the Battle in Seattle competitor shirt back in the day.
Yeah,
and
I think the first great Canadian player in VGC. I'm really happy to see he's doing well so far here. He's a big innovator on the Togekiss Excadrill thing back when most of us thought those were both bad Pokemon, especially Togekiss at the time. So, yeah, always did things his own way, very creative player, hard worker. Glad to see him doing well. And yeah, a bunch of players, I think a good group of people here in these notable matchups.
For sure. And if you want to talk about a creative player, our featured match, Michael Zhang versus Keanu Inosano, is really going to be some creativity here on the stream. So I cannot wait to see how this matchup is going to play out, as I think one of the cool things about Regulation G is that a lot of times we see teams that we know have done very well. Maybe they won the World Championships along with several regional championships and possibly an IC in the future, playing against teams that are proving themselves.
Yeah.
Is how I'm going to describe it.
And I think it's kind of neat too. I think this is a really difficult format to kind of cook in. I think it's one of the reasons why I don't like playing it so much. But it's hard, right? Where you've got this format dominated by the one really powerful Pokemon in your team, and it's really hard to do anything. There's all right, here's my big dude. Here's the dude to support the big dude. My team's pretty much done now, right? And one of these trainers do it a little different.
I want to play a team that's just 6 big dudes now. I think that would actually be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think I did that video once. You can't use 6 Mewtwo's, Gabby. I was very clear.
Scott, I've been trying for 10 years.
Yeah, I'm not sure if poor Mewtwo really counts as a big dude anymore. It's a moderate-sized dude who counts as a big dude, but...
Well, I'm just going to have to find some format that will allow me to run 6 Mewtwo's. But until then, let's go ahead and jump into our next matchup if our players are ready on stage. They are not. That's okay.
Well, we're ready right here, so let's talk.
Yeah, here's the thing. One of the things that I think is really interesting about Pokemon overall, and I feel like we get the chance to talk about this now because we just saw a trailer playing against Trista. We have Randy Kwa on the field. Is that the more things change, the more they do stay the same. And you see people trying Pokemon like Heatran, or trying Pokemon like Whimsicott and Terrakion, who have proven track records in previous formats in this year of 2025.
Yeah, we're partying like it's 2011 here with the Terracott combination. Haven't needed to know that one a little bit, and I'm hugely excited to see Okidogi, possibly my favorite Pokemon discovered in our most recent region here. Hasn't had quite the tournament success of several of the other Pokemon from Paldea here, but this is its chance. I'm a believer.
I believe it's had some success over in the UK, actually. But for now, let's take a look at Michael Zhang. You may recognize him as our champion from Sacramento in 2024. We'll be running a team of Indeedee, Okidogi, Terrakion, Roaring Moon, Whimsicott, and Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, so not quite the combination of Pokemon we usually see here. I think this will be an interesting one where I don't think too many people are preparing for this when they're team building. He's actually one trainer, Might, where I know in the past that they have worked together on teams. So there's a greater chance than normal maybe that Keanu is aware of what's going on here. But certainly a team preview where I would be shaking in my boots a little bit because, yeah, I mean, why would you have a plan for this? I think a particularly interesting note too is that double kick on Terrakion. Not a move we see in competitive play too much, but it does deal a whole bunch of damage if you've been hit with beat up first for that justified boost, and potentially helps break through things like a focus sash or a substitute.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing about Whimsicott and Terrakion is that I think a lot of it plays very similar to how one would approach Whimsicott Calyrex Shadow Rider, where you have nothing that necessarily stops you from getting Tailwind up, and then once Tailwind is on the field, your attacking Pokemon will go first, will do a lot of damage, or maybe we'll go for some Rock Slide flinches. That's a big throwback.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun just in general, where like, Indeedee kind of both has the Trick Room option, but also, potentially just helps out by follow-meing attacks away from all these powerful offensive Pokemon. It just, yeah, I mean, you can see it can be a very explosive team. This side of the field, perhaps you've seen some of these Pokemon before.
But again, the more things change, the more they do stay the same, as this is very similar to the team that Luca Cherrybelli used to win the World Championships this past year. Keanu actually got top 32 at Worlds this past year running a Zamazenta team. Also got top 8 at Indianapolis last year. Iron Hands, Miraidon, Ogrepon, Hearthflame, Urshifu, Farigiraf, Whimsicott. Really, these Pokemon need no introduction. I think the interesting adaptation that Keanu has made here, other than some terrestrialization changes, is going to be Taunt over close combat on that Urshifu, which I've been noticing more players gravitate towards.
Yeah, Taunt's just a great thing to have. Helps slow down a lot of sneakier strategies your opponent might be using. I think with this team, I think is to me, the core of it, pretty clearly the best team in the format at this point. And yeah, I mean, I think when you have kind of the team that wins a conventional matchups, you want to stop your opponent from pulling into a more non-conventional line of play where you might not have as big of an advantage. I think in that regard, but something that maybe Michael's team going to be a little trickier for, where again, you probably don't have this one flowcharted, and maybe similar to our last match in some regards as well, where again, it's like the big conventional meta team versus something a little bit different.
But you also mentioned though that these trainers have been building together, so it does make me wonder if Keanu is starting off this game one with his lead with that information. And we saw Michael actually nod his head. I'm wondering if he was anticipating this lead of Whimsicott and the Hearthflame Ogrepon versus the Indeedee and the Calyrex Shadow Rider on Michael's side of the field.
Lots of potential speed control happening here. A little bit strange where the quickest Pokemon by default on the field is this Calyrex, but it's the one sitting next to a Pokemon that has Trick Room. Other side of the field, kind of the other way around, where they're going to start a little bit slower probably, but have the option of the Tailwind to speed up. So a lot of different things could happen here depending on either the trainers opt to go for a speed control move, which could vastly change the turn order.
I love this lead from Michael as well, because this was something that escaped me during team preview. It looks like he's just going straight for it. So Helping Hand will boost the attack power of this Calyrex Shadow Rider, and it's holding the choice specs, and it has Expanding Force, which now will be subsequently weakened from the light screen on the opposing side of the field. But still, this is a very oppressive Calyrex Shadow Rider, and will probably threaten a KO here on this Whimsicott, even through the light screen.
Yeah, it does have that focus
if it
sash,
doesn't have the focus sash.
So close call for Whimsicott there, going to happily drop that focus sash in exchange for staying on the field. And sort of an interesting spot now that we wound up in, where Whimsicott now does have an easier situation where it could get the Tailwind off and get both support moves on its way out of the field. But what happens in exchange for that, right? Your Ogrepon could potentially get a single free swing here, but if you Tailwind, you do have to be concerned about a potential Trick Room, although tough to take advantage of on Michael's team given how quick most of these Pokemon are.
I was going to say, as much as it would be fun to retaliate the Tailwind with a Trick Room play here, without access to Protect on the Calyrex Shadow Rider, you're really going to run into a situation very quickly where you just don't have the speed on your side anymore. And I think Michael's best option here is really just to keep going on the offense, which you would assume if you're running choice specs on Calyrex Shadow Rider, you're very comfortable doing.
Yeah, I see a switch on the other side here, so there will be an opportunity to deal some serious damage for Michael if he doesn't get baited by the potential of what Whimsicott could have done.
And I think more importantly for this turn, will also change the terrain away from the psychic terrain. So now Expanding Force, which the Calyrex Shadow Rider is locked into, is no longer a spread move. And with the terrestrialization on this Hearthflame Ogrepon, we saw this in San Antonio from the Justin Tang Shiliang Tang team. This is a potential knockout here if this Ogrepon is allowed to connect an attack with that Calyrex Shadow Rider. Will not, thanks to the follow me of this Indeedee. But there's going to be some big numbers here. First, Expanding Force without the terrain boost and with the light screen does about 50% to the opposing Ogrepon. And now this Ivy Cudgel will crash into the Indeedee and bring it all the way down to 0.
That's a fantastic start here for Keanu.
Yeah.
Not only do you get the bell rung there for that one-hit knockout, but as you mentioned, the terrain was changed on that turn, and now it cannot be changed back because Indeedee's been knocked out. The Calyrex is still locked into that attack, and worse yet, because of that light screen, not quite doing 50% damage to that Ogrepon, and critically, the light screen changing that otherwise 2-hit KO into a 3-hit KO. Damage reduction is always great in theory, but it only matters if it actually changes how many times you have to swing, and this time it does.
Yeah, the tough part about this matchup for Michael is that I think Keanu made the right call in that initial turn, going to favor the light screen, bringing a bunch of special attackers to the battle. Does send in Okidogi, who is going to be a physical attacker, but I'm not quite sure what it can do in this board position.
Yeah, it's we're going to see Okidogi on the field, but I don't know if this is going to be Okidogi for Michael. Still a pretty tough position for him. Going to see him try to position here because you kind of have to switch this Calyrex out now. Can't be stuck into this Expanding Force the remainder of the game, but Keanu's really taking the advantage early.
For sure, and this is just what this team does. You have two of the best attackers in the format at this point in time. Miraidon also holding choice specs, has its terrain on the field, has its Hadron Engine ability active for a further attack boost. Really, any of the attacks Keanu can select this turn is going to threaten some really big damage. And even though Michael's own Whimsicott is also holding a Focus Sash, it might not be able to hold on depending on what Keanu chose for the move choices this turn. Okidogi will protect, Volt Switch into that Whimsicott to break the Focus Sash, but not quite activate it, as it is holding on with a little bit of health. But again, the big thing here is who did Ogrepon target, and will that Whimsicott be able to hold on?
Yeah, I mean, the bummer here for Michael, too, is like at least you normally would have gotten to see what Miraidon locked into, except it's already gone.
Yeah, and that's also, I think, the sign of a really skilled Miraidon player is that even though you could have just gone on the offense here with Electro Drift or Dazzling Gleam, you are able to just consistently pivot that Pokemon in and out, so that way your opponent can't just assume, okay, they're locked into this attack, I can play around that. Michael now is in a position where he will have to lock into an attack with the Calyrex Shadow Rider returning to the field.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, Tailwind Ivy Cudgel suddenly looking real good here.
Yeah.
Whimsicott probably feeling a little greedy where you have the option of both a Tailwind and Encoring and Protect. So look at your Whimsicott, it couldn't be better. And you have to pick which fantastic outcome you would prefer. Keanu just playing an excellent game here.
You do have to worry about the potential for terrestrialization from Michael, as there is that Terra Dark on the Okidogi, which would negate any Prankster ability activations, but you could just also knock out the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and then just you have an Okidogi versus the world, and I don't think this big dog's going to come out on top, unfortunately. Ivy Cudgel will connect and outspeed thanks to the Tailwind. That is going to be another one-hit KO, and I think the best thing Michael can do now in this position is just figure out how much damage this Okidogi can do, and we do see Gunk Shock pick up the KO onto that Ogrepon, so some good information for game 2.
Yeah, not a 4-0, so it's always a moral victory, but a really tough first game here for Michael. I mean, I think kind of we may see a lot of this, but it's really bombastic team on Michael's side of the field. There's a lot of potential for offense, but not a whole lot of potential for defense. So likely to win or lose games really hard. This one was a lose really hard, right? Where the first few turns did not go very well, did not get enough out of the lead competition that Keanu did. Yeah, perhaps that's what the nod was for, right? Where,
exactly.
I think really not what he was looking to see on that turn 1 there, and I feel like Keanu kind of won this one in turn, team preview.
I'm honestly surprised that Michael didn't lead Whimsicott. You know, I think one thing that you have to acknowledge when you are playing against another Whimsicott player is that, are we going to play the match Tailwind game? And I think Keanu almost is forced to bring Whimsicott, because if there was a Tailwind on Michael's side of the field, that just would have been over for him. So that could be an adjustment for Michael. For now, though, Moonblast plus this Electro Drift should be enough to pick up the KO onto this Okidogi, and Keanu takes game 1 in this set.
Yeah, all over for poor Okidogi there, and yeah, I think probably both trainers have been thinking about game 2 since about turn 3 of game 1. So
I would say turn 2, honestly.
Probably coming into this one a little bit prepared, and yeah, I kind of agree with you. I don't love Whimsicott in the back in general, just because it's such a bad Pokemon to get stuck with as your last.
Yeah.
I think the advantage maybe is you can stagger Tailwinds that way, where if you don't need to match the Tailwind imminently, then you end up that situation later on if both Whimsicott have been knocked out, where your Tailwind lasts longer and you can close the game. So like maybe that was the plan there. Unfortunately, it doesn't really get to the point where the end game is relevant in that one, where it doesn't start out the greatest.
And it also goes to show just why Ogrepon Hearthflame is consistently one of the most popular Ogrepon available currently, especially when you're able to set it up with speed control so that it either under or over speeds the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Just knowing that you can always Terrasilize, get your attack up, and then guarantee that one-hit knockout is absolutely huge.
Yeah, I mean, and kind of been talking about the structure of teams in this format, right? How typically the offense comes from that restricted Pokemon. Actually, not a whole lot of offense from either restricted Pokemon in the game. Instead, is Ogrepon is just kind of playing whack-a-mole with all the Pokemon on Michael's team, just slowly bonking its way through the whole roster.
Yeah, so going into game number 2, so we've talked about the Whimsicott adjustment. Are there any other adjustments you'd like to see Michael go for?
I mean, it's such a hard team to eyeball because like, he has a lot of fun options, and having not really seen this one play out, it's hard to know exactly what he's going to do. I do feel like, yeah, you need something a little bit more out of that first turn. Again, it changes a lot too if they practice together or not, because if they have, they're effectively watching like game 13 of this best of 3, and
100%.
It kind of leads to both sides doing wonky things, especially because again, like this seems like a team where the lead matchups are really important. So I'm expecting to see changes. I think the biggest one is that I don't think that Indeedee Calyrex combination is super good against a team that can change the terrain like this, because if Miraidon doesn't get led, it just so easy to wind up in a situation where, we see what happened in game 1, where not only do you lose the lead, but it becomes kind of unrecoverable because you can't set the board back up into an advantageous position again. So I like to see something a little less all in for Michael maybe on this turn 1.
Yeah, and then my old heart would also love to see Whimsicott Terrakion, but I don't think we're going to get that as we go into game number 2. Same leads for Keanu, but this time it's the Roaring Moon next to the Indeedee. So unfortunately, no Miraidon on the field to take the terrain away from, but I do think this Indeedee could potentially switch out here if it's feeling a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is an interesting spot here where Roaring Moon should easily be the quickest Pokemon on the field, so it can have some opportunity to go on the offense, and now it's sort of a fun spot where both turns have to make some predictions, right? Is the Indeedee going to follow these as attacks away? Is it going to switch? Do you bother to go for the speed control on Keanu's side of the field? And again, if Whimsicott is in the back this time, I think we're much more likely to see a sequence of events on Michael's side where he could stagger the Tailwinds without kind of just losing the game.
Yeah, the other thing to keep an eye on here is that this Roaring Moon's a little bit different from what we've been seeing do well here in VGC in Regulation G, opting for Dragon Dance over Tailwind, so sort of supporting itself over supporting the rest of the team. And whether or not that's going to make a difference, we'll just have to see as Whimsicott does leave the field, so no light screen up turn 1, which makes sense. There's no special attackers abound, but we do also get a turn 1 Terrasalization from Keanu onto that Ogrepon.
Yeah, kind of seeing more of what we saw in the first game, where who needs restricted Pokemon? I guess it's out in the field now, but Ogrepon is the restricted Pokemon in its own heart, going to go on the offense here and prove how powerful it can be by bashing one of these 2 poor Pokemon.
And I think that Keanu's comfortable making this Terrasalization choice, just knowing how unthreatened this Pokemon is overall, especially if Terrakion doesn't show up. It's not like it can be hit super effectively by any of Michael's Pokemon. We get the Dragon Dance on the Roaring Moon, so it'll boost its speed and attack by 1 stage for the next turn. But Ivy Cudgel with that attack boost will connect with the Indeedee, and just like we saw in game 1, this should be a KO.
Yeah, so there'll be no more terrain resets once again with Miraidon winning out. Another nice one-hit KO. This time the trade-off's a little bit more interesting, though, where Calyrex potentially going to come in here, but not locked into a move. We do see Whimsicott as the remaining Pokemon, so perhaps a Tailwind much later in the game. But for now, 2 powerful offensive Pokemon here threatening some damage, and with neither side having any speed control active, Roaring Moon going to be the Pokemon moving first here, so it's going to exert some serious pressure out in the field.
It's going to exert some serious pressure, pressure, and the Calyrex should also outspeed the Ogrepon at this position. So Michael could consider doubling into the Ogrepon to lock in a KO there. Obviously, you're going to favor Astral Barrage in this position. I feel like Keanu's only going to get one opportunity to attack, but I think also whatever Pokemon he attacks with is going to get a KO. But interestingly enough, the Miraidon will switch out, and Farigiraf takes the field. So its normal Psychic typing means it won't be taking damage from a potential Astral Barrage. Also gets a defensive boost from the Electric Seed, so it could take less damage from an attack from Luring Moon, but there's the Protect.
Yeah, this could be a game-winning move, this Ivy Cudgel's going into this. But no, okay, just a Spiky Shield. We're playing it safe. There'll be no damage done.
I mean, game one was so quick. They do have time. They can slow things down a little bit, feel out the opponent, and honestly, I like this play from Keanu because not only did he figure out what Pokemon Michael was sort of favoring in the targeting, the answer was both of them, but he's also able to pivot the Farigiraf onto the field, will threaten some good damage with Foul Play, could also helping hand in the future as well to provide support for the team.
Yeah, it sort of winds up in a fun spot here too, where you get to see what move the Calyrex is locked into, and Farigiraf's going to deal with both these Pokemon decently well, sort of creating some pressure now too, with the potential for a Trick Room, and with this Roaring Moon, who's now extremely fast and does not want these speed tables turned on it.
All right, Acrobatics into the Ogrepon brings it down into the yellow. Astral Barrage has the potential to pick up the KO here. Will it do it? There's no light screen active, and it does. So now this Calyrex Shadow Rider will get a +1 boost to its special attack, and Michael gets his first Pokemon knockout of the game.
To see what the Farigiraf does now here, I think kind of the knock against it before it became world champion was that it had a tendency just to kind of survive while all of its teammates fainted around it. But this Trick Room could be potentially a big deal here. I'm also sure that the Whimsicott in the back is going to enjoy it, but Miraidon going to come in here and now be slower, which makes it move first before this Roaring Moon.
I know, everything is so fast here. It makes you have to think twice just about how the turn order is. And, normally when you see Trick Room on Farigiraf in this kind of team, Lucas' team, it's more of a defensive choice, I feel like. You're playing the Trick Room team, you want to use Trick Room to reverse the opposing Trick Room so Miraidon can be faster. But if your opponent is also just full throttle on their own speeds, you do have the ability to go for Trick Room here, and it's not like a Tailwind expiring is going to ruin things for you like we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, and this Farigiraf's actually pretty scary here, where you're threatening a Foul Play onto this Calyrex. If Calyrex gets caught still locked into this move, it can't damage the Farigiraf at the end of the game, and if Roaring Moon is a Terrasilize, that Foul Play is going to do a heck of a lot of damage to that too. So, we might see yet another game where the unrestricted Pokemon is the dangerous threat.
For sure. Whimsicott will take the field now, and to its benefit, it is holding that Focus Sash, and it can be dealing super effective damage to the Miraidon, as it's still a Dragon-type Pokemon, cannot Terrasilize away from that weakness. We get to see the Roaring Moon Terrasilize, but it's now a Flying-type Pokemon, so I think Michael just hoping that Keanu locks in Dazzling Gleam instead of an Electric-type attack. Foul Play to break the Focus Sash on the Whimsicott, it's not very effective, and then Volt Switch into the Whimsicott, actually, so we'll pick up the KO there, but this Roaring Moon gets to attack, which is honestly something I wasn't sure we were going to see in this board position.
Yeah, it's going to be very important, I feel like, for this Roaring Moon to pick up a knockout here, because on the next turn, the Calyrex is going to need to commit to using an attack, and I think if Keanu kind of gets that information without giving much up, this could be really difficult to come back from, and we will not see a knockout here, as Knock Off going to do just under 50% there and knock off the Focus Sash while this Calyrex re-enters the field. So gonna have to pick a move for the rest of the game. Michael needs to win this game to move on to a third game here. Otherwise, Keanu's gonna be the one who makes it to 3-0 here at the beginning of this tournament.
Yeah, I do wonder how much Foul Play does to the Calyrex Shadow Rider in this board position. You could just attack the Roaring Moon if you wanted to, but I do feel like the Calyrex Shadow Rider is just almost a free hit, right? You know it can't protect as it's holding the Choice Specs item. You know the speed is going to be on your side, and here comes that Foul Play. It is not enough to pick up the KO there, but Whimsicott's Moonblast with a 1-2 hit isn't enough either.
With the special attack drop, though, that could matter.
That could matter. Dark Pulse is the move of choice into the Farigiraf. It's super effective. I don't think that stopped the KO, as Michael did still double into the Farigiraf with another knockoff to pick up the KO, but now the terrain is just going to take a moment to reset. Both these trainers are down to their final 2 Pokemon, and I think Miraidon does still have the speed advantage in this position.
Yeah, we continue to be kind of stuck in this strange situation.
Yeah.
The Roaring Moon still has its Dragon Dance. Trick Room is still active, and this poor Calyrex only has 2 hit points and is locked into Dark Pulse, which not an attack that you're super excited about using in this situation.
No, and it's a tough choice to make, right? Because obviously you want to favor Astral Barrage, but then you wouldn't have done any damage to the opposing Farigarath. And you can't really go for the Expanding Force without your Psychic Terrain support. Roaring Moon does go for a Protect here to stop an attack from the Miraidon, but Moonblast into the Calyrex Shadow Rider will pick up the KO now.
Yeah, and I have bad news for that poor Roaring Moon there, because the Whimsicott does know Encore, so there is probably no longer an escape.
I was going to
there's
say,
an escape. Yeah, found one.
Even if you are able to, I think you need the double Protect to get through Trick Room at that point. Unfortunately, Encore would ensure that Protect is your final move of the game, and Keanu Inosano is moving on 3-0 in this tournament.
Yeah, fun set there where Michael has such an awesome team there, but Keanu was very ready for it. He played that really well, and is pretty far ahead in both of the 2 games that we saw there.
For sure, and I think that's just one of the nice things, again, about Luca Cherrybelli's team from the World Championships, about this Arubega team from Japan that everybody's been using, is that you have all those tools, you have some of the best damage-dealing Pokemon in the game, and if you want to cook, you still have to have answers to those things, and unfortunately, sometimes you just don't.
Yeah, and I think perhaps Michael's able to take down a better player, or a weaker player using this team, but Keanu definitely looked practiced, and that team seemed like he had the correct lines. That combination of Ogrepon and Whimsicott as the lead seemed very effective into Michael's team, and he did a better job in that second game, but it just seems like it's pretty difficult to get the team moving. I'm a little curious about that, since certainly, if you're hoping to win this event, you got to have a plan for this team. So perhaps if we see this matchup again later in the tournament, Michael will have something new to show us.
For sure, and again, it's also possible that Keanu entered this matchup with knowledge of how Michael wanted to approach the matchup, which could change things as well. It might not even be an experience thing here. It might just be that Keanu has the experience against Michael, which I would love to hear that in the player interview if we get a chance to talk to him. But still, a very fun match. I think that celebrating creativity in the Video Game Championship Series is something that I always love to do. And I really hope we get to see Michael at some point later on in the stream, just because I want to know what the Whimsicott Terrakion does. I want to know what the Okidogi does.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for him now, because this team is so fun. I'd really like to see it do well, and he did have that great 2-0 record. He was a former regional champion. I think critically also, he's a regional champion using off-meta teams.
Yes,
right? So
exactly.
He's shown us that he knows how to cook. What scares me is not only did he lose this matchup against what we're expecting to be a very common team, but losing on stream is a little bit worse now, right? Where if he has any future opponents who are using this team core, I think they're probably going to try to execute the same strategy that Keanu did, right? And after turn 1, all bets are off, right? You still got to outmaneuver him, but I do think there's maybe a world where he has a tough time in this matchup. So perhaps having to hope to dodge this sort of team for the rest of the run.
I do have to wonder, and I know some people have done this, which is why I suggest it, if Michael was just doing the 5-head play where you're on stream, you're running something weird, you do not show your best lines into the team.
I was kind of thinking the same thing, because maybe it's just all right, I think I'm going to lose this matchup, and that's okay. I'm just hoping I'm not going to run into this team that many times. If I feel like I can beat almost everything else consistently, I think that's an acceptable trade-off.
Yeah.
It's a weird matchup to throw away, though, just because it's probably both the most popular and perceived to be the best team. So yeah, I kind of was wondering the same thing. I was if you have something cool, maybe you don't need this Swiss win. You can kind of sneak through the tournament in a different way. So
it's still early doors.
Yeah, and that is one nice thing about this format, where as long as you don't pick up a third loss, you'll be in the top cut, and you can kind of worry about that then. Taking one of the 2 now is tough, where there's going to be a bunch of rounds in front of Michael now, where you can only lose one more time before that top cut bracket at the end of tomorrow. But you got to be a little bit sneaky sometimes if you want to win a tournament with some of these off-meta teams. So I'll be excited to see how this one plays out for him.
For sure. And it also goes to show, if you are out there watching the stream, either here at the venue or at home, Luca Cherrybelli's team is still good. If you're looking for a team to run, why don't you ask some of the best on how to run it? And that's who we have waiting for an interview right now. So let's go ahead and talk to Keanu about how his tournament run's going.
Thank you so much, Gabby and Scott. I am, in fact, here with Keanu, our winner of that last round on stream. And Keanu, you're off to a great start. How did you feel about, one, going up against Michael Zhang, who has this kind of precedent of running these wacky teams, but also just you're up against such a strong opponent in that round.
Yeah, Michael is a really good friend of mine, so honestly, as soon as I saw that pairing, I got really scared. I kind of thought we would be on stream because that would be such a fun match, always. Love playing him. But yeah, it's a scary opponent anytime you see that matchup.
And then what about the team, though? Because you have to look at that on paper and kind of go, what in the world? We haven't seen Terrakion in a long time, so what were your thoughts on just seeing the matchup on paper?
Honestly, the matchup on paper seems kind of fine, only because he's choice specs CSR. So as long as I don't I win the terrain wars, it should be fine. But yeah, seeing Terrakion just kind of scared me a bit, especially having the lead Ursha or Ogrepon kind of, but you know.
Gotta play a little bit risky sometimes to reap the reward, but when it comes down to the Miraidon team that you have here today, you know, what did you do to the Zamazenta? What happened? You've been playing Zamazenta for an incredible amount of 2024 to high success. You were able to put together this really inspirational team with so many cool pieces, like the Galarian Moltres, and then you put it on the shelf. What happened?
Yeah, Zama, honestly, it's still a really good mon. Hopefully I could use it in the future, obviously, but honestly, I wanted to use something else, especially with hopefully maybe double restricted coming out. I want to see what other restricteds I kind of like, so I'll be playing around with some other teams for now.
Okay, I like it. What are you enjoying so far? Like, you're playing Miraidon now, but are there any other restricteds that have caught your eye?
Honestly, after playing Zama for so long, a lot of restricteds are really fun right now. Just playing anything. I mean, Tail Room with Miraidon is just really fun. You have so much answers into everything in the meta. It's such a strong team, obviously at one world, so that was definitely the first team that I thought I wanted to try myself, but yeah. Koraidon, so much CSR. There's a lot of teams, but we'll see where I go from here.
You are such a creative team builder. Just remind people about this amazing Zamazenta team. It didn't just include Galarian Moltres, but you had Latios, and Michael Zhang actually ran a very similar composition to you at that point in time. Did you guys actually work on that together? Can you remind us?
It's actually Michael's team, so yeah. He was very nice to give me the team. I'm very grateful, always will be. That team was honestly way better than I thought it would be when I was using it initially, but yeah.
Yours didn't include the Tyranitar though, so did you? Yeah. Was that just an individual choice that you made, or was?
He's a really big fan of T-Tar. Me personally, I do love the mon, but I probably might not bring it to a regional unless it's not restricted, but yeah.
How much work and prep did you actually put into practicing with this team? Because not only did you get that top 8 at Indianapolis, you went on to the World Championships, and you were getting a top cut there. So tell us a little bit about that process, especially having so much success with a team like that.
Yeah, honestly, I spent a lot of hours, especially for Worlds, just every single day, going out of my way to just change mons consistently, just constantly changing teams, seeing what duo works together, and at Worlds, changing Amoonguss from Rillaboom, which honestly was just the perfect piece. I don't know why a lot of people didn't run that initially, but it felt really good.
It ended up getting you a great finish at the World Championships, so it's something to be very proud of for sure. And then after that success, looking at the 2025 season, what were your thoughts there about kind of how you wanted to approach these events coming up?
Yeah, so with Worlds and Indianapolis, for that being my first season and being really strong finishes, I really wanted to just try and become more consistent with my play. There's honestly, Pokemon's one of the best games, so everyone's just so strong, and there's so much inconsistency amongst players, Pokemon, etc. So I just wanted to try my best and stay consistent if I can, and hopefully get back to Worlds.
It would be awesome to see you have another journey to the World Championships. And actually, that reminds me, I kind of forgot that last year was your first season because you looked like a pro. What was it that inspired you to actually compete in the first place?
Honestly, it was probably my mom. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I didn't think I would take it too seriously, Pokemon, but it's been so much fun. I love the community, making so much new friends. Yeah, just the community drove me to come to Pokemon, and I just want to give it my all if I can.
Oh, that's great. Shout outs to your mom for pushing you to come follow your dreams here. Anyone else that you'd like to give some shout outs to before you let you go celebrate?
Obviously my parents and my family. I love you guys. My friends, thank you for supporting me. It means a lot. Yeah, the support is crazy. So thank you guys for helping me prep and so much more. It means so much to me.
Oh, thank you so much, Keanu, for your time as well and for delivering a great stream match. Good luck with the rest of your rounds, and I'm sure we'll talk to you later. All right, everyone, we're going to be taking a short break, and when we come back, we've got more of the Vancouver Regional Championship. Hey, what's up, everyone? I'm here on the floor with Zach Minnick, one of our trainers at the Vancouver Regional Championships, and I'm really excited to talk to you because you're coming off the back of a 9-3 Day 2 finish at UIC. So tell me a little bit about that experience for you.
Yeah, sure. So that was actually my first time being overseas in Europe, and it was really fun to prepare for London and work with people like Toller and Yotam that kind of just come up with a team that was fresh and people hadn't seen before, and then just prepare a bunch for what we thought would be popular in Europe and those kinds of balance cores. And getting to hang out in London before was really exciting, just jump around, see different parts of the city, and then come through and compete. I think it was really cool to see a lot of the things that we prepared for and be ready for all the things that I was seeing instead of kind of figuring everything out on the fly. So.
What did a lot of that preparation look like in terms of preparing for specific matchups? How many hours of prep did you put in for that event?
Oh, I would probably say dozens, maybe a little over 100 or so, but it was a lot of going on ladder, finding teams that we thought were challenging, and then pulling it back for labbing later to work on it, to kind of hammer out what we thought the best approach were, and then saving those things for later to review as EUIC actually got closer.
Well, this isn't the first time that you've been able to find success with Calyrex Shadow Rider, but the last time we got a chance to see you use a team like that, it did look a little different. And so talk to me a little bit about the team that you actually ended up using at San Antonio to get that Day 2, and maybe what inspired you to make some Pokemon changes after that point to get to EUIC.
Sure, yeah. So I was working again with Toller and Yotam, and I think Yotam played a pretty big role in creating the San Antonio team. The idea was that Life Orb Shadow Rider was something that a lot of people hadn't prepared for with their EV spreads and everything, so it would give you kind of the immediate offense that you needed to not necessarily need nasty plots to get damage down, so you could positively trade with a bunch of the other archetypes and then end up winning through that way. And then transitioning from San Antonio to EUIC, we felt like Tailwind kind of upped what Shadow Rider would be capable of in terms of just doing better into things like Miraidon and opposing Shadow Rider. So we kind of angled in on that focus instead of using a Flutter and Chi. It was more about we'll take lots of trades and have tools for everything with Ogrepon and Whimsicott.
Wow, that's awesome. And so you've been backing Calyrex Shadow Rider for a while now. Do you still feel a lot of confidence in this pick? Are you going to be running the same team back from EUIC this weekend?
Yes, I'm running the same team back. I didn't have a ton of time after EUIC to kind of look at everything and change, but I feel very comfortable with the team. I think that Shadow Rider still is the fastest thing in the format, and it does really good damage, and it has a very, very strong ability. And so I think that if I can play well and if I can find the right lines when I'm facing whatever I face, I think Shadow Rider can have success just like a lot of the other top restricted. So I definitely still believe in it.
I'm wondering if you could comment on a social post we saw from Marco Silva saying that prepping with Calyrex Shadow Rider is mentally draining. Do you agree with this sentiment? Why or why not?
Yeah, I definitely do. It's a lot of difficult matchups at hand, so it's like nothing's easy, but if you work really hard, everything's winnable. And I think that that's just like kind of the game demanding a lot from you, but I like what you get if you do put in the work with Shadow Rider, so.
Well, you've clearly put in the work, so now turning our attention to the Vancouver Regional Championships. Last time you were here, you got a top 16 at the event, and that was a very meaningful finish for you. Can you expand upon that?
Sure, yeah. So Vancouver is actually the first time that I made day 2 at an event, and it was really awesome just to fly all the way out here, see Vancouver as the wonderful city that it is. And I was additionally using Scott Iwafuchi's team at the time, and I flew out with a good friend, Bakumi, and shout out to him and the flock, of course. But we came out here to see everything on the West Coast, and it was just like a totally magical time. I had never had a run go that well before, and I still haven't had one as strong since, but it was really awesome to be here, come out on the bay and see the sunset and everything afterwards, and then get to compete in day 2. So it was really special for me.
Wow, that's awesome. And now that you're back, is there anything else that you're trying to do in Vancouver, or anyone else that's helping to make these trips happen?
Yeah, there's a whole group of people. Like I said, at the flock, we all kind of plan together to go to different events, and we work together prepping for the events too. And I'm working recently with Toller, Yotam, Sam, and Colin, all on a bunch of different stuff for Reg G specifically. Yeah, I think it's just like a lot of fun to kind of run around at all the different events. And for Vancouver specifically, I'm spending actually a couple of extra days here just to kind of explore around and see more of the city before I head back over to Atlanta.
All right, well, Zach, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck this weekend, and hopefully we'll see you at the Atlanta Regional Championships too.
Yep, thank you so much.
Now we've got more Pokemon action ahead, so stay tuned.
Let's kick off the 2023 Pokemon World Championship.
I'm one of the commentators for Pokemon. You're on camera a lot. That's when you really start thinking a lot more about what it is you want to represent.
Doing the Masters Finals is one of the biggest honors.
Winning it all is still a dream that I have, even today.
To actually be the best in the world is something you have to open yourself up to failing. That's when you start to think, maybe I can't do it. Maybe I had my prime.
We are in the middle of Swiss round number 3 here at the Vancouver Regional Championships, and I'm here on the floor to give you just a couple of updates on what's going on around the venue hall. Now, we've got a couple of players that are going to be sitting undefeated at the moment. We've got Brandon Davis from the United States that's going to be playing a cool Lunala Ursaluna Torkoal team. So we've got a little bit of Trick Room action. We also have Donghoon Yum, one of our United States players as well, that's going to be sitting undefeated with a Calyrex team that also features Chi-Yu and Ogrepon. A couple of other of our undefeated players include Joshua Robinson, Aiden Shaw, Andrew Racino, as well as Brian Collins, and a couple of others. We've got Taran Birdie that's here from the United Kingdom that's also going to be playing after a top 4 finish at the Europe International Championships, sitting undefeated. And I'm trying to see what else I've got for you guys here. Joe Ugarte also coming through after a finish at the Europe International Championships is 3-0. And we've got James Craig, Yotam Cohen, also 3-0. Dylan Kessler, undefeated. Adam Colson, Chalky Hornstein. James Evans, Aaron Trailer, a lot of top trainers that are going into our 4th round of Swiss completely undefeated. And so very exciting to see where the rest of our tables do fall. Paul Chua is also going to enter onto that list of undefeated players here. But just a quick update from me, and now back over to our casters, Sierra and Jake, to get this next round started soon.
Thank you, Rose, for the sideline reporting there. Natural, by the way. I feel like having to read all of that, I'd be like, I'm sweating over here,
Yeah.
but I am so excited to be here at the Vancouver Regional Championships and starting like for us to get underway with our day here, especially too the first couple of matches that we got to see. Yeah, they're pretty quick, but like that list of 3-0 players, whew, stacked.
A lot of really cool potential there. Of course, we are still waiting on the pairings for this next round. We get to talk to you a little bit about some of the Pokemon that we maybe like to, maybe think might do a little bit well here this weekend in Vancouver.
It is those infamous caster predictions and see how well we know what is going on within the meta and absolutely everything else. So I first have to just go off here because Slitherwing is back, and there is actually 2 Slitherwings out there competing in the field. So you go, you go Slitherwing, let's go. I was super excited. Unfortunately, Slitherwing isn't having the greatest day out there, which tends to be why we don't necessarily get to see it as much. But shout out to Matthew, 1-1 so far with Slitherwing, waiting on that last match, maybe have positive record there. And then Alvin as well with Slitherwing, you know. I see you guys, Slitherwing, strongest soldiers, I believe in you.
It had some really strong, offensive, potential too. I think you were telling me it has the possibility to one-hit KO Calyrex Shadow Rider.
I think the possibility, if you're looking at this choice band, Max, like this choice band, like trained to be super like attack heavy, especially because Slitherwing will throw hands. Looking at a first impression to a Calyrex Shadow Rider, like Calyrex Shadow Rider has no chance. So, there is merit to this. Hopefully, maybe we get to see it later on. But talking about the rest of the caster predictions here, I mean, we're both aligned with Miraidon. Miraidon has been one of the top restricteds when we're looking at the conversion rate, what it's able to do at events. And sure, it was the counterpart that won EUIC, but how many Miraidons in general just paved their way through the competition with a couple of really strong archetypes out there? I think it's definitely a favorite to be taking down the event, especially with all the rain.
I really like Miraidon. I think it's still one of the most consistent Pokemon we've got out there. Electro Drift is super strong. Of course, like the Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam set that a lot of players are opting for gives you some really strong and consistent spread damage as well, which is really great. I think there's obviously like the team that won the World Championships that kind of became the standard Miraidon. I think there's plenty of room for innovation there. I really like the Ditto call out there because that is something players have opted for. The possibility of having 2 restricted Pokemon instead of just the 1, if you can copy it with that Ditto's imposter ability, is really powerful.
You know what's better than 1 Miraidon?
2?
2 Miraidon.
Whoa! I also really think Chi-Yu is a cool partner. That Beads of Ruin ability can make your Miraidon do even more damage, and Chi-Yu covers pretty well for something like the Calyrex Shadow Rider. That dark typing is very useful. You have some utility in Snarl, and of course, some immediate power with those very strong overheats.
I feel like Chi-Yu for me, I've just seen too many dreams be made or break with this Pokemon. The Heat Wave is...
Yeah.
It's definitely a lower accuracy than we think it is. That's for certain. But I do think that in the right situations, I'm just wondering how it fares up, talking about Kyogre, this pick for Rose, how it fares up against a lot of this rain. Because we're on the West Coast. It's a rainy time out there, and players are making sure that we are aware of it. And it's one of those teams, too, that I think if you're not 100% ready for it, especially with Kyogre being on the lower end of our use restricteds here, it can make waves. Like, normally it's paired with a tailwind setter, so you get the speed, you get the rain, you get the power. That's pretty dangerous.
And a lot of teams don't pack great water resistances. Like, a lot of teams have Urshifu Rapid Strike, which resists water, but it doesn't have the greatest special defense. So those water spouts will still be hitting very hard. So if you can find a position where, with that tailwind support, with the Kyogre acting before your opponent, that water spout can be very devastating. And we're talking about consistent spread damage. That is the most consistent and the most scary.
Yeah, the consistency is great until all of a sudden you get hit with any move and you're all of a sudden, I don't know, that's not doing the most damage out there. When you're looking at Pokemon that do have some of those priority options to try and take that down, it's where you do get to see some of the other supporting casts on the team being made around making sure that priority is blocked. Something like a Serena, something like a Farigiraf, but still something you have to be careful for, because once that health is gone, like, you are cooked. The other restricted, Calyrex Ice Rider for Gabby here, Terapagos for Scott. I think both two really good picks. Looking at Scott's team, this is literally I think anyone that is using this team that we saw Marcus Silva use at EUIC is going to win the event. And it's a team that we got to see Abdullah use in that first round of broadcast, and to great success.
The first time we had Regulation G, right when it was starting, I was such a strong believer in that substitute Calm Mind Terapagos set, and I tried so hard to make it work, but I just couldn't find a way to beat something like Zamazenta or Koraidon. They were both really difficult. But this Heatran set that people are using now with the Terra Bug, using the Flash Fire to resist both fire and fighting, is a really cool innovation, and I'm glad Scott called that out.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how those predictions are doing throughout the day, but as we're getting ready for the next match, I have to call it as well. If you are interested in coming to events, it's not just the regionals that we have, but of course, local events that you can attend as well. So this is actually my hometown regional, so shout out to all of these shops, but a special shout out to Bastion Games. This is where I actually started playing Pokemon, the TCG, way back. The deck that I used was not great whatsoever, but I made some great friends, and that's where also my sister now goes and plays these card games, so that's just extra shout out there. But that is really where you can get your start in Pokemon, and you never know where it can lead. I think that's a really cool thing.
Highly recommend checking out a Pokemon League near you. You can use this QR code to find local events in your area. I attend as many as I can in my area as well, and I can confirm they are a very good time, very friendly people there that'll help you start your Pokemon journey.
All right, well, we are getting underway to get started with the next round, so we're going to take a quick break, get the players settled, but after that, round 4 here in Vancouver. Stay tuned.
Well, this is actually my first regional, so I didn't actually prepare that much. But I thought, I watched some YouTube videos, went on Reddit, read about other people's experiences, and I have a whole cheering squad here, so, I think I go and meet with them after my games to get a little bit more energy, but yeah, that's basically it.
Obviously, have a good sleep, like an 8-hour sleep, and then have a good breakfast too next day. And then I think you should be good for a long day of Pokemon.
If it's this tournament, I don't sleep. I toss and turn on a bed all night and just keep thinking, like, is my team ready to go? Have I done everything possible to be ready? And I just come in here and play free and play to what I think I can do. And as long as I do that, I have no regrets and I can go home at the end of the day happy.
Yeah, I think it's really important to make sure that you've got energy to compete throughout the day. That means eating a healthy breakfast. That means getting close to 8 hours of sleep and just being in a good headspace for the tournament. Don't be afraid to give yourself breaks between rounds to do things like listen to music or enjoy fresh air outside the venue. I think it's really just about making sure that your body and mind are ready for a long day of tough competition.
I, first of all, make sure that I get a full night's of rest if I can. Although I know sometimes we end up staying up late to test and make sure our decks are fine. Trying to eat some breakfast ahead of time and really mentally reset, make sure you're ready for a long day and taking one game at a time.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here. When preparing to compete at a Pokemon tournament, it's important to ensure that you choose the moves, items, and stats that best suit a Pokemon on your team. But what are these stats, and how do you ensure that you're training them in a way that unlocks their maximum potential? Let's break it down. Pokemon have 6 individual stats that determine its performance in battle: HP, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. Each species of Pokemon has different stat potential. Fully evolved Pokemon typically have higher stats when compared to the Pokemon from which they evolve. To determine a Pokemon's primary role on your team, take a look at its stats. An attacker will have an attack stat that's naturally higher than its other stats. An example of a physical attacker is Rapid Striker Shifu, and an example of a special attacker is Fluttermane. Support Pokemon typically will have higher HP, defense, or special defense when compared with their attacking stats, but that's not always the case. Examples of support Pokemon popular in VGC include Amoonguss, Tornadus Incarnate, and Cresselia. So how can you optimize a Pokemon's stats to best fit its role in your team? Start by picking a nature that aligns with that role. Most natures will boost one stat while lowering another, so attacking Pokemon should pick a nature that raises its favorite attack stat while lowering the other. For supporting Pokemon, raise your chosen defensive stat while lowering its lowest attack stat. And for speedy Pokemon, a boost in speed is best offset by dropping its lowest attack stat. Next, maximize a Pokemon's potential by training their individual strengths, which are the innate affinity each individual Pokemon has for each stat, ranging from no good to best. A Pokemon with a higher individual strength and attack will be able to reach a higher maximum attack stat than a Pokemon of the same species with a lower individual strength and attack. To examine a Pokemon's individual strengths, complete the main story of Pokemon Scarlet or Pokemon Violet and talk to the nurse at any Pokemon Center. This will unlock the Judge function, which allows you to check a Pokemon's individual strengths in your boxes. You can maximize a Pokemon's individual strengths by talking to the Hyper Training Trainer in Montenevera in exchange for a bottle cap, which can be purchased from Delibird Presents. Now it's time to train a Pokemon's base points, which help determine the growth of its 6 stats. Each Pokemon begins with 0 base points in each stat. There are limits to how many base points each stat can earn, as well as the combined total of all 6 stats. So you won't be able to train your Pokemon to have the best possible stats in every category. These limits allow you to either hit the maximum in 2 stats, with a tiny bit left over for a third, or spread your Pokemon's training more evenly amongst a greater number of stats. The simplest way to start base point training is to refer to your Pokemon's role. Attacking or speedy Pokemon should maximize their chosen attack stat alongside of their HP or speed. Supporting Pokemon should maximize their defenses alongside of their HP. You can earn base points by defeating Pokemon in battle or by using vitamins, feathers, or mochi. To maximize base points for an individual stat, you'll need 26 vitamins or mochi or 252 feathers. For more information on base point training, make sure to check out Pokemon.com. A Pokemon's stats are only one aspect of its effectiveness in battle. Champion Pokemon trainers pay close attention to a Pokemon's abilities, moves, and overall team composition to come up with their winning strategies. Testing your team and how your Pokemon are trained is an important step in figuring out your team's strategy. Make sure to practice online via Battle Stadium or in person via your local Play Pokemon League. Looking for inspiration? Check out Pokemon.com for more information on past events, upcoming tournaments, or ways to train your Pokemon. Until next time, trainers, see ya!
The beautiful but rainy Vancouver, home of the 2nd Canadian Regional this season, and the one we're at today. It has been a great day so far. It's only about to get better. I cannot wait to get started with the round 4 here. Sierra Dawn, Jake Bowman here, and yeah, we're about gearing up for the next round, and we're talking about stacked individuals. Well, we got you.
You're going to see 2 very fantastic players. Both have many, many accomplishments throughout their career, including winning this very tournament last season. It's going to be the battle of the Jameses, Evans versus Beck, here in round number 4 at the Vancouver Regional Championships. This is a finals level match, so we get to see this early in the tournament, which is so exciting.
Yeah, apparently just people named James are good at Pokemon,
good, yeah.
I guess. Anyone who's looking out there for baby names,
I would even
if you
say
want your Pokemon to be a champion.
Names that start with J.A. Very good at Pokemon. Right? No?
Okay, I guess.
Maybe not.
Okay. So you're close there. You got half of the power.
I'm trying to absorb some of their accomplishments because they're impressive, more so than mine are.
For now, but you know what? I believe in you.
I got this.
I believe in you. You can be the reason why Jake can be a top-tier Pokemon player. All right. But across the board, we got some stacked matchups. So as called out, it's going to be James versus James. Joshua Robinson, he's gotten a lot of really strong runs here in First Year Masters Division, going up against Taryn Birdie, making the journey out from EU after getting that top 4 at EUIC. Kian Campbell, top 4, I believe, at LA a couple years back, going up against Alex Underhill. Yotam, Zachary was featured, and Keanu, who we just saw going up here. So there's a lot of great Pokemon to be played here. Of course, all these are undefeated. A loss here doesn't mean the end of your run by any means. It's just, you can't say that you're undefeated.
Of course, you want to make it into day 2 of the competition with as many wins as possible, because that sets you up for a quicker and easier path into the top cut portion of the tournament. But these players aren't worried about that just yet, because we are not even halfway through the day of Swiss here in Vancouver, and we still got 5 more rounds to go.
We got a lot of good Pokemon to be played, so I'm excited to get underway with this. But it'll be interesting too, like a bunch of the different storylines, and especially looking at the storyline for James Evans going into this one. We got a lot of people that are looking to kind of complete their story. There's Abdullah, who's trying to defend a title that he didn't get the opportunity to last year. James is trying to defend the title that he won Vancouver last year. And of course, for Beck, he's gotten so many accomplishments. So yeah, just to keep on trucking along with this, work out well.
It is cool that we kind of do have 2 defending champions at this one event. Like you said, Abdullah did win this event 2 years ago, was not able to compete last year, so this is his first time back at Vancouver Regionals after winning, and of course James winning last year. Both of them are kind of looking to replicate that success. Abdullah won his round on stream earlier, so hopefully James Evans wants to do the same. But James Beck, who has 4 regional titles of his own and international championship, twice at top 4 at Worlds, not going to be an easy feat whatsoever.
Not at all, but I mean, you're looking at James Evans and, just casual world champion at 1 point, won an international, so both 2 great trainers of their own merit. So I'm excited to see then too what's being brought out by them for this event, and as well, considering they are friends, how well they know the other person's team, because that's always a big thing coming into this event too when you're pairing up against a friend.
Of course, in this era of open team sheets, there's a lot of information that you have available to you, regardless of if you are playing your best friend or someone you just met. But the way that you train your Pokemon is one of the very few things that you keep hidden from those team sheets. So let's say if James Evans knows James Beck trained his Calyrex a certain way, he might know that one of his own Pokemon might outspeed it, might go first in Trick Room instead, and so that kind of interaction between the info that these players might have shared with each other could come in to play here.
Or it could just be the awkward car ride as you travel to the event together as, all right, well, I'm not trained what I got.
Right.
You're not trained what you got. I'm just kidding. No, these 2 are great friends. I'm sure that's not the case. But I definitely am curious how much of that will play a part. And then if there's any similarities, if they have discussed things at all together for these teams, or if it is something that is completely their own separate thing. And yeah, because I mean, we're looking back at San Antonio, where it was 2 team builders, 2 great friends that then went up against each other, right? So players say everything.
That's the fun part about entering these events and training with your friends, and both of you coming up with different ideas and sharing some, adopting some, maybe not thinking that some of their ideas work on your team. But as we see, these 2 trainers are both running the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but with very different compositions.
Yeah, that'll be really cool. Also, the Skip Loom should be I know it's facing James to cheer him on, but face us. I don't know, but no. Looking at these 2 teams, same restricted, but great call out on the different way that these 2 are built. So looking at the one end, we got we got the Tailwind to try and make sure it's fast. We do have Follow Me redirection with this Cornerstone Ogrepon as well as this Amoonguss, but then James has his own different tools. Clefairy is one that we saw really, really early on with the Calyrex Shadow Rider to redirect hits and stuff, but Mienshao also a really, really cool Pokemon in the way that, well, I don't have to redirect hits at all if I can just stop it in its tracks with Wide Guard. So it'd be fun to see how these 2 face up against each other.
They both have interesting ways to protect their own Calyrex Shadow Rider from Astral Barrage. barrages as well. You called out the wide guard on Mienshao, but James Evans on your screen now is running the Terra Normal. So if he does opt to terrestrialize his Calyrex, it will be immune to Astral Barrage, and he has 2 ways to redirect a possible Psychic in the form of that Ogrepon and Amoonguss. So some cool ways to protect this nasty plot Calyrex. If you get a nasty plot off and you get a KO with Astral Barrage, you're now at +3 special attack, and I can't think of many things that can stomach a +3 Astral Barrage very well.
Not much in this format, that is 100% for sure. And then we do get to see other powerful picks here too. This Tornadus, you have the speed with the Tailwind, you have the Rain Dance, and you have an Urshifu Rapid Strike that can really capitalize off of that. The Mystic Water and the Surging Strikes, you're talking about Pokemon that are not going to appreciate hits or can't really stand up to things. Well, not too much minus like resisted hits can really stand up against that. So if you're looking at maybe any worry about the Calyrex, you do have aggression with the team in other sort of ways. And I do love that there is 2 different redirectors on this team.
I love the Rain Dance call out too, because not only does it boost the power of that Surging Strikes and Aqua Jet from the Urshifu Rapid Strike, but it's a really nice way to mess with some of these Koraidon teams that are popping up. Like, of course, the team that Wolf just won EUIC with, but Koraidon was already kind of a threat in its own right. And if you're able to shut off the sun with that Rain Dance, turn off the Orichalcum Pulse, turn off Photosynthesis from a lot of Pokemon that rely on sun to get that boost, you can disrupt your opponent's teams in a lot of ways. Obviously, no Koraidon in this game, though, as it is this Calyrex Shadow Rider mirror, and James Beck has opted for Clefairy, Rillaboom, Mienshao, which is a really cool utility Pokemon, Urshifu Rapid Strike, and Incineroar as partners.
And calling out things that may seem the same but are a little different, if we do see something like the Urshifu come to this match, it is going to be a Choice Scarf for Beck's side as opposed to the Mystic Water. So the damage might be a little bit lessened, but you do have that natural speed, since we're not really seeing a way to set up a speed option for James. Instead, you have that redirection with this Clefairy, you have the fake out with this Incineroar and the Mienshao, and then of course Mienshao looking to maybe shut things down with something like this Wide Guard. Taunt on the Pokemon is also really cool if you're looking at ways to maybe limit what this Tornadus is able to do in terms of that setup, or just shutting off anything else, make sure things that don't get too out of control. So I'm curious then how James is going to be going up against this speed, and if this Mienshao is something that we do see, considering it looks like such a great answer into something, well, like the Calyrex.
Yeah. The taunt on Mienshao is really cool. Oftentimes players run Feint in that slot, which allows it to break wide guards and allow your own Calyrex to attack with Astral Barrage through a possible wide guard. Taunt kind of does the same thing. If you taunt something, you can't use wide guard on the following turns, but also offers a lot of utility into Pokemon like Ogrepon or Amoonguss that want to be redirecting. I also think the Icy Wind on Clefairy is really cool. That's not something we see too often, and it gives James Beck a little bit of speed control on a team, like you said, Sierra, that doesn't have a Tailwind. That's kind of the only speed control option.
Well, it's time to head into game 1 here of round 4. Figure out what these trainers are kind of leaning towards when we're looking at 2 restricteds, but 2 very different teams. Rillaboom and Calyrex here for James Beck, going up against the Urshifu and the Amoonguss for James Evans.
Bit of a setup lead here for James Beck. Looking at James Beck's team, it's much more focused around this Calyrex Shadow Rider setting up and being like the main source of damage, whereas on James Evans' team, you have the Mystic Water and Urshifu, you have Pokemon like the Ogrepon that can do a lot of damage on its own, especially with that Qian Pao. So not surprising to see Beck wanting to start off with this Calyrex, hopefully get some nasty plots going, and then force James Evans to respond before this Calyrex just gets too powerful.
And a little peek of what Evans has in the back there. We got to see the Tornadus and the Calyrex Shadow Rider. So if you can utilize this Urshifu early game to great effect, kind of soften things up a little bit, be able to deal with the restricted on the other end, that would be certainly nice. You could then try and just set up some speed, a strong Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back, and take the game from there. But early terrestrialization in the match into the grass terrestrialization. Of course, when you are staring down a Rillaboom on the other end that threatens you a lot with a super effective hit, you don't want any part of that. No attack into the Urshifu, though, instead making sure that this Amoonguss cannot do anything. For Calyrex, that is a nasty plot, +2 to the special attack. So next turn, you're going to be dealing a lot of damage, but you're going to be receiving a lot on this turn as well. No rain to help boost the damage, but still, this is not going to be taking another hit.
it might be able to take an Aqua Jet, which could be really important here, especially thanks to this grassy terrain recovery. And obviously, one more Surging Strikes will finish the job, but since Calyrex is going to be faster than this Urshifu and Amoonguss, and has this +2 special attack with the spell tag, it's going to start dealing a ton of damage. I do love that Grass Terastallization, though. If Urshifu does, have to take something like a Wood Hammer or a Grassy Glide on this turn, it would have taken a lot more because it was the Water type, which is weak to Grass. But thanks to this Grass Terra, the Psychic from Calyrex would have been neutral as well. Because it Terastallized, I don't think there was any way Urshifu gets knocked out on this turn, which means it is still around to threaten something like the Surging Strikes. A possible Aqua Jet, which I think would be very close.
That'll be the big one, especially too when you are looking at an Urshifu that has the defensive Terastallization as opposed to the offensive. With the Mystic Water that boosts the attack just a little bit, but how much? You have to go for it, but it's not there. Calyrex is holding on, and +2 Astral Barrage is coming down on Evans. Both these Pokemon, a lot of damage and just straight up KO'd. James Evans already down 2, and we'll have to see the final 2 in the back.
Well, I said that if you get a Nasty Plot in 1 KO, you're at +3, but what happens if you get a Nasty Plot in 2 KOs? That's +4. +4 Calyrex Shadow Rider is very, very terrifying. And of course, James does have 2 Pokemon remaining, and the Aqua Jet took Calyrex down pretty low. One more hit from anything should be able to knock it out, but is it too late? Does James Evans have enough in the tank to KO 4 Pokemon?
I mean, you do have the perfect 2 Pokemon if you're looking at what's there. We obviously do not know what's in the back for Beck as of this moment, but the Calyrex Shadow Rider on Beck's end has taken a lot of damage, and when you are looking at the speed, there is the way for Evan to be setting that up to make sure that you are outspeeding, and I don't think that there is a response to just an attempt at a hit at this turn. The Rillaboom on the other end, especially being the Assault Vest, if it is sticking around, it will take the hit quite well, and you don't have those boosts that Beck has, but you can at least get rid of this +4 restricted, especially with the Terastallization being the Fairy type. There's not a way out of just, getting hit.
Yeah, I mean, this Astral Barrage could be a really big deal here. What James has to decide is if he wants to go for a Tailwind, thinking that the Calyrex on James Beck's side stays in and tries to attack, or do you possibly go for something like a Bleakwind Storm, try to KO this Rillaboom before it can attack?
Well, we're going to see Terastallization onto the opposing end here, and since we've seen one from Evans, it's that Rillaboom into the Fire type. So it's great call out on the Bleakwind Storm, but if that was an attempt from Evans, it's now not going to be doing that super effective damage. So great way to be covering your options. Instead, that's the speed coming out from Evans. So no way to really match that immediately from Beck. You just have to be taking these hits. These 2 Pokemon should be more than capable though, so not too much damage. You can at least go for the Bleakwind and stuff next turn, but Wood Hammer into the Calyrex, already down to just a sliver of health.
Really, really smart play by Beck there. The idea to maybe try and win a speed tie and call James going for a Bleakwind Storm there and get an Astral Barrage off before you get knocked out is tempting, but by Terastallizing that Rillaboom to a Fire type and swapping in Clefairy for the Friend Guard, you're pretty much guaranteeing that this Rillaboom gets an attack off this turn. It's going to survive Astral Barrage like we saw. It's going to survive a Bleakwind Storm because it's not weak anymore, and you get this huge Wood Hammer off, and now Grassy Glide should be able to finish off this Calyrex on James Evans' side of the field and put James Beck at a huge lead.
And this Bleakwind Storm, especially with the Terastallization, is just not the damage that you need. And, well,
oh no.
That's going to be a Rillaboom that's just gaining that health back. So all of that headway that you're able to do with these Pokemon is not really there. The Calyrex, you get a little bit of recovery from the grassy terrain, but this Grassy Glide from the other end is just offering too much. Yeah, go for the double and try and make something happen, but I just don't see why you don't keep going for these Grassy Glides and the Heals Pulses. There's not really the damage here, and you don't even get the double protect in the end.
Let's say you get the double and Grassy Glide somehow manages to not KO it next turn. Like, this Heal Pulse Clefairy is doing so much work that I don't know that this Rillaboom ever gets knocked out, even if you have infinite protects, right? It's just not taking any damage thanks to Heal Pulse and the Friend Guard, and the dodging also helps too, but it doesn't really matter in this case. Just a really well-played game by James Beck there, knowing that especially after that couple first turns where you got that huge Astral Barrage off, you didn't really need the Calyrex to finish off the game. You see Evan's last 2 Pokemon, and you know that this Fire-type Rillaboom could do the job all on its own.
And this is an opportunity then to talk about where we see this game 2 going as the match is canceled. James Beck to take the first. With these 2 restricted, James Beck instantly out of control with this Calyrex Shadow Rider. We saw only one person lead that restricted. Evans deciding to opt for the option with the Calyrex in the back and not working out. Do you want to lead it this time? That gets then a little bit weird because you can get pressured from the opposing end. Do you bring then your speed? Because this Urshifu did not do enough to be kicking off the match.
You have to wonder if James Evans possibly knows his Calyrex is slower. This isn't info that we have, but there's a chance that James Evans knows maybe my Calyrex is slower than James Beck's. If I have them both on the field, I basically have to terrestrialize in order to do anything with my Calyrex. Maybe you don't want to give up that resource so early on, but I think you have to adjust for Beck leading that Calyrex again, going straight for a nasty plot. You don't really have a great way of preventing that or punishing it if Beck leads the Rillaboom or even the Clefairy and the Calyrex again. They provide so much support to that Calyrex Shadow Rider with that nasty plot between the Friend Guard, the Heal Pulse, the Fake Out, the Grassy Terrain recovery, that it's going to be difficult, I think, for James Evans to not give up too much ground while that Calyrex gets set up.
Well, isn't there just this world of possibility of bringing the Tornadus and this Calyrex Shadow Rider and leading that? You can't get faked out due to the ghost typing and then the Tornadus with this covert cloak. So you can either go for the Tailwind and just straight up attack, or you can go for that double with the Bleak Wind and the Astral Barrage. Would that be the damage and like maybe the move necessary?
It could be, but then James Beck maybe even comes in and says, I'm going to lead Mienshao instead. It also has Fake Out, which is all he really needed on that first turn, but also has Wide Guard, which would prevent something like that from happening. I don't believe we saw Beck's fourth Pokemon either. We just saw the Rillaboom, Clefairy, and Calyrex. So it's something that James Evans kind of has to take into consideration. I can adjust pretty hard for that lead, but if Beck sees it coming, you put even further on the back foot.
Especially being up a game, if James X wants to be switching up the lead to try and catch Evans off guard here, I mean, you got a game advantage, you know? You would rather just close the set out in two, you know? You don't want to be playing too risky there, but you can also just completely catch him off guard. So I'm intrigued to see if we're going to see a run back of that same lead that was just so successful here in that very first game, or try and punish this potential swap up from Evans. But it's time to start getting into game 2 here, see these leads, see where these trainers' minds are at. No switch coming out from Beck. On the opposing end, a little bit of one. Right away, we get to see the Urshifu and the Tornadus. So this is going to be a little bit more interesting with the possibility of Rain Dance. That would in fact get the KO on this Calyrex.
I do like this adjustment a lot. With that Covert Cloak, Tornadus will have the option to get something like a Tailwind or a Rain Dance up, guaranteed on this turn. The Urshifu, again, if it wants to go for that Grass Terrestrialization, will guarantee that it doesn't get knocked out on this turn. But because the Tornadus is holding the Covert Cloak, if Beck goes for a Fake Out, it almost certainly is into that Urshifu slot. So maybe you don't even want to, give him the chance to get some big damage into that slot right off the bat. Either swap it out, go for a Detect, and then kind of let your Tornadus do its thing for a turn. And then the Rain Boost with the Surging Strikes, maybe enough to KO the Calyrex straight up with the Surging Strikes, but if not, certainly an Aqua Jet range this time.
The weird thing here is you don't want to disrespect the Calyrex on the opposing end with maybe going for a Detect when, hey, well, we're seeing right here, the Rillaboom's not going for Fake Out. It is, in fact, just swapping out. So if Clefairy comes out onto the field, that does bring around the Friend Guard as well and making sure there is redirection going on forward. As Terrestrialization is now spent. This was to make sure that you are good past the Rillaboom, but now it just means that, hey, we get the Grass type out and Evans no longer has access to Terrestrialization down the road. That could be important. Rain Dance, now all the damage from any Surging Strikes is going to do a lot more. Of course, you have to take a hit first. Neither Pokemon appreciates that, but they will take it okay. Now to see how much this will do with the Friend Guard actually putting in a lot of work, and it looks like this isn't going to get the KO here.
It's not, just barely misses it thanks to that Friend Guard. Of course, the Rain does boost the power of Surging Strikes, but Clefairy is there to save the day, and Calyrex hangs on. Now you have the option to redirect an Aqua Jet from this Urshifu, but if you still have the speed advantage with your Calyrex Shadow Rider. If the Tornadus has the option to go for a spread Bleak Wind Storm, but if you're Bleak Wind Storming, you're going to be slower than this Calyrex because you have not set up Tailwind. So even though the Calyrex took a bunch of damage here, this Clefairy is standing strong and allowing this Calyrex to not really be scared anymore.
And with the amount of damage that you took, you have to make that choice of which one. And since you need the speed to even make it past the turn, the Tailwind makes a lot of sense. So one opportunity to make sure that this Urshifu can do some meaningful damage before it's on its way out. Already looking at how much the first one does. Actually, this is getting close. That second one did a lot of damage. Clefairy will go down. So You're not getting rid of the restricted quite yet, but you are taking down one of the partner Pokemon to try and make sure that this restricted doesn't get out of control, because surely this is about to be an Astral Barrage, and we saw the damage last time. We're about to claim 2 KOs, and that's about to be 2 Grim Nay boosts.
Another 2 Grim Nay boosts, but importantly, no Nasty Plot this time. Clefairy is down, so no more Friend Guard. And the Calyrex Shadow Rider on James' Beck's end, is pretty low on HP. James Evans surely has his own Shadow Rider in the back, alongside one more Pokemon to weather the rest of this storm. It is the Amoonguss this time, so I kind of like this. You've got the Amoonguss, Calyrex, you have the Tailwind boost now for a couple more turns, which will allow you to attack before James Beck's Pokemon. And even though you did lose 2 Pokemon, I think getting rid of that Clefairy is huge. It really did look like the Surging Strikes might be a roll for the 1-hit KO. 3-hit KO, the Surging Strikes knock out there, but importantly it goes down, which gets the Pokemon count down and removes the Friend Guard.
Rillaboom comes back out onto the field for Beck. Again, Assault Vest means that you're not taking nearly as much damage, and you do have the option of Fake Out into this Amoonguss, or to just deal some Grassy Glide damage into the Calyrex onto the opposing end. So Evans no longer has Terastallization on the table, and you kind of have to figure out, like, at this point, After Barrage probably just safe, get some damage, but he's already down 2 Pokemon.
Yeah.
So is this enough in the tank to try and make it through the rest of Beck's team, including a 4th unknown quantity?
This is also where James Beck's Calyrex not being Terra Normal is important. It is Terra Fairy, which will still be neutral to Ghost, so you have no way of, not making this Astral Barrage KO. So if James Evans does opt to go straight for this Astral Barrage, you either have to protect and stall out a turn, let your Calyrex go down, or let something in the back take this full-powered Astral Barrage.
And it's just to protect from Beck for this Calyrex Shadow Rider, so no damage done. It's going to be surviving past this turn. And if you're eyeing up this Rillaboom with how much damage it did with the Woodhammer last time around, I think we know it's about to be on the horizon for Evans, and it doesn't look good. That's not the damage that you need into this Rillaboom. And now here we go, Woodhammer. So much and down to its liver. That's going to be an easy Grassy Glide to pick it up next turn. Sludge Bomb will pick up at least the KO, so you did just enough with that recoil.
Yeah.
Be a bit of a saving grace.
I wonder if that recoil is the difference maker. That's a lot of damage dealt by Woodhammer, which means in return a lot of damage dealt back with that recoil. And Sludge Bomb there being the attack of choice is huge for the Amoonguss because it allowed it to pick up that KO, but Mienshao comes in here, and you know what will prevent an Astral Barrage is Wide Guard. So you have to wonder, if you go straight for the Wide Guard, do you try to Psychic that Calyrex? And if you do, is that even enough?
Yeah, we don't have those boosts on Evans' end to really make that difference. And I feel like that's always the mind game. That's the tricky part, because if you go for it and you miss out, and then this Mienshao just gets free into the Amoonguss, you're done. But if it Wide Guards, you're cooked on the spot. Like that is not the mind game that I appreciate when I see these Calyrex Shadow Riders.
The nice part too for James Evans is that if he is able to knock out this Calyrex Shadow Rider, the Mienshao does not have an attack that can damage the Shadow Rider on his own side of the field. Wide Guard does come through, so it's going to be a matter of Psychic versus Astral Barrage.
All right, time to see if there is going to be enough damage output into the opposing end. Not very effective, and it holds on with just a little bit. Now, Psychic from the opposing end, from back into this Amoonguss that had all of those boosts. So 1 KO, easy, and now Evans down to 1 final Pokemon.
Well, going for the Psychic there, does James Evans still have a way to win this? Is it going to come down to whichever is faster, I think? Because there's one more turn of Tailwind. And I believe that maybe I'm not seeing something here. Because I think Evans maybe has a way to win this if his Calyrex is faster than James Beck's. But maybe he just knows. Maybe that comes down to the friendship info sharing, right? Maybe he knows James Beck's is trained to be as fast as possible and his own is not. So unfortunately, that means the end of the undefeated run for James Evans, the defending champion.
Almost the end of his hat, too. But it saves that one at least. But hey, still good friends. Hug it out, and 1 down on the day. There is still some Pokemon to be played, but for an accomplished player like James Evans, not the first or last time he'll ever be in that position.
No.
But way to go there for James Beck, being able to, take that 2-0, have a little bit of rest before moving on, and a testament too to these Calyrex Shadow Rider teams that all these different builds. Very, very strong, but one of the original ones the first time we saw Regulation G. Seeing things like this Mienshao, this Clefairy still has a lot of merits.
Yeah, it's really cool too. I think James Beck is someone that is a threat to win any event that he shows up to. You know, he has won a regional in Canada, in Toronto a few years ago, so no stranger to success this side of the border. But able to weather this storm with this Rain Dance boosted Surging Strikes early on, thanks to the Clefairy, a really nice mix-up in turn 1 strategies there. James Evans, you know, going on the offensive immediately, I loved as well, not getting baited by a possible like switch to Clefairy and Nasty Plot. You're going for that damage right away, but unfortunately just barely not enough for the KO, and the Calyrex was able to take over from there.
Yeah, and getting down to that end game too. I mean, the Calyrex Shadow Rider on James's end had just taken so much damage, and with the Life Orb, that's what you needed to be able to do this damage output. So at this point too, even if you were able to go off with one more attack, you would have just knocked yourself out with that last little bit of remaining too. So close to maybe having that possibility to close out, but that item just doing a little too much. But still super, super well played. And a game that, I mean, some of those margins were really, really close. Like, if that Psychic does KO, like, we're talking about a game 3 there, but Beck did a really good job in making sure that damage just wasn't a possibility. That Clefairy switch on the very first turn, that was really, really strong.
There's the difference in strategies too, right? Again, James Beck's team was very centered on, I will set up my Calyrex Shadow Rider, I will use the remaining 5 Pokemon to support its setup. Whereas James Evans had more different offensive options like that Urshifu with the Rain Dance and the Mystic Water, Cornerstone Ogrepon, not something we saw, but something that can deal a lot of damage in its own right. But just not enough when James Beck was still able to protect his own Calyrex Shadow Rider. And when you have +2, +4 Astral Barrages, you don't need other offense. That's everything you got.
It's too powerful. It's accurate, and you get boosts on KOs.
So what are you supposed to do?
What is this Pokemon? Why is it with everything? No, but I mean, Beck will have to buy James Evans dinner later to make up for that one. Surely, kind of even the score a little bit.
I think that's fair.
I think it's fair, right? Or else that's going to be a really awkward ride back. But it should be good. I'm curious, too, how this Mienshao and this Clefairy fares up against everything else. Because obviously, this was really, really strong. There's a reason and like why people were kind of countering it in the first place to where we didn't see the utmost success with it from the get-go. But are we at a point in the meta where we just don't really have quite as many answers to this?
I don't know. I really like both the Mienshao and the Clefairy, because when you're trying to protect like your main kingpin piece on your team, like this Calyrex Shadow Rider, a lot of players will opt for Fake Out and Redirection, both of which James Beck has. But you also need to worry about spread attacks, right? That's not something you can redirect. You can only Fake Out, once every few turns or so if you're rotating that Pokemon in and out. And so with that Mienshao, you have the Wide Guard to block Astral Barrages, which you can't do with Follow Me or Rage Powder. And then Clefairy on top of the Follow Me has the Friend Guard, which won't block damage, but it will reduce it enough where it probably sticks around a little bit longer.
And that definitely threw the biggest wrench in James Evans' plans, because that was a great adjustment to go for that Rain Dance, go for that Surging Strikes. That was almost the KO. But it's time to just not talk about Beck, but talk to him with the interview in the lounge. So Rosemary, take it away. That was smooth, Sierra. Thank you. I am, in fact, here in the lounge with James, the winner of our last round. And I got to specify Beck because you were going up against one of your good friends. So what was going through your head when you actually saw the matchup slip?
Well, I didn't even see the matchup slip. It was actually funny because James literally just grabbed me. He's like, we're playing again. And this is the second time we're playing this season, and we've just played so many times at this point, so I think we're both a bit tired of it.
When was the last time you guys played?
Toronto, actually. We played in Regulation H for the winning in for day 2, so I ended up beating him at Toronto, so yeah.
Okay, so par for the course, actually, if history is going to repeat itself this time around. But we are in a new regulation, and you were both playing Shadow Rider Calyrex. What about that matchup are you thinking about when you have your own Shadow Rider Calyrex?
I think it's really going to depend on the player. This is actually the 3rd Shadow Rider out of the 4 rounds that I played. So, and they're all torn, and I don't have a torn, so it makes things a lot difficult. The only blessing is that me and James were roommates for this event, and we were talking about our spreads, and I told him that my Shadow Rider is going to be faster than his, so that's information that I just knew. So if he didn't have Tailwind up, my Shadow Rider outspeeds, and that's like very crucial information for both of us to play, and it just made my life so much easier because I feel like my Shadow Rider is usually the slower one.
Okay, so was that something where you were like, maybe I almost have to expect that James is going to bring the Tornadus? That's something that I can actually plan around.
Yeah, it was either using the Tornadus and getting up Tailwind, and then I have to play a game of stalling out the Tailwind turns, or like I'm maneuvering specifically with my Fake Out mods to stop the partner from being able to do that much damage. Or it was just a situation where he doesn't bring Torn, he has a bunch of strong priority, and then I just keep Shadow Rider that's healthy as possible by protecting with the Fake Out plus the Clef redirection.
And when you look at the rest of the support for this team, you've got the Clefairy as well as that Mian Xiao, and it does kind of give us some shades of what Calyrex Shadow Rider was starting to look like at the beginning of Regulation G. So is that where you drew some inspiration for this, or is there another direction where you're like, I really want to bring this 6?
I think it was just I played a bunch of Shadow Rider in the Regulation G, the second part. I didn't really touch it in the first part or the leading up to the World Championship. I think Shadow Rider is just one of my favorite fun mons because it's just so intuitive and I feel like I really know how to play it at a high level. And I was just able to really click with it. I think I've tried out a bunch of different builds. I've tried out like Wolf's top 32 team from Worlds. I've tried out Edu's like top 4 at NIC variants. And I feel like I kind of squeezed together like just having a bunch of different Shadow Rider teams and just finding out what tools work for me and what gives me the best odds into like opposing different matchups in general.
Well, you know what's so funny actually looking at the Shadow Rider Calyrex team, I look at it and I go, wow, it's like Golden Go, except like a Shadow Rider Calyrex, you know, nasty plot, being able to have a 100% accurate spread type attack. Do you think that's maybe why? Do you see those parallels between the Golden Go that you're kind of so famous for Scarlet and Violet, and then Shadow Rider Calyrex?
I think I'm just really good with setup mons in general. Like Xerneas was one of my main Pokemon back in 2019 when I had a really dominant season. I had a really good time with like Zacian, of course, as well in 2022. And I just feel like Shadow Rider kind of plays similar to a Xerneas in a way where I'm having mostly Pokemon that just don't do that much damage across the board. So I really just am able to really heavily know on what Shadow Rider can set up those positions for it so it's able to actually do damage, set up for a sweep or like a good cleanup in the end game. And I feel like it's just very intuitive. It's not like the most interesting team to probably play and watch for others, but it's just something that I enjoy personally, so that's why I decided to bring it. It's a very safe team, I feel like. It has good matchup spreads across the board, or even-ish, I would say, so I can probably play out of a situation, so that's why I really like the team in general.
Well, I think one of the Pokemon choices that actually does make your team very interesting to watch is that Mian Xiao. So can you talk us through a little bit about how you decided to add this Pokemon on your team and also the use cases you see it for?
Yeah, so there was a Japanese grassroots tournament like a few weeks before EUIC that was very big, and it had basically the same 6, although there were some differences. Like the Shadow Rider, for instance, had the Calm Mind Draining Kiss, the Clef had Sing, and I didn't really like those sets specifically. I was really loving the Psychic move on the Shadow Rider. I really like having Heal Pulse on Clefairy. It's really able to do a lot of work. For instance, we saw in the game 1 against James Evans, was able to Heal Pulse my Rillaboom in the very same position to clean up in the end game. So I just took my own text. I took the Mian Xiao because Wide Guard is just so good into Kyogre that's just running Water Spawn Origin Pulse mainly. They're dropping Hydro Pump, as well as like opposing Shadow Rider matchup, because if they want to go for Astral Barrage into my Shadow Rider, I also have this immunity or the resistance to Psychic type attacks like we saw in the end game in Game 2. That was like really important for my cleanup.
It was so great to be able to watch you kind of think through all of those damage calcs in your head and actually getting those trades across the board, and then you ended up getting the set win. One of the moves that we actually saw on your EUIC team as well was looking at the Urshifu Rapid Strike. With a Choice Scarf, you have Rain Dance, and so now I didn't get a chance to actually ask you yesterday. That will make sense for all of you watching in like just a couple minutes, don't worry. But what exactly did you have that on your Urshifu for, and for what? Yeah, what purpose exactly?
So Rain Dance on Choice Scarf for Shifu, I thought the main concept was I don't really click Aqua Jet with Choice Scarf for Shifu. Coaching doesn't really make much sense on my team. I guess it could have some utility, but in general, I want a move that can improve like a tougher matchup. And the reason I decided to run Rain Dance was specifically for the Koraidon matchup, because if you're able to get a Rain Dance off against Koraidon and a partner that really relies on the Sun for doing the damage, that just gives me free opportunities to set up a potential Shadow Rider as well as lower the damage output of their side. So it just makes a lot of sense to me. I was actually able to convince a few other players running Rain Dance at the time as well in UIC, and it actually did pretty well. I don't think they clicked it, but I did click it at UIC against a Koraidon team and was able to win the set because of it. So it's not like the most clicked move. There's still obviously other mods that like you have to worry about with Koraidon in general that threaten the Rain Dance or Shifu, but it's still like a tech that actually I think that I can actually click pretty often into that matchup specifically.
I like it. I feel like we started to see the doors open for a lot of different tech moves, seeing Taunt on Urshifu as well. So we got to add Rain Dance to the list because it sounds like it really paid off big for you at EUIC. Now, James, one final question. How was that food yesterday?
Oh, the Cambodian restaurant was incredible. Like, I've never had chicken wings that were really good as well as light. It didn't feel like I was eating a really greasy meal. It was actually like very light, airy, crispy, which was incredible. The butter beef was so tender at that restaurant. So highly recommend for anyone in Vancouver. It's like one of the top restaurants in Vancouver. It's very chill, down to earth. It's actually pretty reasonable priced. And yeah, like it's got 2 Michelin guides in 2023, 2024. It's just a great spot. Like I'd recommend any Pokemon player that has time over this weekend to try that restaurant. It's a great spot. All the locals recommend it.
I'm so excited to go potentially try it out myself. You got me hungry, so I'm going to let you go as well. Before that, though, any shout-outs, James?
Just shout out to all my friends, of course, all the fans, my family, my boy NJ, who let me stay at his house for part of this weekend, and my good friend groups who play Pokemon, such as my friend group Gauze. And yeah, like, it's just a great event. I'm here for a good time. Not sure what my expectations are, but playing pretty well, which I'm pretty happy about.
You're undefeated right now, so hopefully you can keep the ball rolling. James, thank you so much. We're going to hopefully get a chance to talk to you a little bit later, but right now we are going to get ready for our next round of Swiss. So while we do that, we're going to throw to an interview with Rose with James on the floor. Hey trainers, here with one of our top competitors at the Vancouver Regional Championships, James Beck. And James, first off, want to congratulate you on your EUIC run. You ended up making day 2, going 9-3. How was that experience for you?
I mean, I went to EIC. I had it booked like for a few months, so I wasn't sure. I played a few games with my team, but at the end of the day, I did like my restricted mon, and I felt like it was a team that could pilot well as long as I played well, and had a rough start. I started 1-2, but then was able to win 10 straight games to make it into day 2. I was really close to making it into the top cut. Went 3-1 in day 2 record-wise overall, but felt it was a great run, so I was pretty happy with the result.
I mean, being 1 win away from being able to make a top cut is pretty awesome, and you were using Calyrex Shadow Rider. What made you decide to go for that restricted Pokemon after we've already seen you use Calyrex Ice to get a day 2 at LA Regionals? We saw you use Kyogre at Worlds, so why Calyrex Shadow?
I think it was just the most fun restricted I had playing. The only 2 restricteds that I really have enjoyed using in the restricted, or at least Reg G format, was Kyogre and Calyrex Shadow Rider. And the problem with Kyogre is, as by my Worlds run, I was missing attacks, so it wasn't the most consistent. Shadow Rider has the most accurate moves for the most part. Its team build composition doesn't really require hitting moves as much. So just having one aspect of the game where it's less likely that it spirals out of control, I think is just really nice. I think Kyogre is better at pressive-wise, but as long as I can play with Shadow Rider, like it's just very consistent across the board.
Can you talk to me a little bit about your prep? Are you going to be using the same team for Vancouver this weekend?
I will be actually using the same 6. I probably make like 1 or 2 small changes just because of how I think it changes a bit from the European metagame to Vancouver in general, to just make it more consistent across the board and what in expectation of what I expect. But overall, it's pretty much the same 6. I just like the team. It's fun, and yeah, I just can't see why I wouldn't use it.
Well, really looking forward to seeing how Vancouver goes for you. James, one final question. If you had to recommend a place to go get food here, what would you recommend?
There's just like really, like I would probably say any place in Richmond you can't go wrong with. Like, it's the other side of the city with like all the Asian population, and I heard you get great food there. I know there's like this one place called like, it's like Pyeongpang or something similar that all the locals recommend too. It's actually where I'm going straight after this interview. So I heard their fried chicken wings are incredible, so that's where I'll probably be heading.
Okay, we're gonna have to check back in with you on that one in a little bit. But James, thank you so much and best of luck this weekend.
Thank you. Hope everyone enjoys the show and should be a good one.
There are tons of vendors at every single Pokemon Regional Championships, and I'm always curious, what are the best-selling cards? What are the players picking up? And also, what are some of the high-ticket items that collectors are looking out for? Let's go down the line and ask each of our vendors what they've gotten rid of so far this weekend.
Hi, my name is Ian Ram. I'm here with Magic Stronghold Games, and the card we've sold the most of would be Goldango EX. That card's really nice, looks really great. And the most interesting item we probably sold would be the Detective Pikachu coins.
So my name is Caitlin. I represent Kayfabe Cards. We're from Utah. The most cards that are the most of one item that we've sold is probably Badoo. A lot of Badoo and a lot of Crispin. My favorite that I've sold is just any of the old, like really old EXs and like level Xs. I love it when we sell all of those, and people really like to see them. So, yeah.
Hi, my name is Noah of Mr. Magic, and I would say the card that we have sold the most of this weekend would be the Pheasantipity EX. One of the most cool things that we brought with us that we've sold is probably the exclusive from Pokemon Center Thailand. And it would be a Dragonite holding a berry basket. Very neat item.
Hey, how are you? I am Bobby. We're here at the side deck. It's a very fantastic weekend here in Vancouver. We've had a very well success this weekend. Our most popular card by far selling has been Arcalodon. Very crazy card. I'm really excited to see how it does post-rotation. And the card that I feel like would be the most interesting that we sold this weekend had to be Ancient Mew, the old promo. It's very, very nice. So I was really excited to get that one.
So there you have it. A ton of unique items being sold this weekend, and also, of course, tons of very competitive cards. What I'm really interested by is the fact that each of our 4 vendors had a different answer for which card they have sold the most of this weekend so far. The Goldango EX, Pheasantipity EX, Archaludon EX, and Badoo, all extremely powerful meta-relevant cards, and I'm sure we'll see each of them have their moment to shine this weekend at the Vancouver Regional Championships.
Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm here with one of our top competitors at the Vancouver Regional Championships, Dr. Aaron Traylor. Now, Dr. Aaron Traylor, I must ask you, you've been using Miraidon the entirety of the format. So how do you feel like Miraidon has kept up as of this next half of Regulation G?
Yeah, that's a great question. So at the beginning of the format, nobody was using Miraidon, and then, you know, it got onto people's radars, and then before Worlds, it picked up a little traction, and then it won the World Championships, which, you know, was awesome. And so after Worlds, it's kind of been like, okay, everybody knows kind of the best way to put these pieces together. Can it survive that target on its back? And that's been playing out all sorts of different ways in all different parts of the world, and that's been really cool to follow, at least from my point of view. So yeah, maybe we'll get the next chapter this weekend.
Would be very cool, because I know you used Miraidon at EUIC. You were 1 win shy of being able to make that top cut, which is, for you especially, I think, can sometimes be or feel disappointing. But have you had time to actually reflect on that? Are you confident about your chances going into the weekend?
I mean, I did cry myself to sleep that night, but I'm better now. I'm actually, this weekend, I'm not running Miraidon, if you can believe it. I'm running Dialga Origin Form. Yeah, you heard it here first.
Wait, is that real? Dialga Origin Form?
You'll see tomorrow. But so one win away from top cut. I mean, it really stinks. And so I actually had the lowest strength of schedule out of anybody in all of day 2. So I was actually the lowest person out of anyone. I mean, it happens. And so it's really interesting because for Worlds, right? We can talk about Worlds and EUIC in kind of the same breath here, is sometimes when you're picking a team and you think, this is the strongest team in the format, your next thought has to be, I want to be the best player running that, you know? And I've done that, 2016, you know, that was I was like, okay, I really love Xerneas and Groudon. And so here, I was like, it has to be this Miraidon team with these ways, and I want to be the best one. And at Worlds, I wasn't, and at EUIC, you know, a couple made it deeper. And there's a lot to think about there. It's like, what can I do better? What did they do well that I didn't? Was there anything kind of in my way? And so I've just been thinking about all of that, you know?
It's really great to have that self-reflection, because that's also how you find that improvement, or maybe find a path where you're playing Dialga Origin Form.
Yeah, Dialga Origin Form is awesome because of telepathy, so you can dodge Ursaluna's attacks. It's pretty great, yeah. But yeah, I mean, for me, Pokemon is all about improving myself, as much as it is a competition against other people, other trainers, you know. And so finding that way to be the best on my own terms is what I'm always in search of.
No, that's great. Aaron, hopefully you're able to find that success this weekend, whether it is in that result or just how you feel about the team and what you do. So best of luck to you, and I hope we get a chance to check in with you later.
Thank you so much, Rose.
Now we've got more Pokemon action ahead. Hello everyone, I am here at the Vancouver Regional Championships on the floor to give you some important updates of what's been happening for Swiss round number 4. First in, Dr. Aaron Trailer did in fact bamboozle me and is not running Dialga Origin form and is in fact running Miraidon. More to come later. We also have a couple of players that are still undefeated, looking at Paul Chua, one of our top competitors in the United States, who is running Ice Rider Calyrex. We also have Taran Birdie, who has continued his undefeated run, sitting at 4-0 after an incredible top 4 performance at the Europe International Championships. Ryan Lassetto, a home crown favorite for Canada, is also going to maintain an undefeated record after Swiss round number 4, running the Kyogre team that he was able to do so well with at EUIC as well. A couple of other notable trainers that are sitting at an undefeated record. We've got Noah Feinberg, Besad Muntazir, Kian Campbell, Yotam Cohen, Destin Edwards, and Ian Lee. We will still be able to see which other trainers are going to finish out their Swiss round number 4 with an undefeated record in just a little bit, but we're still waiting on a couple of tables to finish, so that's kind of the important stuff that I've got for you. We're going to send it back over to our casters now, Sierra and Jake, to get us ready for Swiss round number 5.
That was a great update, Rosemary, but I am here with the update that the people want and the people need and they deserve. There is a Ho-Oh Pikachu team currently at 3-1.
Yeah.
Went up against Keanu, who we saw earlier on broadcast, could not take down Keanu. Rooting for Keanu, it was also rooting for Ho-Oh Pikachu, I'm not gonna lie.
Selfishly, I wanted the Ho-Oh Pikachu to win, but unfortunately, Keanu was too strong. He was able to get past it.
Too strong. And the update that we all don't want, but unfortunately need to hear, is that Slitherwing is not doing the greatest out in the field, but that is still okay.
It's a sad day.
There's still a long day ahead. There's still the chance, there's still opportunity here.
Slitherwing likes the sun, and it's raining here, so clearly this is not Slitherwing's weekend.
No, we gotta wait for one of the sunnier regionals.
Yeah.
That's okay. No, we're at a point where there is still a lot of interesting teams out there. There's a Lunala at 4-0, there are some really stacked names at 4-0, so yeah, we're waiting for, I believe, like the last 12 or so tables to finish up. Those are the people that took inspiration from the Global Challenge 2 and are running Dondozo, so probably, but yeah, I'm still enjoying the day here.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at what people are using today here on day 1 of the Vancouver Regional Championships. Let's look at the restricted Pokemon first. These are top 8 by usage. Miraidon taking that number 1 slot, just barely ahead of the Ice Rider Calyrex, with the Shadow Rider right behind.
This is a pretty close race between the top couple of ones. So at USC, I believe it was, where we saw a lot more of the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but now it's the Miraidon, but it's pretty evenly split, and 10% of the field at that Kyogre. I think that one's a really fun, interesting little look. Of course, when you are coming off the heels of an event where, well, it did get won by sun. Also, we tend to see a little bit more rain on that West Coast, even just in terms of the Pokemon. I think that's a really cool one to be keeping an eye on out throughout the day.
It is interesting. It's really close up at the top there, like you said. I think a little bit closer than I would have expected. I think to me, Miraidon and Ice Rider Calyrex are kind of the two, like, not easy picks, but they're the more standard ones. There's a lot of different team comps around them if you need to look for inspiration. So a lot of trainers might default to those just because we all know those are very good. And then the rest of them are also obviously strong Pokemon in their own right, but maybe a little bit more difficult to either team build around or pilot during battles. But that gap closed really well. Even right behind the Calyrex Shadow Rider is Zamazenta, less than 1% fewer. And the Koraidon, maybe with a little boost after the European International Championships, they're in 5th place, fighting with the Kyogre and Groudon right behind it as the best weather setter of the bunch.
My curiosity with the Koraidon team is how many are just straight up Koraidon teams, or how many are inspirations or the same version that Wolfcliff used to win EUIC with? Because that was obviously the biggest breakout performance for Koraidon so far, Restricted that's kind of struggled a little bit in this format to kind of find its footing. So even just like quickly looking through, it seems that there's only a couple people that are kind of trying to run back what was accomplished there, and instead it's all these different, all right, we're going for Sun, we're building around Sun, we got some Walking Wake, they want to go for it. So not really changing up what Koraidon's done so far, just hoping that finally this is the time it can break through.
I think I did see at least one person at 4-0 so far using the Parish version that Wolf was running in London a couple weeks ago, but other people running Koraidon. I know that my local Gio Sitchke from the Dallas area, who's had some great success before, has been running Koraidon like since the beginning of Reg G. And when I went to play him at my local events, he'd always been running a Koraidon team with like Fluttermane and Chiyu. That's exactly what he's using again this weekend. So seeing the success of Koraidon, wants to jump back into that team composition, but still using kind of his version of it, which is really cool.
Currently 3-1 with the team as well, so congratulations to him. So a lot of Pokemon to be played today, so maybe we'll get the opportunity to see him later. But looking at our non-restricted Pokemon, this is always the one that, all right, quick look through. I gotta absorb everything that I'm seeing here first. Urshifu Rapid Strike, half of the field, considering all the rain that we're expecting and the fact that it's just always so strong anyways. Checks out. Amoonguss, yeah, makes sense. A lot of this seems to be making sense for me.
No, like huge surprises here. I think Farigiraf being so high is almost entirely because of Miraidon's usage being so high. It's such a great partner for Miraidon because it makes great use of that electric terrain with the electric seed item. Also sets up Trick Room for the Iron Hands, which is a really great partner for Miraidon as well. And we also see there at number 7 in the usage. And honestly, just like a really strong answer to something like the Calyrex Shadow Rider, because it is immune to Astral Barrage, takes resisted damage from Psychics, which is always really nice, and just has a lot of utility with that Armor Tail.
A lot more people on this Chien Pao as well, a Pokemon that's been super, super powerful, but being able to, I mean, offer just a really great coverage moves and a priority one and enable other partner Pokemon as well has been nice. So yeah, looking across at everything else, like I don't really think that there's anything here too surprising. This is kind of, we're getting to see different techs and different moves, or like that 6th Pokemon on the team being different, but there's no real, okay, well, everything has changed. Oh my goodness, what is this? And I don't think there is really going to be much of that for Regulation G, at least not at this point in time.
No, Urshifu Rapid Strike at number 1 is entirely unsurprising. It's just such a strong Pokemon. Unseen Fist is one of the best abilities in the game. Surging Strikes is one of the best attacks in the game. Water and Fighting is really strong offensive coverage, and you get some unique defensive typing in there as well. It stands up to something like the Ice Rider Calyrex very well, and so it just kind of slots into pretty much any team. And we also see a bunch of things that kind of slow it down there. Amoonguss, Rillaboom, the Raging Bolt, all strong answers to it. So if something is centralizing other than one of these, restricted, very powerful Pokemon, Urshifu is, jokingly, kind of a second restricted on a lot of teams as well.
I mean, it is. We saw the capabilities of it in that last match and how much work that it put in. So I'm not necessarily surprised. So I'm just looking back at EUIC to see if there's any kind of like interesting adaptations. I think like one of the biggest takeaways is for the day 2 conversion of EUIC, we got to see a lot more Cornerstone Ogrepon, which has been a pick that every time it does well, I feel like I hear from Rose and Joe Brown about how they've always been in Cornerstone Ogrepon's corner. And it did make the day 2 graphic for EUIC for how well it was, especially with that sturdy ability, being able to take this hit, built-in Focus Sash, and just the amount of offensive capabilities it had. So that's one of my biggest questions. I was curious if it would maybe sneak onto the graphic here, or if it's going to be one of those Pokemon that yet again, we're maybe looking more of that conversion rate into day 2, or if like we're just in NA, not the believers, minus those 2.
Yeah, that's a great point. The Hearthflame there being the highest usage Ogrepon and the only one on this top 12. I agree with you that Cornerstone is pretty solid right now. We've seen at least one of them on stream earlier today. I don't remember if, I believe Keanu was running it, right? And I think he won that match? Or am I mixing it up? I don't know. Someone won with Cornerstone Ogrepon. It was Abdullah. Abdullah won his match with Cornerstone Ogrepon. And so we've got to see it in action, and I think it's really strong. Again, it kind of matches up well into a lot of these Pokemon on your screen. Sturdy is really nice, and in a metagame such as this one, where a lot of things hit very, very hard and are going to be swinging for big one-hit KOs. But if you have that sturdy ability to guarantee that you stick around for at least 2 attacks, that can go a long way.
I think one of the biggest changes too, in comparison to what we saw at EUIC, I think I was more surprised to see the lack of it for day 1 of EUIC as opposed to it being here now. But that Iron Hand sitting at that 20%. Iron Hands, especially when you have a meta with this Miraidon, you set up this electric train, you get to actually use your ability in the Cork Drive, because you don't see booster energy Iron Hands. Like, we're always on something like that Assault Vest instead. So actually having an ability in those cases and having that fake out, having that bulk, and actually a really good amount of damage is really nice. So something that was a little surprising for day 1 of EUIC, but we're making it all right here. It's sitting at its 20%, sitting pretty.
Whimsicott and Landorus, they're taking the last 2 slots. Again, 2 Pokemon that serve very different roles, but are also very important for a lot of teams. Whimsicott with that Prankster ability means that attacks like Tailwind, Encore, Light Screen, Fake Tears, those will all be moving first and allowing your partner Pokemon to be dealing a lot more damage, acting quicker, taking less damage from that Light Screen. And so a really useful utility Pokemon, whereas Landorus, on the other hand, in that incarnate form, has very, very strong, again, spread attacks. That's been a constant topic of conversation with these big restricted Pokemon with their attacks like Glacial Lance and Astral Barrage. Sandsear Storm is also very, very strong, and if you also have the Rain Up, is very accurate, which is nice, but even without it, oftentimes you're hitting at least one of the 2 Pokemon.
Don't jinx it, because that is a different topic of discussion.
Yeah.
But we're starting to get ready here for our next match. So a couple of quick notes to be hitting before that. We've talked a lot about EUIC in the last international. So of course, we gotta start looking ahead at the next one and getting ready. So this is an opportunity to scan the QR code, get some information about hotels, make sure you don't want to be the one that unfortunately books way too late. So you get that hotel that's 30 minutes away, then you got to worry about the traffic. I've been there, done that.
Yep.
Yeah, just get it in now if you got the chance.
Of course, NAIC is always a really good time. Really fun Pokemon, get to watch some great matches on the streams, and of course compete for the chance to be the North American International Champion as well. So don't wait, and make sure to book your hotels using this QR code.
And of course, there's a lot of great Pokemon action here on the day, and we're excited to bring you more. But of course, that isn't the only thing that happens on our Twitch channel. An opportunity to look back and watch past regionals and stuff here. Looking at Wednesday, we actually get that Indie Regional VG rerun, and that is our first Reg G event, fun fact.
Yeah.
So that is a good opportunity to kind of watch where we are now, then look back to where we were. It's, I think, just really cool to see the adaptation of that meta. And of course, a lot of these different anime series that we got. It looks like we're all about Kalos this week, so tune in.
If you want to prepare yourself for Pokemon Legends ZA when it comes out later this year, you get to watch some of the XY. Maybe Lumio City pops up on some of those episodes as well.
Be like, I know that place.
Yeah.
We're going there soon.
We're about to go.
All right, so we are about to get underway here with our next round. Before that, a quick little break. Stay tuned. Swiss round 5 will be right after this. Hey Pokemon trainers, I'm here in the lounge with Chip Ritchie, one of our TCG casters, to talk about some of the news that we just got during the Pokemon Presents. Now, Chip, we saw something very exciting, ended up seeing some Pokemon Mega EX. So what is going on there?
Yeah, very exciting. Pokemon EX, Mega EX, I should say, returning to the TCG. We've had a couple iterations of Mega Pokemon over the years, so I think alongside the release of Pokemon Legends ZA, it's going to be really exciting to see how they get implemented. We got the reveal of the new Mega Lucario EX and also Mega Gardevoir EX.
Wow, that is going to be incredible to see in action, especially because those cards look very powerful. So powerful, in fact, that they're going to cost you 3 prize cards if they got knocked out. What does that mean for the game?
Yeah, it's definitely a big thing, and it's a very divisive topic in our community right now. A lot of people are not a big fan of the 3 prize card mechanics, the tag teams, the VMAX Pokemon. I actually really like the tag teams a lot personally, so I'm kind of excited to see what they do with it now. I think it'll be really interesting because VMAX Pokemon were 3 prize Pokemon that evolved from 2 prize Pokemon. But this will be different. These Mega Pokemon EX are 3 prize Pokemon that evolved from single prize Pokemon. So I think it'll still keep the pace of the game relatively, in line with what we've seen in the Scarlet and Violet era so far. So yeah, I'm excited to see kind of what other Mega Pokemon get released, what other sort of support cards come out alongside it. We've only seen the 2 Mega Pokemon for the most part, and then one other trainer card got revealed as well. So there's still a lot to see before we kind of know exactly what Mega Pokemon gameplay is going to look like in the TCG.
But it does get you thinking, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It definitely has gotten the conversation going. That is without a doubt.
Well, cannot wait to see what else is going to be coming in the future as we look forward to seeing where those Pokemon Mega EX come from. So thank you so much, Chip, and let's get back to the Vancouver Regional Championships. Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm here sitting with Stephanie, one of our commentators from Pokemon Go, to discuss the upcoming updates to the PvP portion of the game. Now, Stephanie, we don't get these updates very often. They come every 3 months, but these in particular seem like they're really going to shake up the game. So what's got you excited?
There is so much to talk about with the Might and Mastery Go Battle League update. Some updates are kind of small, they're not super impactful. Some are earth-shattering. This is a really nice in-between, where this meta shakeup is going to disrupt things just enough to keep it really interesting for the next 3 months. I would say one of the Pokemon that's the biggest winners out of this meta is Lapras. Lapras is getting access to both the fast attack Psywave and the charged attack Sparkling Aria. And it is just going to fill a role that's not really existing in the meta right now. It's really going to define a lot of the meta in the upcoming weeks until June. So we're really excited to start seeing Lapras starting next weekend.
Well, a lot of times when we take a look at some of those updates, we do have very clear meta-defining Pokemon like Azumarill or Skarmory. And when you have Pokemon like Annihilate also that shape sometimes how you have to build a team, how do you see Lapras actually shaping the meta? What other Pokemon do you feel like may become more popular because Lapras is such a threat?
Well, one thing that makes Lapras really unique is that it's so bulky. A lot of the Pokemon that we have in Pokemon Go PvP, a lot of the ones that are successful, aren't necessarily super bulky. So you're gonna have to have Pokemon that can really chip through Lapras's defenses because Lapras is going to be so popular. I wanna touch on a couple other Pokemon that I think are gonna start seeing a lot more play. For example, Sableye is gonna benefit from the foul play buff. Sableye has been popular. It's kind of fallen out of usage lately. And I think it's gonna come right back to the top. I think foul play is going to help it. The foul play buff is going to help it come right back. And there's two or three Pokemon that I think are going to be kind of surprising, especially to like VG players that are going to be good. A lot of people were shocked. Grumpig.
What?
Grumpig suddenly got very, very good.
What in the world?
Because it got access to 2 attacks, Psywave as well, just like Lapras did, and Dynamic Punch. And Dynamic Punch just got a little bit better. It's become more powerful. So Grumpig is looking like a really fun spice pick. I think it's going to be a little more useful in Go Battle League versus in the championship meta, but that's a really fun pick you're going to start seeing. You got to start clicking on your spoinks. You got to start catching them. Maybe you weren't before. A couple others, Shadow Dusknoir is another one that is going to be really popular, or just Dusknoir in general. It got access to Dynamic Punch, which gave it a really solid coverage attack. Typically in that line, Dusclops is more of the preferred Pokemon to use because it's bulkier. I think if they gave Dynamic Punch to Dusclops, it would have broken everything. So they just gave it to Dusknoir instead.
That's smart. You got to find your game balance in some way. But Shadow Pokemon are a very interesting topic because we don't actually get those in the Pokemon video game. But Shadow Pokemon, where sometimes they lack in bulk, they really matter in power. And that's why we see so many on so many teams. Are there any other Shadow Pokemon that you feel like might become more popular now with these updates?
Actually, I would bring it back to Sableye. A lot of times we use Purified Sableye because then Sableye has access to the Charge Attack Return. which is exclusive to purified Pokemon. However, if you use Shadow Sableye and you're using that foul play buff in addition to something like Power Gem, you can even now use Dazzling Gleam starting next weekend with Sableye in official tournaments. So that is another kind of like side grade option that you could use on it. I think Shadow Sableye is going to see a lot more play as well.
I got one ready in my battle box for just this very moment, it sounds like. Well, Stephanie, thank you so much for talking more about those PvP updates. And now let's get back to the real PvP action happening at the Vancouver Regional Championships.
World Championship 2024. We're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and, you know, make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube, a lot of YouTube, just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charge-a-Bug. It actually does pretty well right now, but it's also just, it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow: Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
Thank you for being patient, everyone. Welcome back to the Vancouver Regional Championships. We might be waiting over here, but everyone else has not waited at all to be having a great time out there. Fantastic vendors, a lot of plushies, and a lot of fun, great competition to be had. Sierra, Jake, round 5 just up ahead. I'm excited to get to it.
Yeah, me too. It's going to be another great match between 2 great players who, again, another match of 2 trainers that have won regional championships before. So people that are used to being this deep in a tournament without seeing any losses. Again, these are our 2 4-0 trainers looking to get that 5th win and put themselves 1 win away from making day 2 here in Vancouver.
Especially, too, a conversation that we had going into the day was people who had traveled to come here and how they were doing. So, of course, talking about Taryn with that, sitting at that 4-0 record, and someone we'll get to see very, very soon. So I'll talk about a couple of other people looking at our 4-0. Brian Collins out in Trick Room, working out super well. Paul Chua, the trainer that everyone knows here, sitting undefeated. Kian Campbell, Joseph Ugarte, Ryan Lassetto, Canadian, at this 4-0. So big congratulations as well to everyone else that is currently on this list. Of course, 4-0 is a great start to the day. You're not out of the woods yet. You do want to make sure that you can get as many wins as possible to be ending off the day, because not even just wanting to get to day 2, but with not as many Swiss, you want to make sure you're sitting at a great record to try and make it to top cut.
Plenty of trainers on this list that we haven't seen these huge results from as well. People like Destin, Michael, Bizad, Lucy, Mitchell, Alphonse, people looking to make, that first huge push into a top cut, into a top 4, into a championship game, and well on their way halfway through this first day of competition without losing a match just yet.
And looking forward to our notable pairings who we're going to be seeing. It will be Taryn going up against Dong Yun Yum. And then, across this list, We got Canadian versus Canadian at the very bottom. Ryan versus Ricardo. Keanu versus Beck. 2 people we've gotten to see on the day. And then Randy, also Canadian, going up against Alex. So great stuff here.
Adam Coulson was featured on our Global Challenge list as well. I believe after Marco, he was the top performing Western player. So someone looking to capitalize on that success as well, with a great start here so far in Vancouver.
And this notable match, not notable, our next stream match. Sorry, ever since Beck and Rose were talking about food, while we've been in this downtime break, that's all I'm thinking about. I'm not gonna lie. Once we get some Pokemon on the screen, I'll be back locked in. But to see Onion here to try and compete for another title, both of these players, I think is really, really cool. And then Taryn, of course, is someone that we got to see at UIC, then making a long journey across. When we get to see the Toronto Regional Championships and some of the trainers that come across, that is still a long journey, do not get me wrong, but Canada is massive, and to go from the Toronto to Vancouver is another 6 hours. So for Taryn, you must be exhausted,
especially
that's
coming
a long
off
trip.
UIC too.
Yeah.
You're so tired after a big event like that, and immediately turn around to make a big run here in Vancouver is really impressive. A great start to the day so far, but standing in his way will be an American player, Donghoon Yum, and it's going to be cool to see how he is doing here as well. A regional champion just a couple years ago in Milwaukee, and so finally getting that big breakthrough win after a bunch of top 4s and top 8s, and looking to add a second trophy to his case.
Still a little early, but we'll head over to the stage and see the players. And is that a little chef hat we got?
He's cooking.
He's cooking. All right. And I see the team, and I'm like, all right, there's some pieces to this. But I think I think other people have maybe outcooked him on today. I'm not gonna lie, but
maybe a little bit.
You're still cooking, but it's okay.
Well, the Chiyu there can do some roasting with its fire type attacks, and maybe he's just is it like a Ratatouille where the Chiyu is under the hat, and that's how he's cooking?
I've never seen Ratatouille.
Okay, never mind. On the other end, though, Taryn, trainer, like we said, did very well over at UIC.
Yo, there's a barrel under the hat. There was a Pokemon under the hat. What?
It's a different rat under the hat. The cute little blue rat. Oh my gosh, that was perfect.
I did not expect that. I didn't actually think there was. I thought that you were overcooking when you talked about a Pokemon under that. I didn't think there was actually going to be a Pokemon under this hat.
Vindication. Oh man, that's so funny. Like I was saying though, Taryn, a player that is from the UK, just performed very well at his home international championships, but did win a regional in Perth, Australia just a couple years ago as well. So no stranger to flying overseas, entering a regional in a region other than his own, and walking away with the victory. Looking to do so will be the same 6 Pokemon that were used to win the World Championships last year. It is the Ogrepon, Hearthflame Mask, Miraidon, Whimsicott, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Iron Hands, and Farigiraf.
Looking specifically at the Urshifu Rapid Strike, of course, sometimes we get to see the full coverage of moves. Sometimes it's this taunt. And looking at this taunt, this is a great way to try and shut down options on the opposing end of the team, especially too when you are looking at a Calyrex Ice Rider that maybe wants to twist these dimensions and you want to try and shut that down, or make sure Amoonguss doesn't get out of control trying to spore things. That is just such a nice little option. And of course, Whimsicott, maybe one of the most annoying, if not the most annoying Pokemon. Yeah. When you're looking at stuff like this Encore, one protector detect Gonorrhea on the other team, you can lock that down. Or even just into a move that, well, it's not really doing much to your Pokemon. So definitely when we look at Ongun, something that he has to be cognizant of.
Definitely something that can be really scary on a team like this one, where you have some very, very hard-hitting Pokemon like the Mystic Water Urshifu, like the Choice Fix Miraidon, like the Hearthflame Mask Ogrepon. If you can lock one slot down into a Protect, Taunt, like any kind of support move that's not doing damage, or just like a weak attack that won't be threatening that Pokemon that you're sitting next to the Whimsicott, you can just start attacking the other slot and create so much space for that Pokemon. And if you get a turn or two behind against a team that's as strong as this Miraidon team, it's going to be really difficult to recover.
Now looking onto the opposing end, he feels strong going into this one. Let's judge the team and see if that is justified. The Urshifu Rapid Strike on this side, it's going to be the Stellar Terastallization, so a lot of output damage. So no surprise there to maybe see that close combat. Instead, make sure you have that coverage and do as much damage as possible. Chi-Yu, also just a machine. You were talking about it cooking. You have that overheat, you have this heat wave, and of course that Beads of Ruin to make sure you can really capitalize with something like that Flutter Mane. And of course, Calyrex Ice Rider, one of the best restrictors we got.
I like the combination of the Choice Scarf and the Booster Energy on the Flutter Mane and the Chi-Yu. It gives you a really strong fast mode on a team that has this Calyrex Ice Rider that sometimes likes to set up that Trick Room. And of course, the Urshifu Rapid Strike with the Focus Sash can operate pretty well in or out of Trick Room, especially given, we will always be able to take one attack without being one-hit KO'd. On top of the Sturdy on the Cornerstone Ogrepon as well. So it's kind of these little defensive twists to a team that allow it to kind of give it some survivability on an otherwise, pretty offensive team.
Looking at the Amoonguss as well, whether it comes into effect, whether it's something that we get to see, but no Protect on this one. Instead, opting to go for that Clear Smog and that Pollen Puff. So why choose if you can just have both? Of course, that's where you are going to be lacking. Well, Amoonguss is now a free hit into things, but hey, you have the options here.
Yeah, that Pollen Puff could be a huge deal. We saw the Heal Pulse on Clefairy last round being the reason that James Beck was able to control the end of Game 1. So if we get to a similar position where Amoonguss, especially in Trick Room, is able to start throwing some Pollen Puffs into that Calyrex Ice Rider, it can become very difficult to take down.
Looking at the Rocky Helmet onto the Amoonguss as well, that's something going up against the Urshifu Rapid Strike on Terran's team that could do a lot of damage. Terran, this is a very similar team as he ran at Birmingham where he got top 16, except it was that single strike Urshifu instead.
Ooh.
But now this is a Pokemon that with that Surgeon Strikes, it would be 3 hits. So if you get caught on the wrong end of things and that Amoonguss swaps in, that's a lot of unnecessary damage. And Rocky Helmet, just in general, you look at this Iron Hands, things like that, this Ogrepon, that's a lot of damage that could kind of stack up.
Even the Electro Drift on Miraidon, despite being a special attack, actually does make contact. So you're not even safe with this Miraidon into that Rocky Helmet. And that can be a big difference maker, especially when you take into consideration something like the Light Screen, which is going to be helping mitigate damage. If the Rocky Helmet trades kind of turn that around, that could be a big deal for Donghoon.
I'm excited to start getting into this match. We're just figuring out a couple of last little issues there. Don't worry, we're gonna get to it sooner rather than later. Want to make sure everything is good as we start getting here into round 5 between these two undefeated players. Yeah, there we go. And Meryl's just sitting there all cute already, but let's see the lead. Let's get into the match. Calyrex and Amoonguss over on Donghoon's side, and Miraidon and Urshifu. So one mode a lot more power heavy than the other.
A lot more power heavy on Terran's side, but Donghoon has the benefit of bulk here at the start of Game 1. This Amoonguss, we just talked about with the Rocky Helmet, will threaten a lot of damage just by taking attacks, whether it is the Surging Strikes, the Close Combat, the Electro Drift. But if you're Terran here, I think you're not going to let that happen. You definitely don't want to be going for something like a Surging Strikes when this Amoonguss is in the field. And because he does carry Taunt and his Urshifu, a much stronger position than it possibly could have been as well.
If you are looking at the trying to maybe stop a Trick Room though, if you are looking at an Amoonguss that can redirect a lot of this bulk and a Calyrex that would maybe love to thrive in these slower environments, you don't have the safety goggles, you don't have a grass terastallization, you would be forced to go into that Amoonguss if it does go for that Rage Powder. So instead, not wanting to attempt and Farigiraf's coming out. If we do get the Dimension Switch, this is a Pokemon that could fare a little bit better into all things, or just try and reverse it as one Pokemon swaps out, the other presses on the go button. Terastallization for the Miraidon. The Patent Fairy type is one that we've gotten to see the biggest adjustment of here in Regulation G. And this is not only defensive in a lot of ways, but a great offensive tool as well when you are eyeing up the Dazzling Gleam. Rage Powder, so any taunt would have been pivoted into that slot, but Dazzling Gleam, that's going to hit the field.
Really nice play here from Terran. This Dazzling Gleam will be boosted by the Fairy Terastallization and take Calyrex down to just about half HP remaining. And in the case that Calyrex did not go for this Glacial Lance, did not go for Trick Room rather, and instead went for this Glacial Lance, you see it takes much less damage than if it had Terastallized and remained a Dragon type. Interestingly, it took under half, so maybe able to survive a Glacial Lance without that Terastallization, but the Electric Seed, thanks to the Electric Terrain being up, huge for Farigiraf here.
and no Trick Room. So Dimension still in Terran's favor, as Helping Hand is going to make sure you can do as much damage as possible. Protect, Calyrex wants nothing to do with it. Dazzling Gleam is only going to be hitting the Amoonguss on this turn. A little Mushroom that can normally stand up to these hits really, really well. You have the Helping Hand, you have the Terastallization, but you're not going to be nearly enough due to not being a super effective hit. Clear Smog, you're doing some damage back. It's super effective. That's still just not the damage, though, and I mean, what stops Terran from just doing the same thing again?
Exactly nothing, actually, because this Calyrex on Donghoon's side is not Terra Fire. You cannot Terastallize into a Fairy Resistance. It's got the Water type instead. So you're gonna have to just sacrifice this Urshifu. This is the Focus Sash one, right? So it's gonna be able to survive this turn at least, but then what, right? Amoonguss probably gonna get knocked out here by 3 Fairy attacks in a row, all resisted. And the unfortunate part of Clear Smog is that even though it is super effective, the massive drop in power, just not enough to dispatch this Miraidon, which is able to knock out Amoonguss, bring Urshifu down to Sash. This looks rough.
It's a little rough out here. Yeah, this Urshifu is not looking so great. These two Pokemon have put out a lot of damage, and now already we get to see another Pokemon here for Donghoon. It will be that Flutter Mane. It is that booster energy that you talked about. See the photosynthesis, it will be the speed. So it will be a little bit on the speedier end there, which is going to be a little bit of a saving grace in these moments.
That is nice here. If that was the special attack boosting Flutter Mane, it almost definitely would have been outsped by this Miraidon, and the disaster would have continued for Donghoon. But because it is the speed boosting set, it should be able to outspeed and most likely knock out this Miraidon with something like a Moonblast, maybe even a Dazzling Gleam if it does opt to go for this Terra Fairy here as well.
Terra Fairy is the Terastallization of choice. I would say definitely these moments, don't Terastallize the Urshifu. It's not going to go on for too long. But make sure you can do as much damage output as possible. You have the Moonblast. You also have the Dazzling Gleam. And it was a Miraidon that has taken a considerable amount of damage. So that will go down. Fergraph does stick around at this point, but it is something that too can be followed up here with this Urshifu. Since it's 1 HP, still means that it has this chance. So Surging Strikes going off into the Pokemon is going to get this KO, especially too since it was that Electric Seed that you called out. Means no Rocky Helmet, no recoil, all good. That's going to be 2 KOs on the turn.
A nice turnaround here for Donghoon. It was looking pretty bleak, but this Terra Fairy Flutter Mane, not something we see too often anymore. It was a very, very popular set back in previous regulations when Flutter Mane was kind of the strongest thing on the field anytime that it was, you know, sitting ready to attack. But showing that this Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam is back. She's still got the power, and she's able to set up that Fergraph for KO, which now puts the Pokemon count 3-2 in Donghoon's favor. Now, obviously, the Urshifu is still at 1 HP, will be knocked out by any single attack, and this Iron Hands with the Fake Out will be very ready to do so, but it is the Focus Sash. It does have Detect, and so it might be able to stick around for another turn, other than the Unseen Fist on Terran's Urshifu as well.
I mean, this is where we can then maybe see, since the Flutter Mane has Terastallized, maybe trying to go to Fake Out into that slot if you want, if you do think that there is going to be the Detect. And looking at the Flutter Mane, though, it is also Protect. So it's kind of like, where do you want to place this? Do you want to keep the Flutter Mane honest and just get rid of the Urshifu?
Right.
Definitely a very viable option.
It's tough because this Unseen Fist from Terran's Urshifu is a big deal here. You can't really protect your own Flutter Mane. Fake Out does come in and do a lot of damage thanks to that Quark Drive attack boost, and Aqua Jet from Terran's Urshifu able to act first and knock out Donghoon. So the Pokemon count is now even. Electricity disappearing is actually a really big deal for Donghoon here because this Iron Hands will no longer have the Quark Drive boost. It will be hitting a little bit less hard, and thanks to the Calyrex already taking a Dazzling Gleam, that might be a difference maker from an attack, you know, from this Urshifu and Iron Hands doubling up on it enough to be a KO.
I'm still eyeing up this Flutter Mane, though, and what it's capable of kind of returning in terms of the firepower. Because sure, it was Focus Sash for Donghoon, but the Urshifu on Terran's end, this one instead is going for that Mystic Water, which means, well, that one actually can be felled in one big swoop. Dazzling Gleam, again, another hit. I don't see how much damage that does. Urshifu holds on with 2 HP, though, so that's a Surging Strikes in response. So Focus Sash, I guess. You don't need a Focus Sash. You're just going to survive. That's going to be a huge KO. Of course, with a follow-up from the Calyrex, you can get KO'd at this point, but that was a huge issue taken, and the Iron Hands
it's actually not even going to be the KO into the other slot. It attempt to go for the Iron Hands, but that won't be taken down either. Heavy slam, little bit of damage, but the Urshifu sticking around. KO, that's everything.
That's a huge break for Terran there. That Urshifu barely hangs on, is able to KO the Flutter Mane. And I like the high horsepower selection there, assuming that the Flutter Mane is able to knock out Urshifu, which I really don't think is a bad assumption. You know, the Terra Fairy, Dazzling Gleam into the very weak Urshifu. I think I would probably have done the same thing. I would have thought that KOs and go for that high horsepower into the Iron Hands instead. Maybe a Glacial Lance there could have kept Donghun in the game, but Terran's Urshifu able to hang on and claim this Game 1 victory.
That was such a huge survival, and something too will be really interesting to see in the series if that was a potential of a roll or how that works out exactly, because that was, well, like way too close for comfort on Terran's end, at least from our perspective here. And yeah, that was a really, really big turn. That Flutter Mane looked like in that endgame too, especially with that speed booster, that it could just sweep that endgame. There wasn't the opportunity. I mean, Terran had even considered going for that Trick Room to make sure that, hey, this Flutter Mane doesn't get out of control. So the fact that it doesn't quite pick up the KOs there is a really, really big deal. It wasn't locked in to a Dazzling Gleam either. Could have gone for the Main Blast, but you assume when you're Traslize, you would have gotten that.
I think you had to Dazzling Gleam there, because if you don't get the damage on the Iron Hands at the same time, it might be difficult to knock it out before it can, you know, Heavy Slam, Drain Punch through your Calyrex Ice Rider afterwards. That's just a really tough break. I think it's a very valid assumption to think that Dazzling Gleam one-hit KOs that Urshifu, but either Donghun's Flutter Mane just isn't trained very well in special attack. We did see the speed boosting, so we know its speed is at least higher than its special attack, or Terran just has an abnormally bulky Urshifu Rapid Strike. And now that that's info that both of these trainers have, Donghun maybe has to plan his endgames a little bit differently, knowing that, okay, I can't just rely on Flutter Mane's Dazzling Gleam to one-hit KO this Urshifu while getting some necessary chip damage in the other slot.
And at this point, we don't know if it was a roll or if it's always going to survive that. And we don't have that information if Terra knows that either. So at the same time, if you get to a similar endgame situation and that was a roll, it's then an outcome that could be drastically different. So then do you even want to switch something up knowing that it was that close? 2 HP was the difference between winning or losing that match. Game 2, a lot of a different lead coming out from Donghun. We saw a very passive one before with that Calyrex Ice Rider next to the Amoonguss, but now Chi-Yu and Flutter Mane up against the Miraidon and the Urshifu for Terran.
This is a cool lead from Donghun, because the Beads of Ruin, if that was a damage roll to one-hit KO the Urshifu, thanks to Beads of Ruin, it will now almost definitely knock it out, unless Terran opts to Trastalize the Urshifu. But if you do that, you can't Trastalize the Miraidon, which also probably gets knocked out by a Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam with Beads of Ruin. So a really strong offensive lead here from Donghun to try and take control of this game 2 immediately.
And Flutter Mane yet again with the Trastalization. If you need that damage output and you're eyeing up this super juicy Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast, need to make sure that you got this to do just as much as possible. It's a Trastalization apiece. We knew this one was coming. It is going to be that Urshifu. So you're talking about where you are prioritizing, because neither's going to appreciate a hit. Terran is putting all the eggs in the Urshifu basket here, looking to try and do as much damage as possible into the other end. Aqua Jet, that's going to be bringing the speed orders. You get that priority into the Chi-Yu. It is Choice Scarf, so no chance at holding on at that point. Now, you're not doing that damage that maybe you wanted, because that Beads of Ruin is now off the table. Dazzling Gleam, time to see how much this is going to do into the Miraidon specifically. And both are going to be holding on quite great. Electro Drift in response into the Flutter Mane. The defense normally for this one isn't too great. That's a double KO for Terran on turn number 1.
Huge mix-up from Donghun, but Terran sees right through it. That is a crucial water Trastalization from the Urshifu Rapid Strike. Not only do you remove the Fairy weakness, you get the power boost necessary to one-hit KO that Chi-Yu. Make sure that your Miraidon doesn't take that Beads of Ruin boosted Dazzling Gleam from the Flutter Mane. So it hangs on pretty comfortably, no less. Able to one-hit KO that Flutter Mane, and now Donghun is immediately down to a 2-0 deficit. But thanks to the Electro Drift being the lock-in here, Amoonguss actually could pretty easily go for a Rage Powder, and you can get Trick Room up. It's just a matter of if you have the firepower to knock out Terran's 4 Pokemon in the time before Trick Room can expire and this Miraidon can come back in.
You have the option of the taunt too, and with no redirection here, Electro Drift burst into the Amoonguss. Not very effective, but still a nice little chunk of damage. Of course, you'll take a little bit from that recoil in return. We talked about the implications of that, but taunt into the Calyrex. So unless it was readying up an attacking move, it's not going to do anything. It will be Glacial Lance, though,
So you are going to make a little bit of headway here. That is the KO onto the Miraidon. But even if you had the opportunity to go for Trick Room on the next turn, that is now completely taken away from you.
I like this play from Terran. You just make sure you get damage out. Even though the Amoonguss does resist that Electro Drift, it's still going to really big chunk. And by taunting the Calyrex, you guarantee that Trick Room doesn't go up. So this Urshifu will be acting first. Iron Hands and Farigiraf maybe would have liked the Trick Room. It depends on how they're trained, because Iron Hands, a lot of times, people make sure it's as slow as possible to be kind of an answer to Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Trick Room. But Farigiraf coming in here will activate the the Electric Seed to boost its defense. And because this Amoonguss doesn't have a Protect, it doesn't have a way to Terastallize, the Psychic from Farigiraf probably able to knock it out, which will leave Calyrex as the final Pokemon for Donghoon.
And even looking at the Calyrex, plus the fact that it got the attack boost, Farigiraf with the foul play, I mean, you're just going to be doing a little bit more and more. Urshifu is going to switch out of the field, though, and Iron Hands coming on in. So Electric Terrain, you're going to be doing more damage. That's going to be nice for that little attack boost. And also, make sure you're not going to be KOing yourself if you did go for the Surging Strikes and then get caught by this move. Glacial Lance now into both of these Pokemon. Critical hit on Farigiraf. It will survive by just a hair, as Psychic into the Amoonguss is going to put Donghoon down to final Pokemon.
Donghoon down to his final Pokemon, but it is this Calyrex Ice Rider. We actually saw it act before the Farigiraf, meaning that if Trick Room doesn't go up here, which I guess we have the guaranteed Trick Room, right? The fake out into the Calyrex and Trick Room happens. So this is actually pretty fine for Terran, now that I thought about it for a few seconds. Fake out does come out here, which will prevent Calyrex from attacking, and Trick Room goes up, so the Farigiraf and the Iron Hands shouldn't be able to be attacking before this Calyrex Ice Rider. The combination of low kick and foul play will be dealing a lot of damage, if not just KOing it outright. This is kind of where the attack boost from the As-1 can come back to haunt you, because now foul play does even more damage.
Yeah, the Farigiraf normally is not the most offensive of Pokemon, but hey, the taunt was just lifted. Go for a Protect while you can. It would have been nice on the last turn, but Terran, it's funny when you see, like, maybe on the other end, Donghoon would normally want these Trick Rooms, but having the perfect two Pokemon to kind of counteract that, really showcasing in the beginning why you get a little bit more of those Glacial Lances. That Protect was also nice to get past that one turn of Quark Drive, but I still think with these Pokemon, that damage output that you're going to do is considerable amount. I mean, low kick right there. So much. Glacial Lance. So, okay. This Farigiraf
Are they speed
actually what?
Oh no!
You can see the look on his face. What?
What a twist! The Farigiraf definitely attacked after the Glacial Lance on the prior turn. So Terran took that to say, okay, my Farigiraf is slower than Calyrex. If I set up Trick Room, I can foul play it before it moves. But it turns out that they speed tie, it seems. So when you have the same, two Pokemon have the same speed, it's just a coin flip for whichever one attacks first. And it looks like Donghoon won that coin flip twice now.
And this Trick Room that should have been locking up a game for you is now your biggest detriment, because your final Pokemon is this Urshifu. Forced to detect it. I mean, yeah, played your out. You do get the double detect. All right, so whether we go for the triple and hit it, is Calyrex on the other side. Hey, Terran got unlucky a couple turns ago with that speed tie. It's only actually two that you needed. I thought there was one more turn. So instead, you get past this final one. This game is just crazy. Everything goes so wrong to then go so right. You get the Surging Strikes into the Calyrex, the final Pokemon, take it down. That is just craziness. Okay. Terran gets this in two after what could have been devastating. Great stuff there. Stays undefeated.
You thought you were watching VGC, but we actually just took you on a roller coaster ride, too, because we were right there with y'all. I was so convinced Terran had that locked up. Then the Glacial Lance comes through, and wait a minute, I thought the Farigiraf was slower. Then all of a sudden, I was with you, Sarah. I thought he would have needed a triple Protect to survive, the remaining Trick Room, and he gets a double, and the Trick Room ends. We're like, oh wait, Terran wins again.
I thought there was 3 turns.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. Where do we, I know tomorrow we, gain an hour or, lose an hour, but, I didn't think we were...
Daylight Savings affects Trick Room now, too.
Yeah, we're skipping ahead tomorrow. We're skipping ahead in our Trick Room, but no, I mean, sometimes the turns happen fast.
Yeah.
With 2, you just needed that double Protect.
What a game.
What a game.
Terran Birdie moves on to 5-0 on day one of competition after what was a really well-played match. Despite the craziness of that second game, you know, always a little bit of a step ahead of Brian, especially with the beginning of this game too, with that huge Terra Water Aqua Jet, one-hit KOing the Chi-Yu, allowing Miraidon to survive an attack from that Terra Fairy Flutter Mane, one-hit KOing it immediately with the Electro Drift.
And it's one of those Pokemon for Chi-Yu. It's kind of had some struggles to kind of make it by, and yeah, you wanted the choice scarf, so you get to go fast, but then that can happen if you have the Focus Ash. Well, you don't have the speed or sometimes the power. Like, it's kind of a little bit of a tricky situation there. And then, I mean, even I love the
in this moment, we were both of them. We're like, oh no, oh that's funny. Oh wait, I win. Oh I lose. What's happening?
roller coaster from the get-go. But yeah, I mean, even like that game one, because there was that huge survival on that Urshifu to even get in a situation where Terran had won that. Because yeah, I would have thought the Terra Fairy Flutter Mane Dazzling Gleam would have picked up the KO, but no, just barely holds on. Like this, there are so many different ways this could have gone to where we would be in a game 3 right now.
And I mean, maybe one day we'll get a game 3 on stream this weekend. I think we've had 4 2-game sets so far, but even though they've only been 2 games, they were all very, very entertaining, especially this one. Just so much back and forth. You know, does it survive? Does it critical hit? Does it get the double protect? And that's some of my more exciting moments, I think, in VGC, is there are so many different things that can happen, even on just this one turn, that it keeps it really entertaining.
I wish I knew how to count, because I would have yelled a lot louder at that double protect turn.
Yeah, exactly. No, I thought, okay, he got the double, and now he still needs to triple, so it's not a huge deal. But yeah, maybe that's why Terran is at 5-0 here, and we're just sitting behind the desk. Huh?
We're saving our voices for yelling when Terran's inevitably in the grand finals at this point. 5-0, great start to the day. Rosemary nearby with an interview. Let's head on over to that.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm sitting here with Terran, the winner of that match, and now you are undefeated. I know we got a chance to talk before the event, but now how are you feeling for such a good start?
Yeah, feeling pretty good now. Yesterday I was a little nervous. I was like, I'm not sure how long it's, how well it's going to go. Everyone's, prepared for Miraidon and specifically that team, but it's worked out so far, just about.
Well, that match was such a great showcase of you can still be prepared and know that it's out in the field, but you can still find ways around it,
exactly. And I think it's the team is so, like the 6 Pokemon are so set and their movesets are so set, but it's the EV spreads really, and that's where you get the advantages, and well, it helped out in that set a lot.
Well, that game number 2 though, your Fergraph got hit with a critical hit, and you kind of looked like, oh gosh, like what actually is going through your head when your Fergraph is supposed to be pretty bulky?
So I saw that, and I knew I could take at least one Glacial Lance at +1, and I was fine with that. I saw the critical hit, and I was like, as long as I survived, I was happy. I thought I'd got the game won. But then what was really crazy was the fact that his Calyrex Ice and my Fergraph speed tied. So I thought I was totally safe setting up Trick Room. I had the game won. And then his Glacial Lance went first on the Trick Room, and I was like, oh my, I've lost.
But you got the double protect, and then the Trick Room expires, and you clean up with the Urshifu. And so after feeling that, like, what were you thinking about preparing for a potential game 3 in that situation?
Yeah, so when I saw that, I thought, okay, well, first of all, I need to get these protects. So if I get them, I would just win anyway. But I was kind of thinking, my lead was quite strong. I felt good. I was surprised that there was a Flutter Mane Chi-Yu lead, but the fact that my Aqua Jet could KO the Chi-Yu in one hit meant I was a bit more comfortable. So to be honest, I probably would have done the same thing and just hoped it went better this time.
Yeah, maybe just get the speed tie in your favor right off the bat.
That would have helped, yeah.
Certainly would have. But Terran, I want to go dive in a little bit more onto some of the specifics on your team. So just, I know this team looks familiar. Luca Cherubelli ended up winning with the exact same 6 at the World Championships last season, but you have a couple of differences that I feel like makes your team a bit unique. On the Iron Hand specifically, you've got Heavy Slam over the Wild Charge, which was a move that we saw Luca use, so talk us through that choice on your team.
So when I first started using the team, I figured, Wild Charge is an obvious choice because of the electric terrain in the boost, but I hated the fact, because I wanted to use low kick as well, I hated the fact that I couldn't hit Amoonguss. So to start with, I tried Terra Grass, but that was a bit weak to Calyrex Ice. I also really wanted to one-shot Flutter Mane without taking recoil, because on a Pokemon as bulky as Iron Hands, taking recoil feels a bit wrong to me. And also, Clefairy can be quite tricky sometimes, so just having a move that can, basically, Iron Hands basically sits on Clefairy with a Heavy Slam, and that really helps. And I've not missed Wild Charge at all, really.
That's good to know. Maybe that's going to have to be a choice that I pick up as well for my own team in Exploration. And when it comes down to just the amount of practice you've had with this team, this is not the first time that we've seen you actually run the 6. You got a top 16 at Birmingham as well, but that one actually included the Dark Urshifu. So talk us through that choice a little bit.
So yeah, once again, going back to the World Championships when I was kind of preparing, I played so many sets trying to figure out what team I wanted to use. I finally settled on this kind of Miraidon team, and for most teams in the past, I've used Dark Urshifu where Water Rush might be a bit more standard. I kind of like the animation of Wicked Blow a lot more than Surgeon Strike.
It's pretty awesome.
It's amazing. And so I just defaulted to Dark Urshifu. It did me well in Birmingham and Worlds. But for EUIC, I started to realize a lot of people were going to Mystic Water Urshifu, and that interested me more than the Focus Sash set, having a bit more bulk, a bit more power as well, to be able to hit GM Power, which is something that the team really struggles with, especially if you're Dark Urshifu. And so I tried it for EUIC, it was amazing, and I don't think I could go back now. So yeah, it was more like the default choice was Dark Urshifu, but Waters just felt so much better.
Well, those Surging Strikes were absolutely
incredible, weren't they?
Incredible.
Yeah.
So I think I'm with you. The Urshifu really felt like it was just the perfect thing for your team, especially in that matchup.
Yeah.
And so I love that, especially because you've got the Mystic Water, right? So you are really leaning into the double water type attack. You actually don't have close combat on your team. And so how have you enjoyed having Taunt over not having something
Taunt's
like
been
close
amazing.
combat?
I've absolutely loved it for stopping Pokemon from setting Trick Room. So in that matchup, I taunted the Calyrex Ice to stop it from trying to set Trick Room, or maybe to stop it from being able to protect. As it happens, the taunt wore off quickly enough anyway, so it didn't matter. Pokemon like Amoonguss, being able to shut that down. Zamazenta, you can taunt them to stop them from wide guarding. It's been such a good move, and I've not missed close combat really. I've got Iron Hands for that. If I want fighting coverage or just damage in general, I use Iron Hands and Miraidon.
Yeah, I mean, Iron Hands, especially with that Electric Terrain boost, it's doing
It's so
so
strong,
much.
so
And that low kick was crazy strong, too.
There's so many heavy Pokemon in the format. Miraidon, Koraidon, most legendaries, opposing Iron Hands, Calyrex Ice, and it's such a strong move that, yeah, it's amazing.
It was so funny watching it in real time where you heavy slam the Ice Rider Calyrex first, and then you're like, wait a minute, that's actually not doing enough damage. I should do more with low
I
kick.
tried to target the other slot that turned to Flutter Mane, but I didn't expect my Urshifu to live the Dazzling Gleam in game 1, so I was trying to double attack it to make sure I got the knockout. And so yeah, the Heavy Slam looked a bit silly, but I was trying to target the Flutter Mane there.
Do you know if that's a role to actually KO your Urshifu?
Oh, I assume so. I didn't expect to survive it, that's for sure.
Well, that's good, though. It ended up giving you a little bit of an edge in that first game. But, you know, Taryn, just kind of going outside of the event itself, something that I've always admired about you as a player is you really make the most out of whatever city it is that you go travel to. Really like a world traveler when it comes to Pokemon. We've seen you at the Perth Regional Championships before, as well as, of course, making your way to international competition. And so you were here a couple of days early. What'd you get up to?
So I went for a bit of a walk around the city on Wednesday. I got in on Tuesday night. The jet lag hit me quite hard on Wednesday, so I didn't get many hours outside, but the weather was amazing, so I had to go for some walks. And then on Thursday, I ate a lot of food. Like I a bit of a food coma at the end of the day.
Fill us in. What'd you eat?
So I had there was a nice waffle place that got recommended to me. I had that. Also a Japan-style hot dog, which was very strange, but it was amazing.
Sounds amazing. Wow. Well, you really sound like you've been getting up to a lot of fun. And, of course, the tournament is going great for you so far as well.
So far, yeah.
So, Taryn, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. But before that, any shout-outs?
Just everyone who's watching at home, really. At home's quite far away this time. But, yeah, everyone who's stayed up watching, the time zones are crazy different. And then the friends here I've been staying with, so Sempra, Ink, Geo, yeah, they're great as well. Yeah. and everyone else in Canada. Canada's great. I love it.
It's been awesome. Well, Taryn, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with the rest of your Swiss rounds today.
Thank you.
We're going to go to a short break where I actually think I get to talk to Taryn a little bit more. So stay tuned for that, and we'll see you soon for more Pokemon action at the Vancouver Regional Championships. Hey Pokemon fans, I'm here with another one of our top competitors at the Vancouver Regional Championships, Taryn Birdie. Taryn, congratulations on your top 8 run at EUIC just a couple of weeks ago. Top 4 actually. It was incredible. It was even better than top 8. So how do you feel after such an amazing performance?
I feel amazing about it. I've struggled when the tournaments have been in London in the past, so this one was it was a nice change from that, and I've got my Worlds invite now from it, so yeah, overall very happy.
Wow, congratulations, that's right. With getting a top 4 at the International Championship, you've already locked your spot at Worlds. So what now for the rest of the season? What are kind of your goals there?
Well, now I can just kind of take it easy when I go to events. So I want to go to NAIC as well, and a couple of other regionals in Europe. But now the pressure's off really, so I can try some things and just enjoy the trips for what they are rather than need to worry about results.
Well, what are your goals then for Vancouver? Are you going to be running back the same team, or is this one of those events where you might want to try something new?
Well, I was going to try something new for it, but then I did so well at EUIC. I was like, how can I use anything other than Miraidon? And it's really the only team that gets me excited about playing events, and I love it so much so that I decided just to use it again. So same team.
So give us some insight there. You said that Miraidon is really fun to use, but what about that team or that archetype or Pokemon is so fun?
I think it's the fact that there's so much raw power on the team. Miraidon, as we know, is incredibly strong. Ogrepon, Urshifu, such strong Pokemon. And you can support it with Tailwind from Whimsicott, which is my favorite Pokemon to use, and Trick Room from Farigiraf. And then you have Iron Hands, which is a bit of both really. It's strong and it's bulky, and it ties the whole team together. So it really feels like it's got a bit of everything.
It really does seem like it fits all of those boxes, but this team in particular that you're using, and just to remind everybody, you have the same exact 6 that we saw Luca Ceribelli win the World Championships with and really popularize. And so that's Miraidon, Ogrepon, Hearthflame, Whimsicott, Farigiraf, Iron Hands, and Urshifu. But we've seen 2 different variations of this team. Arubega, one of the first players that used this team, had Dark Urshifu, but the Luca Ceribelli Worlds team and your team as of EUIC used that Urshifu Rapid Strike. So what do you feel like the 2 main differences are for why you would want to put one Urshifu over the other on that team?
So the Dark Urshifu, and I love Dark Urshifu personally, I use it at Worlds and in Birmingham Regionals. I think it gives you a bit of a better matchup into Cali Shadow teams, and also it's just a bit more offensive, and you try and play a bit more on the front foot with its power. But Water Urshifu gives you a bit more stability with the water typing and a bit more defensive utility, while still being an Urshifu still, so it's still pretty good. And I decided to make the change for EUIC because I really liked the Mystic Water set, and for that defensive utility, and I'm really glad I did because it changed the way that the team played completely for me, and I can't go back now.
That's right. I mean, even at Birmingham, though, you got that top 16, and so I'm remembering yet another top cut for you. And with that particular team, was that the right choice because of just where the restricted meta was at the time? And do you ever see a point where maybe Calyrex Shadow becomes more dominant?
Probably, but also Calyrex Shadow has been a bit disappointing in Regulation G, and it's not had the results we might expect of it. And so I don't see myself going back to Dark Urshifu as much as I love it on this team. But yeah, I don't feel like the meta is going to shift so much that this team's ever going to become bad. And so as long as we have Regulation G, I'm probably going to keep using Miraidon.
I love it. I feel like Miraidon has become such a strong force. But now let's turn our attention back to being in Vancouver, because Taryn, you're such a traveler, right? We got a chance to see you at the Perth Regional Championships. You love being able to make the international travel for the ICs as well. So what draws you to just the travel aspect of the Pokemon regionals and events?
Well, I just kind of think to myself how lucky I am to be able to travel doing something I love. And so whenever I go or get the chance to go abroad, I try and make the most of it and just take any opportunity I get. So even here in Vancouver, I got some cheap flights and decided, why not? And here I am. I love the city so far. I like being able to see people from the US that I might not normally see. And I'm just really excited to play in a new country.
All right, well, Terry, thank you so much for your time and best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Now we've got more Pokemon action.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube. A lot of YouTube. Just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charge-a-Bug. It actually does pretty well right now. But it's also it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow. Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
Welcome back to this lovely city of Vancouver here in Canada. The cherry blossoms are blooming outside and the metagame is raging on inside. My name is Gabby Snyder, joined here by Scott Glaza, and we are 5 out of 8 rounds of Swiss done for the day.
Yeah, we've made it a great deal of the way through. Fortunately, the mythical Game 3 is still unknown here, so we have a few minutes before round 6.
There's been some good games out in the floor, though. I know that we were joking about trying to get the floor cam over there at some point. point. I hope we can do that someday. I think that would be fun.
Yeah, it's clear that someone is having a very long Game 3 set. It just doesn't occur against Dream.
Exactly. And in addition to people out there on the floor, we have some lovely contributions from social media to share with y'all here. Shout outs to Agent V of Shiny Hunter, playing, looks like gold or silver, nope, actually crystal on the virtual console, hatching odd eggs this weekend while watching the Vancouver Regional Championships, hoping to get an elusive shiny, either Tyrogue or Smoochum. Wish me luck, everyone. V, good luck. I know that it's also Fuecoco Community Day in Go, and that's one of your favorite Pokemon, so hopefully the shiny luck is there, if not also in Crystal.
Yeah, maybe like a consolation prize, right?
Yeah.
May or may not get the shiny in Crystal. I think the odds in Pokemon Go pretty good.
Actually, the odd egg does have increased odds of being shiny, too. I just never was lucky as a kid.
Yeah,
so.
me neither. Yeah, so as far as I know, the odds were 0.
Yeah, exactly. All right, moving on to our next post. Big thank you to all of our amazing professors and staff we have here in Vancouver this weekend. Thank you so much, y'all, for making this event so special today. Trainers, make sure you say hi to our professors this weekend and let them know what an awesome job they do.
Yeah, it takes a lot of hands to put an event of this size, and I think things have been going pretty smoothly so far. Again, almost too quickly, right, as we efficiently get through our games.
I know one thing that I cannot understate or overstate enough is that these tournaments cannot happen without the dedication and hard work of all of our professors. So thank you to all of y'all out on the floor, if you can hear me. Thank you to anybody who's at home who's maybe considering staffing an event in the future, and of course our lovely broadcast team and staff who make it possible for us to sit here and talk.
Yeah, that's by comparison, pretty easy job.
All right, let's see our next post. Oh, there he is! Sorry, I got surprised by Fuecoco. Where's your Fuecoco for Pokemon Go Community Day? This Fuecoco is having a lovely slice of pizza.
Yeah, not a shiny Fuecoco, but maybe some shiny pizza there. Gotta catch whatever you can.
Yeah, oh my goodness. It's, I always love that Fuecoco is just no thoughts, head empty, bite, and what a perfect snack for Pokemon.
Yeah, this is indeed food, so okay to bite that.
All right, Haseo, good luck with your community day. Shout outs to Orion as well. Vancouver Pokemon Regional Championships are on now, and it's a Pokemon family event with the little baby Charmander on top of the Bulbasaur to watch. That's so cute.
It's good. Yeah, I had to get that sight line. It seems like Fuecoco may have an obstructed view there, so hopefully it didn't pay full price for those seats.
Yeah, well, you got to get the discounts where you can get them, because then you can go and buy a slice of pizza afterwards.
Sure, yeah, and maybe just like paying special attention to what we say in order to follow the broadcast by listening.
Exactly. And our final post for now. Oh, ready to go hiking in Vancouver. I believe that's a hiker trainer who's here to hike and or compete. Probably compete more than hike,
yeah,
right?
Why not both? A great place for it. Vancouver, a beautiful area. Lots of great wildlife without going too far from the city. So, if you're here for the tournament, definitely make sure you check out beautiful British Columbia when you get the chance, because just a wonderful part of the world.
Yeah, well, hopefully, Buff Benary, you are able to find some beautiful weather to hike in later if you're not getting your steps in around the venue right now, I suppose. Scott, you've been hiking around here before, right?
A little bit,
Is it nice?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just such a wonderful area where, you kind of get that kind of the whole Pacific Northwest, right, where there's kind of a nice variety of climates and a small amount of landmass. And yeah, I mean, I think that, we're not too far from the mountains here, where, popular both for hiking and for skiing. Super cool area. Obviously, the weather could be, well, maybe not obvious to you guys who are not here. Weather could be a little better today. We're doing like the full-on Pacific Northwest dark, murky, and rainy thing. But, they found the sun somewhere when they're doing that shot of the cherry blossoms. So
I know.
It's got to be out there somewhere. Just let me know if you find the sun anywhere.
Well, I don't think we've seen Groudon or Koraidon yet, so that's out. Maybe there's a Torkoal on the field, maybe somewhere. I actually, I lived in the Pacific Northwest for so long, and I only went hiking like 2 times. So I should probably rectify that.
Yeah,
Not
add
today.
a few days to the trip. Yeah, I would. Yeah, maybe next Vancouver.
All right. Well, I'll try to find some more time so I can make it out there onto the trail, and hopefully the sun will arrive with it. What I won't find, ? Is a Calyrex. because we're going to talk about Calyrex Ice Rider now, and that was my beautiful segue into the best restricted Pokemon. Yes, I am biased. I will not be taking any questions, though you probably should ask some questions, otherwise this segment's going to be very, very short.
Yeah, I mean, there's some trails out there that you can ride your horse on. I probably would not do that in most of the hiking trails around here, where the glass tree are part of the Calyrex probably take up a great deal of the path, and also famously slow. But you could maybe I could probably use a trick room on my hiking to speed things up a little bit.
Me too. There's a reason why I don't go hiking that often. But what I find really interesting about Calyrex Ice Rider in Regulation G overall is that it has been consistently in the top Pokemon. I don't think it's been consistently the best Pokemon out there. I think that Miraidon has kind of taken that crown, run off with it, and then also done like 50% more damage with it, because that's just how that Pokemon works. But I do think that Regulation G benefits a lot of people who like slower play styles, who want to be able to adapt to the strategy that the opposing Pokemon or the team strategy, whatever, has on the other side of the field. And the fact that there are so many different ways you can run Calyrex Ice Rider is really important for that.
Yeah, I think that's exactly kind of what I find exciting about the Pokemon is that, and like maybe it's kind of just one of the great things about getting to use these really powerful legendary Pokemon in general is that all of their stats are so good that you're a little more flexible than you are with a lot of the other Pokemon, where they're like kind of very specialized into the roles. And even though Ice Rider Calyrex is kind of like our slow trick room restricted Pokemon, like slow can mean a number of different things in this game, especially because so many of the other restricted Pokemon are so quick, where basically anywhere you train the Ice Rider Calyrex, it's going to be slower than like opposing restricted Pokemon. We've seen kind of over the course of the season some like absolute minimum speed Calyrex and kind of like the harder trick room teams like we saw in the second round of this tournament. But also you can run a little bit quicker, right, and kind of like get over like the Incineroars of the world and have some more options where you're less reliant on the trick room. I think it's just like a fun Pokemon in that way, and maybe benefits a little bit from this open team sheet format, right? I think one thing that's different from past up to this format is that you know the Pokemon and its moves, you don't know how it's trained, and I think there's still being some mystery there as a neat strength for this Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, if you think back all the way back to San Antonio just a few months ago, we saw Justin Tang and Shiliang Tang running their Calyrex Ice Rider alongside of Roaring Moon, and what was really interesting about that Calyrex is that, they went on to talk about it after they essentially both won the regional, even though, obviously only one of them actually won. And they were saying that they actually invested a little bit of speed into their Calyrex Ice Rider so that under Tailwind it hit certain breakpoints. And I think that's the really interesting thing about this Pokemon is that, yes, there will always be the hard Trick Room team. There will always be the person who's running Psy Spam alongside of Trick Room. I love you, I respect you for what you do, but this horse is not a one-trick pony. It has many different ways you can run it. And just, looking at some other results from recent teams, we had Joji Kaeda get top 16 at EUIC with Grimmsnarl and Cali-Ice, a bit of a bulkier take. Yosuke Takayanagi, sorry, I can't read my own notes, was running it with Chiyu and Fluttermane, kind of like what we saw Donghoon do earlier today. And then, of course, Navjeet Joshi got top 8 at Worlds with the Regieleki Farigiraf combination. And, yes, Farigiraf works very well with Calyrex Ice Rider, as it's another Trick Room user, it can block priority, but it also is one of those Pokemon that we've just seen really pop up all over the place in top teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, kind of like one of the things I think is interesting about this format is that, we see so many of like the kind of the same, especially unrestricted Pokemon, kind of used in different ways depending on the context of the team.
Yeah.
And where I think, and maybe this is true for, I guess, Calyrex too, but, like the same Pokemon can do a lot of different things kind of depending on the way you train them. And I think kind of like mastering kind of like the way you want to play certain lines in the matchup and kind of training your Pokemon in a slightly different way in order to take advantage of that, I think is really neat. And sometimes even with like really similar looking teams, we see really different paths kind of based on both like what the trainers are comfortable with, and then again, like the differences in how the Pokemon are trained, which kind of lets you win or lose to different things.
All right, so I have a challenge for y'all at home, as we are going to take a quick break after this. But before we do that, pick one Pokemon on your team of 6 Pokemon that you're running right now. Look at its speed stat and write down one thing it outspeeds and one thing it underspeeds, because really knowing those breakpoints, knowing just how that all works out is so important. And it's something that I have to do more, so that way I can remember where my own Pokemon speeds are. But that's a Gabby problem. You have a you problem, and we're going to take a quick break while we get ready for our next round of Swiss. We'll be back real soon.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the junior division of the Pokemon video game.
Most iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around, the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
I've just got a couple questions about the championship.
I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national, whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
We got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot, but Avery was ready to show the world that juniors are wise well beyond their years. For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
We're going all in with a terastallization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
Of this Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into Game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in Game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoals. Let's do it again.
Yep, there's the Instruct.
Learning from his mistakes against Tinglu in Game 1, Avery made an adjustment to keep momentum on his side.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the Protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Does it hit this time around? It's going to be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first two games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these two trainers would do in Game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another Instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi-Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
We know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as a champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked Instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back to round 6 here at the Vancouver Regional Championships. My name's Gabby Snyder, once again joined by Scott Glaza, but this time we have your round 6 pairing all queued up and ready to go.
It's all right, we did not do it again. This time we will show you a match.
I think we're going to leave that to Avery, honestly. He's very talented. He's really good at it.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's take a look at our notable matchups from this round, as all of these trainers are currently undefeated. So, actually, no, Swiss rankings first. As you can see, almost all of these trainers are undefeated.
You were so close, yeah.
I can do it again. It's okay.
Yeah, if it wasn't for 15th and 16th there, that would have been a, all good trainers though, even if they're 4-1. And several trainers we've seen on stream, a few others that we haven't, that probably we'll see out through the course of the weekend. So stay tuned if you'd like to see some of these trainers face off.
Yeah, and let us know who you're cheering for as well. I think one thing that's really exciting about these regional championships is as these undefeated trainers start to whittle down, unfortunately there does have to be a winner and loser of each match. The crowd kind of unites around them, and you get fun situations like at EUIC where you have everybody from the UK cheering for Dill because they're the hometown hero of the event. So let us know who you're rooting for, especially as we take a look at the notable matchups between all of the undefeated players here at the tournament.
Hey, here they are.
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
Mostly the same names as the last slide, but now organized by who they're playing against this round. We should have a fantastic match with the highlighted match there, but pretty important match here. Trainers are eventually going to need to have a record in 8-2 to move on to the top cut tomorrow, but for today they only need to be 6-2. So with these trainers now into round 6, they are looking to earn their way at least into the first part of tomorrow.
And you also want to lock in guaranteed championship points, and I think the best way to do that would be to hit that 6-win mark, because unfortunately, depending on how you do day 2, you may just get the same number of points that you would have gotten at the end of day 1. So you hit that 6-0 mark, you're comfortable, you know that you're going to walk away with something, and then you start figuring out, okay, now how can I win this tournament?
Yeah, and it takes the pressure off a little bit too. I think especially at this tournament where, usually with 6-0 you still have a long way to go. On this tournament, if you get to 6-0, you only have to go 500 until the top cut to earn your way there. So a little smaller tournament we sometimes see, get your passports, trainers. It's a great venue, great tournament. Should see a few more of you showing up, but still a lot of fun.
I'm going to translate that from sports talk, if that's okay. Going 500, I'm assuming, means you only have to win half your games, right?
Yeah.
Still got it. All right, well, on that note, let's go ahead and jump down to the stage where we'll be featuring a match between Joseph Ugarte and Brian Collins. Joe Ugarte, no stranger to this stream for sure, certainly knows how to win a tournament and has been pretty lucky, all considered, in the Pacific Northwest, as his first regional win was in Portland a couple years ago.
Yeah, it's I think certainly the best Portland Regional Championship trainer of all time. Did quite well there twice, but strong player and trainer in general. We see him on stream a lot. I guess both being fortunate to win, also famously unlucky a few times in the end of his top cut runs on stream. So hey, I think one thing you can be sure of when Joe is on stream is that something interesting was going to happen.
For sure. And his opponent, Brian Collins, who will be on the left-hand side of your screen, has a Torkoal there supporting him on the desk. And maybe fortunately / unfortunately for Joe, will also be having a Torkoal on the team sheet. And unlike Avery's winning team that we just saw the video on, there is no Oranguru here, but there certainly is room for shenanigans looking at the team that Brian has chosen to bring.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a betrayal here. Joe also famous as a trainer of using sun-based teams, so Torkoal on the other side this time. Certainly Joe has been betrayed by his own Torkoal a number of times, so hey, be interesting to see what attacks hit in this one.
I'm surprised to see the Volcarona though on Joe's side of the field. For some reason I would have expected a Slitherwing.
Yeah, maybe you met Sierra halfway on this one.
Maybe. I mean, it's all about compromise at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's I think Volcarona's it's been a pretty fun Pokemon in this format. Where,
it has.
one of the highest stat Pokemon from from the Unova region. It's kind of been hit or miss over the years in the video game championships, where it's either like really good, typically using a Quiver Dance set, or just terrible. I think the jury has kind of been out this season. We're seeing a little more of it in this format, I think, than any past format. So pretty uncommon for a mostly offensive, non-restricted Pokemon to shine in a format like this one, but Volcarona has had a pretty good run the past several months.
Refresh my memory while we're waiting for these trainers to get situated. So I know Volcarona Hitmontop was really popular back in the day. Was that also a restricted format? I don't think it was.
No, yeah, it was, I think, it was just the regular or I guess we had no restricted Pokemon that generation, right?
My goodness.
Like the only generation in VGC where we haven't.
What a world that was. I honestly completely forgot that. But yeah, no, I remember that one of the players I'd practice with all the time would always lead Hitmontop Volcarona. They'd always go fake out Quiver Dance, and then I'd always be sad. So it is, though, like Heatran, one of those Pokemon that, like you just mentioned, the jury's kind of out where it fits in Scarlet and Violet. That all being said, though, I know that Joe Ugarte has been running a very similar team at the past few tournaments with his restricted Pokemon choice, and once these trainers are ready, we can go ahead and dive into what exactly that might be, which happens to be right now.
Yeah, I think these 6 Pokemon from Joe look a little bit familiar. There might be the same Pokemon that we saw him top cut the Europe International Championships just a couple short weekends ago. So, he's proven how powerful he can be with his team. On the other side of the field, that Torkoal that is betraying him, as well as the Ice Rider Calyrex we just finished discussing, and a bunch of other powerful Pokemon, including a Smeargle that does not know Instruct, but like Oranguru, does not do any damage.
Yeah, so I did just look it up now that we've had a chance to really dive into this, and it does look like Joe Ugarte is using the same 6 from the UIC, which a lot of trainers have been doing. But to talk about Brian first, as he is on the left-hand side of the screen, his fun fact was, I love Trick Room, and you can see that from his team. Picking the Calyrex Ice Rider, the Pokemon that loves Trick Room, with a few unique adaptations. You see close combat over high horsepower. The Torkoal has the choice specs items. Sometimes you'll see like Protect in that slot, depending on how people feel about it. Single Striker Shifu, and also Raging Bolt. But when you look at the team holistically, I feel like there's a lot of synergy here, which I really like.
Yeah, the Iron Defense, by the way, on Urshifu, I'm going to say Iron Head is probably what that move is.
Yeah,
Choice Band Iron
sense.
Defense, less ideal. And that is an interesting choice. The Iron Head, where we don't see a whole lot of Steel-type offense, probably not super impactful in this particular matchup, although the Miraidon on Joe's side, as we'll see later, does have the Fairy Terra type. So, hey, in just the right combination of turns, that could be really interesting. This kind of harkens back to the first match we saw on stream with the harder Trick Room team. A lot of the same Pokemon, including that Smeargle. So one of the big differences is that Raging Bolt, perhaps that'll be an impactful Pokemon in this matchup.
Ryan Collins, also no stranger to top cutting the European International Championships, getting top 16 there in 2024. Also got top 8 in Orlando in 2023 and Sacramento in 2024. So a experienced trainer, and I think with a team like this, I love how you can see the pieces that we've seen do well, the more tried and true Pokemon, but then you can also see his own twist on it. And I think figuring out what exactly that twist is going to be key for Joe going into this matchup. And, given how much experience he has with these 6 Pokemon now, I think that's a really thing he's going to have to fall back on as we go into this match.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch the terrain war in this one. I think one of the fun parts about it is, there's a train user on both sides with the Indeedee who can set the Psychic terrain, and of course the Miraidon on Joe's side here who can set the Electric terrain. I think it's particularly interesting because there's actually a lot of priority in this matchup, mostly from Brian's side of the field. You'd love to catch this Rapid Strike Urshifu with the Raging Bolt if you can. It won't be able to happen if Psychic terrain is active. And then I think the other thing to point out, we were talking a little bit about Volcarona, but Ditto also not a Pokemon we see a whole lot of. I think it is both exciting to see it at all, sort of interesting in this format where if you can get it alongside, or I guess specifically across the field from the opposing restricted Pokemon, you kind of get 2 restricted Pokemon against 1. And then holding that Focus Sash item, I think more frequently we see kind of Choice Scarf is kind of like the level 1 player. Like, all right, I'm just have a faster version of your thing. Lots of restricted Pokemon do lots of damage to themselves. This one, maybe takes a little bit more poise, but Ditto copies the opposing Pokemon stats except for its HP. So almost always has a much lower HP stat than whatever it's turning into. So Focus Sash helps mitigate that, since you're going to get hit twice before you get knocked out anyway.
You also have the Grimmsnarl with Light Play as well to set up some screens if you feel like you need that support for the Ditto, for the Miraidon. 2 Pokemon that are known to be on the frailer side of things. And to harken back to the quote-unquote Top Moth days, you have Iron Hands Fake Out plus Volcarona as well. So there's really a lot of different ways that Joe can approach this matchup. And I'm curious if he's going to choose something to try and just like make a hard read, you know, knowing that Brian is probably going to set up Trick Room turn 1 and the best thing he can do to position himself around that. Or if he's just going to do like Miraidon Iron Hands, just be strong, be bulky, and do your best.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see the Grimmsnarl entering the field here. I feel like Grimmsnarl really is the Pokemon you normally see as the counter answer to these sort of Trick Room teams where it tends to be much more difficult for them to get those one-hit KOs if they have screens up, and then at that point it doesn't matter so much who goes first. However, Smeargle really does make that a little bit more interesting, right? Where kind of two fun things about Smeargle in this matchup. One is the Decorate, which we got to see the last time we saw Smeargle on stream a little bit, where potentially getting Calyrex back to the level of offense where it can pick up one-hit knockouts. Also, you know, the potential of a Psychic Train in the back could get a Spore, but not yet.
Interestingly enough, Fake Out into the Miraidon, allowing that Grimmsnarl to set up Reflect, which will boost its defenses, which it's going to need as Glacial Lance, no Trick Room just yet, will connect directly with these two Pokemon, and Miraidon is able to hold on. So that's definitely something that Joe calculated for, and you can see it's not a lot of HP, but it's still going to be one of the faster Pokemon on the field as Smeargle cannot do any damage.
Yeah, I'm curious what Joe's game plan is, because I mean, it survived, but that's a lot of damage, and being quicker here is still sort of tricky, where it's great now, but you know, what gets tricky is that Trick Room, and if it gets up, I mean, certainly Miraidon not going to be able to survive any attacks going last with so little HP.
Follow Me will ensure this Volt Switch connects with the opposing Smeargle, activating the Focus Sash, and Joe has found a way to pivot here, which will be very nice for this Miraidon. It could come back on the field in, let's say, 5 turns. However, I think what's really important for me to see right now is we didn't see Grimmsnarl go for a priority attack, which means it had to have gone for Foul Play. Smeargle is going to be knocked out, so this Calyrex Ice Rider is probably setting up Trick Room, and if there's, I don't know, a Torkoal in the back, this would be the perfect time for it to enter the field.
Yeah, very free switch in that regard, and likely a free Trick Room. You do get a knockout for those, Joe, so certainly you're not like completely upset. And it's a Glacial Lance, actually not a Trick Room, going to come down here, deal a decent bit of damage, but I think on Joe's side, you're probably both liking and disliking that. The good news is that, you know, Miraidon isn't the slowest Pokemon on the field if it comes back in yet, but with this Indeedee coming out now, it's now another opportunity potentially to set up that Trick Room or to deal a bunch of damage, and also critically turns off the Quark Drive for the Iron Hands, and with the Psychic Train active, stops a potential Fake Out unless Miraidon comes back out in the field.
Yeah, what a lot of Calyrex Ice Rider users like to do is run that Pokemon alongside of 2 Pokemon that can redirect, just so that your opponent really struggles to land the damage against the Calyrex Ice Rider, and then by the time they are able to do so, you've already done enough damage that you're stacking up KOs, you're stacking up those Chilling Neigh boosts, and then you just kind of run away with the game. We will see Joe lock in the first Terastallization of this set into a Water type onto that Iron Hands, but I think another Terastallization is right here, as we're going to see the reveal of a Fire type Terastallization on the Calyrex Ice Rider.
I think in the way this matchup's going to play out, I think Iron Hands is going to play the role of the restricted Pokemon for Joe this time. It'll be very difficult to knock out, both with its typing and with some help from Grimmsnarl here, where Miraidon going to be the one playing support this time, I think.
And that light screen as well, so no longer will Psychic do super effective damage to the Iron Hands, and now it will also be taking less damage thanks to that screen. Drain Punch into the Indeedee will do a little bit of damage there, heal up the Iron Hands, which is also quite nice. But we see Calyrex once again on the offense, just consistently clicking that Glacial Lance to lock in a knockout against the opposing Grimmsnarl. And since Calyrex has been focusing on damage, this opens up the opportunity now for Indeedee to go for Trick Room.
Yeah, you know, without that Trick Room, would have been a great time to bring this Miraidon back in. Instead now, the slowest Pokemon on the field, should it enter the battle, and instead Ditto's going to have to come in. However, it is a cross from this Calyrex, so going to become a Calyrex of Joe's own and copy that Grim Neigh boost.
Unfortunately for Joe, this Calyrex does not have high horsepower, so it will not be able to do any sort of super effective damage against the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider now that it's a Fire type Pokemon. However, you are guaranteed a speed tie here, so you could just underspeed and go first, and then it's possible that a combination Glacial Lance plus damage from this Iron Hands will eventually pick up the KO onto the opposing Ndidi. But for now, Joe playing it very safe, realizing that you can use Protect and probably should to get through these Trick Room turns. Glacial Lance from Brian's own Calyrex will connect with the opposing Iron Hands. And it got an attack boost, but it's still not doing a lot of damage. And a Volt Switch is the move of choice to connect with the Ndidi and reset the terrain. And I think more critically, give Joe something bulkier to switch back in the next turn to keep the Miraidon safe.
Yeah, sort of interesting here where Miraidon going to be fighting for its life, trying to survive through the turns of the Trick Room here. Switching terrains potentially helpful. One of the things that allows is that if Iron Hands is safely able to get back in, there is the fake out option later on. And for now, at least, we see some sort of passive play, but still sort of a tough spot for Joe. He's way behind in the Pokemon battle and does still have to worry about the final Pokemon from Brian that's going to slide into battle right here while the Miraidon is threatened.
Yeah, and that's going to be Torkoal, one of the best Pokemon to deal damage once the Twisted Dimensions have been set up. No switch on Miraidon. It will just be knocked out. Ditto takes a little bit of damage from that Glacial Lance. But now it's Joe's turn to go on the offense with that Pokemon. And I mean, depending on what you target here, if you land a Glacial Lance into that Torkoal, it's not going to do a lot of damage. But it's still chipping away, and that's important as you want to threaten damage so those eruptions, the move it's known for, just doesn't do as much damage.
Yeah, and speaking of things that Pokemon are known for, it needed to escape to the back, so it's going to be able to use that Psychic, or be able to activate that Psychic Terrain once again if Brian chooses to. So now this makes a more difficult turn for Joe, who can no longer safely go for that Fake Out, knowing there's the potential of it switching into battle here. And then once again, we see that Chilling Neigh. I got to work on my horse noises, but Chilling Neigh getting a second level of boost on this Calyrex, now going to be able to more significantly outdamage the Iron Hands healing, even if it's lucky enough to get off another Drain Punch against two Pokemon that are going to be eager to knock it out.
Well, no terrain switch means Fake Out will flinch the opposing Torkoal, and we see Joe's Calyrex Ice Rider go first this time, winning that speed tie. Will connect close combat for the KO into that Pokemon. Takes a defensive drop in return, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, as long as Brian has continued to lock into Glacial Lance, we've seen how much damage that's going to do, and it actually just goes straight for the close combat into the opposing Iron Hand. So Joe is down to his final Pokemon, but it's a Ditto pretending to be a Calyrex Ice Rider. It's not unwinnable for Joe at this point. Yeah. I think the thing that I would be worried about is just the speeds here.
I do think it is unwinnable. I think the trouble here is, the imposter facing down the original. Not only does Brian's Calyrex have far higher attack now because of the extra knockout, but Ditto's lower HP is going to be a factor. The Focus Sash is broken. The Ndidi has the option now of follow meing away in a close combat from the opposing Ditto / Calyrex, which would enable a close combat to go back to the direction. With the speed tie, there's interesting things can always happen, but Joe's going to make a lot work here in what is a complicated situation now.
That is very true. And the other thing you have to keep in mind is that I guess Ndidi could always choose to go on the offense as well. Normally I wouldn't recommend sidekicking into a Calyrex Ice Rider, but given that it's a Ditto and not a Calyrex Ice Rider, it's possible that that would do some significant damage here.
And I think it's a scary spot too, because you also have to be careful. Brian has so much of an advantage of it. He can potentially get away with making a risky move where Joe's options are more limited. He's using a helping hand, so Brian making a bet here about the damage calculations.
Oh, but Joe is looking like he's trying to, okay, so we got the speed control, and it's not a crit, but that's a KO.
Well, I guess there is a way for Joe to win that one. A little strange move on Brian's side, kind of betting the game on the speed tie. Does not go his way. Joe picked up the knockout, and suddenly it's a Ditto versus Ndidi here, the two support Pokemon facing off, although the Ditto not looking especially supportive there. Doesn't know any attacks normally, but certainly has learned some through its transformation.
Yeah, that's such an interesting play from Brian as well, because usually you click Helping Hand when you think that you need the extra damage in order to pick up the KO, but we've already seen Calyrex Ice Rider take several knockouts at that point in time, and assuming Brian did also go for that close combat, I would have assumed that's enough. And yes, at that point you are still playing the speed control game, but then if you don't go for Helping Hand, you can go for Follow Me, and then that's like your win con. So I'm very curious about just what the thinking was in that turn.
Yeah, I mean, these trainers have played each other repeatedly throughout the course of the season, where they faced off at both of the Californian regionals in the last calendar year, splitting those matches. So both trainers really respect each other. I think they realize how strong each other are. Maybe trying to get a little bit in each other's heads, trying to make some plays, expecting their opponent to expect certain things, and that always leads to some interesting looking turns.
I guess there was also still the screens in play, which is worth calling out. We saw the Grimmsnarl set up Reflect turn 1 and then Light Screen later on, but at the end of the day, we're going into game number 2, and I think that Joe did a great job of playing to his outs there, which brings up the question, how can Brian make it so that he has 2 attackers on the field at the end game instead of an attacker plus Ndidi?
Yeah, I think Torkoal is kind of a letdown in that one, where it never really got the chance to do anything. Maybe you try to maneuver in a way to get a stronger attack off, although I think kind of the showdown at the end is what we're likely to see a lot of in this matchup. Again, Miraidon kind of struggles in this matchup, but simply, it just kind of becomes a train bot where it's kind of playing the role of Tapu Koko in this one, more so than Miraidon trying to keep the train advantageous. But it's really this Iron Hands that is the important Pokemon to deal with for Brian, and this time both of the electric types are going to start on the field for Joe.
Yeah, and to the benefit of Brian, the Iron Hands is right there, and while you do have to worry about a potential fake out in this first turn from that Pokemon, if these Pokemon are trained as one would assume, that Smeargle probably would be faster than the Iron Hands. You can outspeed it and fake it out, and then you can go on the offense, or you could just trade fake outs for a turn and figure out your game plan from there.
Yeah, again, this is another one where in theory you have to be concerned about the possibility of an Ndidi switching in, although in this position it seems fairly unlikely, so I assume you're pretty confident on Joe's side. You don't have to worry about that one.
All right, fake out into the Miraidon will be keeping it on the field, and fake out is slower into the Smeargle. Unfortunately for the Miraidon, that means it's going to be taking a Glacial Lance already in turn 1 and just get knocked out.
Well, that is a tough first turn. The restricted Pokemon on Joseph's side of the field going down for nothing, and while this is probably not a matchup where Miraidon is hugely important now, conceding control of the terrain for the rest of the matchup to Brian, on top of all that damage and Iron Hands, does not Terastallize yet, so takes far more from that Glacial Lance than we'd seen previously, and gives up that Chilling Neigh boost. So really great first turn for Brian, and while that fake out did a surprising amount of damage to the Smeargle, I can't imagine Joe's too happy with that trade.
No, because at the end of the day, you lost the most powerful Pokemon in Regulation G for about 30% damage onto a Smeargle, which is going to be doing its best to take more damage and get right off the field thanks to that Follow Me. Drain Punch will connect with that Pokemon for the KO, but Grimmsnarl did not set up a screen yet, which means it's going to be going for foul play into the still Psychic type Calyrex Ice Rider. So this is going to be a lot of damage for its trouble. And we'll just see how much that is. It's probably not a K. It is a K.
Well, these trainers do not believe in defense today, just trading blows. Who needs restricted Pokemon? Not these trainers. Both of them going down kind of for nothing.
Yeah, that is a tough position for Brian to be in. One of the things about running these harder Trick Room teams is that you really have to pick when you go on the offense versus when you prioritize setting up your Trick Room. I think that Brian made a very good call to try and keep on the offense. Unfortunately, though, with the Grimmsnarl able to go for an attack that turn, that was just a very risky play, and it did not play out whatsoever.
Yeah, I think both sides here maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves in this game too. The good news for Brian is that he does have a pretty clear path toward trying to get a Trick Room up and firing away some attacks with this Torkoal. However, it's only the choice specs. So, if you lock into the Eruption here, you're kind of in trouble. Not really a feasible option because you can't Trick Room and Follow Me at the same time.
Yeah.
So, I assume he's going to have to lock in Terrafire, Heat Wave, Trick Room, Hope to Survive, Follow Me, and that's a lot to get through with the threat of Light Screen, a Water Terra type Iron Hands on the other side of the field.
For sure, for sure. And that's the unfortunate thing as well, is that, so Eruption, because its base power is based on your health, it really is diminishing returns when you don't have speed control in your favor. And that's exactly why Brian is going to go for that Terastallization to get the damage boost onto that move, but lock into Heat Wave, which is, not as accurate and not as powerful, even with the Sun, even with that Fire-type Terastallization. I think the other thing to keep in mind here as well is that this Iron Hands is so bulky that bulk has now practically practically doubled thanks to the presence of the light screen on the field from that Grimmsnarl. Drain Punch does a little bit of damage to that Torkoal, which is nice. It will heal up that Iron Hands a little bit closer to full health, but ultimately it's going to come down to just how much damage this Torkoal does in this turn, and then how much damage a potential Psychic from the Indeedee will add on top of that. And it just did absolutely nothing to Iron Hands.
Yeah, I think this is really interesting. The other thing to keep in mind here is that, well, Heat Wave can miss, it can also burn. A burn on the Iron Hands would be really critical in this matchup, and I think Brian's going to need it fairly quickly here to have a good shot at it.
All right, well, here comes the second Heat Wave. Will hit both its targets, pick up the KO onto the Grimmsnarl, but no burn onto the Iron Hands. Psychic will now connect with that Pokemon, but thanks to the light screen and the Assault Vest, it just also hardly does any damage.
Oh, it's big. Doesn't get the burn, does get the special defense drop.
Yeah.
And, Torkoal's still going to be able to take a couple of these Drain Punches. I kind of wonder if, Heat Wave can miss, so things could still go wrong here, but things still looking pretty decent for Brian, except for Ditto is still here, who does not become Torkoal, instead becomes Indeedee.
So now you can't necessarily follow me because a Heat Wave is a spread move. So I think you either lock into Helping Hand or you go to reverse Trick Room.
Yeah, there's just a lot of really interesting options for Joe here. I see the Helping Hand, so this Iron Hand's trying to end things quickly and get some of its health back.
I was going to say, you get the damage boost, but that also means you heal a little bit more. So this Heat Wave is absolutely critical. Can it land a burn onto the opposing Iron Hands? It does not. Psychic now does have potential to drop the special defense. Once again, it just hangs on by a thread, and now Drain Punch is going to be enough to pick up the KO onto that Torkoal.
Well, that's a huge knockout. Iron Hand just barely surviving with a special defense drop, and now things look great for Joe. Able to get that knockout, removes the threat of the spread move, which means that Ditto Indeedee now able to follow me, the Psychic, from the opposing Indeedee away. It's going to resist that attack, take it pretty well. And even if the knockout occurs with the Indeedee knocking out the Ditto, Iron Hands may heal enough up here, but it's able to close out the game on its own.
Yeah, so one other fun fact about Ditto, as we are closing up this game with a Psychic and a Drain Puncher too, is that when you copy a Pokemon, you also copy its boost. So we did see Indeedee activate the Psychic Seed earlier on Brian's side of the field, and now that item is unfortunately being used against him. As you saw, that Psychic just didn't do any damage. Brian is going to lock in the forfeit, and Joe Ugarte is currently 6-0 here in Vancouver, doing an amazing job considering he wasn't even sure he wanted to attend this tournament earlier on this week.
So excited to be in Top Cut. He almost forgot to take his headset off, but really great stream match there. What a fun game too that was. We still avoid the legendary, mythical, possibly non-existent third game of a set, but I think it was a lot of fun to watch that one there. Really aggressive beginning of that match where they're trading blows back and forth. The poor restricted Pokemon really had a rough go of that one. But you want to see the strength of the team that Joe's using there, right? Where Miraidon, like, kind of a non-factor from an attacking point perspective in both games in that set, but still able to take the 2-0 just through the power of that Iron Hands instead.
And the other thing, I mean, it's not really dealing any damage. It's not really helping with the terrain, as a lot of the Iron Hands time on the field was spent with the Psychic terrain active. And if you look at, like, Luca's team from the World Championships, it had the Farigiraf on that team to sort of be the anti-Trick Room Pokemon. But Ditto, it sort of fills that role. It's a very different strategy to play it, but being able to copy your opponent's Pokemon, knowing that they are trained to be optimized for Trick Room, really does pay off if you can, have the knowledge and the confidence in order to play that kind of style.
Yeah, I'm really glad that we got to watch that set. I think we always kind of talk about Ditto as an option in formats like this. I feel like Ditto has traditionally looked just terrible in stream matches. I don't know what's wrong for this poor Pokemon, but like, it just like comes out, does nothing, gets knocked out a lot. Ditto kind of dominated this set, where it's a big deal both game 1 and game 2. It's tricky to play where with an imposter build, you don't get to choose what you're transforming into, right? You have to enter on the right side of the field. In both games, Joe sets it up, transforms into something, has a huge impact, plays a little bit differently, where Ditto was kind of on the offense in that first game. Second game was able to copy Indeedee, play on the defense. And then, he endured that special defense drop, was like fairly close to being a difference maker, but had just enough margin left that even getting that unlucky roll, he was able to win the game. A lot of fun to watch that one, and props to Joe, where that was kind of an unconventional set for in a one restricted Pokemon format to see Miraidon kind of play such a secondary role, but it was a great game plan, and he won it out.
I mean, that's I think that's just the confidence that he has with this team, you know, taking it to EUIC and doing so well there. You learn what matchups you want Miraidon in and what you don't want Miraidon in. And what I think was really interesting is that typically when I play people who run Miraidon with Calyrex Ice Rider, we see a lot of terrestrialization away from the Electric Dragon typing, typically into Fairy typing. But Joe knew that he wanted to save that terrestrialization for the Iron Hands. And by making that choice, I think you're just resigning that Miraidon to be a supporting player. And he was able to adapt his playstyle, like you were saying, which is really cool.
Yeah, I think a really mature line, right?
Yeah.
Where I think it's easy to be like, oh, I need this Pokemon because its stats are big. But not always, right? You know, you need to knock out the other 4 Pokemon, right? That's how you win the game. And he picked a better path to doing that.
All right, well, we have Joe standing by ready for an interview over in the lounge. So let's go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much. I am here with Joe Ugarte, the winner of our last round of Swiss, and it's good to see you. I didn't think you were going to be here this weekend.
Yeah, I wasn't really supposed to be, but like, you know, last second kind of change of plans, ended up showing up. I guess don't really regret it. I mean, you know,
I wouldn't
it's all right right now, you know?
right now, yeah. Pretty good. You're rocking the Miraidon team, and if I'm not mistaken, it looks very similar to the one that you used at the World Championships just last year. Is it the same?
It's pretty similar. So I ended up using this team obviously at UIC as well. I kind of just ran it back at UIC because I didn't really have anything better to use. So I was just like, oh, like this Worlds team was probably pretty good. Like even though like I didn't do too well at Worlds, like I went 5-3 at least by my standards, right? But it was really good at UIC, so I was like, I should just run it back again. Like if I'm gonna show up, because like coming to Vancouver was kind of a last second like decision. So like I was just like, well, I don't have time to like use something else, and like the team's still really good, so I'm just gonna bring it. So.
I want to go back to that World Championships really quick because I know for you 5-3 is a disappointment.
Yeah.
How did you separate out, I'm disappointed in my finish versus the team didn't live up to the hopes that I had for it?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, looking back at Worlds, like one of my biggest regrets is like, I mean, typically you see me as like the player, I lock in really quick, like I make the plays I want to make. And at Worlds, I felt like I let the nerves get to me a little bit in some of the rounds, and I made some like mistakes that like I definitely shouldn't have made, along with the fact of like just pulling some weirder teams like matchups, because in Worlds there's a lot of variance, especially because they got rid of day 2, right? In previous Worlds, I'd played 22 and 23, I'd been playing from day 2, and typically you're playing very standard like meta teams at that point, right? When you're playing in a day 1 field, it's a whole range of different players who have qualified, so the teams that you're going to be hitting are very different, right? And I think that was like, it was a good World in terms of like figuring out like also how to like not let nerves affect you as much, but also to maybe giving a little more credit, or like I guess like thinking a little bit more about the fact you might play more random teams throughout the tournament, you know?
So what about then EUIC? Like fast forwarding, you're back at another Regulation G event. You walk away with a top cut at the largest Pokemon tournament ever. Do you feel like you were able to take those learnings from the World Championship and actually find the opportunity to apply them at EUIC?
Definitely. EUIC is like kind of a weird, like a bittersweet one for me, because I felt like in my top 8 versus Terran, there were a lot of like, I mean, I did get a bit unlucky in game 1, but I put myself in that position. And also too in game 3, like there were things I could have done better. So it was kind of like hard because, which sounds weird because you get top 8, you know, you're like, oh, you should be happy. But like, I think I just hold myself to like a really high standard. And I know that like, if I want to win Worlds, I want to win an international, like those small mistakes, like they make such a big difference in like whether you're like the champion or whether you're the guy who lost in top 8 or top 4. And what I think this team has been good with is like making me think about like, okay, like where can I avoid making mistakes? Like how do I find like the most optimal play possible, and like trying to take away different like lessons like you kind of mentioned. And I definitely think it's been good for that. I felt like the team has let me like definitely practice like making sure I'm putting myself in good positions. And I feel like with this team you have to be very technically like sound in what you're doing. You have to really be thinking about your plays and thinking a step ahead, especially with Ditto and a couple of other setup options. So yeah, I think it's good for that for sure.
I think we got a chance to see that on full display in this match as well. Your use of the Ditto in game number 1 to be able to copy the Ice Rider Calyrex.
Yeah.
And then similarly in game number 2, you decided to take it in a more supportive direction to have that Indeedee support at the end game. So walk us through that a little bit in terms of what do you actually choose to copy if you're going to bring Ditto to a match?
Yeah, I mean, Ditto is a very versatile Pokemon, so you kind of, like, what I like a lot about it, especially with the Sash version, is you essentially get to play it like a free Pokemon, like, because behind screens it could be anything, right? So in some cases it's better to copy the Cali Ice, like in the situation in which I did game 1, right? Like, Cali Ice was snowballing, it was kind of getting an early lead advantage, and it was able to start like really racking up KOs, right? And I think that the big thing there is like it's my main source of damage output if I'm able to copy it. Whereas in that game 2, I have Terra Water Hands, and Terra Water Hands is really the thing that can win me the game versus Indeedee and Torkoal. So being able to copy that Indeedee gives me so much more value because I can Helping Hand to Drain Punch, knock out Torkoal, or Follow Me to protect it from Indeedee, right? So.
Really seemed like you had a good grasp on the game, and especially when it came down to positioning, to have the Ditto at the right place and at the right time. And you were playing against an archetype that I think has really started to pick back up. So I'm curious to know your thoughts on where the meta is. Your Miraidon team looks a little different than some of the more standard Miraidon 6 as we've seen from Luca and otherwise. So how do you feel like your Miraidon team is now stacking up against their kind of restricted wheel we're seeing as it turns?
I think it's a really strong team, honestly. Like, I think after Worlds, I definitely was doubting it. I was like, oh man, like I invested so much time, like I didn't do well. But after, like, I mean, top 8 UIC, like doing well here, like it's a really strong team. So I'm pretty proud of it. Like, normally, like, you know, my teams are very like sun heavy, right? Like they'll have like jump left, that. But it's really cool building something that's like unique away from that, but still feels like I can play it really well. And I think it's definitely, I mean, like, not to gas myself up too much, but I do think it's like definitely one of the stronger Miraidon builds in the format for sure, if you're not playing like the Arubega version, which is the standard like for draft Whimsicott. So.
I was gonna say, I think we can take a lot of inspiration away from a team like this, and maybe it opens up the door of possibilities of Miraidon doesn't have to necessarily be just that considered standard 6 that we see from Miraidon.
Yeah.
What are some of the other restricted Pokemon that you feel like still have a little bit of room for growth in that regard?
It's interesting because I feel like every restricted technically has that potential. It's just that as you progress more into meta, and this is our second time around, it becomes very hard to find like those specific things that you can change or like small differences. Like, to be honest, I don't know if I would have come up with this team if I hadn't had the context of working on it for World in the previous regulation. So to be honest, I feel like sometimes you just have to get lucky and find a good idea, you know? Like, it sounds dumb, but like, because obviously people do it consistently, but sometimes I really just think you have to like try a bunch of different ideas, theory stuff out. Like, you see something weird on ladder, you're like, oh, maybe this will work, or like, oh, you like think of an idea in your head, you're like, oh, maybe this works out, you know? And you have to just kind of give it a chance sometimes. But I think it's good to balance it between knowing when to do that and knowing when to play something a little bit more standard if you can't really find that in the format.
Well, it worked out for you great to be able to lean back on that idea that you figured out for the World Championships, and now you've had such a strong start to Regulation G again in this year. So what's next for you?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was already planning on doing Atlanta, so I'll be there for that. I'm doing all the rest of the North American events as long as, you know, I can do that, which I don't see why not. And then, you know, Worlds, that's pretty much it. So just looking forward. I'm just gonna be doing the best I can. I know, obviously, on standings, like I'm already like super high up, so I'm not really worried about like Worlds qualification or anything, but every tournament, my goal is like, I just want to get, even if I improve 1%, I feel like that 1% will be very impactful for being able to win Worlds, win an international.
Well, 1% and many 1% start to add up, don't they?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I definitely see that for you. Joe, before we let you go and get ready for your next round, any shout outs?
Yeah, so first I want to give a shout out actually to 2 people in particular. Ale, thank you for working with me on the Miraidon team. Obviously we put on a lot of hours on the set, you know, sets on the team, everything, and the practice really like definitely contributed to the success now. As well too, I want to give a big thank you to Brady. I originally like wasn't really gonna come out, but we had like I talked to him on the phone for a while, and he was like, honestly bro, he's like, look, he's like, just put yourself, like, just go, you know, you're good at the game, like you can play well, and like I'll be rooting for you. And it really motivated me to just you know, get going. Mom, dad, you know, cousins, and all my friends watching as well, I really appreciate Sierra, of course, thank you very much. She gave me the Volcarona right before the set, which was nice. And then also to a big thank you to Momo Nation, you know, a bunch of awesome Pokemon players, friends that I'm so grateful for, and honestly, like, make the game worth playing for me, for sure.
I love it. Joe, thank you so much for your time and for sharing all of that. We're going to be taking a short break to get ready for our Swiss round number 6, I believe, or 7. I don't remember where we are in the tournament so far, because that was a great conversation.
7.
So I'm going to go around. Thank you, Joe. Thank you for that. Round 7 after this, guys. Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm here with Canadian Pokemon trainer Ryan Lassetto. After such an amazing run at EUIC, you got day 2. You were 1 win away from making it into the top cut, but a great result nonetheless. What was that experience like for you?
Honestly, it was incredible, right? So a couple years ago, I did really well at Vancouver, and I've been trying so hard just to get back to that winning stage, and I just haven't seemed to find it. So getting back into that groove at EUIC felt incredible.
You were also using a restricted that I think has started to rise a lot in popularity, but there are sort of 2 different builds for it. But I'm talking about Kyogre. How did you come to the Kyogre team that you ended up using at EUIC?
So basically, original team is built by Oliver Eskelin, and I saw it, made a few tweaks that I liked that kind of fit my playstyle a little more. And then pretty much, other than that, it's pretty much exactly the same team. So I'm not going to be saying that I created this crazy new Kyogre team. I definitely just took this team. I'm going to be honest with you.
Hey, well, I think the success is in the pudding, or the proof is in the pudding, or something like that. But either way, you ended up making the team work for you. Now, I feel like it was a start to kind of a great success for you. After getting day 2, you ended up using the same team in the Global Challenge. Did you make any changes to the team to help you through the best of 1 format, or was this just a plug and chug?
It was basically, I just plugged it in. I came back from Europe, I think, on Tuesday, and had to lock the team for the Global Challenge on Thursday. And I said, I'm not making a change to this. And so I sat through the Global Challenge in best of 1, clicking fake out Calm Mind and praying that something was going to work.
Oh, I mean, hey, honestly, fake out Calm Mind ends up being a great strategy for Kyogre sometimes. But what about the differences in terms of playing for best of 3 versus for playing best of 1?
Honestly, it's not too different. The big thing for me is not having the open team lists in the Global Challenge, because I feel like, in best of 1, it's like, if I can see what Pokemon they have and what items they have and what moves they have, I can just make my analysis based on that and be fine. But in best of 1, next thing you know, you get hit by, I don't know, Rock Polish, Terrapagos, and next thing you know, you lose. And the problem there is you don't have a chance to adapt. So it's that lack of adaptation in the best of 1 style that I don't like, especially because it's closed team sheets. And that's really the biggest difference for me.
I mean, I've certainly been on the receiving end of like Quick Claw, Charizard, whatever happens to be on the other side of the team, but you still ended up making it work for yourself. And now you find yourself back in Vancouver after having an amazing Vancouver last time around. So do you feel like there's any sort of weight of expectations coming into this event, knowing that it's kind of like home turf for you in a way?
I wouldn't say any necessarily expectations. Those were all last season when I came in and I was put on the stream as like the player to watch, and then I went 3-3. But this year I'm kind of coming in with an open mind. I'm not a huge fan of the format right now, but overall, I mean, I'm still having fun playing Pokemon, and at the end of the day, that's why I'm here. So hopefully my Origin Pulses treat me well this weekend, and we'll see what happens.
That's actually a great point about the Calm Mind Kyogre team, is that you actually don't have Water Spout. You have to rely on Origin Pulse. So do you ever find yourself in those tense moments where just please don't miss, please don't miss?
I don't know. A lot of my friends are always like, we have moves because we're going to hit them, right? We don't have moves because we're scared to click them, right? So if I'm in myself and I'm in a scenario where I need to click it, I'm clicking it. But I can tell you for sure, I'm definitely, something in the back of my mind is going, do not miss, do not miss, do not miss.
Wise words to live by and to play Pokemon by. Well, Ryan, thank you so much for the time, and best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Now we've got more Pokemon action ahead.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities from around the world, are you ready to see who will be the next Pokemon World Champion?
regardless of how you play the game, just to have fun. I've made so many friends in this community, and I'm currently a VGC judge, and it's the best experience that I've honestly ever had. And as long as you're having fun, it really doesn't matter what happens throughout the day.
The best piece of advice I was given from my friends is just to relax and believe in yourself. It's just tapping on a screen, you know? Like, don't overthink it. Just calm down, relax, take that deep breath, and tap away.
Set a tangible goal for your first time and stick with meeting that and allow yourself to be, you know, happy with achieving that tangible goal. And if you do anything better than that, then it's just a cherry on top, but at least you know that you came here, you did what you came to do, and you can just kind of leave knowing that you accomplished something, then you can be proud of that.
So the best piece of advice I've been given by a friend when playing Pokemon is being okay with losses. Something that's really helped me out is seeing, like, it's not really truly a loss unless you can't learn from it. And so even through your losses, like, oh man, my attack didn't do as much damage. Great, now you can use that for the next game. Or like, oh man, this opponent used a really cool Pokemon. And actually, I've been inspired by my losses to use some of my favorite Pokemon of all time. So yeah, be okay with winning, be okay with losing, because at the end of the day, it's about learning and evolving.
Train hard, go hard, I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah, I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, epic in my way, high stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up through the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the still rainy but still awesome Vancouver. Don't be fooled by the scenics. It is beautiful, but it is definitely a lot of rain outside. But it is nothing but bright and sunny, warm inside with smiles on competitors' faces as some finally getting their spot in day 2. Happy times.
Of course, we do have our first wave of trainers locked in for the second day of the regional championships. And of course, we have 2 more rounds to play today on day 1 to see who progresses into the next set of Swiss rounds at the Vancouver Regional Championships.
And all I have to say is my predictions, how I think that, like, based on that last match, I think looking pretty good, honestly. We got the Miraidon, which we got to see. We got the Ditto. We got the Whimsicott, and you know, I absolutely never doubted that is Volcarona on top. Do not be fooled. Slithering, I'm so sorry. It is way too rainy for you. Hey, Volcarona's in day 2. That's all I'm saying.
Cheating.
No. It's the royal family.
Maichi is also something else now too.
Oh yeah, what is it?
I don't know.
What is it?
Something that didn't lose on stream.
All right. Got to dig deep for that one, I guess. Volcarona, all I'm saying. Unfortunately, Southering's not having the greatest performance out here, but you know, it'd be like that. We still got 1 representative, so that's okay.
Well, that's all you need, right? You got your strongest soldier out in the field there, fighting for Slitherwing's honor.
Exactly. You get it. You got to stand up for family while you can, right?
Exactly.
You know what? Dan's saying that he'll change the Chiyu. Do you want this opportunity to change the Chiyu? I won't tell the other casters. They don't actually have to know about this.
Sure, I'll take Ditto. Why not?
You'll take Ditto too.
On stream.
Ditto was a good pick. Ditto was a good pick. Yeah, I agree with that one. And the great thing about Ditto is that it can go into the Chiyu if you want it to.
Exactly. Ditto can be any. Wait, we just unlocked the secret. We always predict Ditto because then we just say, oh, the Ditto was actually supposed to be the Shadow Rider, and it turned into it, and it's fine.
Oh my gosh, are we geniuses?
I think we are.
Oh my God, we're never going to lose a caster prediction again. That's crazy. I mean, when you got a restricted format, Ditto does look pretty strong.
True.
Strong in general, and a lot of Miraidon just like kind of out there dominating the field. I'm curious for the others. Like the other casters obviously aren't winning these predictions, but
they don't have Ditto.
They don't have Ditto. That's unfortunate.
So funny. Oh man, we've seen some of this pop up already though. We saw the Subcom Mind Trafico set early on in the day. And that's the kind of team that Scott's predictions were encapsulating, and it's been performing pretty well. And again, that Heat Trend I think is a really cool tech that provides some insurance and some more rough matchups. Gabby's picks of like Grimmsnarl and Ice Rider I think are also really cool. I was talking to her about it earlier before the show started. And we've seen Grimmsnarl pop up with Miraidon. You can make Miraidon a lot bulkier when you have Reflected Light Screen. And she was saying that if it works for Miraidon, why not for Ice Rider? And I get that, you know? It's already pretty bulky.
We saw that Ice Rider do great things in the last night. Oh, wait, yeah, no, that was Ditto. That was Ditto as the Ice Rider did good things. Not one step ahead, but, you know.
We knew this whole time.
We knew, but that is okay. But going on to what else we have other than Sierra and Jake, yet again winning the caster predictions. I say yet again like we actually have ever gotten them. But yeah, there is a lot more other things to kind of discuss going on to the event. I think too that there's the opportunity to talk about it's not just these regionals you could be at, but these local events kind of in the area as well. There's always side events at the regional if you do have the opportunity to have a hometown regional near you. But checking out the Pokemon website, there is definitely a lot of great things around for everyone to be able to check out. Bring your favorites too. Bring your Ditto too.
And on top of regionals, we have the North American International Championships coming up this June. And if you want to get ahead on booking your hotel, you can use this QR code to find info about the best spots to stay in New Orleans for NAIC. And I'll make sure you book those quick because it's going to be a very popular event.
Right, and make sure to get that hotel while you can. So while you're scanning that QR code and we have pairings live and ready for the next round, we're gonna take a quick break to get that locked. And on the other side, we'll be back with another round of Pokemon. Stay tuned.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric. I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road. Victory Road.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We weren't kidding about a short break. Hopefully enough time to get your hotel for NIIC, get a snack, get a poutine, a Canadian specialty, put some maple syrup in your coffee or your tea, and you're ready for some more matches.
What if you put maple syrup on your poutine?
You could.
You could. What's stopping you?
Literally nothing. You put some bacon, maple syrup,
Ooh.
Amazing combination.
Okay.
So you can have your poutine and then have some maple bacon on it.
Perfect.
A little sweet, a little savory.
This is now a poutine stream. That's what we're getting. We actually have some right off. No, I'm kidding.
This is Toronto. Like there's a top list of places you can go. But I guess we've already had lunch, so we're moving on from food discussion. So we can actually talk about Pokemon and everything else here. These are 6-0s on the day. Remember, 6 wins means you're on to day 2. Of course, you want to get more than that. You're looking at hopefully better than X2 to make it into that top cut. But yeah, congratulations to the first 7 there for locking their spot.
Cool mix of veteran players and players that haven't had a big finish yet too, which is great. Taryn we've seen on stream, Joe we've seen on stream today. We've had Yotam before, who's had some success himself and also been a part of some really cool team building adventures with some other popular players. Paul Chua, we all know Paul Chua at this point, very, very strong player. But
Who's
Ian,
that?
oh, okay, well, no. But Ian, Bizad, and Dustin locking day 2 already, which is great. It would be really cool to see how they fare in the next day of competition. But we're going to be focusing on some 5-1 players on this next round, likes of which, obviously some other players that we've seen already today. Brian and Keanu have both been on stream. Abdullah won earlier as well. Aaron Trailer, a friend of the stream. I believe we had an interview with Zachary Minnick as well, which is really cool. James Beck already doing so fantastic. But I don't believe any of these players are who we are going to be featuring just yet.
They are not, Jake. Let me tell you who we are featuring instead. As you said, we're looking at 5-1, so players that are looking to get their spot, and we are going to make sure to feature a hometown Canadian hero going up against a really fun restricted on a really fun team. Ryan Lusetto going up against Brandon Davis. I'm really excited to get into that one, and some other crazy pairings there. We got to see Taryn earlier going now up against a Yotam.
And also shout out to Randy Kwa, who is one of the OG VGC players. If you've been playing VGC, Randy's probably been playing longer than you. Really cool to see him doing well here. A Canadian himself having another round of success at this event. But some other fantastic names pairing off against each other. Of course, those top few are 6-0 players playing each other, trying to get that 7th win and put themselves even closer to a spot in top cut after having locked day 2 already. But again, Ryan Lusetto, Brandon Davis at 5-1, hoping to keep their tournament hopes alive with a win and a berth into day 2.
Especially looking to be able to push a little further on their previous accomplishments. Ryan at 2 Vancouvers ago, so 2023 Vancouver, got 2nd place, so great accomplishment there. But again, the first place is always a little bit better. And Brandon is someone as well that, looking back at Vancouver just last year, getting a top 8 finish, and then Portland as well for 24. So there is definitely opportunities there to improve. But the fact that they have both top cut this tournament before, I think is super exciting.
Also, I think one of the funniest moments from last year's Vancouver.
That was him?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
So if you remember, there was an Iron Moth and a Gallade on stream. The Gallade went for Terra Grass, and the Iron Moth sludge waved and knocked it out. And he's a great sport about it. I mean, we always ask our trainers for some fun facts, and we have them on, and he said, I sludge waved myself last Vancouver.
That is
so
my favorite Scott Cassidy line of all time.
I'm glad we can joke about
sorry.
it. Yeah. So hopefully no self-KOs on accident this time around, but it's just a memorable moment both of these trainers have had on stream. Obviously, Ryan, a runner-up here when Abdullah won 2 years ago. So hopefully we get to see another great match between these 2 great players.
Me triple checking to see if he has any sludge Pokemon on the team right now. Make sure history cannot repeat itself.
Oh no.
And thank you for giving us such a fun stream moment. You know what happens sometimes, it'd be like that. But hey, an opportunity to, I don't know, take a clean 2-0 and just be like, yeah, I did have the sludge wave. But I also won Vancouver and, did awesome. So
true.
Ups and downs.
Of course. Wow. I really,
good memories.
Yeah.
Maybe for us.
Are we sure there's no Okay, I'm looking at the team sheet here. There's some spread moves, so maybe
there is some spice here. There is some spice.
That
but
too, yeah.
I think we have only single target poison type moves on this team, so I think we're okay. I think we're saved at this point. Of course, we'll make sure that players are seated and have headsets fully on before we fully dive into the teams and everything else. But I think that this is exciting, considering that is one restricted that we've talked a good deal about coming into this weekend, specifically corresponding with the weather outside, and then one that we have not discussed at all in a very long time.
Kind of flown onto the radar really pretty much the entire course of Regulation G, both the first time around and currently. So it's going to be really fun to see. There's a nice combination of Pokemon that work really well with it. Of course, making sure we don't give away too much before we have confirmation that players aren't hearing our lovely little voices. So we get to like tease you with a little bit of something fun is coming.
We just get to sit here like, man, I really wish I could talk about it, but we can't.
Well, very soon. Soon we will be able to, yeah.
It's fun, too, being able to see these players at this 5-1 record and being able to play for this win and in on stream.
Yeah.
So this isn't the end of the day. So if you lose here, you still have another opportunity. Don't get me wrong, but man, it would sure be nice to win this one, then win the next one, and go into day 2 with the 7-1 record.
It certainly feels better to be in round 7 or 8 already having day 2 locked up.
Yeah.
I promise you don't want to be in the situation where it's your last round, you're 5-2, you got one more chance to win and make it in. That is a very stressful place to be. And so if you are Brandon or Ryan in this situation, it'll feel fantastic to lock up day 2 right here.
We got one headset on. I repeat, we have one headset on. Come on, Ryan. Come on,
Ryan.
Yay! Let's go. All right, plushie on Ryan's end, giving away a little bit of what's to come here. We're going to be able to see that Kyogre, that rainy Pokemon. Brandon, though, with this Lunala, which is not a Pokemon that I think I expected here.
Certainly
but
not.
I'm for it.
It's really cool. It's got Expanding Force. It's paired with the female Indeedee to set up the Psychic Surge. It's got access to the Power Herb Meteor Beam as well, which is a very powerful attack that will raise your special attack by 1. It is a 2-turn attack, so that's where the Power Herb comes in. We'll be able to let it attack immediately exactly 1 time throughout the game.
I like looking at these teams as well, this head-to-head, because Ryan, with this Kyogre, of course, when you're looking at the restricted, wanting to be able to do all of this damage, you want to have the weather on your side for that.
Yeah.
Whereas Brandon has ways to counteract this weather with the Torkoal, but this Torkoal is also something that could be a heavy hitter in the Trick Room. You also have Pokemon that are also very okay to not have the weather. You don't need the sun for your own Pokemon to work, whereas for Ryan, if you find yourself in the sunny sphere, you find yourself taking a vacay out of Vancouver, well, this Kyogre is going to start to kind of flail and not do so well. As well, when you're looking at the moves of choice, I know Rose was talking earlier, oh, well, how much this water spout can do all of this damage, etc. with this Kyogre. But Ryan, instead foregoing it, more going for this Calm Mind setup-oriented route with leftovers.
It's really cool. It's almost a very similar composition in teams to something like a Calyrex Shadow Rider that has Nasty Plot or Calm Mind. Pokemon you'd frequently see with that are Incineroar, our Rillaboom, our Amoonguss, all very good at enabling their partners to set up and then take control of games. But instead it is this Kyogre with the leftovers, with the Terra Grass, a very defensive setup. Between the leftovers and the Grassy Surge, it will recover a lot of HP every turn. And you got the Drum Beating on Rillaboom as well, a really cool damage option that will lower speed. It's another means of speed control on top of the Tailwind Roaring Moon.
I like that you have that alternative mode built in with a Pokemon that you already want to be bringing to have that Grassy Terrain recovery, as you called out. You're not reliant on needing to bring a Roaring Moon, a Pokemon that doesn't appreciate, well, to use Miraidon, Draco Meteors, doesn't really at all these Flutter Mains. You're able to have these alternative routes. So I really, really do kind of like that. I'm curious then too, with the fact that you're looking for this longevity for this Kyogre in a lot of these points, paired up with this Rillaboom, how this will fare up going against the opposing end, because I feel like there's a couple of different ways when you're looking at Lunala that it can go. Some a little bit more looking at this bulky end, and then some that are a little bit more built for aggression. So I like kind of this switch up here, because as we get into Brandon's team, you'll see that this one seems to be a little bit more aggressive.
It is pretty aggressive and also has some annoying ways to disrupt Ryan's team. The Ogrepon Wellspring Mask is not something we see too much of in this regulation, despite it being very popular early on in the Scarlet and Violet metagame. But that Water Absorb ability will be very useful in trying to, swap into that Kyogre. Doesn't matter what you're typing, as if you've got Water Absorb and actually heal off of those Origin Pulses instead of take damage. On top of that, we have the Lunala and DD combination that is very aggressive, like you mentioned, Sierra. Expanding Force and Psychic Drain is very strong, very scary, especially backed up by a Meteor Beam boost. And on top of all that, you've got the Guts Ursaluna, which the combination with the Flame Orb and the Facade with the Guts ability can hit for huge amounts of damage.
And the fact that you have a couple of Pokemon on this team that are going to be a little bit speedier, you have this Choice Scarf single striker Shifu that can do a lot of damage. Stellar Terrestrialization as well to make sure what you lock into is going to be doing the utmost damage. But then you also have 4 Pokemon that would really benefit from this Trick Room. And if Ryan is looking at, well, Pokemon that are looking to outspeed, you can go ahead. You have 2 different options to set this up and then to try and go crazy.
Roaring Moon on Ryan's side, I think, is going to be really cool here. It does really well into Lunala. Oftentimes, Lunala can run Moonblast for some coverage, but this one we see is not packing Moonblast. It's got Expanding Force, Moongeist Beam, and Meteor Beam as its attack, so Roaring Moon does pretty well into that. If you're able to knock off the Flame Orb from the Ursaluna before the Flame Orb activates, you're not going to have the Guts ability for the entire game, which is really, really good. The speed boosting, presumably speed boosting, booster energy photosynthesis will allow you to outspeed the Urshifu and hit it with an acrobatics if you really want to. So I think this Roaring Moon could be a huge piece for Ryan in this match.
It's time to head into the very first game. Indeedee Lunala for Brandon, Kyogre, and Roaring Moon. So you called out that this Roaring Moon pair up pretty good against a couple of these Pokemon, and we'll see it from Rip.
And right off the bat here, I love that Ryan puts his foot on the gas. So you have the Roaring Moon immediately threatening big damage with knockoff. Thanks to Shadow Shield, the Lunala should be able to take 1 knockoff, but if it does have to eat the knockoff, it'll lose its Power Herb, which much like the Ursaluna, it's like a really big piece of damage there, because if you don't have the Power Herb and you try to go for Meteor Beam, you're stuck with that 1 charge turn, which is a big deal.
Looking at these two, this Kyogre, if there is not going to be this weather that's kind of setting up, you can definitely go for a bit of damage. Or if you do think that there is maybe that potential to set up this Ice Beam, there's a couple Pokemon that maybe wouldn't appreciate that. No switches though. Indeedee, follow me. Make sure it is the center of attention, and center it is. Knockoff is a lot of damage into the little helper friend, and Rocky Helmet gone. Looking at a follow-up move though, that would be what's important, but Lunala here is going to be the first to act. Meteor Beam, and of course with that Power Herb, you're going to be able to use this right away. Special attack raise, the damage that it's going to do into this Roaring Moon, not nearly as much as maybe I would have thought if you're kind of have that special attack and you're relying on this for your restricted. Calm Mind for the Kyogre, so now you have a special attack and a special defense raise, and well, Lunala is not going to do, I guess, as much as it would want to that either.
And especially now that the, Indeedee has taken so much damage, if you are targeting it with 1 more attack, it should be knocked out, which would leave Lunala all on its own. Thankfully for Brandon, he has a way to prevent Lunala's Shadow Shield from being taken out by the Roaring Moon, thanks to the Follow Me. Because if you do, for example, have to take a knockoff and then an Origin Pulse without Shadow Shield, you're taking a lot of damage on that Lunala.
The Roaring Moon just swapping out though, instead Incineroar hits the field. So you're not looking at an attack into that Indeedee. You do have a spread damage move though that can deal with the Indeedee and then try and hit into that Lunala for that Shadow Shield. Indeedee though, also just swapping Ogrepon. You had called out that Water Absorb into, well, this Ogrepon we don't actually frankly get to see as much anymore.
You really don't, and it's going to come in handy here. It's one of the few things on Brandon's team that can pretty safely swap into this Kyogre with the +1 Origin Pulse. Terra Grass here, a great move from Lunala as well. Thanks to that Terrestrialization, we'll take much, much less damage from an incoming Origin Pulse.
Moongeist Beam now into Incineroar. Not very effective, but being able to help it a little bit with that +1 Origin Pulse, that Water Absorb. No affecting that Ogrepon on the opposing end. And the Lunala going to take that hit quite well.
quite well, but now that Shadow Shield's down, I do believe 2 more Origin Pulses should do the trick. And even though Ogrepon is, of course not taking damage from Origin Pulses, you don't really mind activating that Water Absorb because it hasn't taken any damage anyway. If you're, chipping it down and then you have to Origin Pulse it to heal it, then you're kind of losing a lot of ground. But you're like losing nothing by going for Origin Pulse here because you're damaging that Lunala while at the same time kind of ignoring that Water Absorb in the first place.
Incineroar just there to make appearances, but switches out instantly Rillaboom to hit the field. So a way that maybe if you're want to have Big Out on the next turn, you can see something there. But Terrestrialization, we've already gotten to see what it is from Brandon's end, and we saw the lock-in from Ryan. Kyogre into that grass type. Make sure that you're not going to get hit with something like a Horn Leech from the Ogrepon onto the opposing end. As Ivy Cudgel instead into the opposing slot, trying to catch that Incineroar there, but not too much into that Rillaboom. We'll have to see if the follow-up will be the damage that's needed. Into the Rillaboom, yeah, that will claim the KO there.
That's a really big KO too. That's a really smart double up because if Incineroar does stay in, it will get knocked out by Ivy Cudgel, and then the, just barely, Moongeist Beam would have knocked out. It hit the Kyogre instead, but covering for that swap, especially with the Rain Boost, that is enough damage to take out Rillaboom, and now Brandon can control the terrain for the rest of the game. You can make sure Psychic Terrain gets up, no more fake outs are possible, and you can make sure that Expanding Force is now hitting 2 targets. Roaring Moon comes back in, does not have that Photosynthesis boost anymore, as the booster energy was consumed when it was led on the first turn of the game. But that Ice Beam is really big. Calling that this Ogrepon's not gonna go for Follow Me, you put Lunala in range for 1 more Origin Pulse, for something like Knockoff or Acrobatics, and now the Roaring Moon should still be the fastest thing on the field, even without that booster energy. You can go straight for a Trick Room, or sorry, not a Trick Room, a Tailwind, because there's no way that Brandon can get Trick Room up this turn unless he, not to jinx it, miss an Origin Pulse.
You're going to try and jinx it, aren't you? Okay.
Not on purpose, I promise.
Protect from Roaring Moon. So no hit into that, as Ivy Cudgel just going to attempt to go into that slot anyways. Now, to see what the Lunala wants to go for. Moongeist Beam yet again. There is the special defense raise over onto this Kyogre, so not even going to do half damage as Origin Pulse. This is going to be the first one for the Water Absorb, but the second, there we are. It is going to connect, so Lunala gets taken down.
Ryan evens the Pokemon count and takes out Brandon's +1 special attack Lunala. Could be very important here. The Indeedee on Brandon's side already been pretty heavily weakened by a knockoff. And now that the Indeedee, can't survive an Origin Pulse to possibly set up Trick Room, I like the Protect from the Roaring Moon here just to make sure that you're getting Tailwind up as late as possible. Because if, Roaring Moon sets up the Tailwind and then immediately gets knocked out, you will still have the maximum 3 turns left. Urshifu comes in though, unfortunately, because that booster energy was used up. This Choice Scarf Urshifu should act before the Roaring Moon and might even be able to take out this Kyogre with a big Wicked Blow, even a Poison Jab, or just knock out the Roaring Moon before it can Tailwind.
I'm curious with the Urshifu what it's going to lock into, because with it being the Choice Scarf, once you're locked, that is it for potentially the rest of the match. You do have the Indeedee in the back, but got to be aware of that, because if you're already looking at, okay, well, I want to swap the Indeedee in, there's going to be that Wicked Blow into the Kyogre. That's not going to be enough there, as Tailwind from Roaring Moon, instead trying to take care of the threat, means you're now losing that speed that you had. Origin Pulse, we already know how that goes to the Ogrepon, but it will connect. Urshifu, gone.
Urshifu is knocked out in 1 hit by that Origin Pulse, and thanks to Tailwind going up, Kyogre is able to act before this Ogrepon, which will finish it off with an Ivy Cudgel here, but Ryan, I think, is still in a very, very strong position. He's got the Incineroar in the back, can intimidate this physical attacking Ogrepon. I think Rain runs out very soon, if not right now. There it is, and so these Ivy Cudgels will no longer be boosted, and Indeedee, again, is at very low HP. 1 attack from either of these 2 Pokemon, probably able to knock it out, especially given Roaring Moon's Dragon typing, in a pretty strong spot here to try and finish off the game with Acrobatics.
See how much damage it's going to do after this Intimidate or potential of these critical hits. Incineroar hitting the field at the same time as this Indeedee, we are going to be able to get that Psychic Surge back up. So you're not going to have the option to try and slow one of these things down. So yeah, even if things are faster on one end, I'd be looking at that damage output. The Indeedee does have 1 Follow Me to work with.
1 Follow Me, but no Protect, so if it does try to go for something like a Dazzling Gleam to maybe finish off Roaring Moon, it won't be able to. But Helping Hand coming through instead, I really like this play.
try and make sure any of that damage that you're losing with that dropped attack can be made up in other ways. First attack into the Indeedee. If it was already targeting that way, then yeah, you don't need to follow me. It was already the center of attention. The follow-up's going to be what's important. The Ivy Cudgel, you need the damage there, and into the Incineroar, you are going to get it. The critical hit as well, and we are down to a 1v1 situation.
Interesting here, the Spiky Shield being the protecting move of choice on Ogrepon means that if Roaring Moon does opt to go for Acrobatics, and Ogrepon does go for Spiky Shield, it's going to take a little bit of chip damage, so Ryan might have to be a little bit careful. If you don't one-hit KO this Ogrepon with Acrobatics, the Spiky Shield damage on top of the Ivy Cudgel may be enough to return the favor.
Roaring Moon, that's the protect. For the opposing end, Ogrepon, Spiky Shield, so won't do anything in that time around.
The protect, I think what Ryan was trying to do there is get the Spiky Shield out of Ogrepon on Brandon's side of the field to maybe make sure you're not going for Acrobatics. The issue with trying to do that with your own protect is that you're going to act first, and then Spiky Shield can't fail this turn because it failed on the prior turn. It is guaranteed to go off here. So now you're taking this Acrobatics chip damage, and I like what Ryan was trying to do there, but a little bit of a misplay with the protect itself.
When you got the speed on your side and other situations, you don't anymore. The Tailwind gone, but one of those things, and when you already were so low on damage, we'll have to see. You can do enough, but yeah, the boost energy was gone. So do you have the speed here?
I think you're still. I think we saw it was still faster. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, but it's not enough. So Ogrepon will survive past that hit. Ivy Cudgel, how much is this going to do? It actually isn't enough. Not very effective. This is about to get to be a not very fun little game here, because if you hit into the Spiky Shield, you're cooked.
Does Ryan call it? Does Brandon call it? Like, do we think Ryan tries to go for, a Tailwind to dodge the Spiky Shield? You can attack your partner slot, so you're not attacking the other side of the field and being forced to take damage from the Spiky Shield. Protect comes through. It's the same issue, though, here. If Spiky Shield would have came through, it would have been live on the following turn again. Ivy Cudgel instead, though, Brandon was just going straight for the attack, trying to predict Ryan outsmarting him here. And it just comes down to, if Ogrepon Spiky Shields and Roaring Moon attacks into it, then Brandon will win the game. But if Ryan is able to dodge a Spiky Shield, it will be enough for the knockout.
But if Ryan goes for Tailwind, thinking that you are going to get, the Spiky Shield on the other end, then that would also be disastrous if Brandon goes for the attack. So Spiky Shield, but the setup of the Tailwind, the next turn, again, if Brandon goes for the double Spiky Shield and hits it, it's game done for Ryan. So he does not, the 1 and 3, not in favor. So now this Roaring Moon will be able to attack. Ogrepon goes down, and Ryan Lassetto up 1 in the set.
Really, really tricky endgame, but well played by Ryan to make sure he's not taking damage from that Spiky Shield more than he needed to, and able to finish off the game with the Acrobatics from that Roaring Moon. The early part of that game was really interesting because we saw Brandon go straight for the Meteor Beam, and as soon as the Meteor Beam was used up, the Incineroar became very, very safe. The Lunala only has Moongeist Beam and Expanding Force, one of which does 0 damage and one of which does almost 0 damage, because Meteor Beam, again, is a 2-turn move without that power herb.
That was such a close match, though. I'm still curious with this Lunala. With the Lunala, after getting that Meteor Beam and that power herb, some of the damage was still just kind of a little bit, and then all of a sudden you had that terrestrialization to make sure you weren't taking too much from these Origin Pulses, which then leaves you open to just getting Ice Beam. The Kyogre as well, when you are looking after getting that Calm Mind boost, that damage output it was doing was quite respectable, and even though it couldn't hit into that Ogrepon on the opposing end with those Origin Pulses, well, that didn't really matter for too much of the match. The Ogrepon didn't really target into it for a bit because it had to deal with the partner Pokemon, and then Kyogre was still able to just go through the rest of Brandon's team.
One thing I think Ryan did very well was not damage that Ogrepon until he knew that he didn't need to Origin Pulse for damage. Again, if you are chipping away this Ogrepon, which can be trained to be pretty bulky, especially when it's kind of the defensive backbone follow me Pokemon on this team, and then you have to go for Origin Pulses to do any water type damage with the Rain, with the Calm Mind boost, it's all for naught unless you are able to, make use of that Water Absorb to kind of ignore that slot. If you are going for the Terra Grass on the Kyogre, then you're not taking much damage from the Ogrepon Wellspring at all, so it can be kind of a dead slot, which is a weird thing to say about a Pokemon with Water Absorb sitting in front of Kyogre.
Just a little bit, but I'm curious then going into Game 2 if we get to see a little bit of different strategy. Lead will be, at least on Brandon's end, as right away that Ogrepon is making an appearance next to that Lunala. So a way to maybe pressure into the Kyogre on the opposing end a little bit sooner.
I think I like this mix-up from Brandon because the Lunala Indeedee lead is so heavily threatened by this Roaring Moon. Now you have the Ogrepon, which, if Roaring Moon does opt for a Terrestrialization, probably gets knocked out in one hit by Acrobatics. But if you're going for the Flying Terra Roaring Moon, you're not using a Terrestrialization on Kyogre, which could be a big deal down the line.
A double protect just on Ryan's end. Terrestrialization on the other. It was the Lunala in that first game into that Terra Grass, and it will be yet again. But Ryan with the double protect, I like this opportunity to scout out what's happening on the other end as well. If it is a run back of that first game, going for that Meteor Beam, that is a way that, well, you can't use it again because you're going to be wasting that power herb right here, right now. So we see that protect finally come through. Horn Leech from the Ogrepon. Make sure the Kyogre, you know, keep it honest. Make sure that if it's not Terrestrializing, it'll get punished. But Lunala here going for that Trick Room. So Brandon was at a speed disadvantage in that first game with a lot of the Pokemon, and now, well, going for the speed in his favor.
I like that a lot, especially if he was able to catch Ryan going straight for a Tailwind, but even so, not going for the Meteor Beam right away. Like you said, Sierra, it makes sure that you get to use Meteor Beam not only to boost your special attack by 1, but to get a huge amount of damage off at the same time. Ryan will return the Terrestrialization favor here with the Kyogre. Another double grass restricted Pokemon Terrestrialization game. Makes a lot of sense, of course, into that Ogrepon Wellspring. But now with Kyogre will be attacking before the Lunala, which could come in handy here with this Calm Mind.
Yeah, there's some Pokemon on Ryan's end that definitely appreciate the faster modes, but Kyogre is not one of them, at least in this moment. So +1 to the special attack, special defenses, Meteor Beam. Of course, you're gonna get the mile-long animation. We get that special attack raise. We get to see the Power Herb get activated. We got the checklist, and it will be a connect into the Roaring Moon. We saw how much damage it did last time, so that is going to be no surprise. Ivy do a follow-up in the rain.
Oh.
That will finish it off.
Really big double KO there. I think that Roaring Moon was, I didn't see what it locked into, but either way, if it goes for a knockoff or Acrobatics into either of those slots, that's some big chip damage, especially if it went for that Lunala to break the Shadow Shield. Rillaboom does come in instead. Wasn't able to override the Psychic Terrain as Indeedee hasn't hit the field just yet. So if Brandon does have the Indeedee in back, this actually pretty good spot for this Lunala to be in because you can start firing off those Psychic Terrain boosted Expanding Forces. But Rillaboom here, another strong answer. You got 2 grass types into an Ogrepon Wellspring, which is pretty favorable. And of course, you have the option for some disruption with Fake Out and repositioning with U-Turn.
The Fake Out, I think I'd be a little scared of if you know the possibility of the Indeedee here. So maybe just going for the damage. The fact that you have the Terrestrialization out of that Lunala and can double into it, you do have that U-turn for that super effective hit. But I'm curious with this Lunala, when we do get the Expanding Force, exactly how much that's going to be doing. If we do see this Indeedee swap in the Psychic Terrain and going that way, but no swap. Instead, that's going to be Ice Beam first off. Brings it down into about half-ish. His Moongeist Beam not wanting to go for the Expanding Force without that terrain, and Kyogre's going to eat that hit quite well. U-turn, follow-up, super effective, brought down quite low into the yellow.
Now Rillaboom swaps out. We will get to see Ryan's final Pokemon of this second game, and it is the Incineroar. Nice swap here, unless Ivy Cudgel comes into that slot.
Yeah.
But, you know, Incineroar into 2 grass types, getting an Intimidate onto this physical attacker. Ogrepon Wellspring with Trick Room being up as well. Pretty nice spot, but Ivy Cudgel is the move of choice.
I mean, looking at the moves, the Incineroar will survive after the Intimidate, so that's nice. But looking at the moves that this Ogrepon has, I feel like you're better going off for this Ivy Cudgel and see if you can get that swap in, because it's not like the Horn Leech was going to do the most damage to either of those grass-type Pokemon anyway. So being able to get a lot of damage down, and even if the Lunala's taken a lot of damage, this Ogrepon's done a really good job in kind of whittling away at the Pokemon. And that could be all that difference maker, especially since we haven't gotten an opportunity to see the last 2 Pokemon that Brandon has. We're still on lead, but that will get to change with this next turn. Lunala is out, and Ursaluna comes out.
Ursaluna wants to switch in here and try and catch something. Actually, I don't really know what the goal is here, because if Origin Pulse comes through, Ursaluna just gets knocked out. We see the Parting Shot go into the spiky shield of the Ogrepon and will be ineffective. And now Kyogre has the chance to attack. It's going to be the Ice Beam into this Ursaluna with the +1 boost, able to do a lot of damage, but barely miss the KO. But the freeze! Oh no, you can't get frozen. You can't get burned by the Flame Orb if you're already frozen.
And things just go from bad to worse. You're not, even if you, first off, there is the opportunity to just not thaw on this next turn. So that isn't great whatsoever. And then if you do, you're not getting that damage output that you really want to and frankly need to with this Ursaluna, especially when it's going to be one of these final turns of Trick Room and you would have needed to capitalize off of that. So that is not what you want to be seeing at all in that spot.
I wonder why the Ursaluna swapped there anyway. You know, there's probably either an Ice Beam or Origin Pulse hitting that slot. Maybe Brandon just wants to buy some time, let the Trick Room expire, and was willing to give up the Ursaluna. Instead, this is probably worst case, right? If it swaps in and survives the Ice Beam, at least you get the Flame Orb going, you get to attack at full power on the next turn. But instead, it is frozen by Ice Beam and spends this next turn frozen as well.
Parting shot already. This Ogrepon was at -1 attack, now at -2. And Rillaboom can hit the field once again for that next turn. I mean, maybe with the Lunala, you had set the Trick Room, but then the Lunala was faster. You had gotten rid of the Roaring Moon. Maybe you want to preserve it for once the situation is done. You can then be one of the speedier options out there again. Ogrepon. Oh no! A double! Both of Brandon's Pokemon are frozen. You have got to be kidding me.
That's wild. Ryan really wants to lock this match up in 2 games here, and his Kyogre agrees. That's a really fortunate swing for Ryan there. Ogrepon, it wouldn't have done too much damage there, right? It's at -2 now. It's firing into 2 grass types, both of which will resist either attack it could have gone for, but it never feels good to have your Pokemon frozen, especially if they fail to thaw like on this turn. Ursaluna needs like 2 turns to be attacking at full power, because if it thaws this turn, if it even survives the turn, it won't have the Guts boost until the turn after. And so now this is a really great spot for Ryan. You kind of get 2 free attacks here.
I'll say something. There's always a memorable stream game when Brandon's on the broadcast, that's for sure. Double freeze, nothing from Ogrepon. Drum beating's not enough for that KO. Of course, even if the Ogrepon makes past the turn, it will be slower. If it even thaws at that point, Ursaluna won't even have the opportunity. That one's gonna get KO'd. Well, still cold, still frozen. Man, what a game. Now, it'll be whether the Lunala comes in or there is still a 4th Pokemon that Brandon has here that we haven't seen, and yeah, it will be a Lunala instead. So this one definitely has some mileage to make up.
It does, but considering both of Ryan's Pokemon are at full HP and Lunala has used up its Power Herb, it's not going to get that special attack boost for the rest of the game. The +1 special defense from the Calm Mind and the Assault Vest are working very strongly against Brandon right now.
Switch out. Indeedee in Ogrepon is out. So Psychic Terrain in. So if there was this Grassy Glide coming out from this Rillaboom, this is going to be shutting that down completely. U-turn instead into the Indeedee. A lot of damage. Incineroar can come back out. And if it is something like that Expanding Force, well then nothing to the Incineroar. And then you're contending with this +1 special defense Kyogre as well.
Another situation where Incineroar has become very safe into this Indeedee Lunala combination because Meteor Beam is off the table. Intimidate not doing a whole lot of work here, but that Dark typing is all it needs.
Expanding Force, so sure enough, Incineroar, that is one safe cat into the other slot. The Kyogre, well, barely a tickle at that point. Ice Beam has done the most mileage this game. At least it doesn't get the opportunity to freeze, but that's on the downfall of Lunala, just gets straight up KO'd.
I mean, freeze or knockout, both are pretty debilitating for a Pokemon, I would say. Yeah, a really tough spot for Brandon to be in here. Again, that Ogrepon is frozen. Even if it wasn't frozen, you got an Ogrepon and an Indeedee to deal with the Grass-type boosted Kyogre at a Rillaboom on top of the Incineroar that's already on the field. So a really tough spot to be in. And now that Ryan has Brandon kind of on the ropes, again, this is a situation where now Origin Pulse is a bad choice, right? The heal from the Water Absorb will be relevant, but will not happen as Brandon forfeits and lets Ryan lock his spot in Day 2 of Vancouver.
Congratulations, Ryan. Being able to take down the match, make your way into Day 2. Great stuff. Brandon, I am so sorry. We gotta, we want to showcase the fun stuff you got, but we're just, we jinxed you, unfortunately, on the freezes there, but it be like that sometimes.
Truly.
Hey, I mean, it's Canada, it's cold, those ice beams, they're gonna freeze.
True, especially when Ryan's Canadian and Brandon's American.
Yeah.
Ryan, his Pokemon are Canadian as well, and they're just defending their home turf.
The Canadian difference, I guess. I don't know about Vancouver, but I know for Toronto, like, it is still snowing. Like,
wow.
You're talking about freezes, like, yeah, that's gonna come on through, but I think just a lot of the parts of this was a little bit difficult. Like, that first matchup was really, really close, but when you're looking at this Kyogre that you can't necessarily out damage, at least not immediately, you're looking at the terrestrialization of choice, and the fact that this Lunala, you have to get, well, set up before you're doing meaningful damage, and you lose that when you swap out. It was just a couple too many barriers to go through, especially when you have that damage mitigation onto that other slot, and the freezes don't help, but when you give up that special attack boost to switch out, the Ursaluna goes down for free. It's just kind of unfortunate.
There's a lot of ground that Brandon has to make up when Kyogre starts getting those Calm Minds off. When you have two restricteds like Lunala and Kyogre that both like to set up, the difference is Lunala can set up exactly one time a game, and it's only one boost to special attack and no other stats, whereas Kyogre can theoretically Calm Mind as many times as it wants and boost the special attack and special defense, which gives it an edge over Lunala. But I think props to Ryan for not getting too greedy with those Calm Minds. We saw him get one both games and then realize this is kind of all I need. I'm like 2-hit KOing everything with Ice Beam at this point, and Lunala is not doing much damage to me at all, especially after you forced it to swap out and drop that special attack boost. So knowing when to Calm Mind and when to start going on offense is a really big deal when you're running setup Pokemon like a Kyogre in this case, and Ryan piloted it very well.
The speed tiering on Ryan's team as well proved pretty difficult for Brandon because like, you set up the Trick Room so that, well, then the Roaring Moon is the fastest thing, or you're hoping to catch the Tailwind, but then the Kyogre is now the slowest thing on the field, which then gets to set up and, well, I mean, just keep Ice Beaming everything before Brandon can really do anything. But then at the same time, if you didn't Trick Room and the Roaring Moon does get that Tailwind, that was also something that was kind of difficult to go through in the first game. And that Roaring Moon, even just with those knockoffs, also did a significant amount in that first game. So it's like you're both options just felt kind of bad.
You have to see what Brandon was trying to do in that second game. He brought the Ursaluna instead of the Urshifu, which is a much slower Pokemon. So you're thinking, okay, Trick Room might be a benefit here, especially when you got the Trick Room up essentially for free when Ryan just double protected. But unfortunately, Ryan just kind of didn't give the Ursaluna the space to switch in. And when it did, it caught, an 85% of its HP and a freeze for its trouble. So it just wasn't able to utilize it.
Yeah, I just still cannot believe that. It's the one especially onto the Ursaluna on the swap in was crazy, but it'd be like that sometimes. And we had laughed about the fun facts beforehand. Ryan's fun fact was that he's never had a winner's interview on stream. So let's break that right now and head over to the lounge to get interviewed now with Rose.
Yeah, Ryan, you earned yourself a winner interview. We finally had a chance to do it. So tell us, how you feeling after that match?
I feel a little lucky, obviously. I got very lucky in game 2 there. Played pretty well game 1, but obviously Brandon's a super good player. He's been playing archetypes like that for as long as I've been playing the game. So anytime you go up against a player like that, that's that good, sometimes you need a little luck, but I would have liked to see a game 3 anyways, because I think he had me game 2.
Well, we were all, I think, just on the edge of our seat when a lot of those moments happened, but particularly at the end of game number 1, we got to talk about that end game because it came down to some pretty intense mind games there. You got to deal with the spiky shield. You've got a Roaring Moon that's so low. So give us a little play-by-play of what's going through your head when you're trying to make a decision in that final end game.
Okay, so basically in that spot, I mean, it's a spot I've kind of been in more than I'd like to be in this kind of situation, but I figured I'd play it safe immediately, go with the protect, and then see if I can see him not doing anything, and then just send my damage. Obviously that one hit the spiky shield, but in a sense I feel like that kind of conditions him, in a sense where now all of a sudden I live the cudgel, get my damage off, and he comes back out, and now the mind game's on him sort of thing, right? Am I gonna protect immediately again? Am I just gonna send an acrobatics? I got the protect off. He didn't see me go for he saw me go for the protect, not the attack. And then I figured, okay, he's not gonna just spiky shield knowing I just did the exact same thing 2 turns ago by protect and then attacking. So I figured he'd go for the spiky shield. I figured that was a pretty safe bet, and I got it right. I mean, at that point, it's legitimately kind of just a 50-50 and seeing what happens, but it worked.
It sounds like a tough situation to be in, but you said maybe you've been in these situations a little more often than you'd like. So do you think that comes down to just kind of some of the teams that you're facing up against, or why do you feel like you are in that situation so often?
I think a lot of it is just the way I like to play the game, where it's that more so slower paced game, and then kind of just preserve my pieces. Like, I'm the type of guy that even if I have something on 1 HP, I'm gonna probably see if there's a line where preserving that actually keeps it alive, right? So I always end up in these scenarios where I have like 2 HP, and are you gonna spiky shield? Are you gonna not spiky shield? It's interesting. It's probably just product of that.
But it does keep it interesting, right? It keeps your blood pumping, I guess, as you're also playing out those games.
That's one way to put it.
Maybe a little bit stressed too, actually, when you have to do that so often. But you're no stranger to finding yourself at the top tables. Unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to actually do those winner interviews when you did make it to that second place finish. But now, since then, you just did a fantastic job at EUIC, and we got a chance to hear from you a little bit about that earlier on in the stream, but what have you taken from EUIC to now? Is there anything that you learned that you think has helped you to get to this point in Vancouver?
Really just my mentality. A lot of the times I was always worried about what I need to do to make day 2. What do I need to do to get this record? What's my resistance looking like? But I realized that like after EUIC, none of that like realistically matters if I don't win the game that I'm playing right now. So a lot of my new mentality is just focus on that game that's in front of me right now, focus on that, and if you can get that, you can talk about all the circumstantial stuff after the fact, and as long as that's out of your mind during the set, you're a better chance of actually focusing up on the set.
Well, you got one more round today, but you've already locked a spot to continue to compete in day 2. Any of that pressure off your shoulders now, or is it still gotta get through this final match of the day?
I don't know if it's necessarily pressure off my shoulders because that extra win is so nice, especially knowing there's only going to be about 2 rounds tomorrow with the lesser number of players, but there we go with the hypotheticals again. but it is definitely a weight off my shoulder for sure, because like I don't have to now worry about my next set, right? I already have it, and I can just focus up, like I said before, on playing that set, and it's going to be a lot easier to do so.
You attributed a lot of your prep to this amazing practice, this amazing practice group and just team building group that you're a part of. I want to shout them out real quick. You got Small Live Garden, and I want to talk to you a little bit about what does that having that sense of community actually do to help you as a player. You guys are so close knit. You guys do a lot of prep. You guys play a lot of tournaments together. So yeah, tell us a little bit about that.
No, it's just nice knowing someone's always got your back, right? And you can build together. This actually wasn't like a creation we came up with in Small Live Garden. We prepped a few games, obviously, just because, like you said, we're a close friend group. Big shout-outs for this one are Vince for sure and Gabe as well. You guys really helped me fine-tune this team. Obviously, Oliver as well for the initial creation, but that community in Small Live Garden, just having friends in this community are so strong. It's like, there used to be a joke back in like 2017, like that friends are overpowered, and honestly, I still stand by that statement.
How long have you guys actually been team building or like prepping together?
So the Small Live Garden has been since about just before my big run at Vancouver 2 years ago. So about 2 years now, almost to date actually, which is kind of funny. But Gabe, I've known Gabe since I started playing back in 2015, and Vince is a newer player from locals, but he's really, really good. He's actually 4-2 going into this round, so hopefully he can close it out.
All right, fingers crossed for them as well. Ryan, any other shout-outs that you'd like to make?
Honestly, if I try to name a couple people in specific, there's going to be too many. Honestly, if you...
All right, we'll be here for a while.
if you guys talk to me or help me prep in the slightest, thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate every single one of you, and I'm not sitting here without you guys, so thank you for that.
Friends are overpowered. That's the sentiment I got from this. Well, Ryan, congratulations on the win. Best of luck with your final round as well.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, we are going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere because we do have that final round of Swiss, and that's going to be coming to you right after this break. Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm here with one of the top trainers at the Vancouver Regional Championships, Rafe Osborne. Congratulations on your incredible EUIC run. How are you feeling after all of that?
Really good. I went in with not that many expectations. I kind of just wanted to show up and play because I, love the game and whatnot. So getting to go top 16 was really inspiring, really fun. All my friends were there, kind of rooting me on too, so it felt really good.
Well, it wasn't even just a top 16, but you also were the best performing Zamazenta and the only one to make top cut. So how did you enjoy the team for the weekend?
I love basically every Zamazenta team. I think it's like a very honest but strong Pokemon, and I feel like even in like bad matchups or even matchups, you can still like outplay and just pull out a win. So it's really fun.
Do you feel like the team did what you wanted it to for the weekend? Were there any struggles that you had with Zamazenta and the meta?
Not really. I was surprised. I thought, I had Tinglu and Dondozo on the team, so I thought I'd be clicking Santum and Yana a lot, but it really didn't come down to it that much. And the Zamazenta and Chien-Pao mode, and then using Dondozo and Tinglu individually instead of together, it had some really cool use cases, and it surprised me.
Well, you did amazing, but there was something in your EUIC thread that I was hoping that you could shed a little bit more insight on. And you said that your match versus Yosuke Taka Yanagi was very insightful to you. So can you give us a little bit more as to why?
Yeah, we had a really good 3-game set, and I was actually more worried about playing carry because they had the Shadow Rider team. I figured the Ice Rider team would have been a little bit better into Zamazenta. But a lot of these Ice Rider teams, they've adapted really well to, I guess, just Zamazenta being around. And, you see a lot of Landorus and Urshifu, they pressure it so well, especially with the Mungus. So we had a really close 3-game set, and a lot of my friends afterwards were telling me, they were telling me, oh, you did good here, you did good here. Why didn't you use a dark move on the last turn? I was like, oh, I was scared, worried about this and stuff like that. So it was a really good learning experience. I think that I still have a little bit ways to go to kind of perfect playing in an endgame, but it's a match that I have reflected on a lot.
It's great to hear that you can have those self-reflective moments on the event and not only be happy with your performances, but still be able to find room to improve. But what about the team as it stands against the rest of the Zamazenta teams? Already mentioned that it was the only one in top cut, but even looking down from there, every Zamazenta team looked quite different. So why do you feel like your team is finding the edge to succeed right now?
I think Dondozo's unaware ability is really important. There's a lot of just Pokemon that can snowball really quickly, especially Calyrex Shadow. If they have a free turn where they get a Nasty Plot off and they can just click Astral Barrage or Psychic, that's really scary. But with Dondozo and Tinglu, you're kind of able to stand up to them a little bit better. And that goes for other things too, the Ice Rider teams. If they get coaching boosts off, or Zamazenta, especially in the mirror, it's really important there to ignore the defense boost. So Dondozo and Tinglu, they're just able to kind of position themselves very well.
They have such great natural bulk and just good defensive typing, so I totally see how those are really valuable pieces to your team. Now, heading into Vancouver, are you just going to be using the same team? Are there any adjustments that you're making?
A couple minor training adjustments. Yeah, I found some of them a little lacking in defense or speed, so I definitely have made the changes there. But other than that, same Terra types, same moves, mostly everything, really just 2 small changes.
Now, Rafe, we haven't really had a chance to talk to you before, and so I'm really glad we get the chance to now. I was wondering if you could take this moment to kind of tell people, how did you get started playing Pokemon and when did you start playing?
My first event was Charlotte 2023. My friend and I from university were kind of just talking about going to one of these for a while, and he was like, oh, after my master's, we should go to one. And I was kind of like, it's taking too long. I'm just gonna go. So I went and I had a lot of fun. I went 3-4 drop, and here we are now.
But what an amazing glow up that you've had from going to your first event in Charlotte just a couple of years ago. You ended up getting day 2 at Toronto this year, and then you top cut and got top 16 even at the largest Pokemon event ever. So what do you attribute the growth that you've had to?
I think persistence is really important. I think, not just playing to play, obviously it's important, it's a game, you're supposed to have fun with it, but also taking the time to actually study, improve. I think slowing down and not just rushing through things has really helped. It's definitely made me a better player, I think.
Thank you so much, Ray, for your time, and best of luck this weekend.
Thank you so much.
Now we've got more Pokemon action ahead, so stay tuned.
Let's kick off the 2023 Pokemon World Championship.
I'm one of the commentators for Pokemon. You're on camera a lot. That's when you really start thinking a lot more about what it is you want to represent.
Doing the Masters Finals is one of the biggest honors.
Winning it all is still a dream that I have, even today.
To actually be the best in the world is something you have to open yourself up to failing. That's when you start to think, maybe I can't do it. Maybe I had my prime.
Hey Pokemon fans, I'm here with another one of our Vancouver Regional Championship players, Navjeet Joshi. It's been a little bit since we've seen you, since the World Championships where you got top 8 with Calyrex Ice Rider. Have you been doing since then?
Yeah, I've been pretty good. I'd say haven't gotten a chance to play too many tournaments since then, but been keeping up with a lot of the teams and the meta trends, and I'm just going to do my best this weekend, and hopefully I can have a run back with how I did at Worlds.
Are you going to be using Calyrex Ice again?
Yeah, most likely. It's just the restricted I feel the best with at the moment, and it's just the jack of all trades, you know?
People have been a little bit down on the Calyrex Ice stocks after seeing just the last couple of tournaments. So where do you feel like this Pokemon still finds strength given the current meta?
I think Calyrex Ice as a Pokemon, and I guess the format in general it speaks to, it's a very cyclical format, you know? When one thing rises, you see a response to it. We saw Zamazenta at the beginning of the rule set returning, surging up, and that really hindered Calyrex Ice. But now we see kind of Zamazenta plateauing a little bit in usage, and Calyrex Ice again, just a very neutral Pokemon. Like I mentioned earlier, a jack of all trades. So I've always been a believer of it, and I don't think I haven't seen anything from it in my prep to dissuade me. So I think it's definitely going to be the right call for myself, and definitely other players choosing to run it this weekend as well.
Well, sometimes it does come down to that personal experience, and Navjeet, it has been a while since we've seen you at Worlds, but you've been really great with every single regional that you've gone to, even just in the 2024 season leading up to Worlds. It wasn't too many events either, so how did you kind of manage the preparation for so few events and trying to set those expectations heading into each one?
Yeah, I think it just, at the end of the day, for me, it comes down to team building and fundamentals. Like, as long as you're clear on what you want to do and you're clear on how you want to approach the game, regardless of how much prep you put in, as long as you have that clarity, you can power through. Like, even for this tournament, I know Calyrex Ice, I've put in so many games for Worlds, so even though I haven't had too much time to prepare for this tournament, it's not that all the prep I put in for Worlds just doesn't go away overnight, right? So there's a lot of things that you can apply, transfer, really fall back on. So I feel good about it.
That's awesome. Navjeet, one last question for you. I know there are a lot of fans that are visiting Vancouver, maybe for the first time. Do you have any recommendations for things for people to go do or see?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think close to the convention center, we got the Flyover Canada. We've got the aquarium close to the convention center. Obviously, if people have time, I always say I'm a UBC alumni, so go visit the university. There's obviously different things to see there, like the Museum of Anthropology, the Botanical Garden. There's no shortage of things to do here. It's a very scenic place, but if you like being about in nature and like being around, different things, it's definitely the spot to be.
Thank you so much for your time and your insight, and best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Vancouver Regional Championships for 2025. We are here at Canada Place. Pretty awesome. I haven't heard a boat sound yet. Someone please explain.
I mean,
boat sounds.
Yeah, I mean, because as you can see in the video there, we're just outside some water. Boats do come in there. They do sometimes make loud honking noises during our matches. Has that happened yet? Has actually never happened to me while I was casting, but has hilariously happened to the other casters while I was backstage laughing at them. So hoping to avoid that myself, but have that inflicted upon my friends.
I thought you caster cursed it earlier because there was one line you made about making a loud noise. I was like looking, waiting to hear the horn in the background. It didn't happen. I don't know how you did that.
If we're lucky, we're gonna have it now in the lounge. Go through the mics, and then you guys can also hear what we mean. Because I heard it yesterday, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I jumped. I actually got very scared.
Pokemon's latest jump scare.
Amazing. Well, how about another jump scare? We got a tier list. We got to talk about the... Gabby actually jumped. That was quite funny. Thank you for the commitment to the mid. But we have to talk about the Regulation G meta and actually put our Pokemon on the tier list again, because it's been a while since we've done this, and I would like to think that since the last time we talked about this with Sierra, things have changed. So we're gonna start with a fresh slate here. We're gonna pull up a restricted Pokemon, and you guys have to make a case as to where it goes and why. So first up, I got an easy one for you. Eternatus.
You can go first, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, like if you had like a second whiteboard, we could maybe put it on that one. But unless there's one in the back, I'm Team C for sure.
So here's the thing about Eternatus. Dynamax cannon, kind of cool. There's no Dynamax. Where's the cannon?
Well, there's Sludge Wave.
I think we could put Eternatus in the cannon. I think it's done.
I think that if you want to have a fun tournament, you can run Tinkaton Eternatus, get some wins, have some fun times with your friends, and walk away knowing that you had fun.
Fair enough. You know what? Eternatus is going to go, can you see? Yeah, you guys can see that. It's going to stay here for now. And maybe we'll get some thoughts from Jake and Sierra on that one too. Someone help me cook here, please. But okay, maybe even a little easier. Calyrex Shadow Rider.
I think this one's actually pretty interesting because beginning of the format, I for sure putting it at S. It seemed like the most powerful restricted Pokemon. It seemed like the immediate offensive pressure was just so difficult to deal with. I think for me, it's a pretty firm A. Like, it's great.
Yeah.
I don't think, to me, like if it's an S, it should be oppressive. I think Calyrex is just great.
I agree. I think that the thing that Calyrex Shadow Rider doesn't have is a way to sort of like have bulk withstand things. You really have to build your team around supporting it, whereas some of the S tier Pokemon feel like, yes, they have supporting Pokemon on the team, but they can really be that decisive Pokemon on their own. So I agree with A. Maybe like A 0.5. But yeah.
I might be 0.5 the other way. Or like, I think it's like, for me, it's like more of an A- than an A+, but definitely an A.
I'm actually kind of with you on this.
Okay.
I feel like my hot take is I might have even almost put it in B tier. But we're not going to do that because you guys have made strong cases for it to be an A. So maybe bottom of A?
Yeah.
Maybe almost in B tier. Anyway, we just saw this Pokemon on stream, so maybe we can talk about this. We've got Kyogre as our next Pokemon to discuss.
So before I saw that last round, I might have put it lower. It looked in that match like an S tier Pokemon, where if you simply freeze all of your opponents, you will probably always win. I don't know if that's like the most reliable. I think it's really interesting, right? Where I think it's clearly not like an S tier Pokemon. We haven't seen it at like as high of a frequency as some past generations, where the inability to become Primal Kyogre definitely hurting it. But I mean, I think that it's proven itself to be pretty fearsome. So like, I think I'm like high B probably, where like good, but I think clearly a step below the top dogs.
I think that in order for Kyogre to feel like an A tier Pokemon for me, or an S tier Pokemon, you would need to have Origin Pulse hit all of the time. And the fact that, yes, you could run Water Spout, but I don't think Kyogre's at its best when it's fast and not as bulky as it can be. It kind of almost hurts it in a way. I agree. Like, if someone comes up with a way to, I don't know, give Origin Pulse and Precipice Blades the Glacial Lance and the Astral Barrage treatment, we would be talking about a very different Pokemon. But for now, unfortunately, I agree.
I like it. B tier it is.
I thought we were going to disagree more, but we're actually like very in line.
Yeah, we're actually like doing a pretty good job agreeing with each other. Now I'm trying to think of like a funny one. You know what? Let's just go with Kyogre's partner, Groudon.
Well, as a Team Magma member, I have to say that if you haven't thought about investing in land development, that's an S tier move right there.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it'd be great because you could maybe you could use some of that development to buy a retirement home for Groudon, who might be worse. I mean, I don't know. That might. I was gonna say it might be worse than Eternatus. I think that's a hot take.
That is a hot take.
But
I think.
I do think in an Eternatus they can be friends. Yeah, I think that all Pokemon deserve friendship, and they deserve each other's friendship.
I think that if Groudon had something a little bit more, it could match Kyogre. But unfortunately, Precipice Blades isn't accurate. I feel like Kyogre's natural bulk just feels more beneficial in this format. I don't want to say it's C tier because I do think it has play, especially if you can land your sleep powders if you're running like a chlorophyll Pokemon. I think it's bottom of the B tier for me for that reason.
I feel like I should at least give some actual reasons.
I was gonna say, very funny that you gave the funny answer and Gabby gave the political answer.
Yeah, the problem I think to me is like, it's definitely a playable Pokemon. The problem for me is just like, I don't know why I'm picking it as a restricted I want to build around. I think it has all of its same weaknesses Kyogre does for the most part, but like, it doesn't really have the strengths, where I think being specially bulky is usually better than being physically bulky, although Kyogre takes physical hits decently well too. I think like, even though the Calm Mind niche might be better occupied by Terrapagos, at least Kyogre has that. You're not going to run bulk up on Groudon, really. I think missing Precipice Blades tends to be game losing. Like, it probably isn't, actually, after at UIC, I think it definitively isn't the best drought Pokemon anymore. It's in trouble.
I think I'm with you guys. And this is like my favorite restricted to use. But I'm sorry.
This makes me sad too. I love the Pokemon where my first in-person tournament was a Journey Across America in 2006. And I purchased a Groudon plushie to remind me that Groudon is broken, and when Groudon is available, I should always play Groudon. But always didn't last forever.
I also ran Groudon in that tournament, actually, but I purchased a Pikachu plushie because Pikachu's everything, and Pikachu will never let me down.
They're hugging.
I think Pikachu might have a, I'm not actually not joking. I think Pikachu might have a better record today than Groudon.
Ooh, that's a hot take.
The Pikachu was at 3-1.
That actually might be right, because there was that Pikachu at 3-1. So I think we're going to actually have to go back into the standings and see how it ended up doing.
Yeah, I think all of the restricted Pokemon being outperformed by Pikachu, probably D tier.
That is incredible.
That's the second whiteboard.
That's actually, we just put it on the back of the whiteboard so people never look at it again. Pikachu is 4-3 according to production. So, yeah, you might be right, actually.
Like,
we might
honestly,
have to
props for that.
on.
Right? That's awesome.
That is so cool. I love that, and I don't have a great segue, so I'm just gonna bring us to the next Pokemon, Zamazenta.
You go first on this one.
Okay, so I think that Zamazenta has a lot of potential. I think the issue is that it is a bit slower and bulkier, and it is not necessarily the Pokemon on the team in a format that rewards being the Pokemon on the team. I think it's solidly in the A tier, because if you are able to position it well, it just shuts down games. But it's not strong enough on its own to just kind of have that commanding role.
Can I give a hot take?
Yeah.
I actually think this is in B tier. Here's why.
Okay.
I think that Zamazenta finds a lot of its value from being able to go for things like Wide Guard, and yes, very good in the meta, but oftentimes when you see a lot of Pokemon that are running those spread type attacks, you still have something else that can get past something like Wide Guard. And if your restricted Pokemon is using Wide Guard and not something else, I think you might have a problem, because then what is that powerful restricted on your team doing? And also, we've had quite a few players that have used Zamazenta in the past actually drop it to play something else for this tournament.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Michael Zhang, I'm looking at Keanu Inasanto, and if they're not running Zamazenta, then B tier.
I think I'm between the two of you. So, like, I'm literally two. So, my thing with Zamazenta is, like, I really wanted, like, Zamazenta and Terrapagos, the two I was kind of rooting for, just, like, I feel like they have, like, the least variance, and, like, you kind of just, like, can play conventional Pokemon with them. So I really wanted them to be toward the top of this list. I think it's what I would have gravitated toward if I was playing. However, I agree with everything that you just said, and I feel like, you know, and that if we get to a point where we're playing with two restricted Pokemon, I think Zamazenta is probably way better in that format.
Oh, exactly.
Because having one be
100%.
restricted kind of be supportive is really powerful. But I agree, yeah, like when that one was your build around, you don't want to have to play too many sets like we saw like in the Joe Ugarte set where like the restricted is playing support. You can get away with that a couple rounds, but I think if you're doing it consistently, your team just doesn't have the same power to work with, and you're making yourself work too hard. I would say like low A, but probably below Shadow Rider.
Definitely agree with that. Like, I just think it's too good and it has too much potential to be like top B tier. I do think it ekes its way into a solid A minus. But that being said, I also feel like those stocks are going to go up if it were to ever have a restricted partner.
I agree. It's kind of like how I feel about Groudon. I think Groudon is in C, maybe D tier now, but I think has a lot of potential.
I hope you're right.
Me too.
I'm skeptical.
I'm coping over here. Anyway, let's move on, because Koraidon has actually seen a lot of recent success. Shout out to Wolf Glick for this one, for the Europe International Championships. So now where do we put it? Because the last time we visited this, I do not think it was very high on the list.
I mean, do I have the world champion difference? Because I don't think I do. And if I don't, to me, this is a, if you're not Wolf, this is probably like a mid to low B. Where I think it's awesome, and you can see like when you play it perfectly, like it's a real Pokemon, right? Again, I think some of it, like I'd like to reevaluate. If I think if more players were using Life Orb instead of Clear Amulet, I think Wolf made a pretty good case for why playing the Life Orb version might have higher potential in this format. But to me, it's like it doesn't have like a lot of super easy matchups, and I think like it gets points for being better at being Groudon than Groudon, but. I just think you're working harder with it than some other Pokemon. I think it doesn't have like as many natural synergies. Like I think its ability is kind of scary because enemy Fluttermane becomes such a pain when you're activating its ability every game. Or I think it's cool and fun, but like I have a hard time putting it higher just because I think you have to. It makes the game more difficult for you to win, kind of compared to some of the other restricted Pokemon as build-arounds.
I mean, here's the thing that I think about Wolf's team, and admittedly, I haven't caught up on all the interviews he did at EUIC, so I don't know this for sure, but I have a sneaking suspicion that he built the team to be a Perish Song team with Fluttermane, and then he picked Koraidon because it fit the puzzle the right way. Like, I don't think that Koraidon was good on that team because it's Koraidon. I think it was good on that team because it played to Wolf's strengths, and it supported the Pokemon that he needed it to support. So for me, it would still be pretty in the B tier. I don't think that anybody else could have gotten the result with that team. And maybe there'll be another team someday where like the puzzle's right and Koraidon fits, but I just don't see it happening here.
But if we were going based off of ability name, Koraidon is S tier. Orichalcum Pulse is the coolest ability name I think we have in the entire format. But for now,
I do want to get
apparently
credit,
it's covering Zamazenta.
Yeah. I do think Screamtail's broken. I think being the best Screamtail enabler is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But that's another one where, like, boy, in a too restricted format, I think I would be really interested in it. But that's why I'm a Groudon hater, even in the too restricted, though. Like, give me Koraidon in that format for sure.
Yeah.
I like it. Okay. Well, could you actually use Koraidon and Miraidon together? I don't want to think about that, actually. Anyway, Zacian. Thoughts?
It's a Pokemon. It has a sword. We do not all have swords. It was a Dynamax Pokemon. There is no Dynamax. Like, I think it has the same issues that Zamazenta has, but it's attack weighted instead of defense weighted, which is why it's hanging out in what I'm going to call the fun tier.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because like it was such a problem last year. I agreed. I mean, it was such a problem in the last games. And not only does it have kind of like the issues with its ability getting drastically worse, but like I do think like Zamazenta's niche probably scales better into future games in the sense that like nothing else really fights like it does, and like having boosted defense is just, you know, it's a difficult thing to deal with, where I think Zacian's kind of like stuck being in the damage arms race forever, where it's like I just want to be fast and hit hard, but like so does almost every legendary Pokemon.
Yeah.
And also I question the animal safety of letting it have a sword in its mouth.
I do too. I have not thought about that, and I kind of hate that you've now made me think about that.
Just imagine your dog running around with a sword in its mouth. What could go wrong?
That is a horrible idea because Archer is like the size of your ankles, so that seems like a bad idea.
More like a dagger at that point.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have really derailed ourselves, so we're gonna throw it back over to the casters because we are ready for the next and final round of Swiss for day one of the Vancouver Regional Championships. So we're gonna put this on hold so you can get back to the action.
Thanks so much, guys. I got so many comments, so little time. First off, there's not a single Pokemon in S tier. Like, I just haters over there. Second, like, I don't have a dog, but like, if my cats wanted a sword, like, I would give them one. Like, that's my bad for having ankles they can slash, honestly.
It sounds like an OSHA violation if we're giving our animals or our Pokemon swords now, right? We gotta be careful backstage, huh?
It's like, I don't know, I can't say no to them. They're too cute. The one cat was laying in my suitcase when I was trying to pack, and I almost brought him with me. Like, it's just, it has to be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
But we got one more round of Swiss for today. It's already gone by so fast, which is absolutely crazy. There's been 8 rounds of Swiss and not a single boat sound. It is travesty out here. But looking at it, of course, 6 wins is what you need for day 2. Congratulations to the 3 still sitting at an undefeated record. And of course, when we are looking at the amount of players that we have for Vancouver, one more win and it should be good.
Yes, of course. Moving on to day 2 is important, but after that, if you are able to make it to, I believe 8 wins is going to be the cutoff for the top cut portion of this event. That is the final stage of the tournament where you enter that single elimination bracket if you escape the Swiss stage. So the 3 trainers at 7-0 so far, Taryn, Ian, and Joe, are 1 win away from locking up that top cut berth, and of course, making it 1 step closer to the championship.
Looking at what we're going to be showcasing next, though, when we were looking at those 7-0 records, looking for that 8-0, you have to be calling out Ian Lee as well, someone who we haven't necessarily gotten to see too much of, going up against Ryan Bingham. Got down fair, it is in day 2, but of course, you still want to be winning out as much as possible, because once you make day 2, that next step is to try and make your way into top cut. So a lot of notables here. One I want to call out is Kylan Van Severen going up against NJ there. 2 Canadians, both 2 very, very accomplished players, and that's a win in. Only one of them we'll get to see now tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a rough match there. I think both of those trainers are people that we could very well see in top cut of a regional, but unfortunately one of them will have their tournament run ended in this final round of Swiss on day 1. Players like James and Paul that we see down at the bottom of the screen there, again, 2 trainers that wouldn't be too surprising to see take home another regional championship. Between them, they have probably 11 or so already under their belt.
Too many.
So, yeah.
Share the wealth. Come on, guys.
It's not fair. Let us have some.
I want a regional title, but all right, I'm stuck here. But let's talk about 2 players that definitely in that contention still. Talk about Ian going up against Ryan. And this is interesting, too, because there's a lot of normal pieces on the team, and then you start to look a little bit deeper, and you're like, wait a second, what's going on here? So a mirror in terms of restricted, but a couple of these key pieces here, very, very different.
Yeah, we have, Calyrex Shadow Rider mirror once again, but like we saw the last time we had that mirror with the Battle of the Jameses earlier on today, these 2 team compositions are very different. We have kind of a more setup-oriented version on Ian's side with the Clefairy, with the Rillaboom, with the Smeargle, but on the other side of the field, we have some huge offensive pieces that we'll get to in just a moment. This is Ian Lee's team, though. He's got the Splash Plate Urshifu Rapid Strike. He's got a plate and not the Mystic Water instead. Same effect, but a little bit of a fun mix-up. Alongside, of course, yeah. Alongside the Tornadus, Smeargle, Rillaboom, Calyrex, and Clefairy. Notably, it is Terra Grass Calyrex with Giga Drain. That's a tech that I've seen a little bit running around, but it's a kind of a fun way to give yourself a bit of a different defensive typing than people are used to facing. And of course, Giga Drain will recover HP as well. So if you take any damage while you set up those nasty plots, Giga Drain is there to heal it right back.
It's really interesting because it's a little bit of a different spin on something else that we got to see with the Calyrex Shadow Riders a little previously on, which was that Terra Fairy with that Draining Kiss. Yeah. So instead, staying away from that, going into the grass. The little fun fact was that Terra Grass Calyrex Shadow Rider is the best Terastallization. So I'm super excited to see how that ages. When you're looking at Clefairy, this is going to be one with 4 non-attacking moves. Right. So this is a full supportive set. So there is definitely some great options here. But if it is a situation where something is low health, this Clefairy is not really going to be contributing much in that way.
The fact that it doesn't have an attacking move, or a damaging move rather, is a little bit of a hindrance in some ways, but in other ways it just means you have even more support options available to you. After You is a really cool tool if you're going up against Trick Room teams. On the inside of the field, of course, the Urshifu and the Calyrex want to be going as fast as possible. So if Trick Room goes up, After You allows them to act first once again. But he will have to deal with no Trick Room on Ryan's side of the field because he does have the Tailwind instead. He's got Tornadus Incarnate Form, Tinkaton, Landorus Incarnate Form, Amoonguss, Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Urshifu Rapid Strike. And I just got to say it, Sierra. Thank you, Genies. They're right there. There's 2 of them, and I love it.
I know who you're rooting for already.
You can't see it, but I'm reaching out to our monitor.
I was too busy counting all of the different things here that could hit a Terra Grass Calyrex Shadow Rider. There is way too many options there, but one of those, if the situation's right, that would make sure that you're not affected by Rage Powder, Amoonguss, all this other stuff. But you're talking about Genie's Tinkaton, currently sitting at a 6-1 record. So this will be really interesting. Not only do you have that fake out, but you have this mold breaker to be able to bypass these abilities and be able to hit into a Pokemon. So I'm curious then if that's going to be something that we see come into great effect here when you're looking at a Friendguard Clefairy that maybe wants to help save its partner Pokemon.
Fake Out and Feint are also just great utility moves in general. Again, you see the combination, you see the Calyrex with something that can bypass Wide Guard. On James Beck's team, it was the Taunt on Mienshao. This time around, it's the Feint. And then Smeargle on Ian's side of the field is carrying Wide Guard, so that could be a really nice way for Ryan to bypass, not even bypass, just break that Wide Guard and possibly waste a turn for the Smeargle while it's on the field. Also, something I want to call out is the difference in the Calyrex Shadow Rider builds. Ryan is running a Terra Ghost Calyrex with a Focus Sash, whereas like we talked about with Ian, it is Terra Grass with the Life Orb instead. So Ryan opting for pure offense there. You don't have the Life Orb to boost your damage, but with the Terra Ghost, you're boosting the power of Astral Barrage even further than a Life Orb would. The only difference is you have to commit your Terrestrialization to get that attack boost. So it can be a bit of a resource hog, but if you do get it off, big deal.
I want to take this moment to real quick talk about these players before we get into this match, considering that these are two names that we're not quite as familiar with. So for Ian Lee, he managed to make day 2 at Sacramento, which was his first day 2 after attempting at a couple of events. So this is then, all right, Sacramento, you get that day 2. Now at a 7-0 record, you've already locked and have been locked for day 2 and have the opportunity here with this win to get yourself a top cut position. As for Ryan, this is also someone that we haven't really gotten to see any of these bigger accomplishments from, though has been competing for a little bit, but not a stranger to some of these more quirky Pokemon filling out these teams. He's got a list of these different Pokemon he's gotten championship points with Reg H. You wouldn't even guess some of these. We got Oricorio getting 32 championship points for him. Crazy. We got Chestnut. We got Hizui and Decidueye at 62. Like there is some good stuff here. So I'm excited to see that as well, getting third with this crazy Weavile, Toadstool, Slacking, Redeema. So when you see something like this Tinkaton, I think this is a little bit more on the more usual side of things that we can see. So I'm excited to see that how this tech bears up against all of these different Pokemon, especially considering the damage output that something like this Gigaton hammer could have.
It's really cool to see that success with these quirky teams and item choices and Terra choices and whatnot at the local level translate to success here as well, because Ryan has now found himself locked in day 2 and putting himself in position to only need one more win for top cut. Again, with the number of rounds we are playing, it's only 2 tomorrow on top of 8 today. So that means that if you have 8 wins, you go 8-2 or better, you're going to make it into the top cut portion of the tournament. So if Ian wins this match, he has essentially guaranteed himself a spot in top cut on day 1, which is huge. If you go into day 2 already knowing that, okay, I'm set for top cut and I can use this time to prepare for those matches. Ryan, on the other hand, wants to put himself in position to only need to win 1 tomorrow, which is a much better spot to be in than 6-2, where you have to win tomorrow or you are eliminated.
Both a big tournament, big tournament for both of these players considering the other tournament. So super happy to jump into this and see what they're truly made of. There's one of your genies coming out for Ryan next to that Urshifu, Calyrex Shadow Rider, and this Smeargle here for Ian.
It is once again the Rain Dance Tornadus with the Choice Scarf Urshifu. A nice combination we've seen sometimes to power up that Urshifu and maybe provide some disruption. Because the Smeargle's holding the Focus Sash, that usually means it's able to survive any attack, but thanks to the multi-hit properties of Surging Strikes, if the Surging Strikes targets that Smeargle, it will get knocked out in 1 hit. It is Terra Ghost, which means it can't Terra into something like grass or water, resist that Surging Strikes. But of course, Urshifu being Choice Scarf probably isn't super bulky and doesn't really want to take attacks from this Calyrex immediately.
It's always a what on earth does this Smeargle have to be hitting with? And this one does have Fake Out, so a little bit of pressure if you were anticipating a Rain Dance and hit on the other end. But it's a switch out for the Urshifu, and Tinkaton hits the field. I didn't think I'd be seeing it too much this day and age, but here it is in all its wonderful pink hammer carrying glory. Astral Barrage, have to see how well it takes that. A lot better than the Tornadus. Tornadus holds on, but it's not too much health left. Retaliating now with a Bleak Wind Storm. Calyrex quite fine with that. Smeargle not as much, but a speed drop for the normally speedy horse.
Nice Bleak Wind Storm there comes in handy because now the Smeargle's Focus Sash has been broken. Any one attack should be able to knock it out from here. And that Tinkaton switch actually pretty nice. That's a Life Orb Astral Barrage it took to the chin pretty well thanks to that Assault Vest. And now if Tornadus opts to go for a Tailwind, it should be able to outspeed and knock out this Calyrex with something like the Gigaton Hammer. Of course, Smeargle does have the option to use Follow Me, so you can protect that Tinkaton from an attack. But then what, right? If you Follow Me and you maybe get an Astral Barrage up, that means that Tornadus gets knocked out as it goes for Tailwind, which we've seen be very beneficial in a lot of matches.
At least, well, at this point, we don't know what Ian's brought, but he does have a couple of priority options on the team to then maybe try and pressure in that way, depending on how much damage is getting done on this turn. But it doesn't look like it will be a Tailwind or that speed we're going for. Instead, just a repivot. Urshifu's back already, wanting to get in on this action as Follow Me. The Calyrex is going to stay safe. Astral Barrage gonna be the first one to attack since we didn't see that Tailwind set up. Urshifu's just cleanly gone from the field. Tinkaton, we saw that it wasn't going to do enough to KO, so it does get the opportunity to retaliate. But now the Calyrex on the next turn, that's a Grimnade boost, and it's going to be doing a bunch. And now this Gigaton Hammer, you're using it to knock out this Smeargle. You don't get access to that now again next turn.
Exactly. You can only use Gigaton Hammer on non-consecutive turns. So because it was used to knock out Smeargle, you can't even select it on the following turn. It is nice to get that Smeargle knocked out, but what did you give up for it? Your Tornadus is now not very healthy. Your Tinkaton's not very healthy. You've lost that Urshifu for having done nothing. It swapped into that Astral Barrage. Thanks to that Life Orb, it's able to just get a clean one-hit KO. So now you have this Calyrex on the inside that has, you know, +1 boost from Grimnay. The Tornadus comes in, so it's going to be able to get that Tailwind up. Thankfully for Ryan, again, is the Focus Sash on his own Calyrex, so we'll be able to survive at least one Astral Barrage. But if Astral Barrage comes through, Calyrex is down to 1 HP, Tinkaton gets knocked out, or Tornadus gets knocked out if it swaps in, and then you're left with this Calyrex and this Tornadus that have so much health left.
As well, we saw that it was the Rillaboom as the final Pokemon, so you bring this Calyrex Shadow Rider down to Sash, and well, okay, Rillaboom's like, thank you, easiest KO of my life in this situation. So a lot of pressure that he can off-put here, especially with the Calyrex being the Ghost Typian on the opposing end for Ryan, as opposed to something like we've seen this meta adaptation into the Terra Normal. There's not really a way out of it. The only thing is pressing on the go button to try and do as much damage as possible before, well, your own horse is gone. So Terra Ghost, their Astral Barrage should be doing a lot of damage, but we're getting Terastallization a piece.
This Terra Dark from the Tornadus on the inside is going to be very useful. Now it is immune to the Psychic and will resist the Astral Barrage from this Calyrex on Ryan's side of the field. Importantly, should be able to stick around after setting up Tailwind on this turn.
So Tailwind, Ian, we don't have to worry about speed size. We are going fast as Astral Barrage. Already this Tinkaton's taken so much damage, so it's not going to be doing too well. And the Calyrex, yeah, Focus Sash brought right down to that. So sure, you're sticking around for another moment longer. You get 1 moment to retaliate. But looking at that Terastallization that was used on the Tornadus, not going to be too much there. And there's still going to be another attack for Ian to just clean up this game as finally we get to see the move come out.
Terra Ghost Astral Barrage doesn't have any special attack boost, but is about to get one from knocking out Calyrex, and Tornadus easily hangs on. Now that it has set up this Tailwind, we know that Ryan's final Pokemon is his own Tornadus, and if Ryan has a way back into this game, it would be to match Tailwinds. Unfortunately, because the Tailwind on the inside of the field does carry Taunt, and his own Tailwind has been set up, there's no chance for anything like a Speed Tie to see which Tornadus acts first. Ryan can't Terastallize his own Tornadus into Dark to be immune to that Prankster Taunt. Taunt will be able to shut down Tailwind from Ryan's Tornadus, make sure it doesn't get matched, and of course, like you mentioned, Rillaboom can very easily pick off this Calyrex with a Grassy Glide as well. So Ian put himself in a very strong position to close out this game.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what type of speed Ryan's going to have on his end, as the hover over the run button got my heart for a second there. Nope. But yeah, you can just keep pinning this quite easily at this point. Even if you don't go for the taunt, which is just staring you in the face, it's bagging, you're still fine. You just keep the Calyrex, it protects. The Tornadus tries to do anything. The Rillaboom has the Assault Vest. You're not going to be taking too much damage. And then you can go for it on the next turn. So just strong either way. Rain Dance, we're in the business of clicking some moves. It's raining over here. Grassy Glide, Calyrex is gone. If Bleak Wind on the opposing end, if it comes out, it'll be accurate, but you're up against these Pokemon that are still going to give you a little bit of a rough time.
The rain dance there, actually, I think a really good idea. You know, maybe it doesn't seem too useful anymore, considering that you don't really have any water type Pokemon left to use the rain dance, water type attack boost. But by going for rain dance there, it means that if Ryan did opt to go for like Protect with Calyrex and Tailwind, you can make sure that you go for a Bleak Wind Storm on the following turn, and it's perfectly accurate. If Ryan's Tornadus had gone for its own Bleak Wind Storm and managed to somehow knock out Rillaboom with like a critical hit or something, you have your own Bleak Wind Storm to guarantee you win the game on the next turn. So just a nice heads-up play to guarantee, I'm not letting myself lose this lead, and make sure that you get a 1-0 lead here in round 8.
And that momentum taken by Ian with the Calyrex was so strong there. And I have bad news for your double pair of genies, but I have good news for the one genie that we got to see come out from Ian. But I like that we got to see the Tinkaton come out in this matchup. But I think when this Tornadus swaps out, we don't really get to see the speed, and the Urshifu's just given up for free at this point. I think that's a little bit hard to come by. Like the Tinkaton, you didn't get to do the damage you wanted because the Smeargle was still around. If we saw that opportunity instead where a Tailwind was set up and, I don't know, maybe Calyrex brought out sooner, that maybe you could have pressured a lot more.
There just wasn't a whole lot Ryan could do to not take a bunch of damage from those Astral Barrages early on. With the leads that we saw, the Urshifu would have been vulnerable to a Fake Out, and we obviously saw it just get cleanly one-hit KO'd by that Life Orb Astral Barrage. So if you're not going to have something on your team that resists that Astral Barrage naturally, you're going to have to position yourself in such a way that you're able to trade damage with it, and just wasn't able to early on in that game because the Smeargle was able to threaten that Urshifu with the Fake Out.
I'd be curious about seeing the Calyrex leverage just a little bit more in this, considering you do have that Focus Sash. It's something that's a little bit dangerous later on, of course, when you're going up against the Rillaboom that can handle it. But if you have these other options to maybe be able to counteract the Tornadus with the attack, maybe the Landorus with Sludge Bomb or anything else, that could do a lot of headway. But when the Calyrex finally came out, well, you got the one Astral Barrage. It didn't make the most momentum because you're playing a catch-up game at that point, and then the game kind of collapses from there. So heading into game 2, Calyrex is a piece, both sides of the field. Smeargle for Ian, and then Tornadus for Ryan.
I like the mix-up from Ryan here. You have your Calyrex right on the field immediately to start threatening damage. But looking at Ian's Smeargle, it is carrying Wide Guard. So if you now put yourself in a position where, if you want to, you can just go straight for that Wide Guard. Again, it's the Psychic coming out from the Calyrex on Ryan's side, so not going to be able to do too much damage to Ian's Calyrex. And if the Wide Guard's in play, this Calyrex just starts going straight for Astral Barrages again, and I'm not sure what you can do to stop it.
I mean, looking at one of the options that we have here is if we do look at the potential of the Protect, there is the taunt to maybe kind of shut it down for next time, but then that is going to lose like one turn of attack. So it's whether you want to call that out or take the opportunity to try and switch up what you can.
Yeah, in this turn, like you said, okay, Tornadus does have taunt. Both of them are carrying taunts, so that is very helpful. If you do want to try and go for a taunt on this turn, it is carrying the Covert Cloak, so it can't be faked out. This taunt will come through, but you have to give up too much ground to do that.
The Terastallization, which horse will it be? That is the Terra Ghost. So a little bit of an idea of maybe what Ryan is trying to go for, but I think we got to see the Wide Guard over on Ian's end, so it could just be stopped in its tracks. Wide Guard, no Astral Barrages allowed around here. And is that going to be the move of choice? Taunt coming on through, but just going to be a little bit late for that one. Next turn, we can't get the Wide Guard, but not going to help you out too much here. It's going to be Ian's to act first since we don't have a speed advantage on either end. Tornadus, a lot of damage. Calyrex Shadow Rider down to Sash.
The Sash will be activated, and we're going to have to see if Ryan gets any kind of attack off this turn. It is the Psychic. It's a really smart play, seeing right through that Wide Guard. Get the taunt off to make sure that it isn't able to Wide Guard on this following turn. And because it is taunted, you can't use Wide Guard. Now you have a pretty free shot to go straight for something like a Tailwind Astral Barrage. This Calyrex, again, on Ian's side of the field is Terra Grass. You can't Terastallize into like a normal type or a dark type to take a little bit less damage from that Astral Barrage. And a little bit of a rougher position now for Ian compared to that last game.
What's nice is that the Smeargle doesn't have an attacking move, so you have to switch it out. So the taunt just completely shuts it down, and whatever comes in gets completely hit for free. And you've already done a decent amount of damage to the Calyrex, so protecting makes a lot of sense. Have a way to pressure it next turn, but this is where we kind of get into that trouble with the Rillaboom, because now we've been brought down to Sash. You're going to get some damage on that swap in, but then what?
Well, it might be enough for a KO, though. If you go for the Astral Barrage and Bleakwind Storm here, and the Bleakwind Storm connects, thanks to this Terra Ghost, you have to wonder if the Rillaboom just gets cleanly knocked out before it can go for those Grassy Glides.
That'll be the big question then, but it's not a double attack, just the Tailwind. So make sure that you're speedy going on forward, but what is the move of choice? Astral Barrage, that is the Ghost Terrestrialization, now hitting into this Rillaboom with the Salt Vest. Amount of damage that you need, well, it needs to be all of it. How much is it going to take is the real question.
Wow.
Rillaboom not even half a health. I mean, you can't go for Protect and then hit with the Tornadus on the next turn, but the Bleakwind Storm, like, that'll have to make a lot of ground.
I think we did see Ian's Calyrex act before Ryan's on the prior turn, so that actually kind of forced Ryan into a Tailwind. And Ian recognizing that makes that really smart swap to the Rillaboom, means that there's not really a risk of Tornadus going for that Bleakwind to try and catch it with the double up. And now this Calyrex being so low does not have a way to dodge this Grassy Glide. There's no way to shut off Grassy Terrain. There's nothing like the Armortail Thorigiraf to block any priority moves. The only redirection is the Amoonguss, which Rillaboom bypasses, so this Rillaboom in a very, very good spot.
We're going for a Band-Aid fix, which is one turn of Protect as Grassy Glide attempts to hit into that and see just what this Tornadus can do on the opposing end. Bleakwind Storm, there's going to be a miss somewhere. Ooh. The Rillaboom avoids the attack. Calyrex is the only one taking the damage, and it's not very much at that. As Astral Barrage at this point, again, Calyrex for Ryan is safe, but the Tornadus had taken so much damage before and will be taken out. So at least an opportunity to switch into something that can pose a little better into this Rillaboom, but what is that going to be?
It might have to be the Tinkaton, right? You have the Fake Out option to block the Rillaboom from going for that Grassy Glide. If in that case, Ian might have to think about maybe swapping that Smeargle back in to get your own Fake Out live. And of course, the only defensive thing Smeargle can do is swap into Ghost moves effectively, given its normal typing, thanks to its lack of defenses overall. But still kind of a rough spot to be in, because once this Tailwind does go down, you got to worry about this Calyrex on the inside.
Going for the Urshifu instead, so the Fake Out route isn't an option there, but we do have the potential of the Calyrex swapping out, and then this Urshifu, since it is Choice Scarf, you do actually have more moves than a couple of the ones where we see a Taunt or Protect or something like that. So this one does have the U-turn, a way to be hitting a lot of damage into the Rillaboom. Of course, we did see that it did not appreciate hits from the Calyrex whatsoever. So if Ian does respond in kind by switching the Rillaboom out and maybe trying to call that could be dangerous as well.
I really like this Urshifu bring in. You're kind of forcing Ian to pick which slot you want to Grassy Glide. It might KO the Urshifu. A lot of them are trained to be able to take one. But if you do target the Urshifu, the Calyrex gets an attack off. If you target the Calyrex, the Urshifu gets an attack off. And either way, the Calyrex on the inside gets knocked out.
Calyrex leaves the field, so the Tinkaton, it is back, and it's going to be taking the next hit as Calyrex for Ian is also swapping out. We're going to get those horses out of there. We are done with that. Smeargle re-hits the field, making sure on the next turn you'd be set up. As Grassy Glide to the Tinkaton, not very much damage at all. Now U-turn into the Smeargle instead, and that's a good amount of damage. Doesn't deal with the immediate Rillaboom issue, but that does break Sash and make sure that the Smeargle doesn't get to stick around for too long, depending. And of course, on this next turn, with that Tinkaton swap in, you do now have that Fake Out.
Fake Out live for both players now, but Ian's Smeargle, I believe, is the Terra Ghost, and he hasn't used his own Terrestrialization just yet. So if you do want to guarantee that you get that Fake Out off, I guess that's an option. But if you're going for a Fake Out, you're probably going to the Tinkaton, and like, I don't know how much help that gives you, because I guess you prevent it from going for its own Fake Out into Rillaboom. It's still kind of a rough spot to be in if you're Ryan, because as soon as you get Grassy Glided once with that Calyrex, it gets knocked out, and that's your restricted Pokemon, that's your Terrestrialization you've invested. So it's going to be interesting to see how these Tinkaton and Smeargle interact, because I'm not sure which is trained to be a little bit quicker, especially given the Tailwind option. So really rough spot. It's kind of a weird interactions here between these three Pokemon, huh?
I'm maybe not as well versed on my Tinkaton knowledge, considering I did not think I would get to see it in a restricted meta. But it is still Tailwind onto the opposing end, Fake Out into the Rillaboom. So again, this Calyrex from Ryan is safe from a Grassy Glide. Psychic into the Smeargle, that is gone as well. So slowly but surely chipping away at these Pokemon.
I'd like that Psychic as well. You might be tempted to go straight for that Rillaboom, go for something like the Astral Barrage to get more damage into it. But taking out the Smeargle means that Spore's no longer an option. That could be something that could be really annoying for Ryan's team. Of course, Wide Guard being gone is also a big deal, because that means that you're going to be guaranteed to get those Astral Barrages off. However, your Calyrex still not looking very healthy. Of course, the only thing you can swap it into is the Urshifu, which does not want to take a Grassy Glide either. So you're going to have to find a way to deal with this Rillaboom on top of the Tornadus, which is still at full health, on top of the Calyrex, which still has some gas left in the tank too. So even though you got that turn right, I think that Ian still has the advantage here.
Even with something like Ryan going for a Protect on this Calyrex and the Tinkaton trying to deal the damage necessary into the Rillaboom, which I'll have to see how much that would do. And then that still opens up the Tornadus to just set up a Tailwind, and then you still have the Calyrex in the back to then be able to, well, outspeed, since Ryan has no way of resetting that up with his own Tornadus down and the Tailwind gone. So Ian definitely in a strong position here, but I mean, to eye it up, but I would definitely like the option of just, hey, make sure you got all the speed you need, and the Terastallization for Rillaboom too, I think is a really smart call as we get to see that into that Terra Fire.
Fire importantly resisting both the Play Rough and the Gigaton Hammer coming out from Tinkaton. I do believe we saw Ian set up that Tailwind with Tornadus, so if Rillaboom's able to outspeed the Calyrex with his Rillaboom, it won't take too much damage from this Tinkaton, but Calyrex making sure it doesn't go down this turn.
A Tailwind now, Ian, speed on his side. Rillaboom will get to act. Woodhammer, of course, into this Calyrex Shadow Rider, nothing, but with that Terastallization, I don't think you're taking much in return either, but it's not charging into that slot. Instead, Tornadus, so no swap for Ian here, but he still does have the speed, and I mean, this Tornadus can still offer some pressure as well.
It can, but I do believe this Tinkaton is carrying Feint, which is a higher priority than Prankster. So if this Tornadus isn't able to survive a Feint, I think it might be pretty close. This could be a kind of a swing for Ryan here, especially if the Rillaboom isn't trained to be faster than Calyrex in Tailwind. Calyrex is a very, very fast Pokemon in that Shadow Rider form. So I think there's a small chance that Rillaboom doesn't act before this Calyrex, even in Tailwind. And now that the Grassy terrain is gone, Grassy Glide no longer has priority as well. So this could have been a big swing in Ryan's favor.
The Grassy terrain ending out just in time, and with the fact that there hasn't really been the chance to pivot, well, it's been gone. Attempt at a double protect though, wanting to see if this Tinkaton could get that KO, but now it's just going to be left susceptible to just getting KO'd. Tinkaton takes very minimal damage here, and he'll have to do a lot of pressure on the deck. So Calyrex down, Ryan, only 2 Pokemon left.
2 Pokemon left. This Tinkaton has the chance to attack after Woodhammer comes in here. Obviously not going to do too much damage thanks to that steel typing, but still a pretty good chunk. It's putting it in a spot where these Astral Barrages start to hurt a lot more. Play Rough comes through and not able to use that Gigaton Hammer, and that damage might be, enough for something like an Aqua Jet to knock it out, especially because, of course, this Rillaboom can't protect itself. Nothing can protect itself against Unseen Fist anyway, but if Urshifu locks itself into Aqua Jet, I think that's kind of a win for Ian there, right?
It's definitely the situation. So 2 more turns of Tailwind for Ian. 2 Pokemon that are slowly but surely being chipped away, and the Urshifu Rapid Strike with Choice Scarf that once you're locked into a move, that is it. And as you called, if you go for that priority, you may be missing out on a bit of the damage, and it's going to be damage that you miss out with naturally with the fact that, well, it's the Choice Scarf and not something like a Choice Band, right? So I'm particularly intrigued. I think what's notable is that this Calyrex hasn't had the opportunity to freely switch in during one of these turns to really take advantage.
Yeah.
It's whether you get enough done with these limiting turns. Rillaboom does go down to the Aqua Jet, so now it's going to be 2 apiece for these trainers. I'm curious with the Tornadus. First off, it has to connect these moves, and then how much into the opposing end. Bleak Wind Storm is going to miss something. The Tinkaton is the one that avoids, though. Urshifu holds on through that. You would have liked to see the avoids the other way, but Play Rough, Ian all of a sudden only has 1 Pokemon left.
I think he really needed to hit that Tinkaton. I think it's barely just out of range for an Astral Barrage here. If the Calyrex is even able to survive an Aqua Jet here, that means that it does get 1 Astral Barrage off. And because Urshifu did survive that Bleak Wind Storm as well, it still has the reduced damage from being a spread attack. And a really smart choice to use that Play Rough on the prior turn as well, because now you have the Gigaton Hammer, which is 100% accurate. As long as you're surviving this 1 Astral Barrage, you're able to get that attack off.
Calyrex will survive. The first survivor, we'll have to see if Tinkaton is the second hero's Astral Barrage coming out. It is holding on with enough health. So Urshifu goes down. That is no surprise. And now Tinkaton, of all Pokemon, here in Regulation G, in our final round of Swiss here for day 1, doesn't even get the KO because of Life Orb recoil. Robbed at that point, but hey, the win's the win, and with that, we'll get to go to a Game 3.
Our very first Game 3 of the day is here. We finally got one. Only took 7 tries here in Vancouver.
And almost Tinkaton's first KO of all time, and it gets robbed of that too.
Exactly. Interesting plays there, though. I was actually kind of writing off Ryan incorrectly in that game because I thought that Ian had the bulk and the power to withstand some of those attacks at the end. But a really smart target of the Rillaboom with that play rough kind of later on, even after it terastallized and would be taking resisted damage. We're getting a play rough to get a little bit more chip damage, which could have been the difference in that Aqua Jet KOing. Because if Aqua Jet doesn't knock out the Rillaboom towards the end of that game, I do think Ian still wins it. But huge swing there that allowed Ryan to withstand that final Astral Barrage.
I think just smart targeting in the end in general too, when you are looking up a Tornadus that, okay, we set the tailwind, there's now then this Calyrex that can go and put out all this pressure, but then not getting the free switch, considering you're waiting for a Pokemon to get KO'd to bring that in. And, well, Ian's Pokemon weren't necessarily having that damage output, but then we're slowly and surely getting chipped away to when the Calyrex finally hit the field, well, that was it. That was the only Pokemon remaining, and then that's when there is just the double up. There's still 2 Pokemon on Ryan's end to take care of, and with the spread damage attack, you're just not doing enough. So
yeah,
really good way of finding outs in a game that looked a little bit rough at the beginning, especially with the Calyrex right from the get-go being brought down to Focus Sash.
I think what Ryan did in that game was kind of take advantage of the fact that a lot of players don't necessarily have game plans into Terra Ghost Calyrex with a Focus Sash, or like Calyrex Tinkaton, or some of these more unique combinations of Pokemon and moves that he has on his team. Because a lot of players, when you're prepping for a Calyrex Shadow matchup, for example, you're thinking about the Terra Normals, the Terra Fairy Draining Kisses, Life Orb, Spell Tag, that kind of stuff. But Focus Sash is a little bit further down the list of items that people are running these days. And so it's a nice way for Ryan to use that to his advantage and try and mix up the strategies that his opponents have to use. But speaking of mix-ups, we've got the Landorus and the Amoonguss right off the bat.
That is definitely a big switch up to go into this Game 3 with, so I'm so intrigued with how this one's going to be turning out. This Landorus, when you want to talk about Pokemon that have damage output, Life Orb, Sheer Force, Terra Poison, Sludge Bomb, you just got a mirage of options to target into the opposing end. It's just the fact that, well, now there's a Smeargle that can kind of target into you on this turn, and what do you do against that?
The thing is here, though, this is actually a really nice spot to have that Terra Grass Calyrex, because if you do opt to go for a fake out into the Landorus, you can terastallize that Calyrex, make sure it doesn't get put to sleep with Spore, and go for something like a Nasty Plot. And then you have +2 Calyrex against an Amoonguss, which can't put it to sleep. You can't redirect Astral Barrage, obviously, and then Landorus, I don't think, has the guts, or the bulk, rather, to withstand a +2 Astral Barrage. So a nice little mix-up from Ryan here, but unfortunately, thanks to the setup on Ian's Calyrex, might be better for him.
This is going all different ways of which we had talked, though, because instead, no fake out, instead of follow me, but no terastallization as there is a setup. And now this Landorus is going to be free to act. If it's just a single target attack, it's one thing, but Sandseer Storm is going to connect to both of these Pokemon. Smeargle is down to the Focus Sash, and that is a lot of damage for this Calyrex. Sure, you have the boost going on into the next turn, but then from there, that is already a lot of damage done. Amoonguss didn't get to act, but it's still full health, which is great.
It is full health, but the fact that Smeargle has that Focus Sash and Amoonguss didn't do anything that turn, you can pretty easily go for another follow me if you want on Smeargle. Make sure that the Amoonguss won't be doing anything into that Calyrex slot, and then you have the chance to fire off +2 Astral Barrages, which most likely will be KOing this Landorus in one hit and doing a big chunk to Amoonguss at the same time.
Smeargle running away with that 1 HP that it has left as Tornadus hits the field. So now both of your genies out on the field as Landorus goes for this Protect. So a way to make sure you're not taking this Astral Barrage damage and then seeing if this Amoonguss can, hey, maybe try and get something done. The only one to be taking damage on this turn. This is a +2 Calyrex Shadow Rider, though, after that setup. So Amoonguss goes down, but if you do have your own Tornadus, it's an opportunity to try something set up, but Ian can just match that.
Right, that's the issue. That is a nice aggressive swap there, possibly knowing that you don't actually need to follow me to protect Calyrex from Amoonguss, because you can just one-shot it with the Astral Barrage anyway. So knowing that Astral Barrage KOs both Pokemon on the field, you can aggressively swap into this Tornadus and either force Ryan to bring out his own Calyrex that will be vulnerable to an Astral Barrage, or bring out Tornadus to match Tailwind. But if you do that, you're not doing much damage that turn either, because if you spend that turn with Tornadus matching Tailwind, the Landorus gets knocked out by Astral Barrage anyway. Your Tornadus probably does as well. So I'd like the Calyrex bring in here solely because you have that Focus Sash to allow it to survive one attack, and then maybe allow a partner to do something, but at the same time, Landorus just protected. You know, you only have that 1 in 3 chance to double protect if you want to guarantee no damage into that slot, and there's really nothing else that can swap in there that wouldn't take a big chunk if not be knocked out by Astral Barrage.
And even eyeing up, since there is the Focus Sash for the Calyrex, eyeing up something like this Protect, set up Tailwind to then go for the double up next turn makes sense if Ryan doesn't really have a safe way to be switching in. There is the opportunity if Ryan thinks that this is going to happen to maybe try and get that Tornadus. I almost said Thunderous, wrong Genies. Too many Genies around here. Maybe get that in to be setting up, but that's going to be a decent call there, and no switch is going to happen. So instead, Protect, we can see a little bit of a head up as, yeah, just attempt at a double and not going to work, but you're not going to take damage. That's okay. Just a little bit of speed for Ian and the Calyrex being able to respawn. Astral Barrage, of course, Ian's is safe. Tornadus, not so much. Just a good chunk of damage.
Really, really smart play from Ian there. I think that you were hinting at, Sierra, is that now that this Tailwind has been activated, this Tornadus will also be able to attack before Ryan's Calyrex. And of course, you're guaranteeing that your own Calyrex is faster. I believe we saw Ian's act first earlier in this match, but you never know if it's a possible speed tie. We saw that Calyrex and Farigiraf speed tie earlier on in the day, but now you can go for the Astral Barrage, which will one-hit KO Landorus, and you have the chance to also KO this Calyrex with a Bleak Windstorm as long as it doesn't miss. Protect here, since it failed last turn, will be guaranteed, but now we're praying for a Bleak Wind miss if you're a Ryan Bingham fan.
Ryan fan, it's a miss for Ian. You're hoping that Bleak Windstorm is coming through for you when you need it most, as Astral Barrage into the Calyrex, of course, very easily bring it down to Sash. So just 1 HP left. It's whether Tornadus can actually hit the move to get that done. Ian, Bleak Windstorm, you got to go for the drama first. Into the other slot, we'll have to see. It's gonna miss though. Calyrex holds on 1 HP. When Tornadus needed him most, it's not gonna come on through. Now Astral Barrage for Ryan, the double up, double KO. Wow.
I mean, it was really smart for me, and you have to give him credit. That gave him a really good chance of just winning the game on the spot here. Unfortunately, one of the downfalls of Bleak Windstorm, though it is a very good move, it does have that 20% chance to miss. And now Ian is left with just his 1 HP Smeargle and his Rillaboom. We haven't even seen Orion's final Pokemon. If it is that Tinkaton once again, I think it's going to be really hard for Ian to win this game.
How is Bleak Windstorm missing there when it hasn't stopped raining in Vancouver? Exactly. I thought this was supposed to be accurate at this point. That is crazy. And what a big turnaround just off that one bases move. And again, you'd applaud for Ian for the smart plays that he had done. So it's such a shame to see that it's a Bleak Windstorm miss that's really going to be putting him in that position. Eyeing up the run, you could always try and play it out, play to your outs, but it definitely is a little bit rough. You do have a priority, but there's still just a lot to get through.
I don't want to say it's over just yet, because there is always the chance that Ian can make a comeback here. It is Tornadus, so it's not a Tinkaton, but it is something that is taking resisted damage from those grass-type attacks. I also believe we haven't seen the Terrestrialization coming out from Ryan just yet, and the Landorus is Terra Poison, which is kind of worst-case scenario in this case for Ian. You're able to resist the grass-type moves and the U-turn from that Rillaboom. Spore does put this Tornadus to sleep right away, and Woodhammer should be able to take this knockout on Calyrex, but it goes for Tornadus instead. Makes sense that Landorus is kind of a big threat, and maybe trying to read that Calyrex protecting too.
I mean, at this point, if you can then try and go for Grassy Glide to the Calyrex, Spore it as well if you think that there is the potential of the swap, just play the Spore game. Everyone's,
right,
you know, a little bit of favorite. You got to play to your outs, right? At least when you are Ian, this is still a fantastic run. You're still 7-0,
right,
so you're still in the day 2. That it wasn't the Bleak Windstorm to be ending the run, but definitely feels like a bad way to end the day after the flawless record so far.
There's like maybe a small chance Ian can wiggle out a win here. The Tornadus coming in on the Spore while the Calyrex protected is exactly what he would have needed to start this kind of comeback from a rough spot, especially since this Tornadus is the only thing that's going to be resisting these grass-type moves now. Tailwind's still up, so Smeargle goes straight for that Spore. We'll put Calyrex straight to sleep.
It ain't over till it's over. Another Woodhammer into this Tornadus. Minimal damage, but damage is damage. For Ryan, it's going to be relying on these sleep turns. Calyrex, that's going to be the first mandatory. For the Tornadus, going to be taking another. Again, this Smeargle does not have attacking moves, so the only thing it really can be offering is those spores, but hey, if the Rillaboom can chip enough damage out, hey, a win's a win here, right?
I mean, like, the Tornadus might be able to be knocked out by another Wood Hammer. If you get some very favorable sleep rolls from this Calyrex, and it doesn't get an attack off in the next couple turns, especially since you have this Wide Guard threat still, like if you catch the Calyrex waking up, but you go for Wide Guard and it tried to Astral Barrage, then you're in a spot where Rillaboom is still not taking too much damage. The issue still is that Landorus is in the back at full HP with that Terrestrialization available. I'd be very surprised if Ryan used that Terrestrialization on anything else except that Landorus going forward, because again, it is the Terra Poison, boosts the power of Sludge Bomb while also resisting the Wood Hammers, Grassy Glides, and U-turns coming out from Rillaboom. So I think still Ryan very favored here, but maybe with some really good sleep turns, maybe a critical hit, maybe some good calls, could go Ian's way.
I mean, Calyrex is done with this. I do not want to talk about these spore games. Smeargle, you are gone and out of here. So any play out to play into these spores is now off of the table. Gribnay boost, I think we're at the position now where, yeah, we can see the writing on the wall. Tornadus is going to be sleeping, Wood Hammer. If this is even enough for the damage, it won't be. So you don't even get to claim that KO there.
Yeah.
But now on this next turn, well, Tornadus should wake up, the Calyrex gets to attack, and you have no way now of dealing with this Landorus when it does come in, except for, well, fainting.
Exactly. Seeing the writing on the wall, especially with grassy terrain running out pretty soon too. There's a point where Grassy Glide no longer has priority and you can't just snipe this Calyrex. I think if you're Ryan, you just let it happen how it happens and then bring in Landorus to seal up the game. That Bleak Wind miss, I think the crucial point of this match. Again, Ian played that really well, setting up a position where he could take 2 KOs at once with the Astral Barrage plus Bleak Wind Storm, just really hitting that 20% unlucky chance to miss and allowing Ryan's Calyrex to stick around.
At this point now, yeah, just play it out. We've had every single game only go to 2 games, so really making sure we're getting that runtime here on game 3 of the set, our very final one for the day. Astral Barrage finally puts the nail in the coffin. With that, Ryan Bingham, congratulations. Win the final round of Swiss for today, 2 on record.
Ties them up at 7-1 total, so they're both in a really strong position going into tomorrow, right? You only have 2 more rounds of Swiss left in the tournament. Anyone that's 8-2 or better should make it into that top cut phase of the tournament, so only needing 1 more win tomorrow feels great. If you're Ian, feels a little bit worse than being 8-0, I would say, especially knowing that is kind of a top cut lock, but get some rest, you know, kind of reset that mental and make sure you're ready for tomorrow to come back, claim that win, and get your spot in top cut.
Have a stern talk with that Tornadus.
Yes.
I'd like to imagine that was the luck evening out and it's hit all the other Bleak Winds and we just get that one moment, but
definitely.
It is what it is at some point. If I have to applaud Ian yet again for how that was played out at the end. If you're looking at a winning board state that is just then modified by a Tornadus that doesn't really want to cooperate, thank you, genies. Well, then that is a situation that you know that, okay, well, I did play it well. This was a little bit out of my control. So you can still keep your head held high going into tomorrow. Like, I am playing good Pokemon. And for Ryan to be able to, these adjustments made in this game 3, I think was just super well done. And I really then want to give out the props to that game 2 as well, that when it looked to be a really tough spot, these targeting decisions and everything else, to give himself this opportunity to take it to the game 3. And it's Pokemon, sometimes moves miss.
Yeah, it
That's
happens. It's what you signed up for. Bleak Wind Storm is very, very strong, but it has the cost of that small mischance. And so across the course of a tournament, you should be hitting most of them, if not, a very, very large portion of them. But sometimes just those 1 or 2 chances where you really need it to hit, and that team building choice can be a little bit of a detriment.
But it's still the best move, which is then it's like that, but it's still really, really well fought by both of our trainers. So big congratulations to them. And yeah, both were in day 2, but just 1 step closer now to making it to top cut.
Yeah.
And for 2 trainers that haven't necessarily gotten that screen time or the results in the past tournaments they want, I mean, Ian that got his first day 2 of Sacramento. Now that was a day 2 where he almost went into it undefeated.
Yeah.
And then for Ryan, who has been pushing to make these appearances, has used a couple of these quirky Pokemon to now make day 2 at a 7-1 record with Tinkaton. A Tinkaton that we actually saw in the games too. This wasn't a Tinkaton that was a useless Pokemon of the team we never saw. Like, it put in work.
It like won game 2 for Ryan too. It was a huge part of that game. So it's just a fun way to see these trainers use these more creative strategies. And like, Tinkaton actually kind of really good on Rillaboom.
Would you say it did a Tinkaton?
I guess I would. I guess I have to.
Only if I have to, I guess.
That was a good one.
Thank you, Jake. I appreciate that. I mean, I'm curious then how this Tinkaton pairs up against the rest of the field, because a 7-1 record is not a fluke.
No.
And I'd be very curious then to know what else he's brought it to, or like where this team building came from for this to be a Pokemon choice at the event.
True. I think if you're running Tinkaton, you probably need a really good reason for it. It's not really something you just kind of slap onto a team like, what's this last slot I need filled? Oh, Tinkaton, yeah, obviously. So there's probably some very specific things that Ryan was thinking when he opted for that Tinkaton. So I'd love to hear, kind of his thoughts on that once that interview is ready. But it's just like typing is actually really cool. Steel Fairy can be really useful defensively. Gigaton Hammer does a ton of damage, a gigaton of damage.
I already made that joke.
I know.
I already made
I was hoping
joke.
you forgot.
No, you have to wait more than 30 seconds. I know it's been like, I know we're at the end of the day, but like my memory isn't that bad. Unless we're talking about Trick Room turns, in which case it is.
Well, mine too, apparently. So
unfortunate. I thought like you're supposed to be the one to be there when I make this mistake, and then one of us has to be able to do math here.
Well, maybe tomorrow. We'll get it tomorrow.
We'll bring a calculator. But no, when I look at it on paper, like the Tinkaton makes sense if we're seeing like these Terra Fairy Miraidons everywhere and like these other things. I think the defensive typing of it's kind of cool. And then of course when you do have something like that Feint, like there's definitely some really cool tech there. So
right.
I hope that we get to see Ryan a bit more tomorrow and see fully the capabilities of this Pokemon.
True. I think the Feint being there to get through any possible wide guards is probably one of the reasons it was chosen. But I think it's time to hear from Ryan himself. Let's maybe talk about that Tinkaton and learn a little bit more about his team building choices and thoughts throughout that game. Rose is ready in the lounge.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm here with the winner of our final match on stream, Ryan Bingham. Congratulations. You have made your way into day 2 now, so what's going through your mind?
Yeah, thank you, Rosemary. I'm incredibly stoked. I've been to a couple events before this, and I've believed in myself and known that I was a good player, and just haven't really had like an opportunity to make day 2 like this yet. And so I'm really stoked to have my first opportunity to play tomorrow, and it feels a little bit surreal, but I'm incredibly excited and really looking forward to it. So.
And you're going in 7-1, so does that give you a little bit of confidence? Like, okay, I've made that first hurdle, so now I maybe get a chance to think about the next step.
Yeah, exactly. As in the events I've been to, I'm usually kind of the player that is trying to win their win-in to make it to the next phase, and so it's good to have a little bit of a cushion. Obviously, nobody wants to be going into day 2 like having the pressure to win all of their matches in order to proceed to top cut. So it's good to have a little bit of that weight off my shoulders and give me a little bit of a mental boost to know that I can play my best without being like too nervous about it. I'm sure I'll still be super nervous. But.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, it's like every set you sit down and play Pokemon, and you gotta have a little bit of nerve flowing through you, I think.
Definitely.
To get through the match.
Butterfreeze in the stomach for sure. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about an incredible Pokemon on your team, Tinkaton. Now, I have to know, I'm dying to know, how did you come up with putting Tinkaton on your team? Yeah,
excellent question. So I actually think Tinkaton is really well positioned into a lot of the things in the format that are popular right now. I was actually planning on bringing a different team with Terapagos to this regional event. And I've got a group of buddies from Utah, where I'm from, that we all build and play together. And a friend of mine was wanting to make Tinkaton work, and he was like, hey, like, do you have any ideas? And so I kind of just threw something together. I'm a big Calyrex Shadow enjoyer. I figured the Genies were really good. Landorus and Tornadus are really good at this point in the format. But the big issue is that wide guard is such a problem for those 3. And so I figured if I can fit Tinkaton on the team, I not only have the ability to use feint to break through protects and wide guards, which people try to use to, stall out or mitigate damage, and then I was able to also figure out that thanks to my friend Chandler, that Mold Breaker helps Tinkaton actually use Fake Out in front of Farigirath. So it was just kind of the perfect storm to help me with a couple matchups that the team would otherwise struggle into, and I think it's paid off in a big way so far. No one has been ready for how bulky it is and how much damage it can do when it clicks Gigaton Hammer. So I've been very pleased with my buddy Tinkaton.
It has been such a fun animation to watch, being able to see the Gigaton Hammer just smack a Tornadus into the ground. It definitely got me smiling when watching the match backstage. But Tinkaton also proved to be so important. I mean, we got a chance to see the matchup happen in real time, where you had the Tinkaton versus a Smeargle that had wide guard. So was that part of the reason why you ended up bringing the Tinkaton to games 1 and 2?
Absolutely. It was kind of a... I figured that I could bring it in and have fake out pressure as well as being able to mitigate the wide guard. Unfortunately for me, I believe it was game 1 that my opponent won, they actually positioned their Smeargle really well, and I didn't feel like I could necessarily get the value out of Tinkaton in that way. But I mean, you saw in game 2 how it took a couple KOs and was able to really finish strong. Because with the Assault Vest, it was able to hang in there against Calyrex, and so it came into play in a way that I wasn't necessarily expecting it to at the start of the set. But it's done that a couple times for me, so I'm really grateful for her, and she's done a great job so far. So great job, Tinkaton, and keep it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're definitely going to be looking at Tinkaton as a bigger threat heading into the rest of the meta. But outside of looking at how your opponent positioned the Smeargle for game 1, what other adjustments were you thinking about for game 2 to get yourself over the line?
Yeah, I realized that, I mean, the Calyrex Shadow Mirror is a really difficult one because it relies so much on speed control and who has the faster Astro Barrage. Obviously, I mitigate a little bit of that with Focus Sash, but you still have to be really careful of like the priority moves and stuff like that. And I really tried to leverage Urshifu in that game too to give me some of that priority that I was needing, and just be able to kind of like, do some damage up front, put pressure on my opponent, and then be able to kind of just clean up the bits left at the end of the game. So.
Well, it was great. You got the game 2 win under your belt, and then you went to game 3. No Tinkaton, though. So how come you benched it for game 3?
Tinkaton, you're great, Tinkaton. Been doing a great job so far. Sometimes you just have to make that mix up. And I was expecting, expecting her to do a lot of great things in the first couple games, and I thought, she hasn't really been working the way that I'm expecting her to. So I'm actually going to lead with the Landorus and the Amoonguss because I wanted to try and pressure, a lot of different things that my opponent had to cover for with the lead that they had been leading the past 2 games. And so Tinkaton had already done the mental damage, so I was able to bring in some other threats and play around that way.
That's great. That's the type of adjustment you do need sometimes, just to throw your opponent a little bit off. And so you go into tomorrow 7-1, and this is after, we were just talking, you started playing in 2020. So what even originally got you inspired to play Pokemon?
Yeah, I've always been, just a huge fan of playing the main series games. I was born the same year that Pokemon released, and, have played it ever since I was able to. And so when I kind of found out that there was a competitive circuit, I'm like a very competitive person, and I really enjoy like kind of pushing myself and finding out ways to approach the metagame with team building and to actually pilot those teams in a competitive manner. It was the perfect marriage of 2 things that I really like. And so really grateful for the circuit and the opportunity that I have to play this game at this level. And that's kind of a little bit of my background and what got me interested. So.
Well, that's awesome. I'm so glad you're here playing competitive Pokemon, and really excited to see how you do tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rosemary. I appreciate it.
I heard a couple of shout outs that you made to some people that helped you. So anyone else that maybe you missed out that you might want to say a shout out to now?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to shout out my whole Utah crew. There's 8 of us playing in this tournament today. So really glad that we could make it out and represent. And I'd like to shout out my homies watching the stream at home and supporting me and keeping tabs on how I'm doing. And then want to give the final shout out to my beautiful wife and new daughter that joined our family last year back at home, holding down the fort. So.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's so nice. Well, Ryan, congratulations on your win here, and wishing you the best of luck tomorrow.
Appreciate it, Rosemary. Thank you so much.
We're going to send it back over to our casters now, Jake and Sierra.
Thanks so much. It's so wholesome at the end. I hope his daughter grows up to be a Pokemon master if she wants,
That would be so great. He could point back and say, hey, this is how you got your Pokemon start. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if Tinkaton will be the first Pokemon because it has to, or
True.
you go the traditional route with the starters.
You know how some baby toys are often little hammers or rattlers? You can just get a matching hammer with Tinkaton.
Oh my goodness. It was cool to hear the insight too, especially the switch up for game 3.
Yeah.
And I'm still more intrigued than ever of how this Tinkaton's going to fare into that day 2 field, because that is it for day 1 of Swiss. So there's still a couple matches that are still concluding out on the floor, but there's some really strong names that have already locked their spot for day 2.
Of course, the only 8-0 left on the field, Joe Ugarte, who we saw earlier on today, looking to continue his success up here in the Pacific Northwest region after a couple Portland wins, looking to add Vancouver to that list of regionals he's won. The only person so far locked for that top cut.
You know what's funny is the amount of times I feel like we've seen someone do really well at a tournament. Joe wasn't supposed to come to Vancouver. And then there has been a couple of times. I think didn't Wolf, when he won Orlando, was like, oh, this was last minute, or there's been other regional finalists that have oh, this was last minute and this land, and Joe didn't decide until Friday that he was going to show up, and now he's undefeated on day 1. I just
not too bad.
Just throwing it out there. It's like when people book their flight home on Sunday before the tournament concludes, and then you see the tweet every single time, I gotta move my flight because unfortunately I just won, and all that. It's like that sometimes.
It really does. So that's gonna do it for us here, Sierra. We had a great time bringing you the day 1 action. It's time to wrap up the rest of the day's events here at the lounge in Vancouver. So Rosemary, Gabby, and Scott, take us home.
And we're back. We are here to wrap up day number 1 of the Vancouver Regional Championships. And I love that we got a chance to finish out the day with a 3-game set. What a way.
It was looking a little dicey there. I know, Scott, you were saying that you used to hope for 2-0s, and then we were only getting 2-0s now that you don't want 2-0s, and now we got a 2-1. That's how math works.
Yeah, I'm just glad the legendary 3rd game was real. For a while there, I was wondering, but it turned out the legends were true.
Maybe legends... I have a bad ZA joke there, and now I'm going to move on. Anyway, it was honestly great action nonetheless, though. Very cool to be able to see. I'm going to lose it because Sierra's giving me crazy eyes over from the corner. Anyway, Swiss standings. These are awesome.
Sorry, she got me. That was another jump scare.
You should have never looked. I tried to vocally warn you, and then you decided to look anyway. So actually, this is your fault.
I would not make it out of the horror movie alive. It's
Scott,
okay.
save us. Standings.
Standings are great. Some players played some games of Pokemon. Many of them went 7-1 or better. I'll see them again tomorrow. Joe went 8-0, even better, and we'll see him later tomorrow.
Yeah, it's looking real good for Joe to have locked in a top cut spot already as the only undefeated player in the entirety of the tournament after 8 rounds of Swiss. But I think there's a lot of other players we get a chance to celebrate here. Abdullah started off the day on stream, being able to have that first win, now finds himself at 7-1. James Beck, Zachary Minnick, we also saw Taryn already, and now Taryn is also going to be sitting at 7-1. There are a lot of people we actually got a chance to see on stream continue to find success for the rest of the day, but I'm also really excited about those players sitting in this 7-1 spot that we also don't get a chance to see super often.
For sure, and I think that's one of the fun things about going from a tournament like EUIC to a much smaller event is that we have more time to celebrate trainers who maybe we don't get to see on stream as often. So, yeah. I don't know. I like it. You're making a face at me. It's okay.
It wasn't at you.
Oh, no. I'm not going to look wherever you mention. I don't want to get jump scared again.
I do think this is pretty cool, though, right? We're, a bunch of trainers we haven't seen a whole lot of near the top of the standings. And I think a lot of us are kind of theorizing, if we're going to get a first-time regional champion, I think this is an event where it's very likely to happen. And, we could well be on that path.
Yeah.
We were saying it at the top of the day. Great callback, because right as we opened the stream, I was calling back to a social post that Chepa Cross had made saying that there's a gut feeling it could very well be a player that hasn't actually had like a win, or maybe is a little bit newer to the scene, that they get a chance to have a breakout performance at this regional. So excited to see if that maybe is the case.
Yeah, and I mean, there's going to be plenty of players in the field tomorrow who have that opportunity for, that first major accomplishment. But we also have some players still competing. We already mentioned a few of them. I don't think we saw a couple of these names towards the right-hand side of the graphic on the other side. So some of the players you'll see tomorrow, I don't think this is all of them, as anybody with an X&2 record will be moving on, but it's exciting. I love having the opportunity to celebrate, trainers having that first breakout performance. It's one of my favorite parts of the game.
And we do see some trainers who are going for that second or more regional championship there too. Abdullah sort of kind of defending after taking a year off, but making it on today too. Paul Chua feels like he's on his 80th regional championship. I think that might be just slightly exaggerated, but should be fun to see no matter how it plays out.
Well, tomorrow you can check out all of the action at 10:45 Pacific or 1:45 p.m. Eastern, and we'll be able to show you the rest of what's happening in those Swiss rounds tomorrow to see which trainers are going to make it into the top cut to fight for the title of the Vancouver Regional Champion for 2025. Also, make sure that you check out what's happening in some of our other games, because we've got Pokemon Unite that is well on their way to make it through this final stretch of games, and that action's been pretty exciting too.
For sure. I mean, Unite's always like the crowd exciter, if you will, at these bigger events. I love being able to follow their online tournaments and just see how the game's going. It reminds me to play, which is always really fun.
Yeah, it's a good time to play too. I think it won't be taking place in the tournament. They just added that 500-point mode, so that's a lot of fun. And I think there's a pretty impactful recent balance change too, so I think it should be fun to watch the tournament. Likely to see a little different crop of Pokemon than we have at some of the recent events.
Well, make sure you check out Pokemon.com/broadcasts to find out all of the information to keep in touch with that Unite action, as well as what's happening for the video game Pokemon Go and the Pokemon trading card game outside of just the Vancouver Regional Championships. But I think that's it. I think that's all we got for you. Make sure you follow the channel so you also can get that notification for when we go live. And we are so excited to be able to see you tomorrow and see which trainer is going to be crowned our Vancouver Regional Champion. Good night.